anti-dominant woman, refreshing rebirth and wealth acquisition. In his previous life, Chen Bo was framed by a scheming girlfriend, leading to his imprisonment on charges of rape. After 10 years behind bars, he emerged only to be met with disdain from those around him. In his quest for the truth, he was assaulted by henchmen sent by Liu Ruyan and subsequently sold into a life of servitude in Myanmar. Fortuitously, Chen Bo was reborn, embarking on a journey of vengeance step by step. Chapter 1. I come to collect some interest. In a parallel universe, the year was 2016. On a midsummer night, at 10 o'clock, in a luxurious apartment in the city center of Jiangcheng, a robust young man was sweating profusely. Chen Bo, I'm sorry, the woman's voice trembled with tears. Please don't harm me. I truly had no knowledge of what happened back then. It was all Ruyan's doing. I later tried to persuade her. An hour later, Chen Bo reclined on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. The smoke curled upwards, accentuating the sharp contours of his face. His expression remained impassive as he coldly regarded the woman before him, none other than Su Jing, the mother of his former girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. Though approaching 40, Su Jing maintained her appearance remarkably well, her physique and skin showing no signs of aging. Her graceful figure and alluring curves exuded the unique allure of a mature woman, captivating the heart and soul. As the cigarette burned down to its end, Chen Bo rose. Beneath the light, the definition of his six-pack abs and the multitude of scars on his back were strikingly apparent. This strong physique and the scars bore witness to the long years he endured in prison. He had been reborn on the very day he was incarcerated. During his decade-long sentence, his requests for parole were consistently denied, as he sensed pressure from above influencing his fate. Today, he had been released and sought out Su Jing, who remained in Jiangcheng. In his previous life, upon his release, he had gone directly to Liu Ruyan to demand accountability. The following day, a group had come to break his legs. Fearing his interference with her affluent lifestyle, Liu Ruyan had covertly arranged for him to be sent to northern Myanmar. Reduced to a living commodity, Chen Bo barely survived for years in Myanmar, eventually succumbing to a gruesome fate on a medical ship after having his kidneys forcibly removed. The heart of a woman can be most treacherous. With the memories of two lives intertwined, the haunting images of his organ harvesting ignited a deep-seated hatred for Liu Ruyan within him. In this life, Chen Bo chose a different path for revenge. He had honed a powerful physique during his incarceration, ensuring that he would be capable of self-defense when the time for retribution arrived. At present, Liu Ruyan had married into a wealthy family and become a lady of high society. After his release, Chen Bo did not rush to confront her, but instead chose to visit her mother to collect some interest first. Su Jing's gaze was drawn to the scars on Chen Bo's back, and the harsh words that had risen to her lips were immediately swallowed. She understood that these scars were the result of her daughter's past misdeeds. In a chilling tone, Chen Bo declared, I have come merely to collect some interest tonight. The debt Liu Ruyan owes me is one you both must repay. Su Jing's expression turned frantic, filled with bitterness as she looked at him, her voice tinged with desperation. Chen Bo, could you please delete the video? I apologize on behalf of Liu Ruyan. I beg you. Chen Bo crouched down, grasping Su Jing's chin. His smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. 10 years have passed. Do you know how I endured them? You think a mere apology can resolve this? What a delusion. Neither Liu Ruyan nor anyone who conspired against me will escape. Not even Jesus could save them. Su Jing dared not meet his gaze, hastily closing her eyes in an attempt to mask her fear. Open your eyes and look at me. At Chen Bo's fierce command, Su Jing was compelled to meet his gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto the coffee table. Chen Bo, what must I do for you to spare me? Would money suffice? Chen Bo withdrew his hand, scoffing. So, Liu Ruyan ingratiates herself with the affluent, and you two have reaped the rewards? Summoning her courage, Su Jing fixed her gaze on him, gritting her teeth. How about 500,000? This is my own savings, unrelated to Liu Ruyan. Chen Bo frowned slightly, sensing something amiss with her response. Just 500,000? Surely Liu Ruyan, after her rise to wealth, hasn't neglected to provide for you? No, all this money is what I earned from my clothing store later on. Clearly skeptical, Chen Bo mocked. Your daughter set a trap to accuse me of assault, and now you offer me money? You wouldn't be thinking of accusing me of robbery next, would you? I would never. Su Jing quickly denied. Chen Bo extended his right hand and lightly patted her still flushed cheek, grinning wickedly. Humph. Keep your little schemes to yourself. I shall return to collect interest again. Rather than your paltry sum, I would prefer a more corporeal repayment. With that ominous threat, he turned and left. Watching Chen Bo slam the door behind him, Su Jing's previously tense posture relaxed. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. caught in a dilemma. Should I inform Ruyan about Chen Bo's release? Slowly, she picked up her phone, her fingers hovering over the screen for a long moment. But ultimately, she lacked the courage to press the call button. Valuing her reputation more than the daughter she had not born, she feared the fallout if Chen Bo released the video, her name and honor in ruins, a thought that filled her with dread. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Jing chose to remain silent, deciding to treat the events of that night as if they had never occurred. Chapter 2. The turmoil of renting a house. Exiting the community, Chen Bo wandered aimlessly along the sidewalk, observing the diverse array of laborers bustling about. He began to devise his forthcoming revenge plan. After a decade-long incarceration, he had entered the prison at the tender age of 18, only to emerge at the precipice of 30, his most cherished youthful years lost within iron bars. The seasoned inmates were all remarkable individuals, eloquent in speech. He not only learned the art of patience, but also the principles of resistance and combat. He vividly recalled his first day in prison, when his defiance against the established rules led to a confrontation with other hardened criminals. During the ensuing melee, he clung fiercely to one assailant's neck, nearly severing his throat. Following his recovery from the severe injuries, he caught the attention of a notorious mob boss named Han Chen, who was serving a death sentence commuted to life. Chen later learned that this man had been a puppet for a certain official. Having spent 10 years in each other's company, on the eve of his release, the two reached a clandestine agreement that would serve as the cornerstone of his resurgence. In his previous life, he had spurned Han Chen's proposal. Yet in this new existence, he chose to collaborate, leveraging Han's connections and resources for his own benefit. Upon returning to his temporary rented room, Chen Bo first took a shower, then stood by the window, lighting a cigarette. The wisps of smoke rose languidly, mirroring his drifting thoughts. After finishing his pre-slumber smoke, just as he was preparing to lie down, the sound of a key turning in the door broke the silence, followed by the voices of a man and a woman filtering into his ears. "Liu Hui, can you not be so impatient?" The woman's voice carried a hint of exasperation and disdain. "What are you afraid of? At this hour, who is still awake? I've endured this for a week. Let us hurry." The man's voice was laced with urgency. "I'm so tired. Can we wait until tomorrow?" The woman seemed reluctant. This was a shared apartment with 3 rooms. Chen Bo had learned from the landlord that the other 2 rooms were occupied by women, and he surmised that the voice from the living room belonged to one of the female tenants. The conversation revealed her unwillingness to acquiesce to the man's desires, while he was evidently eager to proceed with his intentions in the living room. "Damn it, Li Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that?" The man accused relentlessly. "I want to ask you, is there any fun in finishing in 2 minutes every time?" The woman's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction and sarcasm. A sharp sound echoed. Li Xiaoyu had seemingly been thrown onto the sofa. "Liu Hui, how dare you hit me?" Li Xiaoyu's voice was filled with anger and grievance. "Damn it. I'm hitting you because you deserve it. Don't think I don't know anything. I saw that pretty boy delivering flowers to you yesterday. Have you 2 already been in bed together?" The man's voice dripped with jealousy and rage. Li Xiaoyu retorted, "Those are his legs. He can deliver flowers if he wants. I haven't done anything wrong to you, unlike your petty jealousy." With that, she was met with another slap, her words evidently provoking him further. "Li Xiaoyu, if you dare betray me, today you will learn the consequences of treachery. Liu Hui, if you lay a hand on me again, I will call the police." "How dare you, you little wench. If you call the police, I'll make sure you regret it." Liu Hui became increasingly aggressive, preparing to strike again when suddenly a door swung open. There stood Chen Bo, cigarette in mouth, clad only in a pair of shorts, casually leaning against the door frame. Observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, he exhaled a smoke ring, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Please, continue. I'm merely an insomniac enjoying the spectacle. Think of me as an innocent bystander." Both Liu Hui and Li Xiaoyu turned to Chen Bo, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief at the unexpected presence of another man in the apartment. Realizing Chen Bo was the new tenant who had just moved in, Li Xiaoyu seized the opportunity while Liu Hui was momentarily stunned, breaking free from his grasp and rushing toward Chen Bo, grabbing his arm with urgency. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with desperation. "Handsome, he is a madman. Please, call the police for me. I beg you." Chen Bo understood that being a hero often came with a price, so he did not immediately acquiesce, instead taking a moment to scrutinize the urban beauty before him. Li Xiaoyu had a classic oval face, her fair skin glowing softly under the light, clad in a white shirt and black stockings that accentuated her long legs. Her figure was undeniably alluring. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, with damp strands clinging to her flushed cheeks, her meticulously applied makeup marred, rendering her particularly vulnerable. Her eyes were wide with fear, red-rimmed and glistening with unshed tears. Anyone would feel compelled to offer their sympathy upon seeing her plight. Please, help me. Faced with Li Xiaoyu's plea, Chen Bo diverted his gaze, exhaling a smoke ring with a knowing smirk. I can assist. But you must do me a favor in return. What favor? Li Xiaoyu inquired eagerly. Chen Bo glanced at Liu Hui and shook his head. Forget it. We're not well acquainted yet. At that moment, Liu Hui regained his composure and pointed at Chen Bo, threateningly declaring, Humph, you're wise to keep your distance. This is none of your business, so step aside. As Liu Hui approached, reaching for Li Xiaoyu, Chen Bo swiftly intervened, seizing Liu Hui by the throat and forcefully pushing the still-lit cigarette but into his mouth. Cough, cough. Liu Hui emitted pained whimpers as the burning tobacco seared his mouth. But Chen Bo kept his hand firmly over his mouth, sneering, You know, I despise being threatened. Meeting Chen Bo's piercing gaze, Liu Hui felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was clear that this man was not one to be trifled with. Swallow that cigarette butt, and you can leave, Chen Bo said coldly. In comparison to Chen Bo's imposing stature, Liu Hui appeared feeble and defenseless. Under the pressure, Liu Hui swallowed the extinguished cigarette, but, fighting back nausea. Very well. You may leave. Chen Bo released his grip, and Liu Hui, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated to the doorway. Casting a venomous glare at both Chen Bo and Li Xiaoyu, mumbling incoherently, You've got guts, kid. Before he could finish, Chen Bo swiftly hurled his flip-flop, striking Liu Hui squarely in the face. Liu Hui, stung into silence, fled without looking back, solidifying a rivalry between them. Turning to the still-dazed Li Xiaoyu, Chen Bo smiled. Could you be a dear and fetch my flip-flop? Chapter 3. The Secret in the Suitcase. Li Xiaoyu, snapping out of her astonishment, refocused her gaze on Chen Bo. The way he had dealt with Liu Hui was nothing short of impressive. This was the type of man she found appealing, one who instilled a profound sense of security. Especially with those well-defined six-pack abs, her initial fear had quietly transformed into a fluttering excitement. Six-pack abs, he must be formidable in a fight, Li Xiaoyu mused, her heart racing. Coming back to her senses, she obediently retrieved the flip-flop, gently closing the door behind her, before kneeling before Chen Bo to help him put it on. At the moment she raised her head, they inadvertently locked eyes. Li Xiaoyu gasped, sitting back down on the floor in surprise, looking up at Chen Bo, her eyes wide with astonishment. As the saying goes, if one remains unembarrassed, it is the others who feel awkward. Chen Bo maintained his composure and asked, Miss Li, do you still wish to call the police? Li Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes. She felt so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into the ground. No, there's no need. Thank you for driving him away. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Bo, and it seems we will be roommates from now on. I look forward to our time together, he stated, extending his hand. Li Xiaoyu instinctively reached out, and Chen Bo helped her up from the floor. Chen Bo, your name is quite distinctive. Is it? I also think it has a unique charm. Chen Bo wore a smile, echoing the sentiment. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was subtly charged with tension. Li Xiaoyu bit her lips, her throat involuntarily tightening, and her heartbeat quickened. With a solitary man and woman confined within these walls, it was not far-fetched to imagine that something might transpire. My name is Li Xiaoyu, and I truly appreciate your help tonight. From now on, let us be friends, she declared, waving her hand as she retrieved her phone and keys from the corner before swiftly retreating to her own room. Leaning against her door, she inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her restless heart. Shaking her head, she murmured to herself, No, I need to take a cold shower. Observing the closed door across the hall, Chen Bo's smile widened. He had already discerned Li Xiaoyu's subtle intentions. Reclining back onto his bed, he closed his eyes. Although he had sought companionship with Su Jing that night, his desires remained unquenched, and he did not succumb to sleep until the early hours of the morning. Silence enveloped the night, and the following morning, his prison-honed biological clock roused him promptly. Glancing at the time, it was only 5 o'clock, and the outside world was already bathed in bright daylight. Habitually, he rose to wash up and then jogged outside the community for half an hour. Upon returning and taking a shower, he found Li Xiaoyu had prepared breakfast. Dressed in light home attire, she radiated the gentle charm of a neighborly older sister. Chen Bo, I made you breakfast. Would you like to join me? Li Xiaoyu invited with a smile, not wishing to be impolite. Chen Bo approached the table laden with fried eggs and milk and sat down. I want to be courteous, then, as they sat across from one another. One might easily mistake them for a married couple. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiaoyu broached the subject. Chen Bo, do you have time for lunch today? I'd like to treat you. Perhaps another day, Chen Bo replied, leaving Li Xiaoyu unexpectedly disheartened. All right, we can discuss it later. Shall we exchange contact information? Of course. They exchanged WeChat IDs and phone numbers, subsequently engaging in light conversation. Having endured a decade of hardship in prison, Chen Bo had mastered the art of conversation, adapting his speech to suit any audience. Their rapport deepened through their dialogue. Upon discovering that Chen Bo was currently unemployed, Li Xiaoyu suggested, "Chen Bo, I work as a marketing director in the hospitality industry. If you haven't found a suitable job, I can arrange a position for you as a supervisor at the hotel." "Thank you, but I am not considering working for anyone at the moment," Chen Bo politely declined. Are you planning to start your own business?" "Yes, indeed. Would you be interested in joining me?" Li Xiaoyu smiled at this. "Absolutely. If you start a company, I'll gladly become your secretary." After finishing breakfast, Chen Bo changed his clothes and left the house. Waiting outside for a taxi, he instead encountered Li Xiaoyu driving to work. "Chen Bo, where are you headed? Would you like a ride?" Without hesitation, he opened the car door and settled into the back seat. As soon as he sat down, a subtle yet delightful scent of lady's perfume wafted into his senses. "Please take me to the happiness community in the north of the city." "Sure." Throughout the journey, they exchanged few words. Li Xiaoyu stole glances at Chen Bo through the rearview mirror several times, each time caught by him, yet he chose not to acknowledge it. After half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the happiness community. This was an old building with only 5 stories, its exterior worn and weathered, and the security guard merely a figurehead, serving little practical purpose. Following the address provided by Han Chun, Chen Bo found room 302 in Building 5 and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a young woman's voice echoed from within, cautious and alert. "Who is it?" Realizing she was likely peering through the peephole, Chen Bo calmly replied, "Hello, I'm here to see Wang Ma. My mother passed away last month. What do you want with her?" The woman inquired, perplexed. Furrowing his brow, Chen Bo explained, "I was sent by Master Chen to collect the keys." "Which Master Chen?" "The former employer." Wang Ma had been the nanny for Han Chen's daughter for over a decade, and mentioning former employer would surely resonate. After a brief pause, the door opened a crack, revealing a young woman with delicate features. She extended a set of keys toward Chen Bo. "These are the keys my mother asked me to keep safe. Take them." As he accepted the keys, Chen Bo noted the woman's pallor, dark circles under her eyes, and a dull gaze, suggesting she had encountered some hardship. Before he could inquire further, she slammed the door shut. "Take the keys and leave quickly." Chen Bo turned and ascended to room 402 above. Han Chun had purchased 2 units, gifting the lower one to Wang Ma, while the upper one served as storage. Upon entering, a musty odor assaulted his senses, and the room was thick with dust, clearly neglected for some time. Donning disposable gloves and shoe covers, Chen Bo prepared himself. He was well aware of Han Chen's cunning nature and suspected a trap. The room's furnishings were sparse, and he meticulously examined every corner to ensure no hidden cameras were present. He proceeded to the main bedroom's tatami, lifting the dust cover to reveal a trapdoor. Inside lay a leather suitcase, secured with a combination lock. Inputting the numbers Han Chun had provided, he heard a click as the suitcase opened. Inside, it was packed with a plethora of items, including ancient scrolls, exquisite porcelain, smooth jade, and bundles of US dollars, Chinese currency, and even counterfeit passports. These possessions seemed to be Han Chun's preparations for fleeing. Selling just a couple of valuable antiques could secure him a comfortable life abroad. After a cursory examination of the suitcase's contents, he discovered a heavy leather bag tucked into a corner. Opening it, he was startled to find a replica of a Type 54 pistol. Removing the magazine, he counted 8 rounds. Chen Bo inhaled sharply, internally lamenting, "Damn. Han Chun is truly calculating, even preparing a firearm." Chapter 4. The online loan Queen Ting. The other items in the suitcase could be easily disposed of without issue, but the pistol was a liability. Without hesitation, he returned it to its original place. His sole desire was wealth, for riches would enable him to execute his revenge plan. Given his lack of a stable residence, he opted to take only a jade ring, leaving the suitcase behind for security. This jade ring came with an appraisal certificate. Originally valued at 50 million Chinese yuan, its worth had only increased since then, and with the right buyer, it could fetch 80 million without difficulty. Chen Bo meticulously erased any trace of his presence in the room, locked the door, and descended the stairs. As he passed room 302, he noticed a stranger in the stairwell, smoking. They exchanged glances, and Chen Bo intended to leave, but suddenly, anguished cries emerged from within the apartment. "Please, I truly have no money right now. Could you give me some time? I swear I will repay you as soon as I find work." The woman's pleas were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a slap, followed by a man's furious voice. "Damn it, How many times must I tell you? If you don't repay me, you'll end up selling yourself. Today, you either pay up in full or face the consequences. Brother G, why waste time with her? Let us take her to the club first. The boys can't wait. We can deal with the rest afterward, another accomplice chimed in. She can't escape, anyway. Brother G, you go first. You're all beasts. I'm calling the police. Call your mother. If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll scatter your mother's ashes. Wah. Are you even human? Chen Bo couldn't take it anymore. These people were utterly inhuman. The girl's mother had just been buried last month, and less than a month later, her grave was dug up. Today, they're bringing ashes to blackmail and coerce the girl into paying back money. They're completely depraved. At the same time, Chen Bo realized why the girl hadn't dared to open the door earlier. She was hiding from these people coming to collect debts. Just then, the crew-cut youth leaning against the stair railing, smoking, threw away his cigarette, but then pointed at Chen Bo, threatening, "What are you doing, kid? Get lost." Chen Bo didn't waste any words. As the youth approached, he kicked him, striking the crew-cut youth in the groin. The kick was powerful. The youth was knocked to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, clutching his crotch, his mouth agape in an O shape. His facial expression twisted in rage. His eyes bulging as he glared at Chen Bo, yelling, "Fuck your mother." This only earned him a flurry of punches and kicks. There were no security cameras. And Chen Bo showed no mercy, beating the man until he clutched his head and screamed in pain. After dealing with the short-haired man, keeping watch outside, Chen Bo reached the door. He heard Brother Chicken's voice coming from inside. "Hurry up, shove her into the van downstairs." The door opened, and it was Brother Chicken, a young man startled by Chen Bo standing there. Brother Chicken didn't finish his sentence before a heavy punch landed on his nose, causing it to bleed profusely. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose. Chen Bo saw the girl being held captive by two henchmen. Beside the coffee table in the living room, there was a broken urn, its ashes scattered all over the floor. Upon seeing Chen Bo, the girl seemed to see a savior, struggling and pleading, "Please save me. They're trying to force me into prostitution at the club." Two henchmen, seeing their boss being attacked, hurriedly drew their batons and rushed forward. "Watch out." Chen Bo dodged to the side, grabbed the henchman's wrist, snatched the baton, and struck him on the forehead, drawing blood. Before the other henchman could even get close, Chen Bo delivered a high kick, sending him flying and crashing into a shoe cabinet behind him. Brother Chicken wiped the blood from his nose, glaring at Chen Bo and shouting angrily, "You fucking want to die? Do you know who I am?" Chen Bo didn't waste any words, swinging his baton and striking Brother Chicken's cheek. Brother Chicken cried out in pain, staggering to the ground again, spitting out two bloody back teeth. "Damn it." Meeting Chen Bo's silent, sharp gaze, Brother Chicken swallowed the rest of his words. Chen Bo decided to handle these people discreetly, so he dragged the short-haired man outside into the room. Closing the door, under Chen Bo's coercion, Brother Chicken and his three henchmen knelt side by side before the girl's mother's urn. Chen Bo sat on the sofa and looked at the pale-faced girl beside him, asking, "Did you borrow money from loan sharks?" The girl's tears fell like rain, and she bit her thin lips as she explained, "My mother was sick and needed money for surgery. I was desperate, so I borrowed money from online loans on my phone." "How much did you borrow?" Chen Bo asked. 100,000, but now the interest is compounding, and they want me to repay 300,000. I don't have the money. So they come to my door every few days to collect the debt and harass my relatives and friends by phone. The girl recounted the details of her online loan to Chen Bo, who fell into deep thought after listening. Based on the timeline, this period was the peak of online lending, with various predatory lending apps emerging one after another, offering shockingly high interest rates, even worse than loan sharks. The lack of effective regulatory policies in the financial sector has led to numerous social problems, such as violent debt collection, threats, and forced prostitution. Many people have been driven to suicide by online loans. The girl before him, Wang Ting, was just one unfortunate victim among many borrowers. If he hadn't intervened today, Wang Ting's fate would have been unimaginable. She would have been gang raped by the men in the club and then forced into prostitution to repay her never-ending debts. Chen Bo pondered for a moment, then looked coldly at the kneeling Chicken Brother and his men, saying, "Did the online lending companies outsource their debt collection to you?" Chicken Brother, subdued by the beating, cautiously replied, "Yes." "Yes. Which boss are you working for now?" "Iron Third Sister." Hearing this name, Chen Bo was somewhat surprised, because Iron Third Sister had once been Han Chen's manager in charge of the entertainment industry. He never expected this woman to have become a boss, and even involved in a violent debt collection business. Chicken Bro thought mentioning Tai Sanyang's name would intimidate Chen Bo, but Chen Bo remained unmoved. Chicken Bro couldn't help but wonder, did I run into a fool today? Doesn't he know Tai Sanyang? Chen Bo, focused on making money, didn't want to get involved with the underworld too soon. He ordered, You can kowtow to Wang Ting's mother 100 times and then get out of here. Chicken Bro and his 3 companions exchanged glances. They already regretted digging up the urn. Urged by Chen Bo, Chicken Bro started kowtowing. Thump, thump, thump. After 100 kowtows, the 4 were dizzy and their foreheads were covered in blood. Finally, they scrambled away, looking utterly pathetic. Wang Ting found a glass jar, knelt before her mother's ashes, and carefully collected the ashes with her hands. Mixed with her desperate tears were the ashes. She had clearly lost hope in life and might have committed suicide. Gathering the scattered ashes, Wang Ting approached Chen Bo, seemingly having made up her mind. Thank you for saving me today. I don't know when they'll come knocking again to force me to repay the money, but I will never become a prostitute. Not even in death. Chen Bo saw the suicidal resolve in Wang Ting's eyes. He guessed that after settling her mother's ashes, she would choose to end her life to escape reality. Such a beautiful girl is about to perish. It's such a pity. Especially since she's a top student in the finance department of Jiangxing University. After a moment's thought, Chen Bo reached out and lifted Wang Ting's delicate chin, looking directly into her eyes, and stated his thoughts. Death won't solve anything. Now I'm giving you a choice. I can pay off your debts first, but you'll need to work for me to pay them off. Wang Ting felt a pang of sorrow. She had thought Chen Bo was a good person, but it turned out he was in cahoots with those people. Meeting Chen Bo's gaze, Wang Ting asked sarcastically, working for you includes sleeping with you? Chapter 5, 80 million in income. Faced with Wang Ting's questioning, Chen Bo smiled wryly. You really think too highly of yourself. I don't lack women. If it weren't for the fact that your mother was a nanny for Master Chen's daughter, I wouldn't bother with you. Chen Bo withdrew his hand, stood up, and walked towards the door. He paused, leaving a sentence. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Suicide is the most cowardly way to die. If you've changed your mind, you can find me at 902, Building 2, Yujing City. The deal we just discussed still stands. With a bang, the door slammed shut, and Chen Bo's figure disappeared outside. Wang Ting slumped to the ground, staring at the closed door. Her eyes filled with shock. How did he know I wanted to commit suicide? At this moment, Wang Ting was at the darkest point of her life. Chen Bo's words were like a faint ray of light, illuminating her despairing world, making her re-examine her choices on the edge of life and death. The conditions Chen Bo had proposed floated into Wang Ting's mind, and hesitation arose in her heart. Is working for him to pay off his debts really feasible? Looking at the photo of her and her mother on the TV cabinet, Wang Ting's eyes shone with an unprecedented light as she silently made a decision. Chicken Brother and his gang, who had previously fled the neighborhood, arrived at the hospital and reported their debt collection experience to their superior, only to be met with a scolding. Damn it, 4 of us couldn't beat a little punk. What a bunch of useless trash. Boss, that kid seems to have some training. We really can't beat him. Chicken Brother defended himself. With a huff, he resolved to investigate the identity of the individual who dared to strike him. He would not rest until he had dealt with him. Furthermore, he intended to send someone to keep an eye on the female university student who owed him money, ensuring she would not escape. Upon exiting the happiness community, Chen Bo hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the renowned jade shop, Yubao Pavilion, in the heart of Jiangxing. After alighting and settling the fare, he glanced at his nearly empty wallet, shaking his head in resignation. Money truly dictated one's mobility. As he entered Yubao Pavilion, a female sales associate approached him. Good day, sir. What type of cultural artifacts are you interested in purchasing? Are you buying items? Chen Bo countered. Surprised. The sales associate inquired. Of course we are. May I ask what you intend to sell? Jade, please fetch a professional. Noticing Chen Bo's composed demeanor and the weight of his words, far from that of an ordinary seller, she invited him into the VIP room, serving him tea. Please hold on, sir. I have contacted my supervisor to send someone over. After approximately 10 minutes, a round-faced elder entered the VIP room. Hello, sir. This is Master Ho Qishan, our appraiser. The sales associate introduced. Ho Qishan sat across from Chen Bo, sizing him up before asking, what do you wish to part with, sir? With deliberate care, Chen Bo produced a jade finger ring, placing it on the table between them. This is a Ming Dynasty Double Dragon Play Bead jade ring. Please estimate its value. Recognizing Chen Bo's expertise and cautious approach, Ho Qishan gently picked up the ring, scrutinizing it under a bright flashlight. Ah, what a splendid piece. Indeed. It is a Ming Dynasty Double Dragon Play Bead jade ring. This ring originated from the Imperial Palace. The dragons chasing the pearl exhibit fluid lines, their eyes, whiskers, and claws rendered with lifelike precision. The craftsmanship and material are exceptional, and its exterior shows minimal wear. After his appraisal, Ho Qishan placed the ring back down, his eyes gleaming with interest. What price do you have in mind for this piece? Chen Bo raised a finger. 1 billion. Surely you jest. It is 100 million. As negotiations reached a fever pitch, Chen Bo boldly declared his asking price. Ho Chi-shan's lips twitched involuntarily, while the sales associate gasped in disbelief. Sir, that is quite a lofty demand. Even at auction, it would not fetch such a price. Is that so? What do you estimate it to be worth, Master Ho? After a moment's hesitation, Ho Chi-shan suggested 60 million. Chen Bo placed the ring back into its case, a smirk playing on his lips. Master Ho, your offer lacks sincerity. 2 years ago, a similar ring sold for 1.05 billion Hong Kong dollars at the Poly auction in Kyoto. Surely asking for 80 million is not excessive? Unprepared for Chen Bo's prior research into market conditions, Ho Chi-shan awkwardly chuckled. You understand auction prices well. Attaining high bids often involves an element of luck. Selling directly offline seldom achieves such heights. Therefore, let us meet halfway at 80 million, or I must take it to Kyoto or the Hong Kong area for auction. Chen Bo granted him little time for contemplation. He would not hesitate to navigate the auction house route, knowing it could yield a higher price despite the commission. Feeling cornered, Ho Chi-shan regarded Chen Bo with newfound respect. Sir, you possess quite the negotiation skills. May I call my boss? Certainly. I shall await your call for 3 minutes. After Ho Chi-shan departed the VIP room to make the call, the sales associate approached Chen Bo, offering to refresh his tea. This sales associate was quite skilled, intentionally lowering her blouse to a revealing extent, almost pressing against Chen Bo. Amused, he leaned back in his chair, observing her with interest. After all, it was free entertainment. With a coy smile, she offered, Sir, would you like to add me on WeChat? We can directly discuss future transactions. Thank you, but I prefer new tea. With those words, Chen Bo left the sales associate momentarily stunned, her smile vanishing as she straightened up, inwardly seething. If he disliked aged tea, why continue to look at her? At that moment, Ho Chi-shan re-entered, noticing the sales associate's discontent. Chen Bo remained unfazed as Ho Chi-shan resumed his seat. Sir, we will purchase this ring for 80 million. Let us be friends. Very well, let us arrange the formal transaction. Half an hour later, Chen Bo received a notification of an 80 million deposit to his bank account. With the funds secured, he departed Yubao Pavilion, accompanied by Master Ho to finalize their transaction. Mr. Chen, it is nearly lunchtime. Would you care to join me for a meal? Apologies, but I have an engagement. Perhaps another time. With that, Chen Bo entered a taxi, waving goodbye as he left Yubao Pavilion. 80 million was no trifling sum. Chen Bo began to orchestrate his forthcoming revenge plan. He promptly selected 2 private detectives from Shanghai and Kyoto, one to track Liu Ruyan's whereabouts and the other to investigate Han Shuer. Han Shuer was the beloved youngest daughter of Han Chun, who had arranged for her to be sent abroad before his imprisonment, only for her to vanish en route to the airport. According to Han Chun, his daughter was being held by powerful figures to prevent him from causing trouble while incarcerated. Having served as a white glove for many years, Han Chun possessed a wealth of compromising information on these influential figures. Originally sentenced to death, his fate had been altered to life imprisonment. In pursuit of his daughter, Han Chun had engaged in numerous covert discussions with these powerful individuals. But their trust had since eroded, leading to a stalemate. Before his release, Chen Bo had promised Han Chun to locate his daughter, a decision that would undoubtedly antagonize those in power. While he could have easily turned a blind eye, he sensed that Han Chun had contingencies in place, which would likely lead to him being monitored. This was the very reason Chen Bo had previously declined involvement. He wished to remain uninvolved in the power struggles between Han Chun and those formidable figures. At noon, Chen Bo had a simple meal at a roadside eatery before proceeding to Su Jing's residence. Knock, knock, knock. As Su Jing saw Chen Bo's figure through the peephole, her heart raced unexpectedly, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Chen Bo, what brings you here? She inquired through the door. With a cold and indifferent tone, Chen Bo replied, Open the door. Chapter 6. Private detective standing at the door, Su Jing felt a tumult of emotions, fear mingled with anticipation. In his possession lay the video footage from the previous night, leaving her no room for defiance. As she heard Chen Bo's demand to unlock the door, she trembled as she reached for the lock, slowly turning it. The door creaked open, and Su Jing instinctively retreated a few steps, clearly afraid of Chen Bo's assertiveness. To calm her nerves, she had practiced yoga at home that day, clad in form-fitting yoga attire. Chen Bo's gaze was intense, radiating an air of dominance. Under his piercing stare, Su Jing lowered her head, her hands clenched, unsure of how to respond. The pink yoga outfit clung to her form, accentuating her femininity. Her shapely, slender legs showcased her delicate physique. It was no wonder people often said that youth misjudges maturity, mistaking a young girl for treasure, while youth's naivety often leads to misfortune. Chen Bo stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, teasingly remarking, Su Auntie, It's time to pay today's interest. Su Jing gasped, instinctively pushing him away a few times before relenting. Just then, her phone on the coffee table began to ring. Noticing the caller ID displayed Liu Ruyan's name, Chen Bo held the phone before Su Jing, gesturing, "Answer the call." Upon hearing Chen Bo's request, Su Jing's face was filled with panic. It was evident that she dared not answer the phone, casting a pleading glance towards Chen Bo. However, Chen Bo did not afford her the opportunity to refuse and swiped the screen to connect the call. Left with no choice, Su Jing feigned calmness as she took the phone and inquired, "Ruyan, what is the matter?" "Stepmother, I'm returning from my trip to Korea tomorrow and plan to visit you, bringing along some cosmetics," Liu Ruyan replied. Su Jing was at a loss for how to respond and glanced at Chen Bo for guidance. He responded with a reassuring look, as per their plan. The private detective from the metropolis would arrive in Jiangcheng by afternoon, with Liu Ruyan returning to Jiangcheng tomorrow. It was the perfect timing for the detective to connect with her. "All right, Ruyan, I'll prepare a meal and wait for you. See you tomorrow." Su Jing hurriedly ended the call, her eyes filled with an expression of distress as she looked at Chen Bo immediately. He bent down and swept her into his arms. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Jing lay on the yoga mat, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chen Bo leaned against the sofa, lighting a cigarette and beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. After finishing one cigarette, he went to the bathroom to wash his face, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. His features remained as sharply defined as in his previous life. Returning to the living room, he found Su Jing draped in a loose, sheer dress. Having warmed a cup of milk and placed it on the coffee table before him, one must admit that Su Jing was considerate. Chen Bo continued to smoke as he turned to Su Jing with a question that had been troubling him. "Are you Liu Ruyan's stepmother?" "Yes. I have no blood relation with Liu Ruyan," Su Jing replied, pausing before continuing, "I apologize for what happened back then. I did advise Liu Ruyan to let you go, but she was already involved with the young master of the Qin family." Chen Bo replied coolly, "Is that so?" Su Jing lifted her head, looking at him with determination. "Whether you believe me or not, I did not meddle in Liu Ruyan's affairs. Everything was orchestrated by Liu Ruyan and the young master of the Qin family. Moreover, she had warned me to keep this matter to myself. The relationship between Liu Ruyan and me has not been good over the years. She usually resides in the metropolis and only visits during holidays." Su Jing seemed to have found a vent for her emotions, recounting her circumstances over the years and the changes in Liu Ruyan after marrying into a wealthy family. The details of Liu Ruyan's situation aligned closely with Chen Bo's memories from his past life. Though he was learning about Su Jing's personal circumstances for the first time, he had been too focused on finding Liu Ruyan back then, neglecting to pay attention to Su Jing, possibly overlooking some crucial information. Suddenly, Su Jing's narrative was interrupted by the ringing of her phone. Chen Bo picked it up, noticing the number was from the metropolis, likely the private detective arriving. After answering the call and providing a few instructions, he began to dress, his demeanor calm and composed, bolstered by the memories of 2 lifetimes. Once he was dressed, he stated, "Keep your distance from Liu Ruyan, or I will deal with you both." "I understand what to do," Su Jing replied, escorting Chen Bo to the door. Watching him depart, she surmised that he would seek vengeance against Liu Ruyan. Fortunately, the long-burdened thoughts had found an outlet today. She did not expect Chen Bo to forgive her silence from the past, only wishing for a lighter heart. At 4 in the afternoon, in a modest cafe by the roadside, Chen Bo leaned against a bench while a refined young man sat across from him. The young man pushed a contract towards Chen Bo, smiling as he said, "Mr. Chen, as per your request, the quote is 1 million for a duration of 3 months. With weekly reports and complete confidentiality." Without hesitation, Chen Bo signed the contract and made the payment, attaching a photo of Liu Ruyan and Qin Wei, the young master of the Qin family. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. The contract is effective immediately. They shook hands, marking the official commencement of their scheme against Liu Ruyan and Qin Wei. In this life, Chen Bo would no longer foolishly confront Liu Ruyan. He intended to employ means that would compel her and Qin Wei to face the consequences of their actions. That evening, a flight from Kyoto landed at Jiangcheng Airport, and a couple emerged from the cabin. The man, wearing dark glasses and appearing mature at around 40, was accompanied by a woman in her 20s with short hair, exuding a crisp and efficient demeanor. Half an hour later, the pair arrived at a restaurant showcasing local Jiangcheng delicacies. Chen Bo had reserved a private room in anticipation of the arrival of the Kyoto private detectives. Upon meeting, the man extended his hand politely, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhang Ping, the one you spoke with over the phone. Thank you for your hard work. Please, take a seat." Once seated, Chen Bo got straight to the point, sliding a piece of paper with his requirements across the table. "My requests are outlined here. Feel free to ask for clarification on any points. Zhang Ping examined the document, his expression turning grave upon seeing the name of a provincial governor, furrowing his brow. This assignment was particularly delicate for Zhang Ping, as certain individuals were off-limits for investigation, especially high-ranking officials, whose scrutiny could easily provoke official attention. Chen Bo had chosen a private detective from Kyoto precisely for this reason, as he required someone with strong professionalism and extensive connections. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ping returned the paper to Chen Bo and voiced his concerns. Mr. Chen, the task you've entrusted is not only challenging and high risk, but also complicated by the passage of time and personnel changes. Utilizing official channels could easily cross red lines and put your safety at risk. Chen Bo tore the paper into pieces and burned them in the solid alcohol beneath the pot, then calmly stated, "Now, you only need to tell me whether you can take the job, and if so, what the fee will be. I'm sorry, but I can't provide a definitive answer right now. I must report and evaluate the risks before confirming whether I can take the order." "That is fine. An assessment is prudent. I can be flexible with the terms, such as not imposing a time limit, but you must exert your utmost effort. I will cover any additional expenses incurred during the search. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen. We will provide you with a definite answer by tomorrow evening at the latest." "Great. Since you've traveled far, please enjoy some of Jiangqing's local cuisine." The meal lasted an hour, and the two parties parted at the restaurant entrance. As Zhang Ping and his companion hailed a taxi, the previously silent girl could not contain her thoughts. "Uncle Zhang, isn't he being too bold? I think we should refuse. It seems safer." Zhang Ping gazed out at the night scenery, his expression calm as he replied, "Be cautious with your words. In this day and age, as long as the money is right, there's little that cannot be done. However, we must carefully weigh the benefits against the risks." As Chen Bo walked along the sidewalk towards the apartment he was renting, he contemplated purchasing a villa and a vehicle. The summer night breeze caressed him, the streets by the park illuminated with lights, and vendors busily calling out their wares. Passing the entrance of a park, a particularly striking real estate agent caught his attention. The woman, exuding a mature elegance, appeared to be around 30, dressed in a simple white dress that accentuated her tall and slender figure, reminiscent of a towering lily standing gracefully amidst the crowd. Her long black hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, with a few strands falling charmingly over her forehead as she persistently handed out flyers to passers-by. Approaching the female agent, Chen Bo received a flyer with a smile. "Hello, handsome. We have a discount promotion on new houses. Would you like to learn more?" Chen Bo paused, glancing at the flyer before turning to the agent. Reading her name tag that identified her as Xiao Kaiyun. "Manager Xiao, how much do I need to pay for a day of your services?" "Huh." The agent's smile faltered at Chen Bo's bold proposition. Was he not being rather brazen? Realizing his blunder, Chen Bo quickly clarified, "I intend to purchase a villa. You would be responsible for assisting me in finding one, and I need it settled within a day." Xiao Kaiyun offered an awkward smile and replied, "As a prospective homebuyer, I am available to accompany you throughout the day. I'm curious, do you have specific requirements regarding the area and size of the villa? I can assist you in searching through the property listings." Chen Bo had long held a fondness for a particular villa district, but at that time, financial constraints had rendered it a mere daydream. Now that he was financially capable, acquiring a property was a priority. "Please help me find any available furnished villas in Xiangjiang Garden that are ready for immediate occupancy, with no restrictions on size," he requested. Xiao Kaiyun was taken aback by Chen Bo's immediate interest in purchasing a villa. She scrutinized him anew. Aside from his ruggedly handsome appearance, there was little else to commend. His clothing and shoes seemed to be from a street vendor, hardly amounting to 200 yuan together. Could someone like him truly afford a villa? Sales are typically tailored to the client, and with a hint of skepticism, Xiao Kaiyun asked, "Are you certain? Villas in Xiangjiang Garden typically start at around 5 million. Are you doubting my ability to afford it?" Chen Bo countered with a smile. "That's not what I meant," Xiao Kaiyun stammered. "Well, if you look down on it, then forget it," Chen Bo said, turning to leave without further discussion. Xiao Kaiyun had stood by the booth for nearly 2 hours, and only Chen Bo had engaged her in conversation about real estate. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a potential client. If he turned out to be a low-profile tycoon, missing out would be a significant loss. She hurriedly caught up to him, lowering her stance to apologize. "I apologize. I should not have jumped to conclusions." Chen Bo paused, looking at the perspiring Xiao Kaiyun. "Please help me find properties and get back to me with any updates," he said. "May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Chen." "No need for formalities," he replied. "Mr. Chen, please hold on. I will find you some listings right away." With that, Xiao Kaiyun retrieved her tablet from her bag and began searching for properties in Xiangjiang Garden in front of Chen Bo. Meanwhile, Chen Bo lit a cigarette, already contemplating ways to generate wealth. He recalled that a major development was about to unfold in the southern region of Jiangxing, and if all went as anticipated, an official white paper on the South New Town would be released in a month, causing property prices to soar. He intended to seize this opportunity, as he had sufficient capital to capitalize on this favorable windfall. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had never ventured into the lottery, and although he was aware that certain robust stocks would appreciate, now was not the optimal time to enter the stock market. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Kaiyun approached with the tablet, indicating, "Hello, Mr. Chen. There is a villa that meets your criteria and is ready for immediate occupancy." Chen Bo observed the images displayed on the tablet. The villa boasted a modern Chinese style and appeared almost new, seemingly uninhabited. "This villa seems quite suitable for you. It has 1 basement level and 2 floors above, with a total area of 420 square meters, priced at 7.2 million. Can we view it now?" "Yes." "Then let's go take a look. If it fits, we can finalize the deal tonight." "All right, Xiangjiangzun Garden is a bit of a distance away. Did you drive here?" "I don't have a car." This was Xiao Caiyun's first encounter with a villa buyer lacking both a home and a vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, she pointed to an electric scooter parked nearby. "If you don't mind, I can take you on my electric scooter." Chen Bo accepted without hesitation, saying, "That works." Xiao Kaiyun quickly packed up her display and rode the electric scooter, carrying Chen Bo towards Xiangjiangzun Garden. The summer breeze was warm, and as Chen Bo enjoyed the wind, he casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Upon feeling his hand resting on her abdomen, Xiao Kaiyun instinctively squirmed. To avoid awkwardness, she chose to endure, reasoning that he was handsome, and a brief embrace wouldn't cost her anything. However, she soon felt an unsettling sensation behind her skirt. As a married woman, she was acutely aware of Chen Bo's reaction. The intimate contact caused her cheeks to flush crimson, and she nearly lost her balance as the scooter hit a bump. At that moment, Chen Bo's voice broke through her thoughts. "Don't overthink it, just focus on riding." In truth, Chen Bo did not desire this situation either. It was merely a reflex born from his prolonged absence from female company during his time in prison. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Zun Garden, where Xiao Kaiyun encountered her colleague, who was there to deliver the keys. After registering at the gate, they successfully entered the villa community. Upon reaching Villa Number 9, Xiao Kaiyun retrieved the keys and opened the garden gate, all the while providing an introduction. Her professionalism was undeniable. Once inside the villa, she systematically explained to Chen Bo, the current owner and their family immigrated to Canada earlier this year, leaving this villa vacant after its renovation. Chen Bo nodded. "Not bad. I'll take this one. Do you have the contract?" Xiao Caiyun's mouth fell open in surprise. "Huh? We're deciding this quickly? Aren't we going to compare options? It's a waste of time. Just prepare the contract. I'll purchase it outright." Chen Bo added, "Oh, and if you can negotiate the price down to 7 million, I'll give you the additional 200,000 as a personal commission for your services over the next 3 months. Xiao Kaiyun felt as though she were dreaming. She never anticipated such a windfall. A young, handsome, and affluent man, such a rarity to find. The prospect of a specialized service arrangement was something she had never encountered before. Initially resistant, she now found it impossible to refuse. If this deal went through, her commission alone would amount to 70,000, plus the 200,000 for personal services, totaling 270,000 in 3 months. A lucrative opportunity indeed. Xiao Kaiyun could not contain her excitement. "Mr. Chen, the owner's bottom line is indeed 7 million. We can sign the purchase contract tonight and pay a 10 deposit. Tomorrow, I will arrange for an appointment at the housing authority to process the final payment, and the owner will cooperate for the deed transfer." "That works." After signing the contract and paying a 700,000 deposit, Chen Bo settled onto the sofa in the villa's living room, casting Xiao Kaiyun a knowing glance. As adults, some things need not be spoken. Xiao Kaiyun ceased her resistance and nestled against Chen Bo. Half an hour later, she hurriedly excused herself to the restroom. Chapter 8. Confronting the thug. After tidying up the scene, Xiao Kaiyun smiled at Chen Bo. "Mr. Chen, feel free to contact me whenever you require my services." "Do you have a vehicle?" Chen Bo inquired. "I have a company car parked at the office. Starting tomorrow, please await my instructions, and also assist me in gathering property listings from the Southern District." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kaiyun sensed an opportunity. She suspected Chen Bo was a property investor and felt she had truly latched onto a promising prospect. "No problem. I will schedule an appointment and notify you immediately for the housing authority." Chen Bo checked the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. He then stood to remind her. "Let's conclude for tonight. Where are you staying? Should I give you a ride?" "That would be fine," Chen Bo replied after a moment of consideration. During the journey back, They engaged in light conversation, and Chen Bo learned that Xiao Kaiyun was married, currently living in a cramped apartment with her husband. Their finances were tight, and her income primarily depended on her sales commissions. With no children, their relationship had soured, and they had not shared a bed in over 6 months. Xiao Kaiyun navigated the conversation adeptly, choosing her words carefully and knowing when to avoid oversharing. Chen Bo refrained from commenting on her revelations. Suddenly, Chen Bo's phone rang, prompting Xiao Kaiyun to fall silent. Pressing the answer button, he heard Li Xiaoyu's anxious voice. "Chen Bo, could you come pick me up? Liu Ruyan has brought people to block me outside the hotel where I work, and I can't leave." Chen Bo frowned, questioning, "Why not just call the police?" "The police can't help. He's a thug, and I've heard he has connections at the station," Li Xiaoyu replied helplessly. "Chen Bo, I beseech you to assist me one more time. I have no intention of continuing this job. Since I cannot confront him, I must evade him instead. Tomorrow, I shall depart from Jiangqing. Please relay the name of the hotel. This is a one-time request. It is located at 788 Huyuan Street, Jinjiang Banquet Hall. I await your response." Upon finishing his words, Chen Bo abruptly terminated the call and conveyed the address to Xiao Kaiyun. She did not ask further questions and promptly turned around at the nearby intersection, heading towards the Jinjiang Banquet Hall. By the time Chen Bo arrived, the hotel was already closed and undergoing cleaning. After disembarking from his vehicle, he waved to Xiao Kaiyun, saying, "You may return now." "All right." Entering the hotel parking lot, Chen Bo retrieved a ballpoint pen from his pocket, which he had taken from Xiao Kaiyun's car. The pen was not classified as a prohibited weapon, thus serving as a legitimate means of self-defense. Chen Bo noticed a group of young men with bleached hair standing in the adjacent alley, with Liu Ruyan at the forefront. The most effective approach to dealing with these thugs was to counter violence with violence. However, having endured the tribulations of imprisonment, Chen Bo had grown more prudent and methodical in his actions. He pulled out his phone and called Li Xiaoyu. Upon connection, she inquired anxiously, "Hello, have you arrived? Now, you need to monitor the surveillance room. Wait until I am surrounded before you call the police." "Huh, is that really advisable? Should I send a few security guards to assist you? Are you jesting? Do you expect those earning 3,000 a month to risk their lives for you? Enough chatter. Just do as I instruct." After ending the call, Chen Bo activated the audio recording on his phone and deliberately walked under a surveillance camera. This location was not far from the adjacent alley, allowing Liu Ruyan to clearly see his face. As anticipated, Liu Ruyan and his group approached, cursing as they drew near. "Damn it, I was just about to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me." Liu Ruyan was accompanied by 4 others, completely surrounding Chen Bo, seemingly intent on making him their prey for the night. "Brother Ruyan, is this the one who has been fooling around with your girl?" asked a younger member of the group. Liu Ruyan swiftly slapped the young man, scolding, "Shut your mouth if you can't speak properly." "Indeed, where there is a hidden dragon, there will be a phoenix chick." Chen Bo surveyed the surroundings, a calm smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. "Gentlemen, what are your intentions? Bastard, how dare you touch my woman? Brothers, let us take him down and ruin him. Do not move. You are committing a crime by ganging up on me, do you understand?" Chen Bo shouted firmly. "You know about the law, huh? I am the law. Attack him, and I will take responsibility for the aftermath." "Stop. I warn you once more, assaulting someone is illegal. If you are unafraid of imprisonment, I shall exercise my right to self-defense. Quit your nonsense. I will cut out your tongue today." As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Ruyan and his men charged forward, all wielding retractable batons, convenient to carry and painful to strike with. "The police are coming," Chen Bo suddenly shouted, feigning an alarm. The approaching individuals turned to glance towards the parking lot entrance, but saw nothing. By the time they realized they had been tricked, Chen Bo had dashed to Liu Ruyan's side, grasping his wrist. With his other hand, he wielded the ballpoint pen, stabbing Liu Ruyan repeatedly, 7 times in total. In the summer, with little clothing, Liu Ruyan's thin t-shirt offered no protection from the pen, resulting in each thrust piercing his flesh. On the 8th thrust, Chen Bo plunged the pen into Liu Ruyan's wrist, causing the baton to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Liu Ruyan was once again subdued by Chen Bo, who seized him by the neck, restricting his breathing and turning his face a shade of purple. Chen Bo took command, threatening, "Do not move. Drop your weapons and squat down with your heads covered." The younger members looked bewildered in the mere moment it took to turn around. Their leader had been captured. Liu Ruyan, feeling the lack of oxygen, struggled to command his subordinates. "Quick, drop your weapons." Li Xiaoyu, observing from the surveillance screen, was entranced as she witnessed Chen Bo's commanding display. To be able to turn the tables in the face of 5 assailants was the epitome of heroism in her eyes. It was only at that moment that she understood Chen Bo's strategy. He had laid a trap for Liu Ruyan. Hurriedly, She rushed outside and embraced Chen Bo's arm. Expressing her gratitude, "Chen Bo, thank you for saving me once again. You now owe me 2 favors. Think carefully about how to repay me when we return. No need to ponder. Cash or flesh will suffice." At this statement, Liu Ruyan, whose throat Chen Bo had clutched, seemed to suffer 1,000 blows, emitting a muffled groan. How could his girlfriend flirt with another man right in front of him? It was a humiliation beyond measure, akin to having his face ground into the dirt. Chen Bo could not help but twitch his lips. He had not anticipated Li Xiaoyu's directness, leaving him momentarily speechless. "By the way, have you called the police?" "Yes. They should be arriving shortly." No sooner had Li Xiaoyu spoken than 2 police cars approached, entering the hotel parking lot. With a clatter, 6 uniformed officers disembarked, led by a poised female officer. She turned to Chen Bo, questioning, "Who called the police? What is the situation here?" Li Xiaoyu promptly stepped forward, explaining, "Officer, I made the call. I am the sales manager of this establishment. I just witnessed this group of thugs deliberately assaulting my friend, and thankfully, he is skilled enough to have avoided serious injury." At that moment, Liu Ruyan remained in Chen Bo's grip. Hearing Li Xiaoyu's account, the female officer commanded Chen Bo, "Release him." Chen Bo complied, loosening his hold on Liu Ruyan's neck. He straightened his attire, maintaining a calm demeanor. "As my friend mentioned, they assaulted me with weapons, constituting aggravated assault. Whether it was indeed aggravated assault will be determined after our investigation," replied the officer. Chen Bo understood that the police often preferred to muddle cases, frequently categorizing them as mutual combat, thus sparing themselves the hassle of a formal investigation. Liu Ruyan, panting heavily, had blood oozing from several wounds, wincing in pain. "Officer, I am innocent. This guy is sleeping with my girlfriend and is now framing me." The female officer, exasperated, retorted, "Silence." She then instructed her colleagues, "Take them all back to the station for questioning." "Officer, I need to go to the hospital. Look at all the blood he has drawn from me." The female officer glanced at Liu Ruyan's injuries and continued, "Take him to the hospital for treatment, and also make a copy of the surveillance footage to bring back." Half an hour later, Chen Bo found himself seated in an interrogation room at the police station. Reflecting on the past, he recalled sitting on a similar cold bench for questioning, unable to clear himself of the charge of sexual assault, no matter how he explained. Time had passed, and now, sitting in the interrogation room again, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Before him sat 2 interrogators. The female officer, having reviewed the surveillance footage, lifted her gaze to scrutinize Chen Bo. "What is your name?" "Chen Bo." The officer furrowed her brow, confirming, "What? Please repeat that." "Chen Bo." The officer's expression turned grave as she slammed her hand on the table, demanding, "What? Chen Bo? Answer the questions properly." Chen Bo found himself at a loss. He had grown up in an orphanage, and the name bestowed upon him by the director meant well-educated and talented. Yet it had often been a source of ridicule in adulthood. "Ahem, Team Leader Lin, here is Chen Bo's file," a nearby officer interjected, handing over a document. Upon seeing the name on the file, the female officer's face flushed red, realizing her own thoughts had been impure. Chen Bo's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "Captain Lin, I have committed no crime. All my actions were in self-defense." Lin Yao meticulously reviewed Chen Bo's file, discovering that he had been convicted of a serious crime a decade prior and had only recently completed his sentence. Lin Yao harbored a profound aversion towards individuals with criminal records. She scoffed, inquiring about his age. 28. Occupation? Unemployed. Address? Room 902, Building 2, Yujing City. Chen Bo responded fluently, betraying no signs of nervousness. Finally, Lin Yao produced a sealed bag containing a blood-stained ballpoint pen. "Chen Bo, this pen is the murder weapon. Please elucidate." "It was merely a tool for signing contracts. When confronted by a ruthless thug, I employed it for self-defense." "Is that a problem?" "Humph. Liu Ruyan has already confessed. You were the third party involved, cohabiting with his girlfriend. You two engaged in mutual combat. Do you understand?" Chen Bo felt targeted by this female officer and was perplexed as to where he had offended her. Thus, he rapped on the panel before him, retorting with Lin Yao's earlier words, "Captain Lin, whether it is mutual combat is not for you to decide. It depends on the evidence. Jumping to conclusions is not the mark of a competent police officer." Bang! Lin Yao, infuriated by Chen Bo's words, slammed her palm on the desk, startling the male officers nearby. "Are you questioning me?" "Captain Lin, a qualified officer must manage personal emotions well." Chen Bo appeared to offer no rebuttal. Yet he was subtly countering Lin Yao's competence as an officer. "Chen Bo, I am aware of your criminal record. It seems that a decade of hard labor has not prompted you to confront your issues. If you approach this interrogation with such an attitude, enough." "Captain Lin, Everyone is busy, and I will not waste time. Listen to this recording. Subsequently, Chen Bo activated the recording on his phone. Upon hearing the dialogue within, Lin Yao's complexion turned pale. It felt like a slap in the face. Why didn't you present this recording sooner? Heh, you never asked for it, did you? Moreover, who knows if you would have acted impartially? There is clear surveillance evidence, yet you hastily categorized it as mutual combat. I would like to believe we have not crossed paths before, nor hold any grudges. Or are you perhaps in Liu Hui's pocket? Chen Bo silence. Lin Yao stood up. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him, her expression akin to that of an enraged tigress. It was at that moment Chen Bo took a serious look at the striking female officer. Her upright posture and form-fitting uniform accentuated her figure impressively. Finally, Lin Yao uttered a parting remark and stormed out. Release him. Chen Bo signed the interrogation record and turned to the male officer, advising, Liu Hui merely sustained superficial injuries. However, I hope you will enforce the law impartially and charge them with disorderly conduct. The officer recognized Chen Bo as a man not to be trifled with, astute and adept at navigating the nuances of self-defense. Thus, they understood Liu Hui and his associates had been ensnared by Chen Bo. The male officer, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, We will notify you of any further developments. In the police station lobby, Li Xiaoyu hurriedly approached, linking her arm with Chen Bo's. Chen Bo, are you all right? Do you need me to find you a lawyer? Feeling Li Xiaoyu's softness against his arm, Chen Bo frowned. No need. Let's discuss it later. Oh, I have already explained the situation to Captain Lin. Liu Hui may face sentencing. So, do you still intend to resign? As long as no one harasses me, I will continue working. I plan to settle in Jiangcheng. I wish to save enough for a down payment to buy my own apartment. Chen Bo nodded. You must act swiftly. Property prices in Jiangcheng will soon rise. I want to hurry as well, but I do not wish to use my parents' money. As they conversed, they exited the police station and encountered Officer Lin Yao again. Upon their second meeting, Chen Bo suddenly recalled an incident involving a female officer with the surname Lin. Before being taken to northern Myanmar by Liu Ruyan, he had seen a news report about a female officer in Jiangcheng who had tragically lost her life in a gunfight with drug dealers. It was said that this officer was the granddaughter of a retired high-ranking official, and her sacrifice had led to a significant upheaval in Jiangcheng's political landscape, resulting in the removal of numerous officials. The intertwining of politics and business suggested that establishing a connection with Lin Yao could be mutually beneficial. Chen Bo contemplated befriending her. Thus he approached her. Officer Lin, may we have a private conversation? Lin Yao, still incensed, dismissed him coldly. Are we familiar enough for that? There is nothing to discuss between us. Undeterred, Chen Bo pressed on, drawing closer and whispering in a tone meant only for her ears. You are currently investigating a case involving drugs, correct? I possess some leads. If you wish to learn more, you may contact me at your convenience. After speaking, Chen Bo turned and stepped into Li Xiaoyu's car. Lin Yao stood momentarily taken aback, her astonishment evident as she watched him leave the police station. Did he know drug dealers while incarcerated? Chapter 10. Plans for a company. Upon returning to the archives, Lin Yao sought information regarding Chen Bo's incarceration. When she discovered it was Jiangcheng's high-security prison, she seemed to piece together the puzzle and instructed the on-duty clerk, Xiao Zhou. Please retrieve the electronic case files pertaining to Chen Bo's incarceration. Understood. On their way back to the community, Li Xiaoyu frequently glanced at Chen Bo, her chatter flowing like a machine gun. It dawned on Chen Bo that Li Xiaoyu admired strong personalities, likely influenced by her penchant for the classic film A Chinese Odyssey. Your heroic figure may not necessarily descend from the clouds. He could very well be riding a white horse like the Tang monk, he teased. No. He could also be a handsome fellow driving a tractor. After some light-hearted banter, they arrived at the community, parked, and took the elevator upstairs. Upon the elevator doors opening, they were greeted by a young woman leaning against one of the windows, none other than Wang Ting, the daughter of Wang Ma. Chen Bo was not surprised to see her. Anyone who wished to survive would not seek death. Wang Ting took a few steps closer and glanced at Li Xiaoyu beside Chen Bo, unsure of how to begin. Li Xiaoyu scrutinized Wang Ting before turning to Chen Bo with a sly smile. Is this your girlfriend? Ignoring her, Chen Bo noticed Wang Ting had arrived with a suitcase, suggesting she had come to a decision. Have you settled your mother? Yes, it has been taken care of at the funeral home. Wang Ting nodded. I will help you resolve your matters tomorrow. Tonight, I will arrange a hotel for you. No, I fear that when I return this afternoon, I might find someone lurking in the community. Luckily, I left with my suitcase. So, you have been waiting since this afternoon? Chen Bo inquired. Wang Ting nodded, avoiding Chen Bo's gaze, as she felt overshadowed by Li Xiaoyu's beauty and poise. Women often compare themselves, and recalling Chen Bo's mention of not lacking in female company, She felt an inexplicable twinge of inferiority. You can stay with me tonight. I will arrange accommodations for you tomorrow. This prompted Li Xiaoyu's displeasure, as she had hoped to repay Chen Bo's kindness with intimacy, but now with a young woman present, her chances dwindled. All right, I will defer to you. Left with no other options, Wang Ting had no choice but to place her trust in Chen Bo, and her attitude left Li Xiaoyu feeling sour. Chen Bo, won't you introduce your girlfriend to me? Upon entering the living room, Chen Bo offered no further explanation, simply stating, "This is Wang Ting. She will be assisting me." What do you mean? Is she your employee? Have you truly started a company? Chen Bo settled onto the living room sofa, smiling, indeed. To borrow a phrase from a senior, working for others is not an option for me. I can never work for someone else. Being my own boss offers far greater freedom. Li Xiaoyu found herself choking in surprise. During breakfast yesterday morning, she heard that Chen Bo intended to start a company. Initially assuming it was a jest, however, it turned out to be quite serious. So, about that offer to be your secretary, are you interested? Chen Bo shrugged, maintaining a serious demeanor. Whether or not I need you depends on your capabilities. I do not keep ornamental figures or pets here. If you believe you possess the necessary skills, feel free to submit your resume. All right, I shall apply when your company opens, Li Xiaoyu replied, pulling Wang Ting to sit beside her. Sister Wang Ting, since I'm currently sharing a residence with your boss, how about you sleep over with me tonight? Wang Ting had come seeking Chen Bo's support, so she needed his approval before agreeing. Fine, I can manage a little squeeze, she said. After showering, the three reconvened in the living room, where Li Xiaoyu complained to Chen Bo, Sister Wang Ting hasn't even had dinner. You are quite the negligent boss. I just ordered some takeout. It should arrive shortly. Would you like to join us? While washing up, she had learned much about Wang Ting's circumstances, which stirred her sympathy and increased her admiration for Chen Bo. I'm not hungry, he replied, lighting a cigarette and reclining on the couch, lost in thought about how to arrange Wang Ting's work. Soon, the delivery person arrived with the late-night snacks. Chen Bo, these oysters are for you, Li Xiaoyu announced. Wang Ting, tomorrow you should find an agency to expedite the registration of a company, with you as the legal representative. From now on, you shall be my spokesperson. The nominal boss. Wang Ting pointed to herself, puzzled. Is it appropriate for me to be the legal representative? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just follow my lead. I assure you, I will not harm you. Chen Bo decisively retreated to his room to sleep, as Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting, dressed in alluring attire, were quite captivating. After a shared glance at the closed door, Li Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smirk. I quite fancy his type, Sister Wang Ting. If you don't make a move, I might just take the initiative. Wang Ting shyly lowered her gaze, bashfully responding, P.S. just my boss. At 5 the next morning, Chen Bo rose as usual for a half-hour jog, returning with 3 breakfast orders from a street vendor. After they had eaten, Li Xiaoyu volunteered to take a day off to assist Wang Ting with the company registration process. A recent graduate, Wang Ting lacked experience and was bound to encounter obstacles. Chen Bo transferred her 100,000 and then ventured alone to the housing authority. Xiao Kaiyun, the owner of the real estate agency, worried that the transaction might falter. So she used her connections to expedite Chen Bo's property transfer process. At the housing authority, Xiao was already waiting at the entrance, looking somewhat fatigued, as she handed Chen Bo the necessary documents. Mr. Chen, here are the property details you requested. After reviewing the materials and finding them satisfactory, he nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your diligence. Should you need assistance viewing properties in the South District, I can arrange that, she replied. Thanks to her connections, the paperwork was completed before 10 o'clock. Xiao handed the keys to Chen Bo, stating, you can move in at any time. The property certificate will be available within 3 days. I will deliver it once you authorize me. Please find a cleaning service to thoroughly tidy the house and replace all daily necessities. Submit the expenses for reimbursement. Understood, I'll get on it right away. With renewed enthusiasm, Xiao was motivated by the 20,000 Chen Bo had just provided for personal services over the next 3 months. At 11, a flight from South Korea landed in Jiang City. A striking figure emerged beneath a sun umbrella, clad in the latest white silk dress from Chanel, accentuating her slender waist and graceful curves. The hem of her dress flowed irregularly, revealing her long, fair legs, an alluring yet dignified sight. Adorning her neck was a Tiffany diamond necklace, sparkling brilliantly, and on her wrist was a Patek Philippe watch, each detail exuding opulence and prestige. This woman was none other than Liu Ruyan, returning from her travels. Chapter 11. Debt and repayment. Liu Ruyan's beauty was undeniable. She was renowned as the belle of her school. During their years of study, Chen Bo had devoted himself wholeheartedly to her, only to find his efforts rewarded with imprisonment. Today, Su Jing had prepared a lavish meal, and the mother and daughter sat across from one another at the table. Liu Ruyan noticed Su Jing's rosy complexion and playfully teased, "Stepmom, you look radiant. Have you started dating someone recently? Perhaps it's due to my exercise regimen. I've been working out often. As for a boyfriend, at my age, there's not much to discuss," Su Jing replied. Liu Ruyan had noticed a new ashtray on the coffee table, confirming her suspicions about her stepmother's romantic life. While she remained curious about the type of man her stepmother might choose, she kept her thoughts to herself. "Stepmom, you should really consider finding a boyfriend. Every woman needs a support system. Many men today are quite insipid, preferring to take without giving. You must be discerning." Su Jing thought of Chen Bo and replied nonchalantly, "All right, if I meet someone suitable, I'll give it a try." The two women chatted casually, with Su Jing skillfully avoiding mention of Chen Bo's release. After lunch, Liu Ruyan revealed a makeup gift set she had brought. "Stepmom, your birthday is coming up, so I brought you an early gift. I may not have time to celebrate with you. No worries, just focus on living your life well in Shanghai." "All right, I'll take a rest and head back to Shanghai after a nap," Liu Ruyan stated, then retreated to her room, applying a face mask before drifting into sleep. Unbeknownst to Su Jing, who sat on the couch, her oversight was noted. She did not smoke and had never kept an ashtray at home, a detail Liu Ruyan had observed. At noon, Chen Bo reserved a private room at a northeastern restaurant in the mall, awaiting Zhang Ping from Kyoto, who had agreed to the arrangement. While waiting, he received a text from Su Jing, updating him on Liu Ruyan's itinerary. She would return directly to Shanghai in the afternoon. Chen Bo chose not to respond, deciding to observe Su Jing's situation a little longer. If the events of the past were indeed unrelated to her, he would not need to confront her for repayment. Grievances have their origins, and his focus remained on Liu Ruyan and Qin Wei. 5 minutes later, Zhang Ping entered the private room with a companion. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for the expense. Let us eat first, then discuss business." During the meal, pleasantries were exchanged, and Zhang Ping had utilized his connections to investigate Chen Bo's background, discovering his clean slate and that most of his network remained incarcerated. They also learned that Chen Bo had engaged a private investigation team in Shanghai, confirming that his release was motivated by revenge. After the meal, Zhang Ping presented a draft contract. "Mr. Chen, we have accepted the project of finding individuals. Please review the contract." Chen Bo examined the document carefully, leaning back in his chair. "It seems acceptable. What is the fee?" 10 million. "What if I find the person before the deadline?" "Full refund. Let us pay half up front." "Is that agreeable?" "That works. I understand this is our first collaboration, and I trust you'll deliver on your commitments. If we have no updates within a year, the deposit will be refunded in full." "Excellent. I hope you won't need to refund it." The agreement was finalized, and Chen Bo paid 5 million on the spot. With the search for personnel temporarily delegated, he could now focus on seizing capital opportunities. Even Hanshin had nothing to say. He was not stingy with the money he needed to spend, and before his wings were fully developed, he did not wish to confront Hanshin head-on. From yesterday until now, he had already spent over 13 million, and with the remaining funds, Chen Bo planned to invest entirely in real estate, as making money from money was the path to sustainable development. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ping, Chen Bo's phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Lin Yao." "Oh, so it's Captain Lin," Chen Bo feigned surprise. "Where are you? Can we meet now?" The corners of Chen Bo's mouth lifted. It seemed Lin Yao had taken the bait, which was within his expectations. Anyone aspiring to ascend would not refuse such an opportunity. "I'll call you in half an hour." Lin Yao was a promising pawn. If utilized correctly, she could open channels within official circles. "All right, I await your news." After hanging up, Chen Bo proceeded to the bank to withdraw cash, having already made an appointment for a large withdrawal the previous night. He simply needed to collect it from the designated branch. On his way to the bank, Chen Bo contacted Wang Ting to arrange a meeting with the debt collectors to repay the money. Upon receiving Wang Ting's call, Brother Ji excitedly sprang up from his hospital bed, hastily notifying his superior to join him in collecting the debt. He not only sought to reclaim the money but also to avenge himself and his subordinates. Losing face would make it difficult to hold his head high in the future. The two parties agreed to meet at a lakeside pavilion in a park, conveniently located near the police station, which could respond within 10 minutes if called. A crucial detail was that this pavilion jutted out into the center of the lake. By guarding a single corridor, they could corner anyone who dared to cross, leaving them with no choice but to jump into the lake to escape. Chen Bo brought along 600,000 in cash, specifically withdrawing an additional 300,000. He met Wang Ting on the roadside, with Li Xiaoyu responsible for driving. After getting into the car, he informed Lin Yao of the address and time. Observing the cash in Chen Bo's hands, Li Xiaoyu expressed her astonishment. Chen Bo, where did you get so much money? Chen Bo replied with a calm smile. I won 100 million in the lottery, achieving financial freedom. Oh, I don't believe that. If you had money, would you still be renting? You don't even have a car for transportation. I prefer to keep a low profile. Li Xiaoyu clearly doubted him, dismissing it as mere boasting. For young tycoons often bore labels, like Chen Go. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xiaoyu dropped them off at the park. Should I follow you? No need. Stay in the car or head back early. Then I'll wait here for a while. Chen Bo and Wang Ting arrived at the lakeside pavilion 10 minutes early. The afternoon sun was hot, and the park was deserted. Only in the evening would the dancing aunties emerge, sitting on a stone bench. Chen Bo turned to Wang Ting and reminded her, you don't need to say anything later, just stand by and watch. At that moment, Wang Ting was deeply moved. Apart from her mother, no one had ever treated her so well. 30,000 was not a small amount, and she bit her red lips in gratitude. Thank you, boss. You need to repay me by working hard. I need to see your worth. This time, Chen Bo carried a multifunctional recording pen, a device that could record audio and serve as a signing tool, a veritable weapon for both offense and defense. After waiting for a while, a group of over a dozen young men strode confidently toward the entrance of the corridor from the lake. Seeing so many people arrive at once, Wang Ting instinctively clutched Chen Bo's arm in fear. Chen Bo patted her shoulder and then looked at the scar-faced leader and Brother Ji, who followed behind. Brother Ji had a broken nose, still bandaged, looking rather comical. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he pointed at Chen Bo and shouted, Brother Niu, this is the punk who hit me yesterday. Chapter 12, setting a trap for the debt collectors. The scar-faced man, named Niu Shan, was rotund with a fierce gaze. He ignored Brother Ji and instead focused on the handbag in front of Chen Bo, where he could see bundles of cash. Upon seeing the money, Niu Shan sat down opposite Chen Bo and grinned. Haha, so you're the one paying her debt, huh? 30,000, have you got it ready? Chen Bo lit a cigarette for himself, glancing at the bag and replied, well, the money is right here. You're quite the romantic. Putting up so much for a college girl, huh? He assumed Chen Bo was trying to win a girl's favor, teasing him as he reached out to grab the bag of money across the stone table. Chen Bo swiftly pressed his hand down on the bag, speaking in a low voice. According to the rules, you need to clear the debt records first and the contracts transferred from the online loan company. It all needs to be settled in one go. Niu Shan's hand froze in midair, his smile turning dark as he glared at Chen Bo, threateningly saying, you're not playing by the rules. You're in no position to negotiate with me. Oh, are you planning to rob me? Chen Bo asked. Haha, go ahead and try. What can you do about it? Niu Shan sneered dismissively. I have 30,000 here. Oh, wait. No, it's 50,000. Do you know how many years you'd get for robbing 50,000? Chen Bo had withdrawn 60,000 from the bank, with 50,000 placed in the bag. Niu Shan's eyes widened at the sight of the money, growing more arrogant. The additional 20,000 made it even less likely he would face repercussions. As for the police, he was not afraid at all. Who could convict me? Today, not only am I taking your money, but I'm also going to beat you up. Damn it. Anyone who lays a hand on my men is slapping my face. The extra 20,000 will just cover my brother's medical expenses. Niu Shan was utterly arrogant and reckless. Yet Chen Bo remained unhurried. I came here to repay a debt, and you're trying to rob me instead. Now, are you sure you want to proceed with this robbery? Of course I am, Niu Shan said, signaling his lackeys to surround them, directly reaching for the money bag. The lackey who got the money was quite pleased. While Brother Ji counted the cash, discovering 5 bundles of 10,000 each, excitedly exclaiming, Brother Niu, this guy is Chicken Bro, and his gang were completely stunned by Chen Bo's methods. Their boss had been captured in the blink of an eye. This was too powerful. To prove their loyalty, the underlings indignantly cried out, Brother Niu, don't worry, there are more of us. He won't dare hurt you. Niu Shan thought, is it really a matter of numbers? My lifeline is in his hands. What good are numbers? He could even feel the sting of the pen tip piercing his skin. He had no doubt that if his underlings rushed at him, the other man would stab his carotid artery without hesitation. At this moment, Chen Bo pressed Niu Shan's head against the stone table. He turned his head to the side, looking at Chicken Bro and the others, and mumbled, all of you, get the hell back. Chicken Bro and the others dared not disobey. Hearing Niu Shan's order, they all retreated from the lakeside pavilion, glaring at Chen Bo, ready to pounce and beat him up at any moment. Wang Ting was terrified by the scene before her. She hid behind Chen Bo, looking at his strong back. All her previous suspicions about Chen Bo vanished at that moment. She couldn't understand why Chen Bo would risk his life for her. The risk was too high. Did he like her? Girls are prone to overthinking, and Wang Ting was now completely impressed by Chen Bo's bravery. Dude, let's talk this out. We're all civilized people. There's no need to risk your life. Chen Bo retorted, sorry, I had no choice. You guys outnumber me. If I didn't risk my life, would I risk yours? How about we settle the debt and reconcile? Neoshan suggested. Dream on. Your debt agreement with the online lending company is illegal. At most, we'll get your principal back. Forget about the compounding interest. Neoshan felt like he'd forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home. How did he run into such a reckless person? Faced with Chen Bo's pressure, he was helpless and could only reluctantly agree. Fine, you're in charge now. You're the rule. If we'd done this earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. You insist I use force? Aren't you a coward? Dude, I give up. Can you take that thing off your neck? What if? Stop talking nonsense and get the payment documents over here, Chen Bo said, increasing the pressure on his hand. Feeling the pain, Neoshan quickly compromised. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Have mercy. I'll have them bring them over right now. Soon. Brother Chicken took out several folded A4 sheets of paper and handed them over. Put them on the stone table and stepped back. After Brother Chicken stepped back, Chen Bo gestured. Wang Ting. Check if this is the original debt agreement from the online lending company. Wang Ting carefully looked through it and nodded to confirm. That's right. Give them the remaining 100,000. Chen Bo hadn't planned to pay it all back anyway, so he had put the extra 100,000 in cash into Wang Ting's briefcase beforehand. As for the 500,000 that was stolen, it was actually used as a sentencing standard. Robbery exceeding 500,000 carries a minimum sentence of 10 years. Seeing Brother Chicken pick up 100,000 yuan in cash from the ground, Neoshan sniffed his bleeding nose and suggested, Buddy, we're even now. Can you let me go? Chen Bo looked up at the end of the corridor and saw Lin Yao leading a group of police officers. He released her and took a few steps back. Breaking free, Neoshan's expression immediately changed. Pointing at Chen Bo, he shouted, All of you get him. You have to kill him. Chen Bo feigned fear, pleading, Don't come any closer. Murder is a crime. Neoshan raised his hand, declaring boldly, Don't be afraid. Kill him. And I'll take care of you in your old age, and I'll even look after your wives and children. Just then, Lin Yao's voice suddenly came from behind. Don't move. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons, put your hands on your heads, and crouch down. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Bo, and they didn't notice the police officers behind them. Turning around, they saw a large number of police officers blocking the corridor they were trying to escape through. Neoshan finally realized they'd been tricked by Chen Bo. He glared at Chen Bo, furious, and yelled, Damn it, you old bastard. Chapter 13. Delivering a merit. Chen Bo raised his hands, indicating his innocence. Don't glare at me. You deliberately robbed me. My money is still in your hands. Upon hearing this, Brother Chicken instinctively looked at the bag. At this moment, the money inside had become a hot potato. Robbery is a serious crime. They knew very well that if things got serious, those who should be imprisoned would be imprisoned, and those who should take the blame would take the blame. No low-level thugs could escape. Second warning. Drop your weapons. Everyone put your hands on your heads and squat down. Neoshan didn't dare to confront the police directly. He glared fiercely at Chen Bo and threatened, You've got some tricks up your sleeve, kid. I'll make you pay. Chen Bo was completely unfazed and provocatively said, You dare threaten my personal safety? Your crime is compounded. Neoshan said no more, wisely squatting down with his hands behind his head. The other henchmen dared not disobey, and all obediently complied. The police swarmed forward, handcuffing them one by one with their hands behind their backs, and escorted them away into police cars. Lin Yao walked up to Chen Bo, her tone cold. Is this your greeting gift? Yes, are you satisfied? I'm the one who helped you. No, this is a police-civilian cooperation. You solved a robbery case involving 500,000 yuan. That's another achievement on your resume, and you'll be given priority for promotions and raises. Where's the evidence? I've prepared everything for you. Crystal clear, absolutely irrefutable. Afterwards, Chen Bo handed over the video footage and recording pen he had just taken to Lin Yao. Before cooperating, trust needs to be established. This time, Chen Bo proactively offered credit, showing his sincerity. Captain Lin, could you please help with Wang Ting's situation? What happened to her? Today's meeting was actually to help her. Let the person involved tell you the details. Lin Yao glanced at the pale-faced Wang Ting and instructed, Come back to the station with me. I'll take her statement myself. Neoshan and the others have been taken away. They will face imprisonment. But this matter isn't over yet. The forces behind them won't let it go unchecked. As the gang leader, Tai Sanyang will definitely come looking for them. Chen Bo already has a preliminary plan for this. Let's go. Your online loan problem will be completely resolved today. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes were filled with tears. She gripped Chen Bo's arm tightly and whispered, I don't know how to thank you. Didn't I say before? Focus on your work. The two walked out of the lakeside corridor and saw Li Xiaoyu standing under the shade of a tree ahead. Chen Bo, you were really fierce just now. You dared to fight against so many people. I was so worried. Chen Bo had just noticed Li Xiaoyu quietly following him to the lakeside and called out, "It's nothing. Take us to the police station." Li Xiaoyu stepped forward and took Chen Bo's arm, excitedly saying, "Okay, I've decided. I'll quit my job tomorrow and work for you." Chen Bo casually asked, "What kind of work?" Li Xiaoyu looked around, and after confirming no one was watching, she slyly replied, "Top or bottom?" And of course, back to. Chen Bo's face darkened. Li Xiaoyu was really outspoken. She'd only just gotten to know him, and she was already showing her true colors, constantly making suggestive remarks. Who could resist that? Ahem, be mindful of your behavior. There's a young lady here. Wang Ting blushed and awkwardly lowered her head. Although she was rather conservative, she understood the implication of Li Xiaoyu's suggestive remarks. Li Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at Wang Ting with a smile, asking, "Ting Mimi, so you're still a young lady?" "I'm sorry, I'll definitely be more careful next time." Wang Ting gave an awkward but polite smile. She felt this older sister was easy to get along with a very outgoing personality. After getting in the car, Li Xiaoyu turned to Chen Bo in the back seat and said seriously, "How about I become your personal secretary? That way, you can protect me if I'm in danger." "That depends on your performance." Li Xiaoyu has an outgoing personality, is eloquent, and adept at navigating social situations. She would be very suitable for sales and public relations, so recruiting her wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, he is merely a solitary commander now. To develop further, he requires capable individuals to assist him. It is implausible for the boss to oversee every task personally, is it not? Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Yao guided Wang Ting into the interrogation room to ascertain the situation. Wang Ting began recounting her story, starting with her mother's severe illness. Due to the necessity of surgery and lack of funds, she borrowed 100,000 through online loans, only to find herself needing to repay 300,000, principal and interest, within a mere 3 months. Subsequently, she faced harassment and intimidation from debt collectors, and despite numerous reports to the police yielding no results, her mother's ashes were exhumed yesterday, compelling her to open the door. Had it not been for Chen Bo's timely intervention, she would have been forcibly taken to a club for humiliation, ultimately being coerced into prostitution to repay her debts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao slammed her hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "A pack of despicable beasts. This time, no one will save them." Wang Ting clenched her fists, feeling a profound sense of helplessness when confronted by societal scourges like Brother Ji. "What transpired today was also my fault. I hope you do not give Chen Degu a hard time. He is a good person." Meanwhile, Chen Bo sat in the waiting area, unaware that Wang Ting had just bestowed upon him a good person card. Lin Yao seemed to grasp the crux of the matter and inquired about her doubts. "How did you come to know Chen Bo, and what is your current relationship?" Wang Ting did not conceal the truth, responding candidly, "Before my mother passed away, she kept a set of keys for someone else. Yesterday, Chen Degu came to my house to retrieve them, and now he is my employer." Lin Yao nodded. "Having understood the situation, I see. Those debt collectors will all be dealt with. Soon your life will return to normal." After dealing with the cases of Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting, she realized Chen Bo had a remarkable charm with women. In just 3 days since his release, he had already performed 2 acts of heroism. Furthermore, based on Chen Bo's conduct, he did not resemble the irredeemable villain described in the case files. She increasingly believed he had been wrongfully imprisoned. Unbeknownst to Lin Yao, her attitude toward Chen Bo was subtly shifting. At that moment, a police officer knocked and entered, whispering a few words to Lin Yao. Once again, she slammed her hand on the table and ordered, "From now on, any calls requesting bail, you will present the video evidence of the Nyoshan robbery. I refuse to believe we cannot silence them." "Understood, Captain Lin." After completing the record, Lin Yao accompanied Wang Ting to the administrative hall waiting area. "I will handle your situation appropriately to facilitate our evidence collection. You two must not leave Jiangqing for the time being." "No problem," Chen Bo readily agreed, rising to ask, "Can we leave now?" "Yes, but..." Lin Yao's subsequent words remained unspoken as Chen Bo interrupted, "Let us discuss it over the phone." Aware that this was not the right venue for conversation, Lin Yao allowed Chen Bo to depart with the 2 women. Back in her office, Lin Yao opened her phone to find a text from Chen Bo, containing a simple message, "Tomorrow morning at 5, let us meet at the foot of Daong Mountain for a hike." This would be the true location for their meeting. And today she had been unwittingly utilized by Chen Bo. Nevertheless, she had indeed earned some merit. Meanwhile, in a private beauty salon in Jiangqing, Tai Sanyang, who was receiving a facial treatment, suddenly received a report from her subordinate. "Boss, today, Nyoshan was set up and captured by a man named Chen Bo. We pressured the police, but they have video evidence, making it difficult to extricate him." Lying on the beauty bed, Tai Sanyang waved her hand dismissively, Incompetence breeds failure. It serves him right to be caught. Let him keep his mouth shut while in there. There's no need to concern ourselves further. Yes. Tai Sin-yang squinted. Her tone indifferent, revealing no signs of emotion. Additionally, investigate this Chen Bo. He is scheduled to visit the Saint Night Bar tonight. Chapter 14. Tai Sin-yang's invitation. Leaving the police station with 60,000 cash returned, the three of them headed straight back to their rented apartment. Upon entering, they were greeted by a woman in pajamas, her hair disheveled, leisurely sipping milk tea in the living room. Li Xiaoyu was the first to introduce Chen Bo. This is our roommate, Zhou Qinqin. She usually works the night shift at Hubeijiao, so we only see her during the day. Chen Bo scrutinized Zhou Qinqin for a moment. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with an average appearance and dark circles under her eyes. Clearly a result of frequent late nights. Qinqin, this is Chen Bo, who just moved in a couple of days ago. This is my newly acquainted little sister, Wang Ting. Zhou Qinqin looked at Chen Bo with curiosity and casually replied, "Oh, Sister Xiaoyu, aren't you working today? I took a day off. All right, then I'll go rest for a bit. I have to work tonight. The living room is all yours." With that, Zhou Qinqin got up, took her unfinished milk tea, and returned to her room. Chen Bo took a shower and changed into fresh clothes, only to have Li Xiaoyu snatch them away to wash, claiming it was her way of thanking him for his chivalrous actions. The weather in Jiangsheng was sweltering. Even lying in an air-conditioned room made one reluctant to venture outside. At that moment, his phone, charging on the bedside, rang, displaying an unfamiliar local number. He pressed the answer button, and a man's voice came through. "Hello. Is this Mr. Chen Bo? Who is this? I am Sanjia's assistant. I'm calling at her request to invite you to Saint Night Bar for a drink tonight." Based on Chen Bo's earlier assumptions, Tai Sin-yang's vendetta was likely to involve intimidation or a direct confrontation. However, it appeared he had underestimated her capabilities. To slap him in the face while still inviting him for drinks was indicative of a more dangerous individual than those who merely blustered. Chen Bo readily agreed. "No problem. Please convey to Tai Sin-yang that I will be there punctually tonight. See you at 8. After hanging up, Chen Bo reclined with his hands behind his head, contemplating whether to leverage Han Chun's connections. Before leaving prison, Han Chun had divulged all his networks, and Tai Sin-yang was among them. However, Chen Bo did not wish to be labeled as Han Chun's proxy. Their relationship was purely collaborative, not one of representation. Moreover, he believed that human hearts are ever-changing. Once exposed to greater power, one's original intentions might swell. Han Chun had been incarcerated for many years, and how much of his influence remained outside was still uncertain. What if they did not recognize Han Chun? Just then, as Chen Bo was lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. "Knock, knock, knock." It was followed by Li Xiaoyu's voice. "Chen Bo, open the door. I've washed some lychees and grapes for you." His musings were disrupted as Chen Bo rose to open the door, revealing Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting each carrying a fruit platter. "Come, have some fruit," Li Xiaoyu said, entering and finding a seat beside the bedside table. Wang Ting followed closely behind, shyly avoiding eye contact with Chen Bo. At that moment, Chen Bo was only clad in shorts. His well-defined muscles were quite striking. Suddenly, both Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting froze in place, their expressions complex as they gazed at Chen Bo's back, many words caught in their throats. Chen Bo closed the door and turned to see their expressions, puzzled. "What are you two looking at?" Li Xiaoyu bit her lip, her voice heavy with emotion. "Why do you have so many scars on your back? What have you been through?" Chen Bo smiled nonchalantly, sitting on the bedside and lighting a cigarette for himself. "What? Are you curious about my past?" Li Xiaoyu nodded. "Can you tell us?" Chen Bo exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head. "I think it's best to maintain a bit of mystery. It adds to my allure with the opposite sex, don't you agree?" After a moment of silence, Wang Ting proactively peeled a lychee and offered it to Chen Bo's lips. "Can I call you Brother Chen? Of course, I'm quite easy to get along with." Chen Bo's mindset was now tranquil. To him, women could be infinite. Even in the height of indulgence, it merely represented physical pleasure and gratification. With the cautionary tale of Liu Ruyan in mind, his heart had long since perished alongside his former self in the previous life. Li Xiaoyu sensed that Chen Bo was reluctant to speak, so she decided not to press the matter further. Instead, she peeled a grape and offered it to Chen Bo's lips. "Chen Bo, do you feel somewhat like an emperor now?" Chen Bo, reclining at the bedside, readily accepted the offerings from the two women, stretching his shoulders as he remarked, "It seems I am still missing a concubine to attend to my nightly needs." The two women could not help but chuckle, realizing that Chen Bo had a humorous side at times. "So, are you going to flip my card tonight?" Chen Bo tilted his head, stealing a glance at Li Xiaoyu, who, after her bath, donned a sheer nightgown, her subtly revealed fair skin undeniably alluring. "What? Can't bear to look at me. Or perhaps you would prefer to flip Sister Ting's card. After all, she is still a blossoming flower. Oh dear, Sister Xiaoyu. Why must you bring me up again? Wang Ting protested. Well, what can I say? Your high standards make it impossible for me to tempt anyone else. What am I to do? Wang Ting fell silent, her head bowed, lost in her own thoughts. All right. You both should return to your rooms and let me rest for a while. I have engagements later tonight. Humph, last night's oysters went to waste. Li Xiaoyu lamented as she stood up, pulling the lost in thought Wang Ting out of the room. Upon returning to her own chamber, Li Xiaoyu spotted the 600,000 cash tucked away in the corner and mused, Sister Ting, doesn't he resemble a wealthy second-generation heir sneaking out for some practice? He seems to regard money with utter disdain. Moreover, he possesses remarkable self-restraint. Wang Ting pondered for a moment before sharing her insight. Perhaps Chen Bo has been hurt in the past, making it difficult for him to accept other women. That could indeed be the case. But what are the scars on his back? I cannot say. When Chen Bo is ready to confide, he will surely tell us. Chen Bo drifted into a drowsy slumber, stirred only by the ringing of a phone call from Xiao Kaiyun. Hello, Mr. Chen. The cleaning and maintenance at the villa have concluded, and all daily necessities have been replaced. You can move in tonight. All right. I want to be coming over tonight. Please leave the keys with the property manager. Await my call. Understood, Mr. Chen. After hanging up, Chen Bo realized it was already 7 in the evening, prompting him to rise and dress. After putting himself together, he retrieved 2 new voice recorders from the cabinet. Having been ensnared by Liu Ruyan's traps, he had stocked up on recorders from his very first day out of prison. As he opened the door, Li Xiaoyu's door across the hall also swung open. Do you need a companion for your social engagement? No. All right then. When will you return? Shall we have a late-night snack together? We'll see. If you two find yourselves with nothing to do, perhaps you can go shopping. With that, Chen Bo departed from the rented room, heading to the Saint Night bar for his appointment. Inside her room, Li Xiaoyu quickly shed her nightgown and urged Wang Ting to change. Hurry, hurry, put on something else, otherwise we'll miss him. What? Are you planning to follow Chen Bo? Wang Ting asked, surprised. As Li Xiaoyu hastily donned her clothes, she insisted. I have a feeling Chen Bo is off to indulge in some flower wine tonight. Since we have nothing else to do at home, let us go see the spectacle. Chapter 15. The Life Gamble. After leaving the complex, Chen Bo hailed a taxi and arrived directly at the Saint Night bar, just as the clock struck 8. The summer heat still lingered, enveloping Jiangcheng like a colossal steamer, radiating warmth. The Saint Night bar, situated on a bustling street in the city center, illuminated by its cool blue sign, was manned by several young security personnel at the entrance. As Chen Bo made his entrance, a middle-aged man in a checkered shirt emerged from within. Hello, you must be Mr. Chen? Indeed. The man, exhibiting great politeness, stepped aside to gesture, please, follow me. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu, trailing behind, lowered her car window and observed Chen Bo's silhouette entering the bar, remarking, Sister Ting, I told you so. He is here for the flower wine. I truly don't understand it. He has 2 beauties at home, yet chooses to fish outside. Men haha. As for what Chen Bo sought in the bar, Wang Ting felt it was inappropriate to voice her thoughts. She tentatively asked, are we going in? Of course we are. Tonight, I'll treat you both to drinks. With that, Li Xiaoyu parked the car and led Wang Ting into the bar. In contrast, upon entering, Chen Bo noticed that many of the booths were unoccupied, with only a few scattered patrons. The nightlife had yet to commence, as the laborers were likely still toiling away. However, the lighting and music were impeccable. Colorful spotlights danced rhythmically, and bass reverberated through the air. Guided by the middle-aged man, Chen Bo traversed a long corridor to a private room on the 2nd floor. The room was quite spacious, featuring a glass curtain wall that provided a full view of the stage below. Upon entering, he encountered a woman, none other than Tai Sin Yang, a former subordinate of Han Chen. At that moment, she languidly reclined on a plush leather sofa, a few strands of hair obscuring her sharp eyes, flanked by a male and female bodyguard. Approaching, Chen Bo took a seat directly across from her, scrutinizing the woman closely. Tai Sin Yang, though in her 40s, was remarkably well preserved, her delicate features brimming with collagen. Her deep crimson lips were slightly pursed, exuding an air of cold allure. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while her slender fingers, adorned with black nails, delicately held a cigarette, her visage shrouded in swirling smoke. Tai Sin Yang emanated a commanding presence, her smoking posture both elegant and composed as she locked eyes with Chen Bo. The young bodyguard behind her squinted, glaring at Chen Bo with hostility. Get lost. Until Sanjie speaks, who allowed you to take a seat. Chen Bo flicked the ash from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he retorted, I must commend you. You are quite the perceptive watchdog. However, your master has yet to speak. So what right do you have to bark? You're courting death. The young man, incensed, lunged toward Chen Bo, but was halted by Tai Sen Yang's command. Stop. Sanjia, this brat is far too arrogant. Tai Sen Yang disregarded the youth's fury and turned her attention to Chen Bo, intrigued. 10 years in prison. It seems you've learned quite a bit. Acknowledging her scrutiny, Chen Bo did not deny it, instead boldly admitting, indeed. Prison is a fine place. Not only does it purify the soul, but it also cleanses one's essence. Extinguishing her cigarette, Tai Sen Yang raised her glass. Her tone casual as she inquired, So, what are your intentions after sending my people to prison? Sitting up straight, Chen Bo replied earnestly, Intentions? What intentions? Young man, don't play dumb here. You really think you can get away with sending Miao Shan to prison without consequence? Do you genuinely believe no one dares to touch you? The two parties were still in a tentative phase. Chen Bo surmised that Tai Sen Yang had begun to suspect Han Chen's involvement, so he shot back. Enough with the theatrics in front of me. In this day and age, one must think before they speak. Do you understand? You. The young man stepped aside, seeking permission. Sanjia, grant me 5 minutes, and I will ensure he understands his place before you. Tai Sen Yang acquiesced this time. Taking a sip of her liquor as she smiled at Chen Bo, you seem quite capable. With so many men, Miao Shan fell at your feet so quickly. Why not let me see your prowess? Otherwise, I won't allow you to sit at the table. Chen Bo flicked his cigarette but into a nearby plant pot 3 meters away, a playful smirk gracing his lips. How about we add a wager to this? Tai Sen Yang's interest piqued. She regarded Chen Bo with surprise. Oh, what do you propose as a wager? Chen Bo's gaze fell upon the woman standing behind Tai Sen Yang. If I win, she will follow me from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, the female bodyguard's expression subtly changed, revealing a hint of astonishment in her eyes, clearly taken aback by Chen Bo's unexpected proposition. The young bodyguard, however, was quick to react. Before Tai Sen Yang could respond, he interjected vehemently, declaring, No, she cannot accompany you. Chen Bo chuckled, spreading his arms and reclining on the sofa. Casting a mocking smile at the young bodyguard, Tai Sen Yang's face darkened. She felt that her bodyguard's intellect was lacking, as he had been easily provoked by a mere bait thrown by Chen Bo. Furthermore, decisions were always made by the boss, and it was evident that this bodyguard could not remain by her side. He had to be replaced. At this moment, Tai Sen Yang found herself reassessing Chen Bo. With just a few words, he had managed to eliminate her personal bodyguard. What a cunning strategist he was. Abayo, from this moment on, silence your tongue. If you cannot manage that, then perhaps you should sever it and feed it to the dogs. At this, Abayo's heart raced. He realized that his previous actions had crossed a line and quickly bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, boss. I will keep quiet. Tai Sen Yang set down her highball glass, fixing her keen gaze upon Chen Bo. What will you wager if you lose? Chen Bo lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply. You may take any part of me you wish. Not enough? Since you desire my person, I will demand your life in return. Are you willing to gamble? No problem. In this era, one plays for their life. The key question is, can you truly command her? Tai Sen Yang turned to her female bodyguard, a Bing. Tell him if I can indeed command you. A Bing, with her shoulder-length hair partially obscuring her forehead and her dull eyes fixed on Chen Bo, responded expressionlessly. My life is protected by Sister San. Naturally, she can command me. Under the dim lights streaming from the ceiling, Chen Bo noticed that a Bing was quite unique, her bangs seemingly concealing something. He relaxed his crossed legs and advised, lift that stray hair from your forehead. A Bing's expression flickered slightly. She raised her hand and slowly swept back her hair, revealing a scar approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long. The scar extended from her brow into her hairline. Evidently a result of a knife wound. Such a mark would undoubtedly impact the self-esteem of any woman. Recognizing that a Bing was a woman with her own story, Chen Bo set down his half-burnt cigarette on the edge of the coffee table, then stood up, removing his shirt to reveal a tank top underneath. Let our game begin. Chapter 16. A complete defeat. This private room was the most spacious in the entire bar, ample enough for two to showcase their skills. The prison was not devoid of professional fighters, and during his time there, Chen Bo had met many talented individuals in this regard. He had learned both sensho and freestyle fighting. Of course, to strike others, one must first endure some blows themselves, which explained the numerous scars on his back. In the dim light, Chen Bo and Abayo stood 3 meters apart, the atmosphere in the private room palpably tense. For this unexpected duel, Chen Bo was confident he could prevail, as he had discerned Abayo's abilities from the very beginning. As a favored aide to Tai Sen Yang, this battle not only determined his forthcoming fate, but also the allegiance of the woman he admired. Abayo glanced at the impassive Bing, his expression resolute. He intended to give it his all. The presence of a woman inspired Abayo's fighting spirit. If the woman he cherished were to be taken from him before his eyes, he would regret it for a lifetime. As for Chen Bo's decision to take such risks, it was primarily to avoid being labeled as Han Chen. He sought to establish his own standing in Jiang City through his own strength. Within the private room, the lighting was dim, with Tai Sin Yang seated deep in the sofa and a Bing positioned in front of her to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Abayo was not particularly tall, but his muscles were well-defined. He was formally trained, had his own mentor, and was somewhat known in the circle before coming to serve as Tai Sin Yang's bodyguard. In contrast, Chen Bo had just emerged from a decade of prison, and only he knew the extent of his abilities, lacking in techniques. He relied solely on his experience of enduring blows. Abayo made the first move, lunging at Chen Bo like a leopard pouncing on its prey, delivering a swift straight punch that cut through the air, aimed directly at Chen Bo's face. The force behind this punch was substantial, and coupled with its speed, it could easily knock an ordinary person unconscious upon impact. However, Chen Bo remained unfazed. He slightly shifted his body to the side, effortlessly evading the strike as if it were instinctual. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity as Abayo's momentum waned, Chen Bo struck with a lightning-fast elbow aimed directly at the bodyguard's throat. Abayo reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block. Yet, Chen Bo feigned the attack, then propelled himself off the ground, spinning his body and driving his knee like a cannonball into the bodyguard's abdomen. Abayo let out a muffled grunt, his body recoiling a few steps back. Before he could regain his bearings, Chen Bo followed up with a fierce knife-hand strike aimed at Abayo's throat. In the face of Chen Bo's relentless onslaught, Abayo crossed his arms to defend himself, but Chen Bo's speed was simply too rapid. With one failed strike, he transformed his palm into a fist, landing a blow to Abayo's ribs. What is a soft spot? Chen Bo struck precisely at the weak point, with this maneuver being remarkably swift, precise, and brutal. Abayo gasped in pain, desperately wanting to catch his breath, but Chen Bo's relentless barrage descended upon him like a tempest. Having suffered 2 blows that left him at a disadvantage, Abayo could only endure the punishment, tightly guarding his vital areas while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Chen Bo denied him any chance, executing a flying side kick that connected with Abayo's head. Although he attempted to block with his arm, dissipating some of the force, he was still sent flying by the sheer momentum, crashing against the glass wall. With a dull thud, Abayo fell to the ground. The glass from the impact splintered outward, but fortunately, the quality of the glass was exceptional, preventing it from shattering completely. Otherwise, Abayo would have surely plummeted from the second floor. Struggling to rise, Abayo felt excruciating pain radiating from his soft spot, rendering him unable to straighten his body. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he emitted a gurgling sound from his throat. But no words came forth. The astonishment in his heart was palpable. Why was this person so strong? Moreover, he seemed to possess extensive combat experience, striking with more ferocity than this professional fighter. Could he truly be a hexagonal warrior emerged from prison? Abayo found himself engulfed in self-doubt, unable to comprehend why he was losing. His current state could be described as a shattered spirit. Not only had he forfeited his future prospects, but he had also lost the woman he cherished. As an observer, Bing immediately recognized the crux of the matter. Abayo had lost due to a lack of combat experience. In his daily life, he rarely practiced with anyone, and certain fighting techniques could not simply be executed. They must be ingrained into muscle memory to be effective in combat. Tai Sin Yang was taken aback by Chen Bo's martial prowess, sitting upright on the sofa, her demeanor no longer dismissive. Such a young man, possessing both intellect and skill, was indeed formidable. Abayo averted his gaze, struggling to kneel before Tai Sin Yang. He dared not lift his head, fearing the sight of Bing, originally brimming with confidence. He had been thoroughly defeated in a mere 5 minutes, an utter embarrassment. I'm sorry, Sister San, I lost. Tai Sin Yang ignored Abayo, instead turning her attention to the composed Chen Bo. He approached the sofa, donned his shirt, and picked up the still smoldering cigarette from the table, taking a deep drag. After a fight, smoking does feel quite satisfying. That's Sister San. Can we now fulfill the wager we agreed upon? Chen Bo's gaze fell on Bing, clearly pressuring Tai Sin Yang to honor her promise, ensuring that she would not renege upon leaving the private room. Regaining her composure, Tai Sin Yang returned to her seat on the sofa, pulling out a lady's cigarette and tossing it to Chen Bo. Chen Bo extended his fingers, delicately pinching a slender lady's cigarette, and brought it to his nose for a whiff, promptly shaking his head. I apologize, I cannot accustom myself to lady cigarettes. I prefer the classic Yushi. He placed the cigarette on the table, extracted one from his own pack, lit it, and, exhaling a ring of smoke, pointed at a Bing and inquired, "Now, she is mine. Is there an issue?" Tai Sin Yang inhaled deeply, turning to gesture towards a Bing, who stood behind her. "A Bing, from this moment on, you shall follow Mr. Chen." "Yes," a Bing responded, her gaze directed at Chen Bo as she approached. "Boss, I can work for you. But I need a salary." "Of course," he replied. Tai Sin Yang's demeanor towards Chen Bo had shifted. She smiled at him and asked, "Mr. Chen, do you know how much I pay a Bing each month?" "Do tell." 100,000. Third sister, this is where you err. One must broaden their horizons. For someone who could pledge their life to you, 100,000 is indeed a trifle. Chen Bo flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling at a Bing. "How about this? I will offer you an annual salary of 3 million. From now on, your life belongs to me." A Bing, taken aback, felt a pang of confusion, pondering why Chen Bo would place such a bet on her. 3 million could hire numerous bodyguards. Was this merely to flaunt in front of Tai Sin Yang, or to deliberately undermine her narrow-mindedness? After a moment's hesitation, a Bing replied, "All right, as long as the money is in place, my life is yours." Chen Bo snapped his fingers, turning back to Tai Sin Yang with a smile. "Now, third sister, regarding my sending Niu Shan to prison today, how do you intend to resolve this?" Tai Sin Yang felt a tightness in her chest. She had just posed the question, only to have Chen Bo return it to her. Resolving to win Chen Bo over, she acknowledged, "Niu Shan lacks the ability. One cannot blame others. Let this matter rest here." "Well, based on your words, it seems we can still collaborate in the future," Chen Bo stated, effectively silencing Tai Sin Yang. Since it was a partnership, their statuses would remain equal. She could not be coerced into becoming a subordinate. Tai Sin Yang sensed that this young man was more astute than she, and for some reason, she saw a reflection of Han Chun in Chen Bo. Given that they both served time in the same prison, she directly inquired, "What is your relationship with Han Chun?" Chapter 17. Flirtation and conflict. This question was unavoidable. A thorough investigation would certainly reveal his connection to Han Chun. Fortunately, Chen Bo had anticipated this and confidently replied, "Are you referring to Master Chen? He is my cellmate. What other relationship could we have? Is that so?" Tai Sin Yang's expression betrayed skepticism, clearly doubting Chen Bo's response. She pressed further, "Has he mentioned me to you?" Chen Bo feigned deep thought. "I cannot say for certain, but there is one thing I remember quite vividly." "What was that?" Tai Sin Yang queried, with a playful smirk. Chen Bo replied, "Do you truly wish to know?" After a moment of contemplation, Tai Sin Yang instructed her men to escort a Biao out. As they passed a Bing, a Biao uttered an apology, which a Bing ignored, her expression remaining cold and detached, as if he were a stranger. Once the room was cleared, Tai Sin Yang straightened her posture and said earnestly, "Speak." Master Chen said some people have had their consciences devoured by dogs, easily forgetting their roots. Despite being imprisoned for many years, no one has come to visit him. Although he is inside, his heart remains outside. Upon hearing this, Tai Sin Yang's expression shifted abruptly, becoming vigilant and anxious, an unmistakable sign of insecurity. Chen Bo noted this detail, recognizing that Han Chen's influence still lingered, capable of intimidating Tai Sin Yang. Those who once thrived alongside Han Chun and avoided imprisonment still revered his reputation, illustrating the extent of his control back then. Tai Sin Yang took a deep drag from her cigarette, her hand visibly trembling. "What else did he say?" Chen Bo leisurely enjoyed his smoke and replied nonchalantly, "I cannot say. If you truly wish to understand, why not visit him in prison and inquire directly?" Tai Sin Yang, absorbed in her thoughts, fell silent. While the sounds of the DJ's lively music and the MC's rapping echoed from the first floor, setting the tone for the night's festivities. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting were seated in a booth, sipping cocktails. "Sister Ting, have you been to a bar before?" Li Xiaoyu asked excitedly, pointing at the stage. Wang Ting, holding a juice, shook her head. "No, in school, I would occasionally go to karaoke with my roommates." Li Xiaoyu grinned. "You truly are a good girl. Now, if you see a handsome guy on stage, let me know, and I'll get him to dance close with you. I'll cover the cost." Wang Ting, flustered, quickly waved her hands. No, I don't want that. Come on, just experience it. It's exhilarating." Wang Ting shook her head vigorously, adamantly refusing. "I can't accept that. It's all about the thrill. Those bunnies on stage are stunning, right? Men adore them for being flirty and fun." As a seasoned reveler, Li Xiaoyu spoke with conviction, while Wang Ting listened attentively, eager to learn about new experiences, though whether she would act on them was a different matter. Li Xiaoyu scanned the area but could not spot Chen Bo, voicing her annoyance. "I wonder where your brother Chen has disappeared to. I suspect he is in some booth with a beautiful woman." Just then, a young man with slicked back hair approached their booth. Dressed in a tailored Armani suit and sporting a Rolex, he exuded the aura of a successful individual. His gaze roamed over Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting, and he raised his drink with a smile. "Hello, beautiful ladies. Do you mind if I buy you a drink?" Li Xiaoyu ignored the young man, instead using him as a cautionary example for Wang Ting. "See, this is what flirting looks like. On the surface, it's about drinks, but in reality, he just wants to get you drunk and take you to bed." Wang Ting nodded in agreement. "I know, men can be quite deceptive." The young man, feeling dismissed and embarrassed by being used as a negative example, retorted, "Come on, that's not fair. Isn't it all about mutual consent when drinking? It's about what each party desires." Li Xiaoyu showed no regard for his sentiments, firmly rejecting him. "Not interested in your drink, nor in you. Please leave." His face flushed with indignation. The young man was about to speak when one of his companions threatened, "You little bitch, do you know who you are rejecting?" Li Xiaoyu shot back coldly, "Watch your language. I don't care who he is, don't bother me." Eager to impress, the man leaned closer to the young man and suggested, "Young Master Liang, this little girl has quite the attitude. Let me handle her, and I guarantee she'll end up in bed tonight." Young Master Liang nodded, signaling to his companion, who returned to their booth with a scowl. The eager man gestured to several green-haired youths in the distance, who promptly made their way over and sat down beside Wang Ting without permission. "You should feel honored that young Master Liang has taken an interest in you. Name your price." Having had a few drinks, Li Xiaoyu felt impulsive and, offended by their blatant disrespect, hurled her drink in the man's face, admonishing, "Get lost." The man was taken aback by Li Xiaoyu's audacity. He wiped the liquor from his face and, with a gloomy expression, muttered, "Do you think I'm giving you face?" As he prepared to strike, Li Xiaoyu was quicker, delivering a sharp slap. The sound echoed in the air. The man, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and erupted in fury. "You wretched woman, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Not only did Li Xiaoyu use her hands, but she also employed her feet, delivering a kick to the man's groin. The impact of such a blow is devastating, leaving him clutching his groin, his face contorted in pain, and his eyes ablaze with rage. "Wang Ting, let us get out of here." Li Xiaoyu grabbed her bag and pulled Wang Ting to leave. However, several green-haired thugs seated nearby noticed the commotion and swiftly seized Wang Ting's arm. "You bastards, let go of me," Wang Ting shouted. Tonight, Li Xiaoyu seemed emboldened by the alcohol, shedding the timid demeanor she had exhibited 2 nights prior in front of Liu Hui. She seized a liquor bottle from the table and, without a moment's hesitation, swung it at the green-haired thug holding Wang Ting, her gaze unwavering. "Ah!" he screamed as he released Wang Ting, clutching his head and angrily exclaiming, "Damn it, I've drawn blood tonight. Someone stop that filthy whore and don't let her escape." Just as Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting made their way out, they were intercepted by Liang Xiao and his entourage. With a scowl, Liang Xiao boasted, "You think you can just walk away after hitting my friend without consequences? Have you consulted me, Shueliang?" Li Xiaoyu shielded Wang Ting behind her, retorting fiercely, "A bunch of scoundrels. You should take a good look in the mirror at what you are. After failing to flirt, you resort to violence. What gives you the audacity?" The disturbance had escalated, prompting the venue's security personnel to rush to the scene. The head of security, after gathering information through the intercom from the monitoring room, began to identify the parties involved in the altercation. Upon learning of Shueliang's identity, he found himself in a predicament. Shueliang was a valued patron of the bar. Having spent hundreds of thousands over the years, offending such a high-profile customer would be unwise. Simultaneously, the establishment needed to uphold a respectable atmosphere. If both parties were willing, it could be deemed a mutual affair, but public coercion could tarnish the bar's reputation and deter future female patrons. The head of security approached Shueliang, smiling apologetically. "Shueshao, you came here for a good time. Perhaps we could let tonight's incident slide? After all, it was your people who attempted to flirt, leading to this conflict." Shueliang, evidently displeased with this response, coldly threatened, "Do you not have any idea how much I spend in your establishment? If I don't regain my face tonight, I want to spend another cent here." The man who had been kicked in the groin hobbled over with 2 lackeys, gritting his teeth. "Shueshao, this cannot be overlooked. One of my boys was smashed on the head by that woman, and there's blood. We must demand compensation and have her slapped twice more." Li Xiaoyu shot back defiantly, "Why should I pay? You've gone too far. After failing to flirt, you resort to force. What about the law? Is there no justice?" At that moment, the music in the bar abruptly stopped. Whether it was intentional or not, the spotlight fell on the 2 central figures, Li Xiaoyu and Shueliang, making them the focal point of the night. The patrons, both men and women, became eager onlookers, enjoying their drinks while witnessing the unfolding drama. The head of security attempted to mediate, urging Li Xiaoyu to consider paying for medical expenses while advising Shui Liang to be merciful. As for Shui Liang's threats, the head of security dismissed them, knowing that such intimidation held no weight. Allowing such behavior would lead to chaos in the bar. Chen Bo, standing by a glass wall, recognized Li Xiaoyu amidst the altercation and realized she had followed him tonight. This woman was a handful, but he also noted her newfound boldness fueled by alcohol, as she consistently protected Wang Ting behind her, a true display of loyalty. To avoid disturbing other patrons, the head of security ushered both parties into a nearby conference room. Chen Bo refrained from intervening immediately, curious to see how Li Xiaoyu would navigate this situation. At that moment, a voice behind him inquired, "I want to know, are you a proxy for Chen Yi out here?" Chen Bo scoffed dismissively. "Proxy? He is he, and I am I. We are merely serving time in the same prison. That is all." Iron Sister had considered many possibilities. Based on Chen Bo's demeanor, she suspected a connection between him and Han Chen. However, if Chen Bo were truly Han Chen's representative, he could easily apply pressure using Han Chen's name. She felt certain that had she not mentioned Han Chen, Chen Bo would have refrained from revealing Han Chen's stance towards her former subordinates. Since Han Chen's incarceration, Iron Sister had deliberately distanced herself from him for her own safety, never visiting him in prison. Chen Bo settled back onto the sofa, observing Iron Sister deep in thought. He casually remarked, "However, Chen Yi possesses many admirable qualities. His understanding of human nature is exceptional, worthy of emulation." Iron Sister seemed to grasp something, turning to Chen Bo with a proposal. "Since we've had this unexpected encounter tonight, why don't we share a few drinks?" Chen Bo now felt he had the upper hand over Iron Sister. Until she clarified her relationship with Han Chen, they could continue to communicate amicably. He did not decline her offer, but voiced his concerns. "There is no rush for drinks. My 2 employees have been taken to the conference room for mediation. They won't be in any danger, will they?" Iron Sister's expression shifted to one of surprise. "What? You mean those 2 beautiful women are your employees?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Given Chen Bo's ambiguous status, Iron Sister had to take this seriously. She glanced at Bing, hesitating to delegate the task, realizing Bing was no longer under her command. Reluctantly, she called over the middle-aged man who had led them earlier. "Laoli, please handle this and ensure Mr. Chen's employees are treated fairly." "Understood, Third Sister." Chen Bo stood up, suggesting, "Wait, I'll accompany you to see." "Third Sister, I'm afraid we'll have to postpone our drinks for another occasion." "That is fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." After exchanging polite pleasantries, Chen Bo followed Lao Li to the conference room at the back of the first floor. Just as Lao Li was about to enter, Chen Bo called out to him, "Hold on. Let me see how your security personnel manage a crisis." Inside the conference room, Li Xiaoyu showed no signs of backing down. Her stance was resolute. No compensation, no apology, no compromise. Shui Liang, observing her defiance, coldly scoffed. "If we cannot reach an agreement, then let us not waste time. I want to see if you dare to step out of this bar tonight." With that, Shui Liang stormed out of the conference room, encountering Lao Li and Chen Bo at the door. The man who had been kicked in the groin was in a foul mood, shouting at Lao Li, "Get out of the way, don't block me." Lao Li was about to retaliate when Chen Bo placed a hand on his shoulder, allowing Shui Liang and his entourage to depart. Inside the conference room, as Li Xiaoyu calmed down, concern washed over her face. She knew Shui Liang would undoubtedly send people to wait outside the bar, and they absolutely could not leave. Wang Ting, still shaken from her earlier experience of coercion, clung to Li Xiaoyu's shoulder and suggested, "Sister Xiaoyu, why don't we contact Brother Chen?" Li Xiaoyu hesitated. She had taken the initiative to follow him tonight, and had inadvertently created a troublesome mess. She could not seek Chen Bo's assistance again after this incident. So she had to let Wang Ting make the request. Alas, this pack of mad dogs is utterly exasperating. "Sister Ting, why don't you take this call? I am confident he will certainly come forth to resolve the matter." Wang Ting, recognizing Li Xiaoyu's predicament, retrieved her phone and navigated to Chen Bo's number. In the next moment, a familiar ringtone echoed at the conference room door, prompting both Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting to look up simultaneously. There stood Chen Bo, phone in hand, leaning against the doorframe with a teasing smile gracing his lips. Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to conceal their shock. However, Li Xiaoyu quickly resembled a chastened child, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she clenched her bag and approached Chen Bo with her head bowed. Stealing a furtive glance at him, she cautiously uttered, "What a coincidence." Chen Bo Chapter 19. Bing wielding a blade, Chen Bo leaned closer to Li Xiaoyu's delicate face, inhaling the potent scent of alcohol, and remarked earnestly, "It is indeed quite a coincidence. It appears that liquid courage has emboldened you. You were quite impressive just now." I nearly failed to recognize you. Li Xiaoyu instantly wilted, wrapping her arms around Chen Bo's shoulders in a playful manner. Oh dear, it was merely a moment of impulse. Besides, I was only trying to protect Sister Ting. Is that so? Since you can protect Wang Ting, I shall take my leave, Chen Bo replied, feigning a readiness to depart, which sent Li Xiaoyu into a panic as she clung to his arm. No, no, no. You surely do not wish to see me humiliated by that group of ruffians, do you? You are neither my lover, nor my girlfriend, and certainly not my wife. Why should I care? Chen Bo retorted. Li Xiaoyu continued her defense. We are friends. Friends in need should assist each other. Chen Bo withdrew his arm and countered. I have already intervened for you twice. What, do you wish for a third? Li Xiaoyu, sensing the urgency, feared Chen Bo might abandon her, and finally relented. I acknowledge my mistake. I apologize for taking the liberty of trailing you with Wang Ting and for causing a scene by drinking. Afterward, she incessantly signaled to Wang Ting, yet Wang Ting remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground. Chen Bo, sensing the moment was right, adopted a stern expression and declared, Your actions have crossed my bottom line. For Wang Ting's sake, I shall refrain from holding it against you this time. Should there be a next time, keep your distance. Absolutely. I promise there will be no next time. No next time at all. Chen Bo ceased to dwell on the matter and addressed Lao Li with resignation. Lao Li, please inform Sanjia that I will personally handle the troubles caused by my employees. I appreciate her goodwill. Lao Li nodded slightly, recognizing Chen Bo as a man of wisdom who was unwilling to owe even the slightest favor, reflecting his cautious nature. Very well, I shall convey your message. As Chen Bo walked ahead, A Bing followed closely, her gaze fixed on his back, curiosity stirring within her. Sister Xiaoyu, refrain from speaking too much. Do not provoke further trouble. I know. I promise I won't utter a word. Yet, mere seconds later, she broke her promise. Who is that short-haired beauty ahead? Why is she following us? Wang Ting shook her head in ignorance, placing a finger to her lips to signal silence. Upon returning to the private room on the second floor, Lao Li conveyed Chen Bo's exact words to Tai Senyang. She suddenly voiced her curiosity. Lao Li, what do you think the relationship is between Chen Bo and Chen Yi? Lao Li, part of the same circle that once followed Han Chen, wore a solemn expression. I believe we should visit the prison to inquire directly with Chen Yi. Perhaps we can clarify matters face to face. Tai Senyang promptly dismissed Lao Li's suggestion. No, he will not speak the truth, and he has undoubtedly observed our actions over the years. During the years of rigorous crackdowns on organized crime, aside from Tai Senyang, several individuals who once evaded capture have since thrived, successfully laundering their reputations and becoming prominent figures. Keep an eye on this Chen Bo. If he associates with any of the others, inform me immediately. At that moment, both the front and back entrances of the Holy Night Bar were guarded by individuals summoned by Shui Liang. Young Master Liang, why not wait in the car? Leave that wretched woman to me. Shui Liang's expression darkened, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. You are useless, two grown men bested by a single woman. I seriously question your capabilities. The man, now blushing with embarrassment, offered a nervous smile. Apologies, young Master Liang. That was an unexpected turn of events. I did not anticipate her to strike without warning. Enough. If you cannot handle this, do not ever claim to know me again. Shui Liang waved his hand and pulled out a cigarette, prompting a nearby individual to promptly offer a lighter. Young Master Liang, watch my performance. I assure you, tonight will end with you embracing a beauty. After parting ways with Lao Li, Chen Bo, accompanied by 3 women, exited the bar through a side passage. A Bing noticed a group of 7 or 8 young men standing near the landscaped area and cautioned, Boss, Shui Liang is the second son of the Shui family in Jiangqing. Their family holds moderate power. As a subordinate, providing essential information to the boss is part of the duty. The decision-making authority rests solely with the boss. A Bing excelled in this regard, surpassing that A Biao. Chen Bo's choice of the back entrance was purely pragmatic, as there lay a city river adjacent to a row of flourishing ornamental trees. Under the cover of darkness, devoid of surveillance, many activities could be performed. Observing the menacing group approaching, Chen Bo issued a command. These individuals are your responsibility. Resolve this within 5 minutes. Understood. Is bloodshed permitted? Do as you wish. With Chen Bo's consent, A Bing advanced without hesitation, aware that he sought a demonstration of her capabilities. At that moment, Li Xiaoyu leaned in, her voice tinged with anxiety. Chen Bo, who is she? Is it wise for a woman to confront 7 or 8 thugs alone? Chen Bo raised an eyebrow, retorting, Weren't you also quite formidable just now? Would you like to join and lend a hand? Li Xiaoyu recoiled slightly, fear evident in her demeanor. I could cheer her on. Perhaps finding it too simple to deal with 2 women, the group approached unarmed. The leader was the green-haired man whom Li Xiaoyu had struck with a bottle, now sporting a bandage that made him resemble a clown. Hey, bro, those two bitches just came out the back door, and I'm currently blocking them here. The green-haired thug relayed the information to Shui Liang's men stationed at the front entrance, then turned to A Bing, cursing, "Brothers, can you believe it? Tonight's women are so headstrong." No sooner had he spoken than A Bing accelerated towards the green-haired men, a glint of sharp metal flashing in her hand. Chen Bo squinted. He had not anticipated A Bing's proficiency with blades. As she plunged into the crowd, a cacophony of screams erupted. "Watch out for that woman's blade." Having indulged in drinks, the men were unsteady on their feet, lacking any combat prowess. Even with warnings, they struggled to flee. One by one, their clothing was torn, blood seeping from their legs, arms, and backsides. 7 or 8 men lay sprawled or seated, clutching their bleeding wounds with expressions of terror directed at A Bing. She demonstrated an impeccable control of her strikes, drawing blood without inflicting fatal harm, clearly a master of the blade. This reminded Chen Bo of the ancient art of the wrongman, often associated with petty thieves and pickpockets within the lower echelons of society. True artisans of wrongman. P. Chapter 20 continued bloodletting in response to Li Xiaoyu's attempts to ingratiate herself. A Bing remained expressionless and simply stated, "You will not learn." With that, she positioned herself behind Chen Bo, as if nothing had transpired. Li Xiaoyu felt the sting of rejection, yet she remained unfazed, as she might still need to rely on others in the future. At that moment, Shui Liang, accompanied by his entourage, emerged from a distant alley. Upon witnessing the disarray of his comrades sprawled on the ground and wailing, the arrogant expressions on Shui Liang and his associates instantly froze. They exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden turn of events and the sight of bloodshed. Shui Liang's lackey felt a jolt of fear and turned to the green-haired youth, demanding, "Air Mao, what the hell are you doing?" The young man, visibly terrified, pointed at A Bing and protested, "That short-haired woman acted unethically and ambushed us. Damn it. A bunch of useless louts, and you can't even deal with a woman? From now on, you're better off hauling bricks at a construction site." Following the direction of the green-haired youth's finger, Shui Liang instantly recognized A Bing, silently acknowledging that she seemed to be the personal bodyguard of Iron Third Sister. Could this be her doing? Contemplating this, a desire to retreat blossomed within Shui Liang. He had initially believed that their numerical advantage would easily intimidate Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting, but now he found himself entangled with the bodyguard of Iron Third Sister. While the Shui family possessed wealth, it was insignificant in the eyes of the formidable Iron Third Sister. The wisest course of action now was to de-escalate the situation. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Liang shoved aside his lackey and stepped forward, addressing A Bing with newfound respect. "I apologize for tonight. It is entirely my fault. I extend my sincerest apologies to both beautiful ladies." Shui Liang's sudden capitulation left his followers in shock, unable to comprehend why their esteemed leader would cower before a woman. "Shut it," A Bing interjected, not daring to make unilateral decisions, and glanced at Chen Bo for guidance. Chen Bo then pushed Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting forward, inquiring, "Will you accept the apology?" Wang Ting, lacking her own opinions, could be easily overlooked, while Li Xiaoyu, with a firm demeanor, resolutely declared, "I do not accept." Without further ado, Chen Bo commanded, "A Bing, draw some blood from them to teach them a lesson." Understood. Shui Liang felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the identity of this young man. Suddenly, he recalled encountering him at the bar. "My father is Shui Chong. If you dare to touch me." A Bing's gaze sharpened, unfazed by familial ties. She lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending Shui Liang sprawling aside. His henchmen, equally unarmed, stood no chance against A Bing's agile form, and soon the air was filled with cries of despair. Chen Bo's intent behind this bloodletting was not merely revenge for Li Xiaoyu. He sought to observe A Bing's prowess with a blade. True to form, she was swift, precise, and ruthless, her strikes reminiscent of a surgeon's deftness in the operating room. "Let us go?" Chen Bo disregarded Shui Liang and his crew as he exited the bar through the main entrance. He turned to the compliant Li Xiaoyu and asked, "Where's your car?" Li Xiaoyu pointed to a corner of the parking lot, indicating, "Over there." Upon reaching the vehicle, Chen Bo placed his hand on the driver's door, advising, "If you've been drinking, refrain from touching the steering wheel. Hand the keys to A Bing." "Oh," Li Xiaoyu responded obediently, passing the keys to A Bing. "Sister Bing, I reside in the Yujingqing community." Chen Bo settled into the back seat while Li Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances with Wang Ting, who, perceptively, took the front passenger seat, allowing Li Xiaoyu to occupy the rear space. In his previous life, Chen Bo had been preoccupied with Liu Ruyan, often working part-time jobs and neglecting to obtain a driver's license. He planned to enroll in a driving course soon, willing to pay a premium to secure his license with minimal hassle. Once inside the car, Li Xiaoyu unabashedly linked her arm through Chen Bo's, leaning against him and enveloped in a sense of security. With a man standing behind her, ready to shield her from trouble, what woman would not feel touched? After Chen Bo departed, Shuiliang promptly called his father. Dad, I was attacked at the Saint Night bar tonight. What happened? Are you seriously injured? It was Iron Third Sister's bodyguard who assaulted me, and I lost 2 teeth. The mention of Iron Third Sister's name rendered the voice on the other end silent, clearly intimidated by her reputation. Liang, go to the hospital for treatment. Your mother and I will come right away. In the bar's private room. Upon learning of Chen Bo's actions, Iron Third Sister's expression darkened, her worry growing that he might become the next Han Chun. Half an hour later, 4 individuals returned to their rental apartment in the Yujingqing community. In the living room, Chen Bo, Li Xiaoyu, and Wang Ting sat on the sofa, while Bing stood beside Chen Bo's sister Bing. Take a seat. Standing must be exhausting. In the car, Li Xiaoyu had discovered Bing's identity. Astonished that Chen Bo dared to encroach upon Iron Third Sister's territory, a revelation that opened her eyes. No need. I'm accustomed to it. Recognizing this as the demeanor expected of a bodyguard, Li Xiaoyu refrained from further urging and turned to Chen Bo, her expression a blend of amusement and inquiry. Chen Bo, with only 2 rooms, how will the 4 of us sleep? Chen Bo did not respond to Li Xiaoyu but instead directed his attention to Wang Ting, issuing instructions. Ensure the bank account for the company is set up promptly. I will be making a capital injection. Wang Ting quickly retrieved her phone, opened her notes, and recorded Chen Bo's directives. Understood. Any other arrangements? Find an office space to rent. Seek out a defunct company's premises that can be tidied up for immediate use. Got it. That's all for now. Focus on these 2 tasks, and I will notify you of further instructions. At this moment, Li Xiaoyu timidly inquired, Chen Bo, where did you acquire such wealth? Did I not mention winning it in the lottery? All right, but how do we sleep tonight? Li Xiaoyu, undeterred, persisted with her inquiry regarding sleeping arrangements. Since you are so eager to sleep, you can attend to me tonight. No problem. Consider it a favor returned. With that, Li Xiaoyu disregarded Wang Ting's quizzical gaze and hurried off to shower, appearing even more eager than Chen Bo. Bing, you'll have to make do with Wang Ting tonight. I will arrange accommodations for you tomorrow. Understood. Bing, reticent and unobtrusive, was the type of bodyguard Chen Bo favored. After her shower, Li Xiaoyu donned a sheer nightgown and approached Chen Bo's door. Noticing it was unlocked, she stepped inside, their gazes meeting in the air. Chapter 21. Discussing collaboration at the summit at 4:30 in the morning, Chen Bo awoke from a deep slumber. Turning his head, he found Li Xiaoyu clinging to him like an octopus. Quickly, he dressed and prepared to meet Lin Yao at the summit that morning. He gently closed the door behind him, only for the door opposite to crack open, revealing Bing clad in snug shorts, gazing at Chen Bo. As she opened her mouth to speak, Chen Bo's piercing gaze silenced her. He lowered his voice and instructed, I have matters to attend to. You are responsible for their safety today. Understood. After Bing softly closed her door, she reflected on how the previous night's commotion caused her little sleep, compounded by her heightened vigilance. She was unsure what Chen Bo had planned for such an early hour, yet her intrigue about this enigmatic man deepened. At 5:10 in the morning, Chen Bo arrived at the parking lot at the foot of Daong Mountain. To his surprise, a considerable number of people were out for morning hikes, and the lot was filled with private vehicles. After paying for parking, Chen Bo spotted Lin Yao beside an SUV. Lin Yao, clad in athletic attire and adorned with a cap, leaned against the car door, playfully waving her wristwatch at Chen Bo. You're 10 minutes late. Chen Bo, with utmost seriousness, offered an apology. Sorry, there was traffic. She chuckled. Have you ever seen a city with traffic at 5 in the morning? Next time you meet a girl, please air out your scent. It's quite overwhelming. With a scoff, Lin Yao swiftly ascended the steps leading up the mountain, not waiting for Chen Bo's response. Today, she was in a hurry, and a trace of affection lingered on him. He didn't mind. As it wasn't a blind date, why dwell on trivialities? As they reached the summit near 6 o'clock, Chen Bo sat on a rock, panting. Lin Yao retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from her small backpack, tossing one to him with a teasing remark. Feeling weak already? Chen Bo, without retort, took a few sips of water and began to gather his thoughts for the conversation ahead. Conveying the sensitive information regarding drug-related matters to Lin Yao was a matter of great delicacy. In a previous life, the media had reported on a drug case in detail. A hapless child had inadvertently consumed coffee laced with a narcotic, resulting in cardiac shock and death. Upon examination, the presence of the narcotic was discovered, which is strictly prohibited in Huaxia. The hospital promptly reported this to the police. Investigations led to the child's mother, unraveling a network of coffee sales. Eventually, it was uncovered that the source of the tainted coffee was a private food factory in Jiangxing. The factory's coffee was distributed to major cities, catering to those already addicted to caffeine, thus amplifying the addiction among consumers of the poison brew. The world harbors many evildoers, some of whom are more corrupt than criminals, and this factory was shielded by powerful official protectors. A web of corruption intertwined the provincial and municipal levels, with the majority of illicit profits siphoned off by these hidden guardians. Following the exposure of the scandal, police surrounded the factory, yet those involved refused to surrender, fearing for their families under the control of their powerful backers. To protect their loved ones, they chose to resist fiercely, leading to a violent confrontation with law enforcement, during which Lin Yao ultimately lost her life. Chen Bo's current objective was merely to expedite this confrontation, yet he held no certainty about Lin Yao's survival. Unless he divulged more details to her and requested the deployment of armed specialists, their chances would remain slim. However, a crucial precondition existed. Lin Yao must unconditionally trust him, for the information he possessed was too sensitive for anyone outside the inner circle to know. Should she inquire about his sources, Chen Bo could not adequately explain without risking an investigation into his own affairs. Thus, he needed a plausible plan, ensuring that the information source remained confined to Lin Yao. His identity must remain concealed, as informants often face dire consequences. Particularly when it touches on the vested interests of significant figures, exposure would render him a target. Those wishing to retaliate would rise against him, leaving him to hide and live in fear unless he possessed overwhelming strength to eliminate any threats. After considerable contemplation, Chen Bo, perched on a protruding rock, gazed towards the rising sun in the east and solemnly asked, "Do you believe I am a violent criminal?" Lin Yao, resting her chin on her hand, scrutinized Chen Bo rather than answer directly. She countered, "Are you seeking to clear your name?" "Indeed. I cannot bear the stigma of being labeled a violent criminal for life." Lin Yao had perused the case files from Chen Bo's past, noting that from the initial interrogation to the conclusion of the trial, the process had taken no more than a month. The evidence documented was impeccably perfect, which raised suspicion of external manipulation behind the scenes. "Chen Bo, do you realize that if your name is cleared, all those involved in the investigation at that time will face accountability? Among them are individuals now in high positions, making a reopening of the inquiry exceedingly challenging. I am acutely aware of the situation, which is precisely why I chose to collaborate with you," he replied. "Why me?" Lin Yao inquired, her skepticism evident. She sensed an ulterior motive behind Chen Bo's insistence. Chen Bo pointed skyward, indicating, "I am aware of your background. Your family stature is quite formidable, isn't it?" Lin Yao's eyes widened in shock, her water bottle dropping to the ground as she regarded him warily. "How do you know? Have you investigated me?" Chen Bo shook his head. "What if I told you I could read faces? Would you believe me?" "Not at all," she retorted, well aware that she had assumed a new identity in Jiangxing, known only to a select few of her closest kin. "Then there is nothing more to discuss," he shrugged, fixing his gaze on Lin Yao. "Now, I ask you, if we are to collaborate, can you promise to trust me unconditionally and maintain absolute confidentiality about my identity? I do not wish for anyone else to know that I am the one providing you with this information." Meeting Chen Bo's gaze, Lin Yao hesitated, finding it difficult to place her trust in someone she barely knew. Observing her indecision, Chen Bo chuckled lightly. "Very well, let us pretend we have not met today." As Chen Bo began to walk away, Lin Yao hastily called out, "Wait. While I cannot fully trust you at this moment, if you can provide useful leads, I will attempt to extend my trust. Furthermore, regarding the confidentiality issue, you need not worry. I will safeguard your identity. Should inquiries arise from above, I will devise a way to navigate through them without implicating you." Chapter 22. Providing leads. Lin Yao was not naive. She understood Chen Bo's concerns. Sources of information regarding drug-related matters could only be obtained through embedded informants. If superiors demanded a reasonable explanation, someone had to shoulder the burden. Moreover, the police department was not a monolith. If information leaked from within, Chen Bo's situation would be equally perilous. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yao decided to leverage her family connections to persuade her superiors, willing to gamble on her career. Chen Bo halted, turning back to sit on the rock once more. "Very well, let us proceed. I will provide you with insights into the drug-related underbelly in Jiangxing, and you will assist me in reopening the investigation. I will notify you when I have gathered sufficient evidence." "Do you not require my assistance in the investigation?" Lin Yao asked, surprised. "No need. If you intervene prematurely, it may alert those behind the scenes." He firmly declined her offer. For Chen Bo, seeking to clear his name was of little consequence. such matters were trivial. His pursuit of vindication was merely a pretext to appease Lin Yao, as any exchange of interest necessitated rationality. Without a vested interest, she would be reluctant to cooperate. In that case, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Not at all. The information I possess is worthless if kept to myself. By sharing it with you, I could gain a significant ally, thus benefiting from this exchange. Ah, so your motive is not solely to clear your name, but also to cultivate advantageous connections? Lin Yao astutely observed. Chen Bo did not deny it, candidly stating, only children make choices. I desire both vindication and connections. Lin Yao appreciated his honesty, recognizing that she could only consider aiding him if he had something to offer. All right, in this initial collaboration, what insider information do you intend to disclose? Chen Bo smiled broadly, implying, please set aside any recording devices. Lin Yao's eyes flickered at his request. Do you not trust me? It is not a matter of disbelief. Rather, it is precisely due to our mutual trust that I feel compelled to express my thoughts, to avoid any potential awkwardness later. Lin Yao glared at Chen Bo with clenched teeth, retrieving a voice recorder from her small backpack and turning it off before him. You truly are something. You caught that, she remarked. To keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Your subtle actions while grabbing the water were far too conspicuous. Chen Bo, having just realized that Lin Yao had discreetly activated the recorder while taking a bottle of mineral water, suspected that she was learning from him, deliberately holding back her cards. All right, can we speak now? Kindly share the current status of your investigation, he urged. Lin Yao hesitated slightly, responding cautiously, our police department adheres to confidentiality protocols. I cannot divulge specifics as we are still in the preliminary stages. Chen Bo feigned profundity, saying, poison can manifest in various forms. As time progresses, so do the methods of drug traffickers. Do not confine your thinking to past narcotics cases, as this could hinder your investigative direction. Lin Yao furrowed her brow, perplexed. Poison typically exists as powder, crystals, tablets, or liquid. What other forms could there be? Chen Bo pondered for a moment, recalling that coffee is also a powder, and nodded. You make a fair point. I shall not keep you in suspense. You might want to investigate which food factories in Jiangxing produce coffee. I trust your capabilities will lead you to some clues. So, according to your reasoning, the source of the poison is local to Jiangxing and supplied in the form of coffee? Precisely. Lin Yao fell into contemplation. Given that many people consume several cups of coffee daily, including herself during late-night work, if poison were to be integrated into coffee, it could indeed go unnoticed. She raised a concern. Wouldn't using coffee as a carrier be too brazen? That depends on the type of poison. For instance, with certain alkaloids, a mere trace can induce gradual addiction, Chen Bo explained. Lin Yao found this perspective enlightening. They had never considered the everyday consumption of coffee before. If this were true, the difficulty of solving the case would be significantly reduced. If you already know the source, why not simply tell me? I need to assess your capabilities. If I serve the information on a platter and you cannot handle it, I shall have to reassess our future collaboration, Chen Bo replied. Lin Yao felt a strong urge to apprehend Chen Bo and interrogate him fiercely to uncover the source of his knowledge. Is there anything else to say? Confidentiality is paramount. The circle I have drawn for you is already quite small. With diligence, you should uncover some leads, Chen Bo added. Once you find a lead, I will guide you on the most prudent approach for the apprehension. Very well, I will trust you this once. I shall take a leave of absence to investigate personally. This way, even if my superiors inquire about the source later, I can deflect the question. Chen Bo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the rising sun in the east, feigning gravity. Not bad. You're a tad smarter than I anticipated. However, do remember to think twice before acting in the future. Impulsiveness will only exacerbate the situation. Lin Yao crossed her arms, observing Chen Bo's retreating figure, and teased, why do I feel as though you are putting on airs? Chen Bo turned back, unabashedly admitting, then let it be said I am putting on airs. Was the information you just shared also smuggled out from prison? Lin Yao probed cautiously. What? Are you planning to dig deeper? Chen Bo responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. You were released less than a week ago. I wonder how you could have obtained such detailed intelligence. Enough of your veiled inquiries. When the time is right, I will naturally disclose everything, he concluded. Let us end our conversation here for today. I have other matters to attend to. Would you mind giving me a ride? Lin Yao ceased her questioning, hoisting her backpack and striding down the mountainside. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lin Yao opened the driver's door, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Bo. Sit in the back. Next time you go out, wash off that odor. It's disgusting. Chen Bo sheepishly complied, settling into the rear seat, unable to detect his own scent. As they drove back, Lin Yao scrutinized Chen Bo through the rearview mirror, pondering how he seemed utterly unfazed, lacking any sense of shame. She dropped him off at the entrance of Yujingqing Community, and as they parted ways, Lin Yao appeared to recall something. She rolled down the window and called out to Chen Bo's retreating figure. "Hey!" Chen Bo turned, a look of suspicion crossing his face. "What else is there?" "The individual who robbed you yesterday, Niu Shan, is under the employ of Tai Sin Yang. Are you not concerned about potential retaliation from her if you insist on sending him to prison?" Chen Bo's expression exaggerated in response, and he chuckled. "Am I supposed to be scared? Perhaps you should come protect me." "Not a chance. You're on your own." Lin Yao felt her goodwill had been met with ingratitude, leaving with a parting remark as she quickly accelerated away. Chapter 23. Seeking Confirmation and Understanding. After passing an intersection, Lin Yao suddenly slowed down. Parking under the shade of a tree, rubbing her temples, she picked up her phone and dialed a number associated with the capital. The call rang for a considerable time before being answered, and a kind, elderly voice came through. "Yao Yao, are you not working today? What brings you to call your grandfather?" Lin Yao adopted a sweet demeanor, saying, "Oh, Grandpa, I'll come visit you in Kyoto when I have some time off." Her grandfather, Kong Lianxing, had been retired for several years, yet his former officials and students were scattered across various provinces, granting him formidable connections. "That's wonderful. You're not getting any younger. When will you bring a boyfriend home for me to meet? If you keep pressuring me, I'll hang up." "All right. I won't pressure you. Now tell me, what troubles you?" Kong Lianxing cherished his strong-willed granddaughter. As the saying goes, those who have no business do not visit the Three Treasure Hall, indicating that she must have encountered a significant challenge to suddenly reach out. "Grandpa, nothing escapes your notice. There's something I can't handle and would like your advice on." Lin Yao was concerned that Chen Bo might set a trap for her, especially since he was aware of her grandfather's influential background. Out of caution, she opted to consult her grandfather. She then began outlining Chen Bo's profile, including his prison record and the 2 setups he devised after his release, culminating in his proposal for collaboration. Throughout her recounting, Kong Lianxing listened intently, refraining from interruption until she concluded. "Is there anything you wish to add?" he inquired. "No. So, you are worried that he might be setting a trap for you, correct?" Indeed, after spending 10 years in a maximum security prison, he has been surrounded by some of the most ruthless criminals. He could easily be corrupted. Setting aside how he learned of my identity, your encounter was purely coincidental, suggesting he was prompted by the opportunity to propose a collaboration after meeting you. Is there an issue with that? He is a clever man. Knowing of my existence yet daring to approach you indicates he possesses absolute confidence. His intentions revolve around the resources behind you, with you merely serving as a bridge. To traverse that bridge, he must first test the waters. His gesture of goodwill yesterday was a demonstration of his strength and value, and now he is betting on you, simultaneously assessing your own capabilities and worth. I understand he is using me, and I wish to leverage him to break this case. However, I remain apprehensive. You need not worry about this collaboration. While ordinary individuals may tread cautiously, he has already foreseen the end goal with each step he takes. As long as you do not err, the outcome is assuredly favorable. It represents a mutual opportunity for both of you. Yet he has not divulged the complete plan to me. If I uncover the drug manufacturing facility, how will he proceed? At that moment, Kong Lianxing was seated under the tree, playing chess against an elderly man with graying hair, poised to deliver a checkmate. Yao Yao. This person will likely compel you to utilize your connections, either by requesting assistance from distant police forces or enlisting local armed units. Although this may offend certain local leaders, it will maximize your contributions. However, acting alone may invite criticism. If a few local protectors are dealt with, who would dare to voice any complaints? With guidance from her grandfather, Lin Yao's confusion suddenly dissipated. Why act alone? It is precisely due to the rampant local protectors. Everything stems from the local political ecology. And she is considering the bigger picture. Grandfather, I know what to do now. I'm busy, but I will visit you another day. Goodbye. Kong Lianxing set his phone aside and turned to the elder in front of him with a smile. Old Chong, how are you? You've been outmaneuvered. The elder across from him shook his head and replied, You've won. By the way, does my grandson still have a chance? You heard what was said. Matters among the younger generation are beyond my control. After all, it's not our era anymore. The practice of betrothal in the third generation is ineffective. Though he said this, compromises can certainly be made. Many relationships are forged through compromise. The 2 retired gentlemen discussed their descendants, both displaying expressions of helplessness. The gap between the second and third generations is too vast. One can only guide them patiently. Upon returning to her rented apartment, Lin Yao encountered Wang Ting and a Bing, who were preparing to leave. Wang Ting cast a glance at Chen Bo before quickly diverting her gaze, recalling the horrific screams she had heard the previous night. Brother Chen, I'll head out first. Chen Bo, unfazed by the awkwardness, set down his phone and inquired. Where is she? Sister Xiao Yu said she's unwell and is still in bed. All right, you go ahead. Once Wang Ting and a Bing departed, Chen Bo opened his own room and discovered Li Xiaoyu lying on her side in bed, revealing her smooth and delicate back. Hearing the noise, Li Xiaoyu turned over, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and glared at Chen Bo with a look of reproach. Darling, you did that on purpose last night, didn't you? Chen Bo refrained from responding directly, instead countering, what about the underwear you washed for me yesterday? It's on the balcony's drying rack. Chen Bo turned and went to the balcony, bringing in a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom. After a quick shower, Chen Bo opened the bathroom door and was met by Li Xiaoyu standing at the threshold, a mischievous smile plastered on her face as she gazed at his chest. He picked Li Xiaoyu up and carried her back to bed, his face stern as he dropped a warning before turning to change. At 10 in the morning, the couple set off together. As Li Xiaoyu felt weak all over, they opted to take a taxi to the restaurant where she worked. In the back seat, Li Xiaoyu nestled against Chen Bo's shoulder, her large, watery eyes sparkling as she softly said, I just informed my boss of my resignation. After I hand over my current tasks today, I will regain my freedom. What position do you plan to assign me next? Chapter 24. House hunting and purchasing. Chen Bo had already contemplated Li Xiaoyu's future role. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he replied, I have registered 4 company names, one of which is an e-commerce company focused on live streaming. I will entrust its management to you. Huh, e-commerce. Am I supposed to open an online store? Currently, short videos are just beginning to gain traction, and live streaming sales are still in their infancy. In a few years, this sector will flourish. By laying the groundwork now, they can be prepared for the golden era of live streaming sales. Of course, some streamers, once they mature, will seek independence. But Chen Bo has his strategies in place for such eventualities. Exactly. I will teach you the specifics once I have the time. Great. After all, you are the boss. I will do as you say. Li Xiaoyu sweetly pressed her lips against Chen Bo's cheek, leaving a mark. Noticing that Chen Bo preferred not to be affectionate in public, Li Xiaoyu quickly retrieved a wet wipe from her bag, removing the lipstick stain from his face. Through their interactions over the past few days, Li Xiaoyu had learned how to navigate her relationship with Chen Bo, knowing when to be obedient. The taxi stopped outside Jinjiang Yin restaurant, and seeing Li Xiaoyu's awkward gait, Chen Bo couldn't help but smile confidently. Driver, take me to South District Central Street. Sure. Chen Bo took out his phone and called Xiao Kaiyun, arranging to meet her at South District Central Street. The South District is approximately 20 kilometers from the city center, and it took the taxi 40 minutes to reach their destination. After paying and stepping out, Chen Bo surveyed his surroundings, which matched his memories perfectly. This area is the district center, with a commercial radius of about 5 kilometers. Beyond that, it is predominantly industrial. The district government has begun relocating heavily polluted, high-energy consuming, and low-efficiency industries to third-tier cities, establishing industrial parks, and actively attracting high-tech enterprises. Once the higher authorities issue their directives, the pace of industrial upgrading will accelerate. Chen Bo's current strategy is to accumulate real estate, as he anticipates that property values will at least double by the end of summer. Just then, he heard Xiao Caiyun's voice behind him. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I'm late. Chen Bo snapped back to reality and greeted the graceful Xiao Kaiyun. No problem. I just arrived as well. Let us find a place to eat. There's a great chicken pot place ahead. Would you like to try it? Xiao Kaiyun suggested. Sure. Today, Xiao Kaiyun wore a white shirt and a pink skirt, without stockings, her fair, long legs drawing the attention of many male passers-by. Xiao Kaiyun seemed accustomed to this attention and paid no mind to it. The two walked 50 meters along the street before entering a roadside dining establishment. They found a table across from each other, ordered their meals, and Chen Bo interlocked his fingers, looking at Xiao Kaiyun. Have you confirmed that there are no purchase restrictions? I have confirmed that there are currently no purchase restrictions in South District, Xiao Kaiyun replied honestly. After we finish eating, let's first visit the sales office of Weiya New City, then go to Zhujiang Garden, and finally, to Meili Garden. Surprised by Chen Bo's impressive memory, Xiao Kaiyun quickly retrieved her documents and marked the properties he mentioned. During their meal, they engaged in extensive conversation. Xiao Kaiyun found that Chen Bo could speak fluently on any topic, some of which she didn't fully comprehend, deepening her admiration for him. At 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the sales office of Weiya New City. Typically, these new developments are sold directly by the developers, who then collaborate with external agencies to broaden their sales channels. Xiao Caiyun's agency is part of a chain, allowing her to show properties from any developer that has signed a contract with the chain. Mr. Chen, there are currently 120 units available at Weiyanu City, with sizes ranging from 90 to 120 square meters, half of which are on lower floors, Xiao Kaiyun explained, referring to the model on the display. Would you like to visit the show units? No need. It would be a waste of time. Without hesitation, Chen Bo listed the types of units he was interested in, and Xiao Kaiyun quickly took notes, her hand trembling as she wrote. On the day of the villa transfer, Xiao Kaiyun accidentally noticed a text notification on Chen Bo's phone. After he paid the remaining balance for the villa, she saw that his account still held a series of zeros. The realization that she was dealing with a young boss worth millions thrilled her. She found herself dreaming of Chen Bo at night. That's all. Can you count how many units there are? A total of 25 units, 10 three-bedroom units, each 120 square meters, and 15 smaller three-bedroom units, each 96 square meters. Please calculate the approximate costs. Xiao Kaiyun struggled to suppress her excitement. Was he planning to make a bulk purchase? That was quite extravagant. All right, I'll calculate it now. They then moved to a small glass round table in the corner, where Xiao Kaiyun began to tally the prices of the properties. During the wait, Chen Bo received a call from Wang Ting. Chen, the company's license and account have all been successfully arranged, albeit at an additional cost of 8,000 due to some connections. No matter, what I seek is speed. A little expenditure is inconsequential. Bring everything with you to the sales office in South District, Weiyanu Town. All right, Jie Bing and I will head over immediately. Upon hanging up, Xiao Kaiyun calculated the expenses and pushed her phone toward Chen Bo, her voice trembling as she said, Mr. Chen, the cost for the 25 properties amounts to 21,120,000. Chen Bo noted the final tally of over 21 million and realized that if they could secure a discount of 12, it would only require 19 million. Can we get in touch with the leadership of the developer? Yes, I'll make the call. At that moment, a woman's sardonic voice suddenly interrupted from behind. What a bold claim, starting with 21 million. Kaiyun, have you hooked up with some big client? Xiao Kaiyun turned to see a woman with large, wavy hair approaching. Dressed in a fitted mint green mini dress that hugged her figure, the hem barely reached mid-thigh, perfectly showcasing her long, slender legs. Her makeup was heavy, the foundation reflecting an almost blinding whiteness. With an open neckline, she brazenly displayed her cleavage, seemingly eager for others to notice her allure. As she approached Xiao Kaiyun, holding sales materials, she tilted her head slightly upwards, her nostrils flaring. Her haughty gaze scrutinized Chen Bo before breaking into a disdainful smile, as though she were looking down upon a rustic bumpkin. Chen Bo lifted his gaze to meet hers, noting that this woman exuded a youthful, provocative energy, coupled with an air of superiority. Xiao Caiyun's expression soured as she positioned herself in front of Chen Bo, her tone icy as she addressed Liu Meili. If you can't speak properly, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Chapter 25. Xiao Caiyun's revenge. This woman, Liu Meili, was once a colleague of Xiao Caiyun's, who had deliberately seduced two of Xiao Caiyun's clients away. Later, Xiao Kaiyun had gathered evidence of Liu Meili's deceitful tactics. While everyone was aware of the situation, once it was brought to light, the stakes changed dramatically. Subsequently, Xiao Kaiyun publicly disclosed the evidence, leading to Liu Meili's public humiliation and loss of face within the company. Unable to remain after such disgrace, she resigned and sought employment elsewhere, now working at the sales office. Encountering her former rival today, she was naturally inclined to taunt her. Crossing her arms and tilting her chin, she sneered, "Heh, my mouth is mine to use as I please. Do you have any say in it?" To further provoke Xiao Kaiyun, Liu Meili glanced at Chen Bo and mocked, "You should take a look at his attire. He thinks he can buy a house for 20 million, as if it's just cabbage by the roadside." Xiao Kaiyun noticed a subtle smile playing at the corners of Chen Bo's mouth, indicating he was not upset. Seizing the moment, she retorted, "Liu Meili, you resorted to underhanded tactics to steal my clients. Should I show your colleagues the evidence? Let them see how selfish and repugnant you truly are." "You dare?" Liu Meili exclaimed. "I wouldn't hesitate," Xiao Kaiyun shot back, threateningly. "Enough with the empty threats. If you don't want this to become widely known, apologize to my client now." Liu Meili, flustered, realized she had been at the sales office for less than 2 months, and if news of today's incident spread, her career would be jeopardized. Reassessing the seemingly ordinary young man before her, she suddenly recognized a unique aura about him. His composure and aloof demeanor were distinctly mature for his age. With this realization, Liu Meili quickly donned a charming smile, approaching Chen Bo with a flirtatious air. "Handsome, I'm the sales manager here. If you're looking to buy a property, you can come to me. I'll offer you a 10% discount." Xiao Kaiyun sensed the impending danger. This was clearly an attempt to poach her client. If she lost him, the consequences would be dire. Glancing nervously at Chen Bo, she urgently warned, Mr. Chen, this woman has questionable character. And Chen Bo raised a hand, signaling her to remain calm. He tapped the table lightly and turned to Liu Meili with a smile. What is your complaint hotline? Liu Meili's smile faltered, staring at Chen Bo in disbelief as she questioned, what do you mean? Have you been in the game too long to comprehend simple words? You. The blatant insult was too much for Liu Meili to bear. Gritting her teeth, she spat, fine, just wait. With that, she stormed out, her anger palpable. At that moment, Xiao Kaiyun hurriedly lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. She was my former colleague. There's no need to explain. Just ensure you handle the matters I entrusted to you. And I assure you, your commission will not diminish, Chen Bo replied. Xiao Kaiyun bit her lip, gratitude evident in her eyes as she said, thank you. I'll contact the head of the sales office right away. Soon. Xiao Kaiyun arrived at the second floor of the sales office, standing outside the manager's office, poised to knock, when she overheard a conversation inside. Little fox. Who made you feel wronged? Woo woo woo. That nasty woman is an old colleague of mine. She brought a man to the sales office claiming he wanted to buy a house. I merely questioned his financial capability, and yet she threatened him. Stop crying. She's just an agent. I'll file a complaint with her supervisor. I guarantee she won't have an easy time. Thank you, dear. Standing at the door, Xiao Caiyun's fury ignited. She had not anticipated such shamelessness. All right, I'll make sure she pays, but you should also repay me in kind, right? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Someone could walk in. Weren't you the one who just locked the door? Fine. Understanding the nature of the conversation within, Xiao Kaiyun suddenly devised a plan. Abruptly, she knocked forcefully on the office door, startling the two inside. The man and woman inside jumped, the man swearing, damn. Who has such poor manners? Xiao Kaiyun stifled a laugh, maintaining her composure as she said, hello, Manager Wu. I am a sales representative from Jinjiao Real Estate. A client intends to purchase a significant number of properties and wishes to discuss pricing with you personally. Wu Maocai's expression darkened, his tone displeased. Do you not understand the rules? Can't even knock properly? Upon hearing Xiao Caiyun's voice, Liu Meili's face paled, and she whispered urgently, Manager Wu. The woman outside is the colleague I just mentioned. She must have overheard us and is trying to humiliate you. Humph, the audacity. You go open the door. As the office door swung open, Xiao Kaiyun stepped back, covering her mouth and nose with a disgusted expression, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, Liu Meili, you're here too. Liu Meili glared at Xiao Kaiyun, recognizing the mockery in her words. Isn't that obvious? What else with the hand over your mouth and nose? I'm merely reporting to my superior at the sales office. Is that not normal? Huh, your method of reporting is rather unique, relying solely on your mouth. The artful insult left Liu Meili flustered, breaking her composure. Xiao Kaiyun, you're no saint either. What gives you the right to judge me? Is that so? At least I'm not as despicable as you. At that moment, Wu Maocai found himself captivated by Xiao Caiyun's figure and grace, his gaze drawn to her long, elegant legs. Comparing her to Liu Meili, he soon felt the latter pale in contrast. Liu Meili, sensing the shift in Wu Maocai's attention, quickly interjected, Manager Wu. Don't be deceived by this vile woman. Her tactics are quite insidious. Wu Maocai cleared his throat and returned to his chair. Xiao Liu, perhaps you should step back for a moment. Liu Meili wished to express more, yet was intimidated into silence by Wu Maocai's piercing gaze. Internally, she cursed men as nothing but despicable creatures, driven solely by lust. As the two brushed past each other at the office door, Liu Meili chose to ignore Xiao Caiyun's mocking smile and stormed away. Once Liu Meili had distanced herself, Wu Maocai gestured towards the sofa in the office, smilingly suggesting, Miss, let us discuss the client you mentioned. Chapter 26. The housing turmoil. Wu Maocai appeared unfazed by the earlier incident, directing an aggressive gaze toward Xiao Kaiyun. The sight of the portly older man sickened her. His smile was utterly repugnant, a stark contrast to the youthful and affluent Chen Bo. She refrained from entering, instead cheerfully reminding, Mr. Wu, the client is still waiting downstairs. Time is of the essence. Please proceed downstairs to meet with the client. Xiao Caiyun's refusal irked Wu Maocai, for no salesperson had ever dared to challenge his authority. You must be Xiao Kaiyun, correct? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. Since you seem unaware of the rules, I shall have a word with your superior. Feel free to lodge a complaint, Mr. Wu. However, I have brought a client ready to purchase a property. If you lack the time to engage, I will have no choice but to direct the client to your company's higher-ups. Wu Maocai squinted, intrigued by this saleswoman's audacity to disregard his threats and retaliate with her own. Are you threatening me? He asked. With a smile, she countered, You jest, Mr. Wu. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a salesperson, assisting the client with their housing needs and challenges. Is there an issue with that? Xiao Caiyun's confidence stemmed from her association with Chen Bo. She felt no guilt. Even if she offended the sales department, she believed Chen Bo could resolve it. In the current buyer's market, who could fear not being able to purchase a home? Empowered by Chen Bo's backing, she was determined not to yield. Very well. I shall see what kind of client supports you, Wu Maochai said before following Xiao Caiyun to the first floor sales area, where he found Chen Bo reclining in a chair, smoking. Mr. Chen, this is the sales department's general manager, Mr. Wu. Wu Maochai scrutinized Chen Bo, a cold smirk forming in his mind. Such a character could not possibly afford to buy properties in bulk. So, you wish to purchase a home? He asked. Chen Bo crossed his legs and signaled to Xiao Caiyun. Manager Xiao, show him the properties I've circled. Certainly, Xiao Caiyun replied, producing a marked A4 sheet to begin her presentation. Mr. Wu, the marked units are those Mr. Chen is interested in, 25 in total, 10 large 3-bedroom units and 15 small 3-bedroom units. At a rate of 8,000 per square meter, the total comes to 21,120,000. Currently, Mr. Chen expects a purchase at an 80 discount. If you can make a decision, we can sign the contract now. Upon hearing the request, Wu Maochai scoffed. Buying is not the issue. The question is, can you afford it? Chen Bo extinguished his cigarette, rising from the chair with a smile. Oh, are you doubting my capabilities? Mr. Wu? Assuming Chen Bo could not afford it, Wu Maochai derided. Look at you, clearly unable to buy. I have no time to waste on your nonsense. Oh, so you judge by appearances? Must one drive a Ferrari, wear a Rolex, and don Armani to purchase a home? I did not say that, but I can assure you, you cannot afford it. Is that so? What if I can? Chen Bo retorted. I would eat my words. Chen Bo shook his head. Forget it. I'm not interested in whether you eat your words. This is merely a waste of my time. With that, he waved dismissively, heading toward the door while instructing Manager Xiao. Inform his superiors of his low regard for people and refusal to sell properties. Watching Chen Bo's departing figure, Wu Maochai remained unfazed, scoffing. Humph. Complaining to my superiors will do you no good. A poor wretch is still a poor wretch. Fortunately, the hot weather meant few potential buyers were present. Only property sales personnel. Their altercation attracted considerable attention, prompting Wu Maochai to glare around, barking, "What are you all staring at? Hurry and invite clients." The onlookers quickly averted their gazes, returning to their tasks, harboring their discontent only for whispered judgments behind his back. Once outside the sales department, Xiao Caiyun promptly called to file a complaint against Wu Maochai, making it clear that he had rejected a multi-million-dollar property contract. Xiao Caiyun understood Chen Bo's intentions. Once the developer's higher-ups investigated, Wu Maochai and Liu Meili would undoubtedly face consequences. Mr. Chen, where to now? She inquired. To the Zhujiang Garden Sales Department, he replied. The properties Chen Bo selected were all strategically located near schools, subways, and commercial centers. 20 minutes later, at the Zhujiang Garden Sales Center, Chen Bo selected 20 properties without making an appearance himself, instead sending Xiao Caiyun to negotiate with the sales department head. Upon learning that Chen Bo intended to purchase all 20 units outright, the sales manager quickly reported this opportunity to his superiors. Recognizing the significance of such a client for a cash-strapped real estate firm, in the first-floor client lounge, Wang Ting sat beside Chen Bo on the sofa, while a Bing stood nearby, her eyes subtly assessing him. Brother Chen, we've registered 4 business licenses and all accounts are set up, Wang Ting informed him. The 4 companies included an investment firm, a media company, a technology firm, and a security company. According to Chen Bo's plan, he would leverage his past life's memories to exploit information gaps for quick capital acquisition, subsequently investing these funds externally. Xiaoyu will come to assist you tomorrow, Wang Ting added. Sister Xiaoyu really resigned? She asked in surprise. Since she wishes to work for me, I must give her a chance, he responded. As they conversed, Xiao Caiyun and a middle-aged man approached the lounge. Noticing the young and beautiful Wang Ting, along with the frosty Bing, Xiao Caiyun was curious about their identities. Being a clever individual, she refrained from asking too many questions, instead introducing, Mr. Chen, this is the sales department's general manager, Zheng Jiang. Zheng Jiang was taken aback by Chen Bo's youth. Overwhelmed, he bent slightly and extended his hand respectfully, saying, Hello, Mr. Chen. Chen Bo shook his hand, and then turned to Xiao Caiyun, inquiring, Have you reached an agreement? Yes, we have negotiated. The total cost for the 20 properties is 17,600,000. After the 20 discount, it amounts to 14,080,000. Chen Bo nodded. Good, round off the amount to 14 million, and prepare the contract. Hearing Chen Bo's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Caiyun, Zheng Jiang, Wang Ting, and a Bing all wore expressions of shock. Observing their astonishment, Chen Bo rapped on the coffee table. Be swift, I do not have time to waste. Recovering from her surprise, Xiao Kaiyun could hardly contain her excitement, quickly responding, Understood, Mr. Chen. I will prepare the contract with Manager Zheng right away. Half an hour later, Wang Ting, as the legal representative, signed 20 contracts with the sales department. And Chen Bo immediately paid a deposit of 1 million. Zheng Jiang escorted Chen Bo and his associates out of the sales department, with both parties agreeing to finalize the online signing and filing the next morning. Once in the car, Xiao Kaiyun took a deep breath and asked Mr. Chen, where to next? Chen Bo glanced at the time. It was only 3 p.m. To the Meili Garden sales department. Are we continuing to buy? Chen Bo replied. Why not? Chapter 27. The multi-million-dollar contract. Faced with Chen Bo's retort, Xiao Kaiyun found herself at a loss for words. Wang Ting then reminded, Brother Chen, the financial pressure from full payments will be significant. Chen Bo did not deny this, pondering for a moment before stating, Do not worry about the money. Buy as much as you can. Manager Xiao is currently fully authorized to represent me in purchasing a property. Please leave your contact information for easier communication. Wang Ting smiled sweetly and said, Sister Xiao, could you kindly give me your business card? Of course, Xiao Kaiyun replied. Noticing that Wang Ting addressed her more familiarly, she smiled and handed over a business card, speaking gently, Sister Wang, feel free to reach out to me anytime regarding any property inquiries. Subsequently, Xiao Kaiyun drove the three of them to the sales office of Charming Garden. This time, they primarily focused on small 2-bedroom units. With 30 new homes available at a discounted price of 17 million, the parties signed the contract and paid the deposit on the spot, leaving the sales office manager in disbelief until the contract was finalized. Chen Bo opted against second-hand properties mainly due to the hassle and the swiftness of new homes. The fourth location was Galaxy District, where Chen Bo, familiar with the process, took just 10 minutes to select 25 units of varying sizes. With a post-discount price of 18 million. Before nightfall, they had secured 75 property contracts, and Xiao Kaiyun felt as if she were floating. The total amount reached 49 million, yielding her a commission of 490,000. That evening, news spread like wildfire in the property circles of the South District. A wealthy individual had extravagantly purchased properties worth 50 million across 3 new developments. While some rejoiced, others despaired. In the conference room on the second floor of the Weiyan New City sales office, a middle-aged man with graying hair stood by the window. You incompetent fool. I could just slap you. I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault for underestimating the situation. Wu Maokai trembled, lowering his head. Enough with the excuses. The client's complaint has reached higher-ups, and they are furious. Pack your things and leave immediately. Someone is coming to take your place. Wu Maokai attempted to defend himself, but the middle-aged man cut him off. Shut up. You must return all the project funds you've embezzled over the years, or I'll ensure you face serious consequences. Stunned, Wu Maokai could hardly comprehend that due to one mistake, he was not only losing his job, but would also face significant financial repercussions. Suddenly, there was a knock on the conference room door. Boss, I'm here. The middle-aged man turned around, his tone icy. Come in. A tall, attractive woman entered, exuding grace. Boss, I've just investigated this client. He paid in full for a 7 million villa at Xiangjiang Garden 2 days ago, and today made a significant purchase of 75 properties. He has substantial funds and is a valuable client. Have you managed to contact him? Yes, I have his number. The discount we offer depends on your discretion. Currently, the group is experiencing cash flow issues, so when you negotiate, set the minimum at 30 off to start. Understood. The client might still be in the South District, so I'll contact him right away. How you handle it is up to you. I just need the contract and cash finalized within 3 days. Got it. I'll do my utmost. The woman glanced at Wu Maokai before exiting the conference room. Wu Maokai, feeling humiliated, stood there, speechless. Are you still making a fool of yourself? Get out, he was told. Dejected, Wu Maokai left the office and headed to the parking lot, where Liu Meili approached him anxiously. General Manager, how did it go? The response was a resounding slap. Damn it, I've just been fired. It's all your fault. If you hadn't incited me, I'd still be the general manager. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Losing $1 million client over a single mistake was infuriating. Liu Meili, realizing her fault, covered her sore cheek, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. General Manager, I didn't know. Wu Maokai, still furious, glared at her and yanked her hair, striking her repeatedly. In the night, the sound of slaps echoed. Please stop, I realize my mistakes. Liu Meili begged, but he retorted, You're a jinx. Never show your face in front of me again. He kicked her to the ground and left, starting the engine and driving away. Liu Meili lay on the ground, her hair disheveled, her mouth swollen, with traces of blood evident. Watching the taillights disappear, she directed her resentment towards Xiao Kaiyun, questioning why Xiao could attract affluent clients while she had to resort to her body for favors. The jealousy within her was fierce, and she vowed to seek revenge. Suddenly, a cunning plan involving Xiao Caiyun's husband began to form in her mind. In a bustling Sichuan restaurant on Old Street in the South District, Chen Bo dined with 3 women. Mid-meal, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. As he answered, the room fell silent. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Li Lan, the new head of the Weiyan New City sales office. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. The individuals who offended you at the sales office, Wu Maokai and Lu Meili, have been dismissed. I will be your point of contact moving forward." Chen Bo scoffed. "What is there to connect about? I have the means to buy wherever I please. Who says I must purchase from you?" "I apologize, Mr. Chen. If you're free tonight, I can arrange a meeting to apologize in person and discuss the property sales. I assure you, it will be satisfactory." Chen Bo, unwilling to waste time on properties, recognized he needed to buy, but not at today's price. He pretended to ponder, remaining silent for several seconds before saying, "In half an hour. Meet me at Sichuan Legend on Old Street." "Understood, see you shortly." After hanging up, Chen Bo gestured with his chopsticks. "If all goes well, we can finalize the properties tonight and register them at the housing authority tomorrow." Xiao Kaiyun admired Chen Bo's strategic maneuvering. The developer would surely be anxious, leading to even lower prices. "Mr. Chen, will these properties require renovations?" "No." That night, after a meal without drinks, Wang Ting volunteered to settle the bill. The 4 exited the restaurant, only to see a BMW SUV parked at the entrance. Suddenly, the door opened, and a mature, alluring woman elegantly stepped out. Chen Bo recognized her as Li Lan, the one who had just called. Dressed in a coffee-colored fitted skirt, she showcased her curvaceous figure and long, straight legs. Her hair was casually tucked behind her ear, with a few strands falling delicately against her cheek, and her refined features appeared striking under the streetlights. The sound of her high heels drew the gaze of many men, her calm smile radiating an enticing charm. Approaching, Li Lan extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Li Lan." Chapter 28. Club services. As the saying goes, one should not offend those who greet them with a smile. Chen Bo, recognizing the importance of maintaining a positive rapport, extended his right hand to shake hers. Suddenly, he felt her fingers lightly scratch his palm, an indication, a signal. Li Lan's gaze swiftly scanned Wang Ting and the other women before she released his hand, inviting, "Mr. Chen, I have arranged a place. Would you like to join me in my car?" Chen Bo turned to Wang Ting, instructing, "You all head back first." Wang Ting understood his intention to socialize and nodded. All right. The 3 women watched as Chen Bo entered the BMW, all aware that he would likely not return that night. In the vehicle, Li Lan observed Chen Bo through the rearview mirror. Chen Bo, succumbing to his nicotine craving, lit a cigarette and languidly exhaled smoke. Upon arriving at a bustling commercial street in the Southern District, the car halted outside an entertainment club. "Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Please alight," Li Lan announced. Chen Bo uttered not a single word, opened the car door, and looked up to see that tonight's venue was a karaoke establishment. The hostess at the entrance greeted them with a radiant smile and ushered them into a lavishly adorned private room. Settling into the plush sofa, Li Lan instructed the waiter, "Please bring everyone over." "Understood," the waiter replied, communicating briefly through his earpiece before exiting the room. Moments later, a parade of elegantly attired women entered, each in high heels and clutching small handbags, forming a line to present themselves. These enchanting ladies each possessed unique charms. Some were alluring and sultry. Others exuded a pure innocence, while a few radiated fiery enthusiasm. They stood before the large screen, flashing sweet smiles and gazing intently at Chen Bo. Observing Chen Bo, Li Lan's lips curled into a knowing smile as she remarked, "Mr. Chen, feel free to select any of these beauties, or you may choose them all." Chen Bo's gaze roamed over the array of women before him. He couldn't deny the attractive quality of the ladies in this establishment. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face among the crowd, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. After a decade in prison, many faces had blurred in his memory, including those of former close friends, classmates, and companions whose identities had merged in his recollections. Noticing Chen Bo's lingering gaze, Li Lan tentatively inquired, "Mr. Chen, if any of them catch your eye, you are welcome to take her with you." Chen Bo reclined, arms outstretched along the sofa, and nonchalantly replied, "Miss Li, I am here for business, not for these distractions." Maintaining her composed demeanor, Li Lan subtly implied, "I believe business is but a minor concern. Your happiness and satisfaction are of utmost importance." Her eloquence intrigued Chen Bo, prompting him to relent. With a cigarette in hand, he gestured towards the woman at the edge of the room. Can you sing? Upon meeting Chen Bo's gaze, the chosen beauty displayed a hint of nervousness, her voice trembling as she replied, I can, somewhat. Her reaction was abnormal, suggesting she recognized him too, a detail that Chen Bo keenly observed. Narrowing his eyes, he beckoned. Then you shall be the one. The rejected women expressed disappointment. Compared to the sleazy older men, Chen Bo was far more appealing, yet he seemed indifferent. Once the irrelevant parties had departed, only 3 individuals remained in the private room. What is your name? Chen Bo inquired. I am Xiao Qing, she answered. Very well. Xiao Qing, please sing Tears of the Iron Window for me. Both Xiao Qing and Li Lan momentarily froze, astonished that anyone would request such a song. Li Lan quickly realized that Chen Bo had recently been released from prison and might still be adjusting to life outside. Xiao Qing appeared to contemplate this as she stood before the karaoke screen, her expression revealing her hesitation. Boss, I've never sung that song before. No matter. You will manage after one try, Chen Bo encouraged. If it doesn't sound good, I won't hold it against you. Disregarding Xiao Qing's apprehension, Chen Bo unexpectedly pulled Li Lan close, wrapping his arm around her neck and caressing her delicate thigh with audacious intent. Initially, Li Lan instinctively resisted, but soon surrendered, realizing she was perhaps the main course for the evening. Meeting Chen Bo's gaze, she calmly smiled and inquired, Mr. Chen, is this your preference? Chen Bo's lips curled into a grin as he leaned closer, inhaling her expensive perfume. It's not about preference, it's about desire. Is that so? Then does Mr. Chen desire me? What do you think? If Mr. Chen desires, I can be yours tonight. Very well, you have said it. I will not force you. Of course, Mr. Chen is not lacking in women. It is an honor for me to attract your interest. Chen Bo laughed heartily. A woman who can articulate her thoughts often finds fortune. Unbeknownst to them, a transaction had been silently agreed upon. Li Lan, shedding her reserve, boldly straddled Chen Bo's lap, pouring him drinks. As the drinks flowed, she began to probe, Mr. Chen, I am curious. Your substantial investment in new properties, have you heard any news? Chen Bo's hands roamed over her body, fully aware that she sought insider information while under the influence. Are you not aware of the market dynamics in real estate? Li Lan, astute as ever, recognized that Chen Bo was still sober and chose not to press further. Excessive questioning could backfire. In the private room, Chen Bo did not overstep boundaries, merely indulging in fleeting touches, while Li Lan found herself stirred by the encounter. Xiao Qing, perched on a bar stool, repeatedly sang Tears of the Iron Window, her thoughts swirling as she cast furtive glances at Chen Bo on the sofa. The greatest fear in nightlife is encountering someone familiar. Not only does it lead to awkwardness, but it may also result in gossip that could tarnish one's reputation among family and friends. Sensing the moment was ripe, Chen Bo gently set Li Lan aside. That will be all for tonight. Breathing heavily, Li Lan smiled knowingly. All right, the hotel room is already arranged. Tonight, let us skip the hotel. I will choose the location. With that, Chen Bo turned to Xiao Qing in the corner, rising to beckon her. You sang well tonight. I shall give you a tip. Xiao Qing quickly waved her hands. No, the tips are covered by the company. Come here. This is from me. You must accept it. Hesitantly, Xiao Qing approached Chen Bo, their proximity allowing him to notice the tear mole at the corner of her eye, which suddenly triggered a name in his mind. He recalled that her name was Tang Qingqing, a classmate from his freshman year, once the belle of the class, now reduced to performing in a nightclub after a decade apart. Sensing Chen Bo's penetrating gaze, Xiao Qing lowered her head, deliberately avoiding his eyes. With a teasing tone, Chen Bo commanded, lift your head. Tang Qingqing shivered slightly, gradually raising her gaze while still casting it aside, unable to meet Chen Bo's eyes, clearly feeling guilty. Chapter 29. A passionate transaction before him was a refined face. More mature than before, yet the once sparkling eyes had dulled. Rather than exposing her identity, Chen Bo playfully lifted her chin, smiling. How much is your tip? 1,800. You sang well tonight. I shall give you 3,600, and I will choose you next time. Complimenting her, Chen Bo transferred the 3,600 tip to her phone, and then wrapped his arm around Li Lan's waist as they exited the private room. In the next moment, Tang Qingqing sat on the sofa, quietly sobbing, realizing that Chen Bo had spared her dignity. As for Chen Bo, he was not a bleeding heart. He had no obligation or desire to inquire further. The reasons for his indifference were rooted in a sick mother, a gambling father, and a brother struggling through school. His generosity in leaving a tip was already a display of compassion. After leaving the club, Li Lan opened the car door and helped Chen Bo into the back seat, remaining sober throughout, as she had a task at hand. Mr. Chen, where shall we head now? There is an artificial lake near your sales office. Take me to enjoy the night view. Certainly. Half an hour later. A BMW parked beneath the shade of trees by the lake. Mr. Chen, to express our apologies, we will grant you an additional discount on your property purchase. Chen Bo flicked away his cigarette, but, scoffing, it seems you are in need of funds. Indeed, as you may know, maintaining a stable cash flow is crucial in real estate development. Very well, please compile a list of properties on the 4th floor and above. In light of your excellent service tonight, I may consider purchasing several units. Li Lan was taken aback by Chen Bo's additional purchases, while her heart raced with excitement. She assured him, "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will attend to this first thing tomorrow morning. Do you require hotel arrangements for tonight?" "No need," he replied. "I feel there's still more to enjoy." At 5 o'clock the next morning, Chen Bo awoke in a hotel room. Having checked in alone the previous night after declining Li Lan's invitation to return home. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a list from Li Lan detailing the specifications of 70 properties, including their sizes and floor heights. After reviewing his bank account balance, subtracting the costs of the villa, hiring a private detective, and yesterday's property purchases, he found he still had over 18 million available. Originally planning to acquire 25 properties, he decided to add 5 more 3-bedroom units, which, at a 30% discount, amounted to approximately 17 million, just enough to match his remaining balance. He left a message for Wang Ting on WeChat before returning to sleep. When he awoke again, it was already 7 in the morning, and a knock on the hotel door roused him. Wrapping a towel around himself, he answered the door to find 2 women waiting outside, Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu quickly stepped into the room, scrutinizing her surroundings. Noticing that only Chen Bo had used the hotel's amenities, she curiously remarked, "Oh, was there no one else here overnight?" Ignoring her, Chen Bo took the change of clothes from Wang Ting. "All right, you two can wait outside." Li Xiaoyu lay down in the spot where Chen Bo had just been, reaffirming that he had indeed spent the night alone. "Come on, it's not like we're strangers. If it's a problem, you can change in the bathroom." Considering Wang Ting was present, Chen Bo opted to change in the bathroom. After taking some time to tidy up, the 3 of them headed downstairs to check out of the hotel. Bing was responsible for driving. Her work now felt significantly lighter compared to her previous job with the Stern Iron Lady, and she preferred spending time with Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting. Once in the car, Li Xiaoyu handed Chen Bo a breakfast, saying, "I've prepared breakfast for you." "Who bought it?" he inquired. Li Xiaoyu responded awkwardly, It was Ting Mei. When did you learn to play the role of a benefactor? If you want to impress me, you should take some real action." Li Xiaoyu immediately brightened, extending her delicate hand to massage Chen Bo's shoulders. "Oh, you're right, boss. I will certainly improve." At 8 o'clock, Chen Bo met Li Lan outside the housing authority with an assistant. Li Lan was still clad in a form-fitting skirt, her long legs rivaling those of Li Xiaoyu, making an attractive sight. As if nothing had transpired the previous night, she greeted Chen Bo. "Good morning, Mr. Chen. You can communicate directly with Manager Xiao regarding the additional properties." Understood. Xiao Kaiyun had also arrived early. Her presence was not necessary for the remaining tasks, as she only needed to confirm the payment. The housing authority had been prepped for the occasion, designating a specific window for bulk property transactions, which facilitated a swift completion of the online signing before 11 o'clock. In the waiting area, Li Lan invited everyone to lunch, a rare occasion where the leaders from 4 sales departments gathered. Chen Bo accepted without hesitation, leading them to a hotel for the meal. As drinks were shared and toasts exchanged, they returned to report on their progress. Li Lan extended her hand, expressing her gratitude to Chen Bo. "Thank you for your tremendous support this time. Should you have any property needs in the future, please feel free to contact me. Cooperation is certainly welcome, but it will depend on your sincerity, Miss Li. My earnest intentions are as clear as day." As their hands clasped, Chen Bo once again felt Li Lan's fingers gently graze his palm, a signal of affection. After parting outside the hotel, Chen Bo had invested nearly all of his funds, leaving only a few $100,000 for operational needs. On the way back to the Yujingqing community, Chen Bo suggested, "Wang Ting, please help me find a driving school to enroll." "Sure." Li Xiaoyu, with a playful smile, chimed in, "Boss, I didn't realize you didn't have a driver's license. You drive so skillfully. You seem like a seasoned veteran." Chen Bo's expression darkened. He found Li Xiaoyu's teasing irksome and warned her, "Be mindful of your public image. I'll address this when we return." Chapter 30. Future plans. Upon returning to his rented residence in Yujingqing, a slightly inebriated Chen Bo disregarded Li Xiaoyu's provocations, turning on the air conditioning and falling asleep. In prison, alcohol was a luxury, and even cigarettes required connections to procure. His tolerance had been cultivated over time, so he was now attempting to broaden his limits. After nearly 3 hours of slumber, Chen Bo stirred, shaking off the drowsiness. He pulled back the curtains, allowing the sunset's golden hues to flood the room. Gazing at the descending sun, a dazed expression settled on his face. There was a knock at the door. "Chen Go, may I come in?" "Yes." Wang Ting opened the door to find Chen Bo seated on the edge of the bed, smoking. She placed a glass of warm water on the bedside table. "Chen Go, have some water to soothe your throat." Chen Bo extinguished the half-burned cigarette, appreciating Wang Ting's thoughtfulness and care, which far surpassed that of the scatterbrained Li Xiaoyu. "Wang Ting, I'll have you tidy up this room for your use. It would be good for you and Xiaoyu to look out for each other." Are you moving out?" "Chen Go?" "Yes." Wang Ting's eyes dimmed, clearly reluctant for Chen Bo to leave. After spending several days together, she had grown accustomed to the sense of security he provided. "All right, I'll let Xiaoyu know later." Chen Bo did not elaborate. He preferred not to have too many women in his villa. Having learned from his previous experiences with Liu Ruyan, he knew some mistakes must not be repeated. "Have you found an office?" "I've located 2 suitable spaces. We can go check them out when you're free. No need for me to inspect them. If you think they are adequate, that suffices. Deposit the 600,000 cash withdrawn from the bank into the company's reserve account. If it's insufficient, let me know. It will suffice. Currently, it's just me and Xiaoyu in the company. Aside from yesterday's real estate investment, we haven't launched any other ventures." Chen Bo pondered briefly, realizing both Li Xiaoyu and Wang Ting were novices and could benefit from courses. First, Wang Ting should enroll in management training. Without management skills, she would struggle, and he couldn't trust outsiders, preferring to have someone he could manage. As for Li Xiaoyu, while she excelled in sales, she was still a novice in e-commerce live streaming. Even if he shared his insights about the influencer business model for the coming years, she likely wouldn't grasp it fully. Hence, seizing this opportunity to enroll in courses for learning was essential. Call Xiaoyu and a Bing over. Upon learning of Chen Bo's plans, Li Xiaoyu appeared disheartened. "Like a wilted flower. Must we attend classes? If you cannot manage it, I will have to find someone else." With those words, Chen Bo had her in his grasp. She was eager to stay by his side, so she reluctantly acquiesced. All right. Since I'll be getting paid, I'll follow the boss's arrangements." Wang Ting had just graduated, so attending classes posed no challenge for her. She understood this was Chen Bo's way of nurturing her potential. If she performed well, she could become his right-hand woman. Wang Ting expressed her determination. "Chen Go, I won't let you down. All right, I'll move out later. You can reimburse the rent for these 2 rooms later. The company will cover it." Li Xiaoyu grew anxious, clinging to Chen Bo's arm. "Why are you moving out? Did I do something wrong? Do you dislike me?" Chen Bo shook his head helplessly. "For your safety, it is necessary to live separately." Regardless of whether it was retaliation against Liu Ruyan or searching for Han Chan's daughter, such actions would offend many, and living together could jeopardize the 2 innocent women. Li Xiaoyu, not ready to give up, persisted with her questions. "Where will you move? Can I visit?" "Xiangjiangzun Garden. Shall we go and take a look around later?" Suddenly, Li Xiaoyu thought of a Bing and promptly inquired, "What about a Bing? Does she live with you?" TSK. "I say, Li Xiaoyu, are you the boss or am I? Do I still need to report to you?" "Oh dear, I just wanted to show concern for my colleague. In the future, the security company will be entrusted to a Bing. She will remain here temporarily to protect you." Chen Bo, while looking at a Bing, suggested, "A Bing. If you know any skilled professionals, feel free to bring them along. The remuneration is negotiable, but their character must be guaranteed." "All right, I will keep an eye out." A Bing replied succinctly, her actions speaking louder than her words. That evening, the 4 of them had a simple meal at a restaurant across the community before tidying up Chen Bo's belongings. In truth, there was not much to pack, just a few pieces of clothing, all purchased after Chen Bo's release from a discount store, where the buy-one-get-one free deals were quite enticing. As Li Xiaoyu glanced at the inexpensive garments, she felt a twinge of discomfort. She quietly noted the sizes, planning to buy Chen Bo a few decent outfits when the opportunity arose. At 8 in the evening, a Bing drove into Xiangjiangzun Garden, retrieved the key left by Xiao Kaiyun from the guard station, and drove straight to Villa number 9. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Xiaoyu gazed at the villa before her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, I feel like the sales job has lost its allure." "Are you in need of a housekeeper?" "Not a housekeeper, but I am in need of talent," Chen Bo retorted, stepping into the villa. After a thorough cleaning, the villa was immaculate, truly spotless. Li Xiaoyu sat on the sofa in the first-floor hall and teased, "In such a large house. Won't you feel lonely living here all by yourself?" Chen Bo ignored her and headed straight upstairs, choosing a south-facing master bedroom among the 6 in the villa. The privacy in a villa is superior, allowing him to work without disturbing the neighbors. Returning downstairs, Chen Bo began to usher everyone out. You should all head back and get some rest. Focus on your studies. I will assign tasks as needed. All right, Wang Ting said, sending Chen Bo a phone number via her phone. Brother Chen, I have registered you for the driving test and negotiated the fees. Tomorrow, contact this number at Changfa Driving School to complete the paperwork and get started on practical training. Chen Bo nodded in satisfaction. I trust your work. I have faith in you. Wang Ting smiled. Actually, Sister Xiaoyu is quite good too. Chen Bo turned to Li Xiaoyu with an ambiguous smile. Your merits are different from hers. Now off you go. Li Xiaoyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Why are you so eager to send us away? Are we interrupting your search for other girls? All right, Sister Xiaoyu, let's talk. Wang Ting interjected, worried that Chen Bo might be upset, and quickly pulled Li Xiaoyu away. After seeing them off, Chen Bo sat on the living room sofa, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke. The property in Nansheng would require time, and he couldn't afford to be idle during this interim. Chen Bo planned to visit Han Chan's house to find an antique to sell. In 2016, there were still numerous opportunities to make money, and the thought of Bitcoin crossed Chen Bo's mind. At the beginning of that year, Bitcoin was valued at around $400. But by the end of the year, it had surged close to $1,000, making it a remarkably lucrative investment. Extinguishing his cigarette, Chen Bo resolved to sell all the antiques left by Han Chan at once, opting for Bitcoin transactions to circumvent domestic regulatory scrutiny. Chapter 31. Speculations from all sides. After parking, Bing was about to head upstairs when she received a call from Chen Bo. She moved to a secluded corner to answer. Please check on the information regarding Ho Qishan from Yubao Pavilion. Make it as detailed as possible and get it to me before nightfall. If funding is required, withdraw from Wang Ting. Understood. Inside the Xiangjiangzun Garden Villa, Chen Bo hung up, determined to seek a breakthrough through the appraiser Ho Qishan from Yubao Pavilion. Such appraisers undoubtedly knew numerous collectors in the field. Allowing him to save considerable trouble, he would only need to pay a commission afterward. However, prior to this, it was essential to understand Ho Qishan's background and family situation to mitigate risks. Gazing at the empty villa, which felt somewhat desolate, Chen Bo decided to convert the basement into a gym. A robust physique is the foundation of all endeavors. At that moment, a text message notification popped up on his phone, stating simply, 5 minutes ago, a call was made to a stranger. Chen Bo smirked and deleted the message. The informant was Wang Ting, a perceptive young woman. Since Chen Bo was still in the trial phase of trust with Bing, Wang Ting had become his eyes and ears. Meanwhile, in the suburbs at the Xue family's villa, Xue Chang leaned on the sofa, smoking, while the disfigured Xue Liang sat across, reporting on the investigation from the past few days. Dad, I've looked into that guy's identity. He is just an orphan with no background. He served 10 years in prison for a crime a decade ago, and has only just been released. Xue Chang, regarding his son with a cold demeanor, said, Liang, just share your thoughts. I want to kill that guy? Oh, what method do you? A man's voice suddenly emanated from the phone. All right, Kaiyun, please take the time to introduce me to Mr. Chen. In this current scenario, Xiao Kaiyun had managed to secure a powerful ally, naturally inciting envy from her intermediary boss. She cast a fleeting glance at Chen Bo, responding perfunctorily, sure. I will mention it to Mr. Chen later. Thank you. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Since Kaiyun had not yet resigned, her intermediary boss would still benefit from a generous commission. Chen Bo discerned Sayun's underlying intent. It seemed she was preparing for a divorce. Once the commission was dispersed, it would become marital property, subject to division during the divorce proceedings. Sometimes, choosing silence is a response in itself. Chen Bo refrained from expressing any opinions or thoughts. They were adults, each with their own choices. He finished the breakfast laid out on the table, while during this time, Xiao Kaiyun tidied herself up and approached him with a smile. Are you full? About 70%, he replied. Shall I go buy more? No need. Just take me to the Changfa Driving School in the Xishan suburb later. All right. After clearing the table, Xiao Kaiyun thoughtfully took the trash away. The distance from the city to the Xishan suburb was approximately 30 kilometers, taking about an hour to reach their destination. Standing at the entrance of the driving school, Chen Bo dialed the number Wang Ting had provided. After a few rings, the call connected, and a woman's voice came through. Hello, who is this? This is Chen Bo. Arranged by Wang Ting. You're the new student who registered yesterday, right? Please wait in the registration hall for a moment. I'm currently in the training area and will be there shortly. After about 10 minutes, Chen Bo saw a fully equipped female instructor, with only her eyes visible. The female instructor was quite diligent in protecting herself from the sun. One wondered if this would lead to skin issues. Upon seeing Chen Bo, she approached him and said, Mr. Chen, please follow me. We'll fill out a form and take your fingerprints, and then you'll be all set. Chapter 32. The car accident. 10 minutes later, the paperwork was completed, and the female instructor led Chen Bo to a corner by the stairs. She removed her hat and veil, revealing an exquisite profile with high cheekbones and lips adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick. Her long, lustrous black hair was casually tied into a ponytail, exuding both professionalism and charm, with a distinct mature aura upon closer inspection. Mr. Chen, Ms. Wang described your situation to me yesterday. To avoid disrupting your daytime work, I plan to schedule your driving practice with another student in the evening, tentatively at 10 o'clock. How does that sound? This arrangement aligned perfectly with Chen Bo's preferences. Rather than sweating under the sun, evening practice would be much more pleasant. The timing is perfect. Great. I'll drive over to pick you up in the evening. Let us exchange WeChat, and you can send me your address. They exchanged contact information, and it turned out the instructor was named Wan Xia. After spending less than half an hour at the driving school, Xiao Kaiyun drove Chen Bo onto the ring road. Inside the car, as she drove, she inquired about his intentions. Mr. Chen, where are we headed next? Chen Bo lit a cigarette and casually replied, let's take a lap around the ring road and see if there are any business opportunities. In recent years, Jiangsheng had established several industrial parks and high-tech development zones through reforms in high-tech industries. Engaging in tangible industries was a slow process for making money, far less frenetic than the stock market. High-end investors often adopted a godlike perspective for their investments, akin to the business model of a certain penguin, casting a wide net and selectively reaping the harvest by investing in leading products across various sectors, subsequently supporting their public listings to profit from the stock market. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Bo delved into his memories, and soon, the terms new energy and drones quietly surfaced in his mind. An audacious and bold bottom-fishing plan emerged, specifically targeting the leaders in the new energy vehicle sector. As the vehicle cruised steadily along the ring road, Xiao Caiyun's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the number on the screen, she opted to reject the call. However, the calls continued to persist, leaving her no choice but to cast an apologetic glance at Chen Bo. You can answer it. With Chen Bo's permission, Xiao Kaiyun swiped her phone screen to answer the call, turning on speakerphone since she was still driving. Xiao Kaiyun, where are you right now? Zhao Yong. Don't disrupt my work. Let's discuss this after work. The voice on the other end erupted into a furious tirade. Damn it, Xiao Kaiyun. Are you using work as an excuse to find another man? Don't think I don't know anything. You've recently latched onto a wealthy one. What? Do you plan on ditching me for a life of luxury? Xiao Kaiyun felt a pang of guilt, but steeled herself to retort. Shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense right now. If you have evidence, take me to court. Furthermore, I don't wish to elaborate on your matters with the massage parlor attendant. We'll see each other in court when I have the time. Without waiting for a response, she hung up the call, powering off her phone to avoid further harassment. I apologize, Mr. Chen, it's my issue. Chen Bo shook his head, still refraining from offering any opinions. I can't comment on your situation. You'll have to handle it yourself. Concerned that Chen Bo might be displeased, Xiao Kaiyun hastily assured him, I understand. I promise it won't affect you. Exiting at the next junction, they sought a restaurant for a meal. All right. At noon, they ordered several Huayang dishes at a mall. Chen Bo was not picky and enjoyed the meal heartily. Xiao Kaiyun, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to maximize her benefits during the divorce proceedings. After finishing their meal and wiping the grease from her mouth, she leaned back in her chair and directed Chen Bo, one must eat well to work well. You'll handle your matters this afternoon, and I'll reach out if needed. I'm fine. Xiao Kaiyun forced a smile, managing to present a semblance of cheerfulness. I suggest you find a lawyer directly and present the evidence you've gathered. It's far more meaningful than arguing all day. After saying this, Chen Bo rose to head to the cashier, prompting Xiao Kaiyun to quickly grab her handbag and rush ahead to settle the bill. Once outside the mall, Xiao Kaiyun stood by the car, her face reflecting her regret. Mr. Chen, let me take you to your destination. Please take me to the Yuanhe community. Of course, during his years in prison, only the old director of the welfare home and a brother who had served in the military occasionally visited him. After the old director fell ill, he had not been seen again. Back in the welfare home, the old director had treated him well, and he was one of the few individuals Chen Bo deeply respected. Upon his release, he had intended to visit the old director first, but plans changed swiftly due to the situation with Han Chan. As they approached a traffic light, a Land Rover suddenly veered in from a side lane, crashing into them from the rear. With a loud thud, Xiao Caiyun's car was shoved to the side. In that critical moment, Chen Bo, sitting in the passenger seat, grasped the steering wheel, ensuring the vehicle remained under control. Xiao Kaiyun, pale with fright, felt a wave of relief upon realizing that both she and Chen Bo were unharmed. Mr. Chen, are you all right? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm fine. Let us call the police and let them handle it. Xiao Kaiyun felt a twinge of guilt, sensing that aside from her work going smoothly, everything else was in disarray. After calling the police, they exited the vehicle to assess the damage. They discovered that the right front light and fender were shattered, and the radiator was leaking. At that moment, a plump woman adorned in gold jewelry emerged from the Land Rover, accompanied by a youthful man with smooth skin. Upon seeing her damaged vehicle, her expression soured, and with a scowl, she approached Xiao Kaiyun, haughtily stating, "Do you even know how to drive? You owe me money." Xiao Kaiyun felt a seething anger within her. Clearly, the other party was entirely at fault for the traffic violation, yet they dared to turn the blame around. To make matters worse, their words were laced with foulness. It seemed she had found an outlet for her frustrations as she retorted, "Old hag, are you blind? I was driving straight, and you turned from the right and crashed into me. What audacity you have to demand compensation." The overweight woman across from her trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Xiao Kaiyun and threatening, "You little vixen, how dare you insult me? Do you believe I want to tear your filthy mouth apart? Old woman, don't think that just because you drive a luxury car, you can act arrogantly. I have already called the police. The police are nothing. I have connections at the station, and I will ruin you." The woman shouted, raising her hand to strike Xiao Kaiyun. However, Xiao Kaiyun was not one to back down, ready to retaliate when Chen Bo pulled her back. Chen Bo seized the woman's wrist, and in a fit of rage, she screamed, "You dog of a man. Let me go." While she cursed, she extended her other hand to claw at Chen Bo's face. "This is your second warning. If you lay a hand on me again, I will defend myself. Defend my ass. If you don't let go, I'll see if I can kill you." Chen Bo released her grip, but the woman, mistaking his retreat for fear, lunged at him again. In an instant, a loud crack echoed as Chen Bo struck her down, her face swelling as she howled in agony. "You've killed me." The young man beside the Range Rover, initially intending to intervene, was now paralyzed by Chen Bo's commanding presence, stuck in a dilemma. "Fool," Chen Bo muttered, striding toward the Range Rover. The young man presumed Chen Bo was coming for him and instinctively retreated, eyeing Chen Bo warily. "Don't come near me. I'm not familiar with her." The young man's cowardice elicited laughter from Chen Bo, who teased, "Buddy, you should be more conscientious. By betraying your benefactor to her face, you are bound to break her heart." Indeed, upon hearing the young man's frantic attempts to distance himself, the overweight woman felt as though she had been struck by 1,000 blows, angrily accusing him, "You heartless ingrate, did I feed your money to dogs?" As a young pup, the priority was self-preservation. The crowd gathered, and the young man, realizing the situation was untenable, declared, "Sister, I'm sorry, but I have to leave." Once again, the young man's retreat incited the fury of the overweight woman, who immediately sprang up to chase after him. He anticipated her fierce temperament, quickly donning a mask and sprinting away, disregarding her curses. People earn their living through their own merit. There's no shame in that. Chen Bo made no effort to intervene and casually approached the Range Rover, noticing that the dashcam was still operational. When the traffic police arrived, they would only need to verify the footage from both parties' dashcams to determine fault, negating the need to retrieve surveillance from the intersection. Suddenly, Chen Bo noticed a packet of coffee in the central cup holder, and memories from his past life surged into his mind. In his previous existence, after the authorities dismantled a drug coffee ring, they showcased the packaging to warn others. The coffee packaging before him was identical to what he remembered. Seizing the opportunity while checking the dashcam, he discreetly pocketed the toxic coffee. Sometimes, shock and delight coexist, and Chen Bo hadn't anticipated this unexpected gain. It must be said that the wealthy know how to indulge themselves, seeking various thrills with their surplus of money. Soon, 2 traffic officers arrived at the scene to assess the accident. "Hello, ma'am. You violated traffic rules and are entirely at fault. If you have no objections, please sign here." The overweight woman persisted, "I am not at fault. Why should I sign? She was driving too slowly and obstructed my passage." For such an unreasonable person, even the traffic police found it challenging to deal with her. Based on the dashcam footage, the facts are clear. You changed lanes unlawfully. If you disagree, please file a complaint with the traffic management department. Which precinct are you from? I'll call someone to strip the skin from your backs. The woman's arrogance had escalated to a point where she disregarded the officers. The leading male officer spoke sternly, "Ma'am, you are suspected of provoking trouble. Please adjust your attitude. If you do not cooperate, you will face the consequences." Suddenly, the overweight woman slapped the officer across the face with a resounding crack. "My husband is a leader at the business bureau. You will all be in trouble." The male officer refrained from retaliating, maintaining his distance instead. "Notify the station to send someone to take her in." Chen Bo watched this unfold, bemused. It seemed this woman was used to being arrogant because of her husband's status. Marrying such a woman was undoubtedly a stroke of bad luck. The woman turned her ire towards Chen Bo, threatening, "And you, the adulterous couple, I will not let you off lightly. Just wait." Chen Bo, hands in his pockets, wore a calm smile. "Let us talk about that when you get out of jail." "I will never go to jail. That is absolutely impossible." Just then, a police car pulled up, and 3 officers emerged. "You are suspected of provoking trouble and intentionally assaulting public servants. Please come with us for questioning." "I will not go. Let us see who dares touch me. I'll call my husband right now." The 2 officers exchanged glances and swiftly subdued her, pinning her shoulders down and forcibly escorting her into the police vehicle. "Let me go? You'll all pay for this. I will call." Dealing with such a belligerent woman requires swift and decisive action. Once she was behind bars, she would surely comply. The police car sped away, leaving the scene in haste. The traffic officer responsible for handling the accident summoned 2 tow trucks to remove both Xiao Kaiyun's and the overweight woman's vehicles. Once the accident was resolved, Xiao Kaiyun turned to Chen Bo, her expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. All right, take a few days off, sort out your matters first." Chen Bo waved his hand and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Watching the taxi drive away, Xiao Kaiyun finally came to terms with reality. After several days of interaction, Chen Bo had never inquired about her family situation, nor had he shown any intention of helping her. Their relationship was merely transactional. 15 minutes later, Chen Bo arrived at the entrance of the Yuanhe community. There was a fruit shop diagonally across the street, and it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. So he bought a fruit basket before entering the community. In his memory, the former director lived in room 202 of Building 1. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened swiftly, revealing a woman in her 40s or 50s. Seeing the fruit basket in Chen Bo's hand, she inquired curiously, "Who are you?" "I am Chen Bo, here to visit Director Xia." "Oh, please come in. The old man just took a nap." Once inside, Chen Bo handed the fruit basket to the woman and took a seat on the living room sofa. Director Xia, who had lost his spouse years ago, had never remarried. It was said he had a daughter studying abroad. The woman brought a cup of tea and gestured, "Young man, please have some water. I'll go wake the old man shortly." "No problem, I can wait." The caretaker sat opposite Chen Bo, engaging in small talk. From her, he learned that the old director had suffered a stroke a few years ago, and his health had declined since. With his daughter often away, he could only rely on the caretaker for his daily needs. After finishing a cup of tea, a frail voice emerged from the bedroom. "Is that you, Xiaochen?" Hearing the sound, Chen Bo immediately stood and walked towards the bedroom, pushing the door open to find a gaunt old man lying on the bed. He quickly approached the bedside, grasping the old man's wrinkled hand. His voice choked with emotion. "Director, it's me, Chen Bo. I have returned." The old director looked at Chen Bo, a kind smile illuminating his face. "Ah, good. That is wonderful. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can stay here. There's an empty room next door." "Please don't worry. I already have a place to stay." Chen Bo was moved as the old director shook his head weakly, lamenting, "Ah, one grows old. Even if one wishes to care, the ability is no longer there." The caregiver brought a stool for Chen Bo to sit beside the bed, allowing the two to reminisce for an hour. "Xiao Chen, earlier this year. Xiao who came to see me. He returned from the military and is now preparing for a police position. You might want to get in touch with him. You can support each other." The old director referred to Xiao who had grown up in the orphanage and was originally named Jiang Hu, a boy who had always followed Chen Bo around in school. Jiang, who had only managed to enroll in a vocational school and chose to enlist after graduation. By now, he had served for 5 years. Returning home seemed unwise, as staying in the military promised greater prospects. "All right, I will contact him once I return." After chatting a bit longer, Chen Bo noticed the old director's waning spirit and decided to take his leave. Before departing, he handed an envelope to the caregiver, instructing, "Auntie, I was in a rush today and didn't buy any nourishment. This money is for the old director. Please convey my regards, and I will visit again when I have time." The caregiver escorted Chen Bo to the door and then presented the heavy envelope to the old director. "That young man seemed quite decent and left you some money." The old director sighed deeply, his murky eyes reflecting profound melancholy. Chapter 34. The detective's news stepping out of the old director's home. Chen Bo felt a whirlwind of emotions. Time had passed, and everything had changed. Friends from the past might no longer be the same, which deterred Chen Bo from hastily reaching out to Jiang Hu. He stood in the shade at the bus stop and dialed Lin Yao. The phone rang for a considerable time before being answered. Lin Yao spoke in a lowered voice. "What is it?" "Of course, it's something good," Chen Bo replied. "I'm busy, just get to the point. Let us have dinner together tonight. I have something to give you. I will let you know if I can make it. I might have to work overtime at the food factory. It's such a hassle. I can't even sneak a break. With that, Lin Yao hurriedly hung up and returned to her work on the production line. Chen Bo couldn't help but admire Lin Yao's determination, as she dared to take risks by applying for an investigation role at the food factory. After waiting for 20 minutes, he boarded a bus back to the city. The bus was sparsely populated, and he found a corner to open his phone and check the information a Bing had sent him regarding Ho Chi-shan. Ho Chi-shan had a seriously ill wife who required long-term medical care. He also had 2 sons. One was engaged in trade in the bustling metropolis, while the other worked locally in Jiangxing. As for Ho Chi-shan's character and abilities, the report indicated he was reputable, with no record of dishonesty, save for one minor oversight. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bo decided to arrange a meeting with Ho Chi-shan to discuss potential collaboration. Upon entering the city, he reserved a private room at a tea house, and then called Ho Chi-shan. Surprised by the call while enjoying tea at Yubaogo, Ho Chi-shan greeted, "Mr. Chen, are you calling to offer something good today?" Without hesitation, Chen Bo expressed his intentions. "Indeed, I wonder if Master Ho would be interested in joining me for afternoon tea. Since Mr. Chen has extended an invitation, I shall gladly accept. Ichuan restaurant, then. Very well, I shall head over now. It will take me about half an hour. Good tea is not afraid of cooling. There is no rush." After hanging up, Ho Chi-shan finished his cup of tea and made his way out. A half hour later, he entered the tea house as private room, guided by a server, to find Chen Bo already finished with a pot of tea. Once Ho Chi-shan was seated, Chen Bo asked a beautiful tea artist to brew another pot of Min Nan red tea. "Madam, your task is complete." The tea artist, dressed in a cheap how, bowed slightly to Chen Bo before gracefully exiting the room. "Master Ho, please enjoy the tea." Ho Chi-shan lifted his cup and, with his eyes closed, savored a sip. This is good tea, though the flavor is slightly lacking. It is Chen tea. In truth, Chen Bo was not well versed in tea, merely catering to the old man's tastes. For he knew that this was what he cherished most. "Not to worry. I will prepare some new tea for you, Master Ho." "Haha, Mr. Chen. I prefer art pieces over tea." "Very well. To be straightforward, I have a porcelain piece that I would like to inquire about. Do you have the item with you?" "Not at present, but I can show you photos." Chen Bo handed over photos he had previously taken at Han Chan's residence, which he had just printed out at the tea house. Ho Chi-shan donned his glasses and began to meticulously inspect each photo, growing increasingly astonished. The porcelain piece was indeed genuine. "This is a Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Master Ho, based on your expertise, what do you estimate its value to be?" Ho Chi-shan stroked his chin, first offering an appraisal before providing a fair price. "This Changhua Doucai chicken cup is exquisitely crafted, featuring a rich palette and employing advanced glazing techniques. Its condition is impeccable. The last auction price was 280 million Hong Kong dollars, and it may have appreciated since then." After speaking, Ho Chi-shan looked at Chen Bo, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Mr. Chen, may I see the actual item?" "Seeing the actual piece is not a problem, but I have a condition. Please, do share. I intend to sell this porcelain piece to a private collector. If Master Ho has potential buyers, I will bring the actual piece next time we meet to negotiate the price in person." Ho Chi-shan had anticipated Chen Bo's intentions, otherwise they wouldn't have arranged to meet outside. "Of course, I will take a one commission for my efforts. Would you be interested in collaborating?" Chen Bo offered a lucrative arrangement. If sold for 200 million, he would earn a commission of 2 million. Why would one refuse such an opportunity? Though Yu Baogu had regulations, everyone had friends, and it was only natural to make introductions. Ho Chi-shan promptly agreed. "Mr. Chen, if you disclose your bottom line, I will consult my circle for potential buyers. It must not be below the auction price. Such a rare treasure will only appreciate further. Even after 2 years, acquiring it is still profitable." "Understood, Mr. Chen. I will take these photos with me and will notify you as soon as I have news." They shook hands, and Chen Bo alluded, "I look forward to this collaboration and kindly request that Master Ho prioritize providing me with a response. If things go well, there will be ample opportunities for future partnerships. Since Mr. Chen has expressed such, I shall dedicate myself to this endeavor. However, locating the right collector for art requires time and cannot be rushed." "Understood. If interest in the piece is high, we might even organize a small trading event where the highest bidder wins." "That sounds feasible. I shall take my leave for now." With that, Ho Chi-shan departed with the photos, leaving the rest to time. Currently, he was the most reliable lead Chen Bo had. Having exited the tea house by 5 in the afternoon, Chen Bo returned to his empty villa, only to receive an email on his phone, immediately followed by a call from the metropolis. "Mr. Chen, I trust you received the email I just sent?" "I just saw it. I haven't had the chance to read it yet. The 2 individuals you requested to investigate have had their life patterns traced. Please check the email for specific details. We will keep you updated on our progress regularly. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up, Chen Bo opened the email and found a detailed investigative report on Liu Ruyan and Chen Wei. The report outlined their lifestyle habits, social networks, contacts, and frequent evening haunts, along with numerous photographs. This pair truly indulged in their affair. Liu Ruyan often visited a high-end wellness center, which, aside from female therapists, also boasted a plethora of handsome male therapists. A photograph captured the moment when Liu Ruyan clandestinely met with a male technician, dated on the very day she returned from South Korea. This implies that on the night of her return to the bustling metropolis, Liu Ruyan did not head home, but rather sought the company of a young man. As for Chen Wei's flirtatious nature, it goes without saying. He seldom ventures out at night without 2 women in tow, always indulging in double dates. Observing these images, Chen Bo contemplated an immature revenge scheme. Chapter 35. A meeting over dinner. There was still no news from Kyoto regarding the search for Han Chen's daughter. Chen Bo did not place all his hopes on the detective agency. He intended to assemble a capable team with sufficient strength. He might take an alternative route and negotiate directly with the influential figure. As dusk fell, Lin Yao's call came through. Pressing the answer button, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of noise. Hey, I just got off work. Where are you? She inquired. At home. Have you eaten? Lin Yao asked. Not yet. How about we grab a bite together? Sure, you must have earned quite a bit working at the factory. How about you treat? Huh. I heard you recently came into some fortune and bought a villa. Surely, you can afford to treat me? Chen Bo replied with a chuckle. You caught me there. I can treat, but I get to choose the place. All right, once you decide, I'll head back to freshen up. Not straying too far. Chen Bo found a bustling roadside eatery near the villa. An hour later, Lin Yao parked her car beside the road and approached him with a frown. Is it amusing to treat a lady to street food? Must a beautiful woman always dine on fine cuisine? Chen Bo retorted, his gaze scanning Lin Yao. She wore a white t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts, her hair damp, exuding the fragrance of shampoo. Noticing Chen Bo's lingering gaze, Lin Yao warned. Don't look at me with those lecherous eyes. Otherwise, I might think you're being inappropriate. Beautiful women are meant to be admired. Otherwise, they shouldn't step out, he replied. Oh, so you can be witty. Did you charm the 2 girls I saw you with last time? Chen Bo chose not to respond and led her to the prearranged table. The evening crowd at the eatery was lively. Although the hygiene left much to be desired, patrons sought value for their money. Chen Bo had already placed the order, and Lin Yao, seated at the table, eagerly picked up her chopsticks and dug in, clearly famished. Working at the factory is inhumane. They treat people like machines, she remarked. Having received guidance from the elder, Lin Yao's attitude toward Chen Bo had shifted, as evidenced by her candid remarks. The future factory will be gradually replaced by machines, soon. Getting a job tightening screws will be a challenge, Chen Bo agreed. Lin Yao set down her chopsticks and turned to Chen Bo, curiosity sparking in her gaze. What are you planning to give me? Chen Bo produced a packet of coffee and slid it across the table, saying, take it to a professional lab for an analysis. It contains the results you seek. Lin Yao examined the coffee with surprise. Where did you get this? Chen Bo recounted the details of his recent car accident without hesitation. Discovering this was purely coincidental. I believe you could trace it back to a wealthy woman. Following the leads could certainly unveil the sales network. I'm curious about your relentless assistance. Is it merely to forge connections? Do you have no other motives? Of course, I still lack a girlfriend. And your physique and appearance align perfectly with my aesthetic standards. Chen Bo admitted, albeit disingenuously, as his true preferences leaned towards mature women like Su Jing and authoritative figures like Li Xiaoyu. Lin Yao smirked, her gaze challenging. So, you wish to pursue me? Of course. Oh, what advantages do you have? Clearing his throat, Chen Bo boasted, I'm handsome, skilled, and wealthy. How about that? Lin Yao rolled her eyes, dismissively replying. You should abandon that hope. My standards are based on spiritual connection, and you seem only to think with your lower half. Hardly my type. In the face of Lin Yao's rebuff, Chen Bo responded with a smile. You haven't even attempted to explore a spiritual connection with me. How can you conclude there is none? Lin Yao fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, before returning her focus to her meal. For the next 10 minutes, neither spoke. Finally, Lin Yao put down her chopsticks. I'm full. Do you have anything else to discuss? Lighting a cigarette, Chen Bo exhaled smoke and said, you owe me a favor, do you acknowledge that? Just as Lin Yao was about to deny it, she hesitated and justified. Isn't that your duty? What do you mean by duty? As of now, I haven't received any benefit. Where does that notion stem from? All right, you make a valid point. Just tell me what favor you want. Don't rush, the favor can be deferred. I will continue my efforts, but I need you to acknowledge my goodwill. Huh, so you think this will win my heart? Then, you'll have your reward? Your calculations are astute, but I have no interest in you. Lin Yao wore an expression of someone who had seen through him, then stood, took her car keys, and turned to leave. Thank you for dinner tonight. Goodbye. Watching Lin Yao depart, Chen Bo pondered that perhaps he could first establish a physical rapport before delving into a deeper connection, essentially, to board the ship before purchasing the ticket. Back in her car, Lin Yao dialed a number. Uncle, I need your help. Could you send someone trustworthy to retrieve something tomorrow? A robust male voice responded, Yao Yao? What's the matter? It's a bit complicated. I'm tied up at the moment. I'll explain in detail when we meet next. All right, since you asked, as your uncle, I will assist you without fail. After hanging up, Lin Yao sighed in relief, realizing she needed to leverage her connections to achieve her goals, as relying solely on her abilities would prove exceedingly difficult. Having settled the bill, Chen Bo aimlessly walked along the sidewalk. Suddenly, a video call from Wang Ting came through. Upon answering, he was greeted by the lovely visage of Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu scrutinized him for a moment, noting he was out for a stroll, and cheerfully greeted, Hello, boss. Good evening. What is up? Wang Ting snatched the phone and awkwardly said, Chen Ge, it's nothing much, just wanted to update you on today's class. Then, please summarize. Wang Ting proceeded to report on the course they had enrolled in with Li Xiaoyu. If there's nothing else, let us conclude here, Chen Bo said, hanging up to avoid further flirtation from Li Xiaoyu, lest he find himself seeking an outlet for his frustrations later that night. Arriving home just before 10, Chen Bo intended to take a refreshing shower when his phone buzzed again. Mr. Chen, I've arrived outside your villa in a white instructor car. All right, I'll be there shortly. After spending a moment exiting the villa, he spotted the female instructor waving to him from across the street. Upon opening the rear door, Chen Bo's expression shifted slightly. Inside sat a sweet young woman clad in a short skirt. Out of courtesy, he inquired, Miss, would you mind if I sit in the back? Chapter 36. The accident and the water mishap. The girl glanced at him and nodded gently, indicating it was fine. Once inside, Chen Bo leaned back against the seat, stealing glances at the girl beside him. Bathed in warm yellow light, she wore a fitted white sailor suit, paired with a navy short skirt, accentuating her petite and delicate figure exquisitely. Beneath her pleated skirt, her legs were elegantly crossed, revealing straight, snow-white skin that shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Her long, raven hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few wisps delicately framing her face, artfully concealing one of her brows. Simultaneously, a faint fragrance emanated from the girl, a sweet essence characteristic of youth, rendering her utterly captivating. The driving instructor in the front seat appeared to have just emerged from the shower, her hair still damp. Clad in a snug sports t-shirt and pants that accentuated her mature, voluptuous figure. The stark contrast between the youthful girl and the experienced woman made Chen Bo wish to commend Wang Ting for her keen understanding of the boss's intentions. Mr. Chen, let us practice driving at the parking lot near Tianping Mountain. There are fewer cars there at night. Wan Xia explained the evening's driving arrangements while navigating the vehicle. As the car moved further away, it was 10:30 when they arrived at the expansive outdoor parking lot. Though the lighting was somewhat dim, the parking spaces were marked, alleviating any concerns. Chen Bo, having never driven in 2 lifetimes, had to start from scratch. Mr. Chen, considering you are just beginning, please familiarize yourself with the distinctions between the accelerator, brake, and clutch. Try using your feet now, Wan Xia instructed. To her surprise, Chen Bo grasped the essentials almost immediately, displaying none of the clumsiness typical of a novice. Unbeknownst to her, in his previous life, while working in northern Myanmar, he had diligently studied driving knowledge in the hope of one day escaping the abyss. Mastering manual transmission simply required understanding clutch control and executing smooth steering, making passing the driving test a feasible endeavor. Half an hour later, Chen Bo engaged the handbrake, exited the car, and lit a cigarette. Wan Xia couldn't help but praise him. Mr. Chen, have you learned to drive before? You seem to have an innate talent. Chen Bo smiled in response, offering no further explanation, and inquired, could we hit the road for practice tomorrow? I want to need to come in after that. Just notify me when the test is scheduled. No problem. You might indeed possess a natural gift for driving, Wan Xia mused. During Chen Bo's smoking break, Wan Xia arranged for the uniformed girl to take the wheel. The girl, preparing for her driving test, circled the parking lot a few times to acclimate before finally stopping in front of Chen Bo. Wan Xia lowered the window and called out, Mr. Chen, please get in. Xiaoguan will take a few laps on the main road and then head back to the city. From Wan Xia, Chen Bo learned that the girl's name was Guan Muxue, a junior in college who had enrolled in driving school during the summer break. Guan Muxue was reticent, hardly speaking throughout the encounter. Xiaoguan, take the nearby provincial road. The driving test environment is quite similar to that of national roads. Once you acclimate, The formal exam should pose no issues. Understood. Seated in the car of a novice female driver, Chen Bo felt a pang of insecurity and quietly fastened his seatbelt in the back. However, his action did not go unnoticed by Guan Muxue, who caught his gaze in the rearview mirror. Chen Bo offered a polite smile, devoid of any embarrassment. Guan Muxue averted her eyes, seemingly determined to showcase her driving skills as she smoothly engaged the gears, accelerating in stages according to the RPM range. After navigating through several green lights, they swiftly merged onto the provincial road, with Ruan Xia elucidating the key points of the driving test. It must be said that Ruan Xia was a dedicated instructor, braving the late hours to earn a little extra, enduring the risks associated with nighttime driving, which posed a challenge for novice drivers. Certainly not everyone could learn as quickly as Chen Bo. After several parking exercises, Ruan Xia's expression reflected satisfaction. Xiao Guan, we'll conclude practice for tonight. We can refine your skills again before the test. All right, Ruan Jia, Ruan Xia suggested. Shall I take over the driving now that we're heading back to the city? No need, I can manage. Very well. Just be cautious of pedestrians in the urban area. Some individuals are oblivious to traffic rules, acting as if they are tougher than the vehicles. Chen Bo glanced at his phone. It was almost midnight, and traffic had significantly diminished. He rolled down the window, welcoming the warm night breeze against his face as the scenery whizzed by. Suddenly, a dump truck appeared on the opposite lane about 200 meters ahead, its headlights glaring, momentarily blinding Guan Muxue. Just as Ruan Xia was about to comment on the lack of etiquette among large vehicle drivers, both she and Guan Muxue widened their eyes in shock. The dump truck abruptly swerved, barreling toward their instructor vehicle. With the proximity so close, the inexperienced Guan Muxue was paralyzed with fear, her complexion paling in the face of imminent danger. Ruan Xia, regaining her composure in that critical moment, wrenched the steering wheel hard to the right. With escape now impossible, Chen Bo felt the specter of death looming once more, a sensation all too familiar. Was it truly the case that even in a new life, he could not evade the scythe of death? He could only grip the overhead handle tightly, praying that the impact would not occur at his side. With a resounding crash, the dump truck collided violently with the rear of the instructor vehicle. The tremendous force overturned the car, which, propelled by inertia, careened off the curb. Next to the curb lay a sloped grassy area, and the vehicle was now out of control, the airbags deployed. The car slid down the slope, soon plunging into water with a resounding splash. Chen Bo shielded his head, his arm lacerated by shattered glass, as the icy water swiftly enveloped him. In the next moment, he heard another vehicle crashing into the water. The dump truck had followed suit. The cold water jolted his mind into clarity, and he noticed the interior of the car filling with water, sinking at a visible pace. Without hesitation, Chen Bo unbuckled his seatbelt. Fortunately, he had secured it when getting into the car, or he would have drowned after losing consciousness from the impact. He pushed against the door, only to find it jammed, but since he had rolled down the window earlier for fresh air, he could crawl out through it. Turning back, he saw that Guan Muxue and Ruan Xia had succumbed to unconsciousness. Thankfully, the 8 pillars of the old Santana were intact, protecting the cabin. However, the river water had already submerged both women up to their mouths. Without immediate rescue, they would undoubtedly perish. Chapter 37. Artificial Respiration and Emergency Aid. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bo endured the stinging pain from his arm. For the moment, saving lives took precedence. As for whom to rescue first, he opted for the young beauty. To facilitate her extraction, he submerged himself to release their seatbelts. Then, using both arms and legs, he climbed through the window, the frigid river water rushing into his mouth and nose, causing him to cough violently. After considerable effort, he emerged through the window and dove back into the car to grasp Guan Muxue. The vehicle continued to descend slowly, and with all his strength. Chen Bo seized her arm and pulled with all his might. Guan Muxue's form was limp and unresponsive, her long hair floating in the water like seaweed, tangling around Chen Bo's hand. After some struggle, he managed to pull Guan Muxue through the window and swam toward the shore with all his might. Upon reaching land, he disregarded his own disheveled state and immediately checked on Guan Muxue. He noted that her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as a sheet, and her lips tinged with a bluish hue as river water continued to spill from her mouth and nose. Chen Bo felt a surge of urgency, especially with Ruan Xia trapped in the submerged vehicle, her fate uncertain. Without a moment's respite, he plunged into the water once more, propelling himself toward the car. The vehicle had entirely vanished beneath the surface, and the abyss was engulfed in darkness. He could only rely on his memory to navigate. As he reached inside, his hand brushed against something soft, Ruan Xia's form, yielding to his touch. There was no time to ponder the contours of her physique. He swiftly pulled her toward the window and extracted her from the vehicle. With a firm grip, he embraced Ruyan and fought his way to the surface. Emerging from the depths, the lack of oxygen overwhelmed him, yet he summoned every ounce of strength to bring Ruyan to the riverbank. Both of them had ingested a considerable amount of water, and as he gazed at the unconscious figures before him, fragments of first aid knowledge from his previous life in northern Myanmar flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he knelt between Ruyan and Guan Mushue, pressing his hands against Guan Mushue's chest while silently counting in his mind. After several compressions yielded no response, he noted her lips turning purple and leaned down to pinch her nose, directing his breath into her mouth. After several attempts, Guan Mushue suddenly coughed, expelling a mouthful of river water, and gradually opened her eyes. She felt utterly drained, as if her body had turned to a puddle of mud, and a shroud of terror enveloped her heart, a remnant of the near-fatal ordeal. Raising her gaze slightly, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she was still cloaked in shadows. The river, illuminated by the streetlights, exuded a menacing aura, and the horrific scene of the accident replayed in her mind. She recalled the moment the dump truck barreled toward her, paralyzing her with fear, until Ruyan had seized the wheel, saving her life. Regaining her composure, Guan Mushue instinctively touched her lips, still tinged with Chen Bo's essence and a faint hint of tobacco. Her previously pale cheeks flushed crimson. After all, this had been her first kiss, lost in such a bewildering manner. Embarrassment mingled with confusion as she furtively glanced at Chen Bo, their eyes meeting briefly before she averted her gaze like a startled doe. Her heart raced, as if it might burst from her chest. While the oxygen deprivation muddled her thoughts, Chen Bo withdrew his hand, observing Guan Mushue in the dim light. She appeared vulnerable, her once pristine legs now marred with bruises, and her arms bore the marks of scrapes and cuts, all the more glaring against her fair skin. The soaked uniform clung to her form, accentuating her delicate figure, while the evening breeze added an extra layer of fragility to her demeanor. After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Bo instructed her to calm down and expel the water from her stomach. Guan Mushue looked at him weakly, her lips parting slightly, but no sound emerged. Chen Bo wasted no time and immediately turned his attention to Ruyan, repeating the life-saving measures he had performed on Guan Mushue, compressions and breaths, again and again. Despite his efforts, Ruyan remained unresponsive, and he huffed with exertion, realizing she had been submerged for too long. He decided to employ a different technique known as the head tilt chin lift method, a more complex maneuver he had only read about. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the steps, one hand on Ruyan's forehead to tilt her head back, while the other elevated her chin to open her airway. Guan Mushue watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his expertise. After clearing the airway, Chen Bo resumed delivering breaths to Ruyan, and her chest began to rise. Suddenly, she coughed lightly, gradually regaining consciousness. Emerging from the brink of death, Ruyan opened her eyes just in time to catch Chen Bo administering breaths to her, and instinctively, she shut her eyes again, as the air he provided carried the scent of tobacco. As Chen Bo continued, he noticed something amiss. Ruyan's lips were not cooperating, leading to several unintended, intimate contacts. Unbeknownst to her, Guan Mushue watched intently, internally questioning Ruyan's motives at such a critical moment. From her perspective, it was clear that Ruyan's cheeks were reddening, not from the cold, but from shyness. Chen Bo paused, carefully assessing Ruyan's condition, feeling for her pulse at the carotid artery. Once he detected a robust heartbeat, he withdrew his hand, finally reviving both women. Ruyan, realizing she could no longer feign unconsciousness, slowly blinked awake, her expression reflecting the confusion of someone just roused from slumber. Turning her head, she met Guan Mushue's scrutinizing gaze and instinctively looked away, feeling guilty for her previous actions. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving me," Ruyan uttered, as Chen Bo rose from the grass, reflecting on the stark contrast between youthful innocence and mature awareness. All three understood the unspoken truth, choosing to remain silent to avoid any awkwardness. "Coach Guan, Miss Guan, how are you both feeling?" he inquired. "I'm all right, just a bit dizzy and nauseous," Ruyan replied, glancing at Guan Mushue with concern. "What about you, Guan? Are you injured anywhere?" Guan Mushue looked down, forcing a faint smile. "I'm okay, just a little sore where I bumped into something." She adjusted her skirt and turned to Chen Bo, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for pulling us from the water, otherwise we might have." At that moment, Chen Bo retrieved his phone, shaking off the water, only to find it unresponsive. He turned to the two women. "Do either of you have your phones? We need to call the police and an ambulance for a checkup." After Chen Bo's reminder, Guan Muxiue and Ruan Xia remembered to search for their phones, only to realize they had been left in the car. Sighing, Chen Bo decided to check the roadside. After 5 minutes, he managed to flag down a van and borrowed the driver's phone to report the incident. Standing by the river, he gazed at the water's surface. Noting that only a corner of the dump truck's bed remained visible, the rest submerged. If the driver had not escaped, he likely perished. The accident felt suspicious. How could only that single dump truck be on the road at such an hour? Moreover, on a spacious provincial road, how could it have crossed lanes to collide? This was clearly no mere coincidence. It appeared to be a deliberate act. Chen Bo pondered whether the attack was aimed at him or at Guan Muxiue and Ruan Xia. If it was aimed at him, excluding Liu Ruyan and Tai San Yang, the most likely suspect was a young man named Shuai Yang. As the saying goes, a thief may steal for 1,000 days, but a victim must always guard against theft. He needed to uncover who orchestrated this incident. Turning to the two women, he asked, "Have either of you offended anyone recently?" Both Guan Muxiue and Ruan Xia shook their heads. Chen Bo remained unconvinced, suspecting Guan Muxiue, who had been driving at the time of the incident. "Miss Guan, what does your family do?" Surprised, Guan Muxiue responded, "Why do you ask this all of a sudden? This accident seems intentional, with a clear objective, to harm those within the vehicle. Do you suspect that the actual target of the reckless driver was me? It is indeed a possibility. Would you kindly share what your family does?" Guan Muxiue hesitated, seemingly reluctant. Upon seeing Chen Bo's serious expression, she realized that she could no longer conceal the truth and decided to confess her identity to him. "My father is the deputy mayor of Jiangqing." Upon hearing Guan Muxiue's revelation, Chen Bo remained remarkably composed, as he had no particular recollection of the deputy mayor of Jiangqing. Guan Muxiue had anticipated that revealing her identity would elicit an exaggerated reaction from Chen Bo, but she was mistaken. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bo formed a rough hypothesis. If it were not a vendetta, the motive behind such a ruthless act could only stem from a conflict of interest. Shortly thereafter, both police and ambulances arrived at the scene. As the one who reported the incident, Chen Bo explained the circumstances of the accident to the authorities. Upon learning of Guan Muxiue's identity, the leading police officer broke into a cold sweat and hurried off to report to his superiors. After receiving a reprimand, he rushed back to the ambulance, instructing them to expedite the transportation of the mayor's daughter to the hospital for a thorough examination, stressing that there must be no negligence whatsoever. To ensure the hospital's attention, he emphasized Guan Muxiue's status. Subsequently, Guan Muxiue, Ruan Xia, and Chen Bo were all taken to the Central City Hospital. The accident scene was cordoned off, and the police arranged for a tow truck to retrieve the vehicle from the water, as the fate of those within the truck remained uncertain and they needed to be rescued first. The director in charge of police and traffic received the report and immediately briefed the municipal committee. Upon receiving the report, Chi Wei, the head of the municipal committee, instantly darkened in countenance, as he was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances and vested interests involved. In the realm of politics, there exists an unwritten rule. One may use any means within the bounds of legality to undermine an opponent, but crossing the line into murder is a grave taboo. It was evident that the accident that transpired that night had crossed that line, and Chi Wei had already identified a potential suspect. Fearing that the situation could spiral out of control, Chi Wei convened several influential leaders to establish a consensus on how to address the matter, and subsequently informed Guan Songhai to convey the municipal committee's stance. Guan Songhai learned from the secretary that his daughter had narrowly escaped death in the accident. To assuage Guan Songhai's concerns, Chi Wei assured him, "Old Guan, do not worry, Muxiue is safe. Preliminary assessments indicate she has only sustained minor external injuries and is currently undergoing examination and treatment at the Central Hospital." The police and traffic departments were managing the scene, and they would discuss the handling of the incident in person the following day. Guan Songhai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale as he gripped his phone. He could already discern the municipal committee's position from Chi Wei's words. After a few seconds of silence, he inhaled deeply and responded, "All right, Secretary Chi. I will head to the hospital and await the investigation results." After hanging up, Guan Songhai could no longer contain his fury and slammed his hand on the desk with a resounding bang. Recalling events from a few days prior, when a businessman had covertly threatened him, he was now utterly convinced that the accident involving his daughter was orchestrated by that very businessman. The noise from the desk startled his partner in the bedroom. Guan Muxiue's mother, Feng Mei, hurried into the study, her face clouded with worry as she asked, "Old Guan, what happened?" Guan Songhai swiftly exited the study, changing his clothes while urging, "Get dressed. Muxiue has been in an accident." Feng Mei's complexion paled at the news, and she grasped Guan Songhai's arm, urgently inquiring, "Is Muxiue seriously injured?" Which hospital is she in? I don't know. Secretary Chi just called, and, from his tone, it seems Mushue has only minor external injuries and is currently at the central hospital. All right, we must go to the hospital at once. The couple hastily dressed and descended the stairs, boarding the car sent by their secretary to rush to the hospital. Upon their arrival, the hospital had already received instructions from above, allowing Chen Bo and the others to proceed without delay. They first underwent a CT scan, followed by a series of examinations and consultations, resulting in their admission for treatment. Chen Bo donned a hospital gown, reclining on the bed while lost in thought. He had intended to smoke a cigarette, but found his pockets empty. With a self-deprecating smile, he gazed out of the ward as several officials arrived, members from the hospital, police, and traffic departments alike. If it were a mere traffic accident, such a commotion would be unnecessary. However, Chen Bo had suggested foul play, which heightened the tension among the officials. Soon, a couple hurried past the ward entrance, likely Guamushua's parents. Once inside, the department heads who had come to offer their condolences approached them respectfully. In the world of politics, rank holds significant weight, and with Guan Songhai being a powerful deputy mayor, his future prospects appeared promising. Guan Songhai acknowledged each of them with subtle gestures, while Feng Mei rushed to her daughter's bedside, embracing her and weeping uncontrollably. After the department heads had paid their respects, they discreetly exited the room, leaving only the hospital's leadership to report on the condition. The vice president of the central hospital, having been summoned from the arms of his mistress, took it upon himself to handle the reception duties in the absence of the president, who was away for an inspection. Mayor Guan, our specialists have just conducted a consultation. Miss Guo primarily has external injuries and numerous bruises, but there are no other significant issues. Although Guan Songhai was filled with anger, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Seeing that his daughter was not in grave danger alleviated some of his burden. Thank you, Dean Pang, and all the medical staff for your hard work. It is our duty. I will arrange for dedicated personnel to be on standby 24/7. If you require any assistance, we will do our utmost to help. Vice President Pang Dong stepped forward to shake Guan Songhai's hand, signaling the hospital's commitment. Regardless of its efficacy, it was prudent to make a good impression in front of the leaders, especially since the mayor's daughter was not facing serious complications, thus avoiding the risks of a medical malpractice claim. Once the unrelated individuals departed, Guan Songhai instructed his secretary, Shaoli, wait outside and close the door. Understood. With only the three of them remaining in the room, Guamushua wiped her mother's tears and reassured her, Mom, don't cry. I'm fine. I will fully recover with some rest. Guan Songhai looked at his precious daughter with deep concern. He needed to grasp the full scope of the situation to make further arrangements. My dear, please recount the details of the accident. Guamushua pursed her lips and recounted the events leading up to the collision, ultimately mentioning Chen Bo's suspicions, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In summary, I owe my safety tonight to Coach Wan and Chen Bo. Coach Wan saved me during the crash, and Chen Bo rescued both me and Coach Wan after we fell into the water. Guan Songhai nodded thoughtfully. These two are our saviors. We must pay them a visit. Suddenly, a name crossed his mind, and he turned to Guamushua for confirmation. The person who saved you is definitely named Chen Bo? Yes. That is what Coach Wan said, unless he used a false name when enrolling in driving school. Guan Songhai, who was responsible for urban planning, natural resources, housing, urban construction, and city management, had heard that a businessman had recently purchased 100 ready-to-move-in properties in the southern district all at once. This businessman was also named Chen Bo, and he was uncertain if they were the same individual. If they were indeed the same, the implications would be intriguing. From Guan Songhai's perspective, he considered the broader implications of the situation. Where is this Chen Bo? He is in the ward near the elevator. Guan Songhai and Feng Mei exchanged glances. Feng Mei understood her husband's intentions and suggested, it's getting late. It may not be appropriate to visit tonight. Let us plan to express our gratitude tomorrow. Old Guan, you should head back. I will stay here with our daughter tonight. Guan Songhai stood by the window, his hawk-like eyes revealing a flicker of ferocity. From Guan Mushua's account, it was evident that the incident tonight was a deliberate act, with an unmistakable intent. Threat, a blatant threat. He knew who was orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Without evidence, he had no grounds to act, and his adversary would undoubtedly leave no traces for him to grasp. After spending approximately 40 minutes at the hospital, Guan Songhai, unable to withstand the late hour due to his age, returned to the community under the escort of his secretary. Meanwhile, in a high-end hotel in the city, a middle-aged man had just drifted into slumber when he was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Picking up the device, he pressed the answer button, and after listening to the report, he coldly responded, If she is still alive, it's just her luck. Next time, she might not be so fortunate. Tomorrow, you go and gauge her mood. Understood, boss, came the reply. After hanging up, the man tossed his phone onto the bedside table and roused the woman beside him. At that moment, Chen Bo was restless, lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by the scent of antiseptic. The bruises from the impact began to throb, adding to his agitation. His phone, waterlogged, remained unresponsive, and he had no cash on him, making even the purchase of a pack of cigarettes a challenge. Such is the plight of a nicotine craving. If there was a way, he would certainly seize it. He reached for the call button at his bedside. Soon, a young and attractive intern nurse entered the room, offering a polite smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Chen Bo shook his phone and explained, "Excuse me, my phone has water damage. Could you lend me some cash to buy a pack of cigarettes?" Upon hearing Chen Bo's request, the young nurse's face contorted into a pained smile, more sorrowful than a frown. "I'm sorry, I also don't have any cash. Could you see if anyone else has cash to lend?" The nurse wore a troubled expression, realizing that at this hour, finding someone to borrow money from would be nearly impossible. "I apologize, but none of my colleagues on duty tonight carry cash." Just as the nurse was racking her brain for a way to refuse Chen Bo again, the door to the hospital room creaked open, revealing a familiar yet strange figure who strode in confidently. Chen Bo looked up, momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Jiang Hu, his childhood friend from the orphanage. Once a slender boy who trailed behind him trying to act cool, he now stood tall in a crisp police uniform, exuding a blend of maturity and competence. "Bo Gu." Jiang Hu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he rushed to Chen Bo's bedside and embraced him tightly. Chen Bo reciprocated the embrace, patting Jiang Hu's back, his voice laced with a mix of surprise and joy. "Who's he? How did you know I was here?" Jiang Hu released Chen Bo, scrutinizing him with concern. "I happen to be on duty in the squad tonight. The call you made about the accident was handled by our precinct. When I heard your name mentioned in the report, I instantly suspected it was you. After checking the records, I confirmed it. How's your injury? Can you move?" "It's nothing serious, just some scrapes and bruises. A little rest will suffice," Chen Bo reassured him with a smile. "But look at you now, a police officer. You're quite impressive compared to back then." Jiang Hu scratched his head, a bit bashful as he chuckled. "Bo Gu, I originally planned to make a name for myself first, and then pull some strings to help you out. You didn't retire just to help me, did you?" "Well, actually yes. I thought a 5-year service would lead to a good position, but it seems I still have to start from the ground up." Chen Bo mused to himself that such friends were rare. "Come on, let us go outside for a smoke." As he attempted to rise, Jiang Hu quickly supported him, and they made their way toward the stairwell. Standing by the flower bed downstairs, Jiang Hu retrieved a cigarette and expertly lit one for Chen Bo before lighting his own. After taking a deep drag, a hint of helplessness flickered in Jiang Hu's gaze. "Bo Gu, you don't know how difficult it is to get promoted in the police department without connections. Even if I work overtime, the opportunities for advancement rarely come my way." Chen Bo exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Who's he?" "I know a police officer from the city bureau. She has extensive connections. Recently, there seems to be a major operation she is involved in. If you can participate and get acquainted, it might just open doors for you." Jiang Hu's eyes lit up, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "You're amazing, Bo Gu. Without connections, it's truly a struggle." As the plan unfolded, Lin Yao would swiftly initiate her netting operation once the timing was ripe, forming a special task force and slotting Jiang Hu into the mix. After the mission's success, promotions and salary increases would be all but assured. Chen Bo aimed to cultivate his network, and Jiang Hu was a worthy investment, especially since he had recently left the military and had yet to be tainted by the corruption of power and money in the political arena. At that moment, establishing a supportive relationship was more than appropriate. It was an investment in Jiang Hu. Of course, some might argue that Chen Bo was merely using Jiang Hu, but the essence of human relationships often lies in mutual benefit. During his time in prison, Chen Bo frequently spent time with Han Chan, and over the years, his values were profoundly influenced. Coupled with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, he harbored a deep-seated distrust of those around him, often approaching interactions based on value. "Who's he? Once I've recovered, let us find a chance to get together. I'll introduce you to my friend then." "Sure, I've been working consecutive shifts lately. I'll message you next week when I have time." Jiang Hu then inquired about Chen Bo's current situation. "By the way, what are you doing for work now? Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can crash at my place." Chen Bo patted Jiang Hu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "I'm currently starting a business, so don't worry about my living situation." "Who's he? Since you've chosen to join the police force, you can't just remain a lowly officer forever, right?" Jiang Hu's expression turned helpless. "I wanted to reopen the investigation into your case from back then, but I don't have the authority to do anything. Don't worry. My case has already been arranged. Soon, someone will assist in reopening the investigation. For now, focus on your ascent while staying true to your principles. Jiang Hu vowed. I understand your point. I won't cross any lines on principle. The bureaucracy is a vast mire. Once you enter, it's impossible to remain unscathed. You can't isolate yourself. If you don't integrate, you'll struggle to progress. Jiang Hu's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated Chen Bo's insights would be so profound. Oh go, I've noticed you've changed a lot. Society progresses, and people drift with the current. But the essence of the human heart remains unchanged. Jiang Hu scratched his head, sensing a unique aura from Chen Bo, realizing he needed to reevaluate his old friend. Bo go, if you face any difficulties, give me a call. Let me have your contact information. My phone is waterlogged and dead. Note down my number. I'll get a new phone tomorrow, and you can call me then. After saying this, Chen Bo quickly followed up, by the way. Were you involved in tonight's accident case? No, that case is handled by our precinct's first team. However, I can inquire about the progress of the handling. All right. Just keep an ear out. Let me know if you get any results. The two reminisced about many past events, each moment feeling as if it had transpired just yesterday. And before they knew it, they had finished a pack of cigarettes. Before leaving, Jiang Hu bought Chen Bo 2 packs of cigarettes. Bo go. I'll head back to the station now. I'll come see you once you're healed. After bidding farewell to Jiang Hu, Chen Bo returned to his room. Clutching the cigarettes and lighter, lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Initially, he believed Guan Mushue's father, the mayor, would come to see him immediately. But to his surprise, he didn't show up. Yet, upon reflection, he understood the typical demeanor of such leaders. Having saved another's daughter is tantamount to incurring an immense favor. Simply expressing gratitude upon meeting is insufficient. One must be thoroughly prepared to navigate the complexities of human relationships in one fell swoop. In the neighboring hospital rooms, both Guan Mushue and Ruan Xia tossed and turned. Unable to find sleep, their minds incessantly conjuring images of Chen Bo nestled beside her mother, Feng Mei, Guan Mushue stared blankly into space. Feng Mei gently patted her daughter's back, comforting her. With me here tonight, there is no need to fear. Now, close your eyes and rest. On the other side, Ruan Xia, having endured the trials of life and death following her divorce, found her emotions increasingly difficult to rein in. Life is fleeting, and one can never predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Having encountered a man who ignites her heart, she feels compelled to pursue him. The night passed in silence, and with the dawn came a new day. Ruan Xia entered Chen Bo's hospital room, breakfast in hand, and found him washing up in the bathroom, so she took a seat at the bedside, awaiting his return. Once finished, Chen Bo emerged. Greeted by the sight of Ruan Xia waiting attentively, he could surmise her intentions, as she had already taken advantage of their encounter by the river the previous night and now brought him breakfast, an unmistakable sign of a woman pursuing a man. Ruan Xia sat up and gently addressed him. Mr. Chen, I had a friend bring breakfast. Would you care to share it with me? Chen Bo could have called Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu to attend to him, yet he chose not to. Faced with the alluring advances of this beautiful woman, he had no reason to decline, thus responding with gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just as he was about to dig in, Guan Mushue arrived at the door, also bearing a breakfast offering. Upon seeing Ruan Xia had beaten her to it, a pang of inexplicable sadness washed over her, accompanied by a powerful sense of rivalry, akin to the feeling of a cherished toy being coveted by another. Both Chen Bo and Ruan Xia turned to see Guan Mushue standing at the threshold, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Ruan Xia's intuition warned her of a potential rival, and upon considering Guan Mushue's background, her initial excitement was doused with cold reality. In terms of age, figure, and family standing, Guan Mushue was undoubtedly the superior choice for any man, leaving Ruan Xia, a divorced woman, at a significant disadvantage. Clearing his throat, Chen Bo broke the tension, waving to Guan Mushue at the door. Good morning, Miss Guan. Come join us for breakfast. Guan Mushue steadied her emotions. Both individuals before her were her saviors, and she could not afford to be rude. She entered the room with her breakfast. Ruan Xia shifted aside, smiling as she expressed concern. Xiao Guan, your leg bruises and swelling are quite pronounced. It would be wise to limit your movement. Internally, Guan Mushue mused. Am I to hinder your pursuit of men? Though her thoughts were laced with sarcasm, she maintained a pleasant facade, sitting beside Ruan Xia and smiling. Sister Ruan, you too should rest more. After speaking, she opened her food container, revealing the breakfast prepared by Feng Mei early that morning. Chen Bo, do try my mother's century egg and lean pork congee. All right, I shall taste Auntie's culinary skills. He replied. Chen Bo savored the dumplings Ruan Xia had brought while enjoying the congee from Guan Muxua, thus attending to the sentiments of both women. Observing Chen Bo devour his meal with gusto, the two women exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Simultaneously, they were curious as to why Chen Bo had not summoned family or friends for assistance, prompting Ruan Xia to voice her curiosity. Chen Bo, are you in Jiangxing alone for business? Detecting the intrigue from both women, Chen Bo nodded, responding nonchalantly, yes, it's quite nice being on my own. Then we shall be friends. Let us gather sometime when we're free, Ruan Xia suggested. Chen Bo replied, certainly, after all, we've shared such trials together and emerged alive, which is no small feat. The three engaged in conversation, their bonds deepening beyond the previous night's encounters. At that moment, the deputy director, accompanied by medical staff, entered the ward for rounds, only to find the two women in Chen Bo's room, generating envy among the deputy and several male doctors. At 10 in the morning, Guan Songhai and his wife Feng Mei returned to the hospital after a governmental meeting. Having come well prepared, upon entering Chen Bo's room, they dismissed any unrelated parties and stationed a secretary outside to guard the door. The room was now solely occupied by Chen Bo and the Guan couple. Guan Songhai approached Chen Bo with sincerity. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Guan Songhai, Mushua's father. I am immensely grateful for your selfless act in rescuing my daughter last night. After expressing his gratitude, both he and Feng Mei bowed deeply to Chen Bo. The moment for gratitude's grand performance had arrived. Chen Bo, eschewing any pretense, rose to support Guan Songhai. Uncle, auntie, you flatter me. Saving someone is merely a matter of course. I believe any person with a conscience would not flee alone. These words were deliberately crafted for Guan Songhai's ears, as he awaited the man's promise. As soon as Guan Songhai acknowledged the debt of gratitude, Chen Bo would be able to forge a connection with the vice mayor. The couple exchanged glances, thoroughly pleased with Chen Bo's response, recognizing that humility and patience are hallmarks of a mature man. Indeed, many individuals are selfish, fleeing in the face of disaster. Young men like you are increasingly rare, and I have great faith in you. During breakfast, Chen Bo learned that Guan Muxua was the sole daughter in her family. This meant that Guan Songhai was a late-life father, thus showering his daughter with affection, treating her as a precious jewel, fearful of her being harmed. Observing Guan Songhai's wife, Chen Bo noted the significant age difference. Feng Mei appeared at least a decade younger than Guan Songhai, fitting the mold of an older man with a younger wife. In response to Guan Songhai's praise, Chen Bo humbly replied, Uncle Guan, you overstate my worth. I am but an ordinary person. At this juncture, Feng Mei interjected, retrieving a bank card from her bag and presenting it to Chen Bo Xiao Chun. This is a token of appreciation from both me and your Uncle Guan. It is a modest sum of 100,000. Please accept it. Chen Bo recognized this as an initiative from Guan Songhai, intended to silence him. Accepting the money would signify the repayment of a favor, providing Guan Songhai a defense should Chen Bo divulge the incident in the future. Having recently acquired 80 million, this mere 100,000 was inconsequential. He valued the vice mayor's goodwill far more. However, for officials of such standing, a favor is worth more than monetary compensation. Matters easily settled with money should never incur a debt of gratitude. Both Guan Songhai and his wife observed him closely. Should he refuse the card, their relationship would certainly plummet to an icy abyss. At that moment, Guan Muxua stealthily approached the door of Chen Bo's room, signaling her secretary, Xiao Li, to be silent, placing her ear against the door. Xiao Li, unwilling to offend the daughter of his superior, could only smile awkwardly, pretending not to notice. Guan Muxua was eager to discern Chen Bo's choice. From her perspective, if he accepted the money, the altruistic act would be tainted, transforming their friendship into something devoid of meaning. She awaited his decision. A principled official must possess no fatal weaknesses. Chen Bo had gleaned much from Han Chun, and after a moment of contemplation, he extended his hands to accept the bank card from Feng Mei. Very well. I shall accept the goodwill of Uncle Guan and Aunt Feng. Seeing Chen Bo's understanding nature, smiles broke upon the couple's faces, and Feng Mei, with an apologetic tone, remarked, Xiao Chun, it must be evident to you who my husband is. In his position, such actions are necessary, and I hope you can appreciate this. The Guan couple was elated, yet Guan Muxua, who was eavesdropping outside the door, wore a grim expression. She was filled with ire towards Chen Bo for accepting money. Could he truly be that kind of person, driven solely by profit? At that moment, Guan Muxua felt an overwhelming urge to burst through the door and confront Chen Bo, demanding to know why he accepted money when they could have simply been friends. Accepting money would turn their relationship into a transaction. Inside the room, Chen Bo's mind was racing. He recognized that the dual act performed by the Guan couple was quite skillful. Having a woman convey the message was indeed the best method of reconciliation. Chen Bo understood this well, but another thought crossed his mind. In his previous life, he had never heard of the daughter of the vice mayor of Jiangxing dying in a car accident. Perhaps, due to his rebirth, he had altered the trajectory of certain events. It was reasonable to deduce that Guan Muxue had not perished in his former life. That night, Guan Muxue had nearly drowned in the river, possibly because his rebirth had led him to enroll in driving lessons, which had never presented him with such unforeseen opportunities. Chen Bo quickly organized his thoughts and reiterated his stance, stating, "Aunt Feng, I deeply empathize with Uncle Guan's predicament. However, I must emphasize that when I saved Muxue, I had no inkling of her identity. Even if others were in the same vehicle, I would exert every effort to save them. The art of communication lies in magnifying one's strengths without resorting to pretense. Only through well-crafted dialogue can one truly impress a superior." Evidently, Chen Bo's words had garnered the approval of Guan Songhai. The latter patted Chen Bo's shoulder with a beaming smile and said, "Xiao Chen, apart from the financial compensation, as Mushua's father, I owe you a personal favor. Henceforth, as long as it does not contravene the law and is within my capabilities, I can grant you one condition." Chen Bo had patiently awaited Guan Songhai's promise and replied with a calm demeanor, "Now that Muxue and I are friends, Uncle Guan need not be so formal." With the matter of personal favors resolved, Guan Songhai pondered for a moment before stating, "Xiao Chen, I received information yesterday that an investment company has splurged over 60 million on purchasing 100 new homes in the Southern District. You are the mastermind behind this, aren't you?" Chen Bo was not taken aback and readily admitted, "It appears Uncle Guan has conducted some investigation. Those 100 new homes are indeed my investment." Outside the door, Guan Muxue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. She had not anticipated Chen Bo to be so wealthy, likely a low-profile billionaire. Just moments ago, she had been dissatisfied with Chen Bo for accepting money from her parents, but now it seemed her perspective was limited. He was clearly not in need of such funds. Currently, there are no official development policies targeting the Southern District, and I am curious as to why you perceive it as a potential investment opportunity. Might you elaborate? Chen Bo could not divulge the memories of his past life, so he provided an analysis based on public information. The Southern District was once the largest prefecture-level city in Jiangxing, but after its downgrade, it has remained lackluster. Meanwhile, other districts in Jiangxing have established industrial parks and high-tech development zones, while the Southern District still lacks such reforms. The enterprises within its jurisdiction predominantly focus on labor-intensive industries, limiting the entry of high-tech companies, which has led to developmental imbalance that is not observed from above. Guan Songhai nodded and inquired, "Are there any other reasons?" Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Bo gazed out at the blue sky and continued his analysis. The subway project in the Southern District has already been submitted for review. This will not only stimulate the economy, but also boost housing demand. Essentials for living, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are indispensable. I firmly believe that in the near future, the authorities will surely roll out relevant development policies. Upon hearing Chen Bo's analysis, Guan Songhai could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Well said. Your analysis is quite astute. I must say you are a young man of remarkable ambition." Chen Bo inwardly chuckled. These were merely facts from his previous life, and he was merely presenting them as if he possessed foresight. "Xiao Chen, I have great faith in you. There's another matter on which I would like to hear your opinion. Please, Uncle Guan, go ahead." Guan Songhai's smile faded as he fixed his serious gaze on Chen Bo, asking in a grave tone, "Why did you repeatedly emphasize the possibility of premeditated murder to the police at the accident scene last night?" After returning home, Guan Songhai replayed the car accident in his mind. In the training vehicle, besides his daughter, there were also Chen Bo and Wan Xia. This meant that there were two additional possibilities. The dump truck may not have been targeting his daughter specifically. Now, with the driver deceased, having been recovered lifeless last night, there were more suspicions without any evidence to corroborate. From their earlier conversation, Guan Songhai discerned that Chen Bo was quite clever, often engaging in actions that served his own interests. Presently, he suspected that his daughter was entangled with others. And since Chen Bo had recently offended two factions involved in illicit activities, he was the prime suspect. While everyone outwardly believed the traffic accident was directed at Guan Songhai, Chen Bo understood that, in the absence of concrete intelligence, all was merely conjecture. A small detail revealed Chen Bo's intentions. During the police inquiry, he had consistently stressed the possibility of murder. His aim was clear: to escalate the matter, compelling Guan Mushue's father, the mayor, to take it seriously. With the vice mayor's position, it would be easier to uncover the truth. Meeting Guan Songhai's gaze, Chen Bo could not help but admire the man's sharpness. His perspective on issues was indeed astute, calm, and composed. Chen Bo's expression betrayed no hint of anxiety as he devised a persuasive rationale. Uncle Guan, you must know that I have just emerged from prison. I was wrongfully sentenced to 10 years, and barely a week after my release, a car accident occurred. I cannot help but suspect that someone is intentionally targeting me. To uncover the truth, I had no choice but to present the matter in severe terms. If the true culprit remains unknown, I believe you would also find it difficult to rest easy. Guan Songhai's expression grew even graver upon hearing this. Today, he had received Chen Bo's dossier. After reviewing it, he found this individual, Chen Bo, quite remarkable, an orphan with a clean background, hastily convicted 10 years ago. In less than a week since his release, 2 incidents had occurred in his life, along with a significant investment in new homes in the Southern District. The development policies of the Southern District were classified. It was impossible for Chen Bo to be aware of them. Guan Songhai suspected that Chen Bo had some astute guidance behind him, leading him to engage in this dual act with his wife, Feng Mei, to probe Chen Bo's depth. Standing before the vice mayor, Chen Bo maintained a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, articulating his thoughts with clarity and logical coherence. After a comprehensive evaluation, Guan Songhai concluded that Chen Bo's character and insights surpassed those of the vast majority of young people. The hospital room fell into a brief silence as Guan Songhai contemplated. Feeling a burgeoning sense of admiration, I will take the time to review the case regarding your imprisonment. If there are indeed grounds for concern, I will endeavor to advocate for a retrial on your behalf. Guan Songhai had anticipated that extending such kindness would elate Chen Bo. However, he was mistaken. Chen Bo's expression remained unperturbed, and he replied in a flat tone, "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Guan. I am capable of handling my own wrongful conviction." "Oh, how do you intend to manage that?" Guan Songhai inquired with growing interest. Chen Bo smiled mysteriously and replied, "Of course, I will seek assistance from professionals in the field." In that moment, Guan Songhai realized he had misjudged Chen Bo. This young man possessed more autonomy and connections than he had initially perceived. "Very well. Should you require my assistance, feel free to reach out directly." Chen Bo recognized Guan Songhai's underlying intent. This was merely a way for him to expedite the repayment of a favor. "Thank you, Uncle Guan. I have a meeting to attend at noon. Please take care of your recovery. Once you are well, I would be honored to host you at my home." Upon hearing this, Chen Bo felt a profound sense of relief. He had successfully passed the test and won the recognition of the vice mayor. Otherwise, he would not have been invited to his home. At this moment, Guan Muxue, who was eavesdropping at the door of the hospital room, was about to quietly slip away when the door abruptly swung open from the inside. With a startled exclamation, she lost her balance and fell into her mother's embrace, creating an awkward scene. "Mom," Guan Muxue glanced furtively at Chen Bo, and then, like a child caught in wrongdoing, her face flushed with embarrassment. She clenched her hands tightly and lowered her gaze to the floor, standing at the door awaiting a reprimand. Chen Bo and Guan Songhai were taken aback by Guan Muxue's eavesdropping. Guan Songhai cast a glance at his daughter, knowing her well enough to feel a twinge of concern that she might be led astray. "Xiao Chun, I apologize. This girl has been spoiled by us. Please don't take it to heart." Chen Bo, however, was unperturbed. It was entirely normal for a young girl to have a crush, and it was understandable for her to take an interest in him. "It's perfectly fine. Muxue is still young. I won't hold anything against her." "All right. Let us leave it at that for today," Guan Songhai said, turning to his wife. "You should take some time off recently to accompany her. Don't let her wander about." Subsequently, Guan Songhai departed the hospital with his secretary, while Guan Muxue was taken back to her private room by her mother. Once the door was closed, the mother and daughter sat by the bedside, with Guan Muxue still keeping her head down. Feng Mei took her daughter's hand and shook her head in exasperation. "Muxue, you need to focus on your studies now, do you understand?" Guan Muxue bit her lip and replied, "I understand, Mom. You don't need to worry about me." Feng Mei thought to herself, how could I not worry? The gravity of her recent behavior was evident. Guan Songhai couldn't speak directly, but as her mother, she could guide her daughter privately. That Chen Bo was once convicted of a serious crime and spent 10 years in prison. Although he possesses some abilities, you should avoid getting too close to him. Upon hearing this, Guan Muxue quickly defended Chen Bo, saying, "Didn't he say he was wronged? Knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. He is very cunning. Until his case is overturned, no one can say for certain whether he was wronged. In any case, keep your distance from him, understood? I haven't done anything wrong. Why can't I be friends with him?" Seeing her daughter starting to dig in her heels, Feng Mei felt helpless. She feared that saying too much might crush her daughter's fragile heart. You can be friends, but don't let it go too deep. Postpone your driving test for now. We can revisit it after the winter break. I think he is a good person, Guan Muxue asserted firmly. Meanwhile, Chen Bo was outside the corridor smoking, unaware that Guan Muxue had just awarded him a second good person card. The first being given by Wang Ting at the police station. All right, let us not dwell on this. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go buy it, he said. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Bo was about to head back when he encountered Feng Mei, who was coming out to buy food. He greeted her, Auntie. Feng Mei paused and gestured. Chen Bo, please come here for a moment. There is something I'd like to clarify with you. Chen Bo guessed what she wanted to discuss. Her concerns about her daughter being led astray. They reached a corner where Feng Mei checked to ensure Guan Muxue was not following. Then got straight to the point. Xiao Chun, although Muxue is already 21, she lacks social experience and has many naive thoughts. I hope that after she is discharged, you can maintain some distance from her. Fearing that Chen Bo might have ulterior motives, Feng Mei added, I do not mean to discriminate against you. Chen Bo waved his hand, stopping her from continuing, and smiled calmly. Auntie, you don't need to say this to me. I am self-aware. I understand the importance of social standing. It's best if you comprehend that, Chen Bo thought with a cold smile. He was disinclined to engage in a debate about class and status with a woman, but he still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Auntie, I can assure you that after she is discharged, I will not contact her first. Would that be acceptable? Thank you for understanding the concerns we parents have, he continued. However, if she chooses to seek me out, please don't hold me accountable. The latter remark was deliberately pointed, and Feng Mei sensed the dissatisfaction in his tone. Though she was somewhat displeased with Chen Bo's manner, she managed to maintain her composure. All right, thank you for your understanding. I will keep a close watch on Muxue. Chapter 43. Intimate banter. Merchants pursue profit, but officials not only seek power but also, like merchants, pursue greater benefits. Marrying off a daughter necessitates consideration of social standing and mutual benefit. When conversations do not resonate, it is best to part ways. Chen Bo held little regard for Guan Muxue's feelings, thus he bid farewell and turned to leave. As he walked away, Feng Mei's face clouded with worry. Having just witnessed Chen Bo's cunning in the room, she feared her daughter might suffer in the future. As noon approached, a nurse inquired whether Chen Bo desired a work meal, as requested by the deputy director. Whether he wanted it or not was one matter. Being asked was a matter of attitude, intended for Guan Songhai's observation. At that moment, Wan Xia arrived with packaged meals for Chen Bo, gesturing to him. Chen Bo, there is nothing good in the cafeteria. I brought you some food. The nurse discreetly exited the room, leaving space for the two of them. Wan Xia approached the bedside table and began to unpack the meals, which consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, twice-cooked pork, braised base, dry pot cauliflower, and tofu soup, enough for both of them. Chen Bo was not one to stand on ceremony. After washing his hands, he sat at the bedside. I ordered casually today. Next time, let me know in advance what you want to eat. The restaurants near the hospital provide delivery services. Although Wan Xia was dressed in a hospital gown, she had applied light makeup, exuding a mature allure. They sat closely together, inhaling each other's subtle fragrance, which stirred a slight impulse within Chen Bo's sister Ruan. You don't need to go through so much trouble. I'll treat you to a grand meal after I'm discharged. Sure, let us also invite Muxue then. As they spoke, they began to eat. For Chen Bo, any food was preferable to the bland cabbage soup from prison. Meanwhile, at the door of the hospital room, Guan Muxue stood outside, initially intending to invite Chen Bo to eat with her, but was surprised to find Wan Xia had already beaten her to it. After a moment's hesitation, she decided not to interrupt their meal and silently retreated to her own room. Seeing her daughter's downcast demeanor, Feng Mei felt a sense of relief and smiled, asking, What's wrong? Isn't Xiao Chen coming over to eat? Sister Ruan ordered food outside. They are already eating. Feng Mei nonchalantly set the chopsticks and called out, Since they are dining together, let us not bother them. Wash your hands and come eat. Guan Muxue, feeling disheartened, had little appetite and set down her chopsticks after a few bites. Mom, I'm full. You take your time. What's the matter? Is the food not to your liking? I'll personally cook tonight. It's not that. I'm just not very hungry. Feng Mei refrained from pressing further, realizing that excessive concern might be counterproductive. She continued to eat, pondering whether Wan Xia could win over Chen Bo. Earlier, when she returned from buying food, she had spent some time in Wan Xia's room. When discussing Chen Bo, Wan Xia had displayed considerable excitement, and as a woman, Feng Mei keenly sensed Wan Xia's interest in him. Thus, from Feng Mei's perspective, she was quite pleased to see Chen Bo and Wan Xia together, as it would help sever Guan Muxue's infatuation. After finishing their meal, Ruan Xia tidied up the dishes, and the two of them descended to dispose of the garbage. Chen Bo stood in the shade at the entrance of the inpatient department, smoking while making a phone call. A bing. Buy a phone and deliver it to the inpatient department of the central hospital. The expense can be reimbursed by Wang Ting. Just come alone. Got it. After hanging up, a bing found Wang Ting, briefed her, and then left. Once a bing departed, Wang Ting promptly sent Chen Bo a text message to report a bing's whereabouts. Chen Bo's phone was broken, so he wouldn't receive the message immediately. He handed his phone back to Ruan Xia. Sister Ruan, thank you. This morning, Ruan Xia requested her friend to assist in purchasing a new phone and to replace her SIM card. Otherwise, she would be unable to order lunch. No need for formalities with me. Let us address each other as siblings from now on, she suggested. Chen Bo, with a playful smile, teased, Sister Ruan. Are you contemplating a sibling romance? Oh, I wish I could, but reality does not permit, she lamented. What do you mean? Ruan Xia's eyes dimmed with a hint of resignation. Alas, I am already 36 this year. You must find someone younger, like Mu Shui. I sense she has a soft spot for you. Is that so? Everyone has their preferences. What if I am drawn to mature women? Chen boldly retorted. Ruan Xia's heart raced at his candid response, and she appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope, asking with curiosity. Could it be that you have a preference for someone like me? Chen's lips curled into a sly smile as he coyly replied. Indeed, mature women possess a unique allure. Isn't there a saying? Ruan Xia, momentarily stumped, pressed him for clarification. What saying? Chen leaned closer, whispering a few words into her ear, prompting Ruan Xia to stifle a giggle, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Casting a sideways glance at Chen, she whispered, I am curious. Do you not have feelings for Mu Shui? She is not only beautiful, but also has a father in a prominent position. If you win her over, you could enjoy a life of ease. Chen, discerning her ignorance of his true identity, playfully replied, why rely on looks when one can thrive on talent? It dawned on Ruan Xia that Chen was a businessman residing in a villa community, seemingly not in need of romantic pursuits. That makes sense. You are not short on money or women. Indeed, I may lack money, but not women. By the way, Sister Ruan, I noticed several messages from men on your WeChat, expressing their intent to visit you at the hospital. You must also have your share of admirers. Chen skillfully redirected the conversation. Ruan Xia shot him a glare, sighing. The messages are from male trainers. Those old lechers are nothing but trouble. They always try to take advantage of pretty female students. It's disgusting. Chen chuckled knowingly, suggesting, so, Sister Ruan, if you encounter a young and handsome male student, would you not also be tempted? Ruan Xia suddenly recalled the incident by the river last night, where she had intentionally taken advantage of Chen during CPR, feeling embarrassed at the thought. Lowering her gaze to her partially open neckline, she shyly admitted, you caught me. Yes, I took advantage of you as well. It seems we are even now. Seizing on this, Ruan Xia playfully pinched Chen's side, exclaiming, ah, so it was intentional. Their intimate exchange drew envious glances from male patients nearby. At this moment, Ruan Xia came to terms with reality. She no longer harbored hopes for a romantic sibling relationship with Chen, but merely wished to maintain a bond that transcended mere siblinghood. Resolute, she linked her arm with Chen's and leaned in to whisper a few words into his ear. Chapter 44. Discharge and Threats. Chen had lost patience with the flirtations characteristic of youth. Adults should be forthright. When mutual feelings are present, the ensuing love is the purest form. Half an hour later, a bing arrived at the hospital entrance with the new phone in hand. Upon seeing Chen in his hospital gown, her cold demeanor softened slightly. Boss, who did this to you? She inquired. Chen, unboxing the new phone, replied nonchalantly. I was in an accident. It's nothing serious. Have you made any progress on what I mentioned earlier? I have a friend in the Northeast who is handling some issues. He will come to Jiangcheng as soon as he resolves them. After replacing the SIM card, Chen waved her off. When he arrives, have him call me for a face-to-face meeting. Now, go back to your own matters. Understood. As she departed, a bing cast a glance at Ruan Xia, contemplating whether to suggest that Chen ask Li Xiaoyu to come and care for him, but ultimately refrained. Once a bing had left, Ruan Xia could not suppress her curiosity any longer. That girl seems quite aloof. Is she your employee? Yes, everyone has different personalities. Now, please head back, Chen replied. The weather was stifling, and with the air conditioning in the hospital room, Ruan Xia found it unbearable to be alone. Opting to stay in Chen's room instead, the bustling corridor made it inconvenient for her to conduct her business. While Ruan Xia engaged in lengthy phone conversations with her friends, Chen lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. He stumbled upon a top military headline about the Chinese Navy conducting live-fire exercises, which aligned with his memories from a past life. Setting his phone aside, Chen interlaced his fingers behind his head, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. The world after his rebirth had shown no signs of change. Core events would inevitably replay, and only those intersecting with his life would be affected, enveloped in uncertainty. At 4 in the afternoon, Chen awakened from his slumber, realizing that even thinking about his past life was exhausting. He had unknowingly dozed off. Ruan Xia returned from outside with fruit, offering him a piece of freshly cut cantaloupe. "You're awake. Have some fruit." Chen splashed cold water on his face, feeling revitalized. As he sat beside his bed, Ruan Xia held out a fork with a piece of cantaloupe, its sweetness refreshing as it melted in his mouth. "Sister Ruan, I plan to discharge myself tomorrow morning." Ruan Xia, puzzled, asked. "The doctor suggested a 3-day observation. Why the rush to leave?" "To make money. Earning money shouldn't be rushed." "You don't understand. Time is money." "Well, I've been considering resigning from my coaching job. Over the years, I've saved some money. I want to travel and see the world." "That is a good idea. I support you." Ruan Xia sighed, hinting, "It's a pity I lack someone to travel with." Chen chose not to respond, as he had no desire for romantic escapades. His focus was solely on financial pursuits. Meanwhile, at a municipal office, Secretary Li knocked and entered Guan Songhai's office. "Boss, Qiqiang Real Estate has sent someone over to discuss the land project at number 78, North City." Guan Songhai had initially intended to decline but hesitated, suspecting that the previous night's accident might have been orchestrated by Qiqiang. To confirm his suspicions, he resolved to meet with the relevant representatives from Qiqiang Real Estate. "Have him wait. Call him in after half an hour." "Understood." In the secretary's office, a middle-aged man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses sat waiting. He was Hu Guangming, the general manager of Qiqiang Real Estate. Upon hearing that he would have to wait half an hour, a smirk crept onto his face as he remarked, "Very well. Mayor Guan is undoubtedly busy. Half an hour, or even half a day, is no trouble for me." An hour later, the bespectacled man checked his watch, realizing that their appointment had been delayed by half an hour, which he suspected was intentional on Guan Songhai's part. "Manager Hu, Mayor Guan is ready to see you now." "Thank you," Hu Guangming replied, rising with his briefcase to enter Guan Songhai's office. "Good day, Mayor Guan. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to meet with me." Guan Songhai offered no pleasantries, fixing Hu Guangming with a steely gaze. "Let us set aside the project discussion for now. First, clarify the accident from last night." Hu Guangming feigned ignorance, responding, "Mayor Guan, what accident are you referring to? I'm afraid I don't understand." "Cannot comprehend, can you? Then leave. Find someone who can." Hu Guangming displayed no fear, addressing Mayor Guan with a calm demeanor. "Mayor Guan, I believe you have mistaken the person to inquire. I remained at home last night and am unaware of any accident you mentioned. Let us instead discuss the project." Guan Songhai leaned back in his executive chair. Though his interlocutor had not confessed, he had already deduced the outcome. The previous night's accident was indeed orchestrated against him. "Return and have your boss come speak with me. If he does not appear, I will be unable to grant your approval." "Mayor Guan, I can fully represent my boss's intentions. Feel free to express any concerns directly. Leave now, and inform Su Chong that unless a satisfactory land inspection report is presented, we shall not discuss any further matters." Hu Guangming maintained a subtle smile. Aware that last night's lesson was insufficient, he now needed to escalate matters with this deputy mayor. "I shall relay your words to my boss unchanged. Furthermore, our superior wishes to convey that sometimes taking a step back may not be detrimental, provided the outcome is favorable, allowing for the minutiae to be disregarded." Guan Songhai's expression darkened. He understood that Su Chong might have further plans and could very well dare to cross the line, necessitating preemptive measures. Last year, Qiqiang Real Estate had purchased a parcel of industrial land, intending to convert it to residential use. Unfortunately, the land was found to be contaminated, and the review process was indefinitely stalled. Subsequently, Qiqiang Real Estate discreetly bribed Guan Songhai, hoping he would grant approval for the project, but he had resolutely declined each time, leading to the accident of the previous night. After much contemplation, Guan Songhai recognized that the city party secretary, Qi Wei, would only offer vague reassurances. Fearing for the safety of his wife and daughter, he made a difficult decision. He picked up the red telephone on his desk and dialed a direct line to the provincial capital. Once the call connected, Guan Songhai spoke respectfully. "Hello, leader. I must report a matter." Chapter 45. The proactive Ruan Xia. As evening fell, dark clouds gathered, and a sudden downpour commenced. The rain washed away the oppressive heat of the day. Inside the room, Chen Bo and Ruan Xia were having dinner, both awaiting the arrival of night. "I've finished eating. I'll go wash up and return shortly," Ruan Xia said as she tidied up the remnants of their meal and hurried out the door. Chen Bo leaned against the window, observing the dark curtain of rain outside. knowing this storm had been brewing for over half a month and would likely persist. Habitually, he reached for a cigarette and lighter, but paused, remembering the smoke detector in the hospital room. Reluctantly, he returned the cigarette to its case as a flash of lightning illuminated the rainy night. Suddenly, Guan Muxue entered the room, pushing the door open. Chen Bo turned to see her and smiled, gesturing to the chair beside him. "There's a chair. Please sit." Guan Muxue took a seat in front of Chen Bo and gazed at him in silence. "Where's Aunt Feng?" "She went home to change her clothes. She'll probably wait until the rain stops to come back." Chen Bo leaned back against the head of the bed. Due to Aunt Feng's interference, a rift had developed between him and Guan Muxue, so he decided to be forthright. "Muxue, your mother has likely advised you to limit our interactions. It would be beneficial for both of us." "I disagree. I believe they hold a bias against you. You are not that kind of person." Chen Bo recalled his own youthful experiences, having immersed himself in a tumultuous romance that only led to deeper entanglement. "You speak foolishly. You don't truly understand who I am, nor is it necessary for you to delve deeper, given our different upbringings and social standings. You must abandon some unrealistic notions. I am of age now. I can decide whom to befriend without their interference. Silly girl, class division is an insurmountable chasm. You need not fret over this now. We can discuss everything post-graduation." Chen Bo adeptly navigated the conversation, easily managing the naive young woman before him. "Then it is settled. After I graduate, we shall explore a relationship." Chen Bo, inwardly bemused, thought that Guan Muxue was indeed immature and her ideas rather childish. By the time she graduated, he might have numerous romantic entanglements and be far from the prospect of romance. However, in a moment of selfishness, he offered her a hollow promise. "All right, you are currently in your third year. Let us revisit the idea of dating once you obtain your academic certification, shall we?" Upon hearing Chen Bo's assurance, Guan Muxue smiled brightly. "Then let me ask you, if Ruan Jie pursued you, would you accept?" "That is a fallacious question. I cannot answer that." "Very well. I shall return to rest." The two seemed to lack common ground, reminiscent of his time with Wang Ting, where work was their only shared topic. Furthermore, at that moment, Guan Muxue was merely swept away by emotion, harboring an infatuation that was one-sided. After bidding Guan Muxue farewell, the room fell silent once more. Chen Bo ventured downstairs to the smoking area for a cigarette. As he exhaled, he noticed an elderly man in a patient gown across from him, also smoking. The old man was thin, and they exchanged puffs of smoke without uttering a word. After finishing 2 cigarettes, as Chen Bo prepared to leave, the old man offered him a cigarette. "Young man, care to lend me a hand and share another one?" Chen Bo accepted the cigarette tossed his way, and the two sat closely on a bench, lighting up and savoring the moment. 95, this smoke packs a punch. I have another pack, consider it a gift. The old man generously offered a pack to Chen Bo, who accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you. What ailment do you suffer from? How many years do you have left?" "Gastric issues. When I can no longer eat, that will be my end." "Is that so? Then smoke up, so you can enjoy it while you can." "Huh. You're amusing. I heard you saved a leader's daughter. Your future seems promising." "Oh, you know of this. Though I am old, my ears are still sharp. Last night, many leaders visited. Today the nurses were chatting, mentioning a handsome fellow who saved the vice mayor's daughter. It must be you." Chen Bo found it hard to believe. Sensing the old man was somewhat peculiar, perhaps even with a shadowy past. "Who do you associate with?" "I fend for myself. Do you wish to join me?" "Never mind. I'm still young. Associating with someone whose time is nearly up offers little prospect. Farewell, and thank you for the cigarettes." Chen Bo discarded the cigarette, but extinguished it with his foot, and waved goodbye as he strode away from the smoking area. Watching Chen Bo's retreating figure, the old man smiled faintly. "Han Chan's protege possesses some intrigue. We shall meet again." Upon returning to the ward, Chen Bo opened the door to find a voluptuous woman reclining seductively on the bed. Ruan Xia had arrived early, donning a sheer nightgown, seemingly prepared for intimate dealings. Upon noticing Chen Bo approach, Ruan Xia blushed and asked, "Is it too early now?" Chen Bo first lowered the privacy curtain around the bed, then turned off the lights in the room before lying down beside Ruan Xia, the small bed feeling somewhat cramped. "It is a bit early, but there's no rush. We have ample time." Ruan Xia nestled against Chen Bo's chest, her heart racing. This was the hospital, and the unfamiliar setting posed a challenge. Sensing Ruan Xia's anxiety, Chen Bo wrapped his arm around her waist for reassurance. As time trickled by, at 11 o'clock, the hospital corridor was eerily quiet, with faint snores emanating from certain rooms. Ruan Xia lifted her gaze to meet Chen Bo's eyes, and in that moment, a spark ignited between them. Soon, the ward was filled with the sounds of their passionate entwining. Fortunately, as the night wore on, thunder and rain returned. effectively muffling the sounds within the room. As Ruan Xia returned, she leaned against the wall for support, making it easy for an uninformed observer to assume she had sustained injuries from a car accident and had yet to recover. The following morning, Chen Bo was still brimming with vitality, preparing to handle his discharge procedures after 8 o'clock. Ruan Xia punctuality brought breakfast, her cheeks still flushed, and her gaze toward Chen Bo was infused with affection. As she departed, she accompanied him to the hospital entrance, reluctant to part. Chen Bo, my dear brother, let us arrange a dinner together once Mu Shui and I are discharged. Certainly, you focus on your recovery first. I shall need your assistance with obtaining a driver's license soon, Chen Bo replied, acknowledging her with a nod before sliding into the taxi. The next day at the Xiangjiangzun Garden Villa, Jiang Hu, on leave, made a special trip to visit Chen Bo sitting on the mahogany sofa in the living room. Jiang Hu was reminiscent of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, exclaiming, Bo Gu, is this truly your residence? Indeed, would you care to move in? Chen Bo responded. Oh no, my humble abode is more to my liking. I would feel out of place here, Jiang Hu replied with a chuckle. Pouring a pot of tea, Chen Bo sat opposite Jiang Hu, his demeanor calm as he remarked, you would adapt in no time. I have plenty of spare rooms if you wish to stay. Bo Gu, the car accident case you encountered has been unexpectedly closed. The driver of the dump truck was implicated in drunk driving, and the conclusion was deemed a normal accident. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Chen Bo's mouth. The swift closure of the case was anticipated, reminiscent of his own wrongful imprisonment years ago, likely orchestrated by unseen hands. If the accident was aimed at Guan Songhai, it was probable that Guan had reached an agreement with those behind the scenes. Once his thoughts were clarified, Chen Bo smiled and said, Tiger, let this matter rest for now. I will host a gathering tonight and introduce you to a friend from the city bureau. Chapter 46. Jiang Hu's dilemma. Jiang Hu was filled with questions. He could not fathom how Chen Bo, freshly released from prison, could reside in such a grand villa. His imagination ran wild, speculating that Chen Bo had found wealthy parents or perhaps was being supported by a rich benefactor. Observing Jiang Hu's hesitation, Chen Bo poured him a cup of hot tea. Tiger, my current situation is rather unique. There are matters I cannot discuss in detail. You will understand when the time is right. By the way, Bo Gu, do you still remember Sun Shui, the one who fought with us at the orphanage? Jiang Hu's reminder sparked recognition in Chen Bo's mind. He recalled the bespectacled boy, always wearing a sullen expression, resembling a scheming little villain. Oh, the one with glasses? Yes, that's him. He has found his biological father, who is none other than Sun Defa, the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. He was intentionally abandoned in the welfare home by Sun Defa. Born with a silver spoon, Sun Shui is likely the illegitimate child of Sun Defa with a mistress. Some people are just fortunate. Really? Do you have any interactions with him? During the last vice crackdown, I caught him in a hotel with 2 flight attendants. But his father whisked him away with a phone call afterward. Did he retaliate against you? Jiang Hu sighed, a bitter smile forming since that incident. My superiors have been giving me a hard time. I suspect he is behind it. Once again, it is true that in both the political and professional realms, higher ranks can crush those beneath them. Chen Bo noticed Jiang Hu wavering and encouraged him. You have only just begun. There are many opportunities for advancement ahead. Look at me. I endured 10 years in prison, yet now I am beginning to soar. That may be, but it still feels suffocating. Rest assured, I will handle Sun Shui when the time comes. Chen Bo promised, feeling confident that he would encounter him again in Jiangxing and would seize the opportunity to settle the score. Bo Gu, I was merely venting. We cannot compete with him now, so do not act recklessly. Do you truly believe I would be foolish? Chen Bo chuckled. This is a perfect opportunity for you to toughen up. The military and the political arena are vastly different. The intricacies of human relationships and politics run deep, especially at the grassroots level. Sometimes, one must endure what ordinary people cannot. As he spoke, Chen Bo shifted the topic, adding, of course, if you find it impossible to continue, you could always join me in my endeavors. I am in need of manpower. Bo Gu, your aspirations are commendable. It's a pity you didn't enter politics. Chen Bo sipped his tea, smiling lightly. I have no interest in the political sphere. Yet business cannot be divorced from it. Hence, understanding the political ecosystem is essential to avoid pitfalls while conducting affairs. Jiang Hu cautiously inquired, Bo Gu, I have some veteran friends. Would you be interested? Absolutely. I run a security company. Bring as many as you can. All right. I will reach out to them and see if they are available to come and meet you. Ensure they possess the requisite skills and abilities. I will not entertain incompetence. Rest assured, Bo Gu, I will handle this. After finishing the pot of tea and engaging in further conversation, Jiang Hu declined to stay for dinner and left the villa early. He then called Lin Yao, It was mealtime, and Lin Yao was dining in the cafeteria when she received Chen Bo's call, surprised. Why do you keep calling me? I made myself very clear last time. You are not my type. Lin, do you believe I am in want of women? Chen Bo's retort left Lin Yao momentarily speechless. And after a few seconds of silence, she replied, speak quickly. I would like to treat you to a lavish dinner tonight and introduce you to a friend from your department. Lin Yao lowered her voice. I am busy this evening. I have uncovered some information and will discuss it once I finish my tasks in a few days. I must warn you, do not act rashly. If you get caught up in this, your father will ensure I face severe consequences. Ah, so you do have fears. One cannot be reckless. Life is precious. It would be unwise to approach the higher-ups without compelling evidence. Did you have the coffee tested that I provided? It was tested and, as you indicated, there were indeed issues. I will show you the report once I have it. Since it is inconvenient, we will wait for a face-to-face discussion when you have time. That will be all for now. Chen Bo hung up the phone, while Lin Yao set down her chopsticks, exasperated. What an attitude. After the call, Chen Bo reached out to Jiang Hu to reschedule their meeting. For the next 2 days, he remained at home, purchasing some exercise equipment for the basement. Additionally, he reorganized his upcoming development plans, preparing to implement them as soon as the next round of funding was secured. On the third day, the weekend, Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu arrived, both women carrying large bags into the villa. Li Xiaoyu plopped down on the sofa and grabbed the cup Chen Bo had just used to gulp down some cold tea. I'm exhausted. Wang Ting wiped the sweat from her forehead and pulled out several outfits from her tote, presenting them to Chen Bo with a smile. Chen Ge, today, Xiaoyu and I went shopping and bought you some clothes. Why not try them on now? If they don't fit, I'll exchange them at the store. Li Xiaoyu chimed in. I also brought shoes and socks. You should try on both the formal and casual shoes. Chen Bo had intended to update his wardrobe, as his current attire felt too inexpensive and could attract unnecessary trouble in his endeavors. He accepted the women's thoughtful gifts, took the clothes, and headed to his room to try them on. Just as Chen Bo was changing, Li Xiaoyu suddenly entered the room and locked the door behind her. What are you doing in here? Just helping you try on the clothes, she replied, swiftly approaching him and gazing at their reflections in the mirror, her voice soft. I think we look quite perfect together. Dressed in a pink romper paired with crystal sandals, Li Xiaoyu appeared exceptionally alluring. The short dress showcased her smooth, fair thighs, and the fitted hem accentuated her figure beautifully. The sight of her stunning legs in the mirror was mesmerizing, as she pouted her lips and leaned against Chen Bo. Her eyes dreamy as she murmured, Darling, I've missed you. In the face of Li Xiaoyu's affection, he lifted her chin and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In the living room on the first floor, Wang Ting and A Bing were seated on the sofa, waiting. Suddenly, both of them looked up towards the second floor simultaneously. Hearing the commotion above, Wang Ting sighed, unable to suppress her quiet remarks. Why does Sister Xiaoyu always act this way? A Bing maintained her calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the romantic entanglements. An hour later, after trying on clothes, Li Xiaoyu descended the stairs, her steps unsteady and her face flushed. Once she returned to the sofa, she ignored Wang Ting's scrutinizing gaze and weakly said, Tingmei, could you pour me another glass of water? I'm parched. Chapter 47. Assessment task. Sensing the intoxicating scent of hormones emanating from Li Xiaoyu, Wang Ting was at a loss for words, her mind racing with thoughts. Yet she still stood up to fetch a cup of warm water for her. Gulping down the water in one go, Li Xiaoyu took a moment to catch her breath, her legs finally steadying. Tingmei, don't be shy. Once you find a boyfriend, you'll understand that ethereal feeling. Wang Ting remained silent, deliberately shifting away to maintain some distance from Li Xiaoyu. After a brief wait, Chen Bo came down from the second floor. Wang Ting stood up to inquire, Chen Ge, do the clothes and shoes fit well? Not bad. You two are thoughtful, he replied. Wang Ting bit her lip, awkwardly adding, most of the clothes and shoes were paid for by Sister Xiaoyu. All right, you guys can sit and play on your phones. We'll head out for dinner after 5. Chen Bo instructed before preparing to take a shower. A Bing then stood up to report, Boss, my friend has arrived in Jiangqing. When would be a good time for the interview? I can bring him over. Right now? Bring him to the villa. Understood. Half an hour later, a young man of average height and appearance arrived at the villa. Upon seeing A Bing waiting for him outside, he stepped forward with a grin. A Bing, you still look so stunning. How come in this sweltering heat, your heart remains so cold? A Bing disregarded his jovial demeanor and instructed, be polite when you meet my boss. How polite do you want me to be? Do you remember that guy Biao I worked with before? Oh, you mean that sycophant? What's up with him? He couldn't last 3 minutes with my boss. Really? It seems your new boss is quite the tough cookie. I'm curious to see how formidable he is. A Bing's expression turned serious as she revealed a blade, threateningly stating, Regardless, he is my current boss. He trusts me to bring you here, so you must show respect. Don't make me look bad. Seeing the blade in Abing's hand, the young man raised his hands in surrender. Hey, I was just being a bit too casual. Is everyone in your circle so aggressive? Come on, let's go inside. Abing said, leading the way into the villa. The young man couldn't help but glance at the two beautiful women sitting in the living room. But Abing quickly admonished him. Keep your eyes to yourself. The young man muttered under his breath. Aren't beautiful women meant to be admired? In the next instant, he felt a chill at his neck as a butterfly knife was pressed against him. Show me a little respect, will you? Abing showed no mercy, her voice icy. Respect is earned. If you can't behave, you can leave right now. All right, you're right, he conceded. Abing then guided the young man down the side stairs to the basement. At that moment, Chen Bo was seated on a bench against the wall. Abing introduced. Boss, this is my friend Fan Tuo, a craftsman from the Rongmen. Chen Bo had previously spoken with Abing and learned that she was also an orphan, adopted by her grandfather, who had roots in the old Rongmen and had taught her the art of blade work. Currently, her grandfather was in a critical state, relying on expensive medication to survive in a nursing home, which was why she worked tirelessly for Tai Sen Yang. Fan Tuo, hailing from the same Rongmen, caught Chen Bo's discerning eye. Though ordinary in appearance and somewhat scruffy, Chen Bo noticed that his index and middle fingers were slightly longer than usual, perhaps hinting at a hidden talent. Fan Tuo, this is my boss, Mr. Chen. As Fan Tuo assessed Chen Bo, he sensed an innate fierceness in his gaze, a commanding presence. Mr. Chen, greetings. Chen Bo nodded. Let us skip the pleasantries and showcase your skills. Fan Tuo looked a bit embarrassed. Fighting isn't my specialty. My skills lie in surveillance and theft, and I dabble in card tricks. Chen Bo pondered for a moment and then said, how about this? I'll give you a task. If you complete it, I'll hire you at the same salary as Abing, 3 million a year. Are you up for the challenge? Absolutely, Mr. Chen, just say the word. Chen Bo pulled out his phone and retrieved a photo resembling a certain male celebrity from his email. Get close to this pretty boy, take him to the casino. Not only should he lose all his money, but he must also borrow money from you, signing a loan agreement every time, with a maximum of 3 million. I'll provide the funds for the task, and it'll last for 1 month. Fan Tuo realized Chen Bo was setting a trap for someone, but it posed no problem for him. I accept the assessment task. I assure you I can deliver. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Just ensure you keep this pretty boy under control. I'll transfer you 100,000 as startup funds, and when you need the loan money, contact Abing. Chen Bo then shared the details of the pretty boy with Fan Tuo and transferred the funds. The interview concluded swiftly, and Abing escorted Fan Tuo outside the villa, reminding him, Fan Tuo, take the task from the boss seriously. Don't let me down, or I want to be able to hold my head high in front of him. Setting a trap is easy. It's a piece of cake. Get moving. Don't waste time. Hey, can you be a bit nicer? I just arrived in Jiangxing. At least treat me to a meal. Leave. Fan Tuo instinctively stepped aside as Abing revealed her butterfly knife once more under the sunlight. All right. I'll treat you when I get back. Under Abing's intimidating presence, Fan Tuo left the Xiangzhongzun garden in a hurry. Chen Bo had originally planned to set a trap for Liu Ruyan's lover, and Fan Tuo's arrival conveniently solved the issue. Once this plan succeeded, he could use Liu Ruyan's lover as leverage to obtain compromising footage of her, starting the revenge with utter disgrace. In the villa's living room, Chen Bo changed his clothes and called out, let us go. Dinner is on me tonight. You choose the place. Li Xiaoyu suggested, can we go watch a movie after dinner? Sure. Then let us go to the Jinsha Light Field. They have a private cinema just for us four. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoyu pressed on, ensuring they drove to the mall together. That evening, they dined on Hong Kong-style cuisine, spending over 2,000, with Chen Bo footing the bill as a gesture for the clothes he had bought for the two women. After settling the bill, Abing suddenly announced, Boss, I'll skip the movie and wait for you in the car. The other three were already accustomed to Abing's personality, and ultimately, the three of them bought tickets and entered the private cinema. Inside, the private cinema had no surveillance cameras, and Li Xiaoyu, emboldened, disregarded Wang Ting beside her and sat directly on Chen Bo's lap. This arrangement made Wang Ting feel like a third wheel, and she coughed lightly, suggesting, Sister Xiaoyu, should I step outside? Why would you go out? Wang Ting thought to herself, isn't this a question with an obvious answer? The two were already intertwined. What role did she have here? Was she expected to observe live? Foolish girl, what is there to feel embarrassed about? Chen Ge and I are not strangers. At that moment, Chen Bo's phone rang. He playfully tapped Li Xiaoyu's rear, signaling her to remain quiet. Upon answering, it was the appraiser, Ho Chi-shan, from Yubao Pavilion. Hello, Mr. Chen. I have made progress on the matter you entrusted to me. I have contacted several acquaintances who are quite interested in that piece of art. Perhaps you could bring out a few more valuable items for a small trading event? What do you think? Ho Chi-shan's intentions were straightforward. The more he sold, the greater his commission. Chen Bo shared this sentiment, recognizing that certain profits could only be harvested through the connections of a master like him. Very well. I will send over some photographs. Please take care of the logistics. The sooner, the better. Haha, leave it to me. Chen Bo browsed through his phone gallery, selecting the images he had taken of the calligraphy and paintings, and sent them to Ho Chi-shan. After hanging up, Chen Bo noticed Li Xiaoyu staring intently at him. Let's speak properly. Oh, this is so dull. Li Xiaoyu, sensing the mood, moved aside, having grasped Chen Bo's temperament, which required maintaining a man's dignity in public. On the other side, Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Li Xiaoyu and Chen Bo might create a scene in her presence, which would have been absurd, as she could not accept a third person being present. This was Chen Bo's first outing to the cinema after his release, accompanied by two beautiful women, especially Li Xiaoyu, who brought him substantial emotional value. By the time they exited the cinema, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Upon reaching the parking lot, a Bing was quietly leaning against the car door. Upon seeing Chen Bo, a Bing remarked, "Boss, there is something I need to report to you privately." Certain matters were indeed unsuitable for Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu to know, so he instructed, "You both get in the car first." Once Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu were inside, a Bing stepped forward and whispered, "Just now, Tai Sen-yang called, expressing a desire to invite you for a drink. I'm not sure if you're available tonight." Chen Bo contemplated, suspecting Tai Sen-yang had visited Han Chan in prison recently, but was uncertain about their conversation. "Where is she?" "At the Night Color Entertainment Club in South District." Hearing the name of the club, Chen Bo recalled that he had been there once before. Last week, when purchasing a house, Li Lan from Weiyanu City had treated them there, and he had encountered his old classmate, Tang Qingqing, working as a hostess. Is the Night Color Club also under Tai Sen-yang's ownership? Yes, every district in Jiangcheng has Tai Sen-yang's establishments, primarily bars, KTVs, and bathhouses. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Bo made a decision. "You take them home. I will go alone to the appointment." "Isn't that dangerous?" "No worries. Tai Sen-yang is not so bold." "All right. If any danger arises, notify me immediately." After a Bing finished speaking, he opened the car door and took the driver's seat, starting the car and driving away. A Bing. "Chen Bo hasn't he gotten in yet?" Li Xiaoyu hurriedly reminded him. "The boss has matters to attend to and will not be joining us." A Bing offered no further explanation, pressing the accelerator and driving straight out of the parking lot. Chen Bo hailed a taxi at the roadside, and half an hour later, he arrived outside the Night Color KTV. As he entered the club for the second time, a hostess in a cheapao approached him with a smile. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Tell Sanjia that the person she invited has arrived." "All right, let me confirm. Please wait in the lounge area." Soon Lao Li, who was beside Tai Sen-yang, hurried over to Chen Bo with a respectful demeanor. "Apologies, Mr. Chen. I intended to personally come and greet you. Let us skip the pleasantries. Lead the way." Sensing Chen Bo's commanding presence, Lao Li did not dare to linger and promptly led him inside. Upon entering the private room, Chen Bo saw Tai Sen-yang seated with a bald man, drinking. The bald man appeared to be in his 40s, with a simian face and a hooked nose. His appearance unsettling. Upon Chen Bo's arrival, Tai Sen-yang immediately stood and beckoned. "Mr. Chen, please sit here." The bald man remained on the sofa, showing no inclination to welcome him, scrutinizing Chen Bo with an invasive gaze. Ignoring the bald man's scrutiny, Chen Bo sat directly opposite him. "Sanjia, should I not receive a courtesy call before our next drinking session?" The discontent in Chen Bo's tone was evident, and before Tai Sen-yang could respond, the bald man crossed his legs and chuckled. "Sen-yang, who is this kid?" Tai Sen-yang, shedding her previous aloofness, began to introduce them. "Lao Du, this is Mr. Chen Bo, a partner of Master Chan." "Oh, isn't Master Chan still inside?" the bald man queried. "He is, but that does not hinder his affairs." Tai Sen-yang clarified, then introduced Chen Bo. "Mr. Chen, this is Du Danan, known on the streets as Du Daring. He once worked under Master Chan." "Is that so? I thought Master Chan's old subordinates were limited to just Sanjia," Chen Bo remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Du Danan, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and glared at Chen Bo. "What do you mean by that? Literally, do you not understand basic education? Also, kindly remove your finger. I dislike being pointed at." Provoked, Du Danan rose from the sofa and turned to Tai Sen-yang, questioning. "Sen-yang, this kid is too arrogant. Should I be given an explanation?" Tai Sen-yang reached out to calm him. "Lao Du, please sit down. I will clarify things for you." "Humph." Du Danan returned to the sofa, lighting a cigarette for himself and smoking in silence. Tai Sanyang hesitated for a long time before finally visiting Han Chan in prison today. From him, she gleaned a crucial piece of information. Han Chan implied that he and Chen Bo shared a mentor-student relationship. Their bond was exceptional, further corroborating why she had perceived Han Chan's shadow in Chen Bo during their first meeting. Additionally, Tai Sanyang discovered that Chen Bo had suddenly acquired substantial funds post-release, which could only be the reserve money left by Han Chan. Most importantly, Han Chan's stance was exceedingly clear. He required her to unconditionally support Chen Bo's development, evidently grooming him as a successor. Tai Sanyang was uncertain about how many hidden resources Han Chan had outside. Offending him could lead to her untimely demise. Hence her drastic change in attitude toward Chen Bo Lao Du. Today, I met with Master Chan. He expressed considerable dissatisfaction with our performance over the years. Upon hearing Tai Sanyang's words, Du Dainen's hand trembled, his cigarette dropping onto the carpet, his expression shifting from shock to terror. After a moment of recovery, he stammered, "How is Master Chan's health?" Tai Sanyang narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Du Dainen, her tone severe. "What? Are you hoping for Master Chan's early demise?" Faced with Tai Sanyang's wrath, Du Dainen recoiled, hastily defending himself. No. I just haven't seen Master Chan in a long time. I've been quite concerned." Tai Sanyang snickered, finding his words hard to believe, and retorted, "Oh? Then why haven't I seen you visiting Master Chan?" Du Dainen, feeling guilty, stammered, "I'll visit Master Chan tomorrow." "Lao Du, one must not forget their roots. Do you understand?" "I understand. You are right, Sanyang. It's all my fault. My conscience has been devoured by dogs over the years." As he spoke, Du Dainen slapped himself twice on the face, revealing that Han Chan's formidable presence still held sway over these old subordinates. "Do not presume that Master Chan is unaware of your clandestine activities. He is well informed of your dealings. I advise you to cease your actions promptly. For should you be caught, it could lead to either death or exile." "Is such a covert matter truly known to Master Chen?" "Covert? I am fully aware. How could Master Chen possibly be oblivious? Since he has spoken, I shall indeed refrain from further actions. Whether you choose to desist is your prerogative. I have merely conveyed the message, and how you proceed is entirely up to you. Understood? Furthermore, Mr. Chen is Master Chen's associate, and if you cannot extend to him the utmost respect, then we shall sever our ties henceforth." Du Dainen glanced once more at Chen Bo, noticing his composed demeanor as he lounged on the sofa, casually smoking, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Mr. Chen, I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature earlier. Please forgive my ignorance and do not hold it against me." However, Chen Bo was skeptical that Du Dainen would genuinely soften. Some individuals, once they adopt a stance, become inflexible, believing themselves capable of controlling everything. Little do they realize that before true power, they remain mere jesters. Even from behind bars, Han Chen possesses the means to eliminate Du Dainen. "Mr. Du, there is no need for apologies. After all, we are not well acquainted, correct?" Du Dainen felt a surge of irritation. He had lowered himself to apologize, yet Chen Bo remained unyielding. What did he want? Must he kneel in contrition? Before Du Dainen could speak again, Chen Bo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Enough, there is nothing further for us to discuss." In the presence of such seasoned individuals, one must never show weakness. Only by exhibiting strength can they foster respect. Du Dainen discerned the intent. He was being urged to leave swiftly. Yielding to Han Chen's formidable reputation, Du Dainen managed a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Chen, I shall take my leave tonight. Next time, I will host you at my place." He turned to Sanjia, apologizing, "I'm sorry for the disturbance tonight. I want to see you off. What need is there for formalities between us?" "That would be too distant," she replied. As Du Dainen exited the private room, Tai Sanyang promptly stood and bowed to Chen Bo, apologizing. "I am sorry, Mr. Chen. It was all a misunderstanding. If you require my assistance in any capacity, whether financially or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Bo reclined on the sofa, flicking away ash, and remarked pointedly, "Sanjia, it seems Master Chen has shared quite a bit with you." "Master Chen has instructed me to assist you wholeheartedly," Tai Sanyang replied candidly. Unfortunately, Chen Bo was disinclined to utilize her resources. The more one binds oneself, the greater the potential for complications, particularly with volatile elements. Shifting the conversation, Chen Bo inquired, "Sanjia, was Du Dainen engaged in local business in Jiangqing?" Tai Sanyang was taken aback, surprised that Chen Bo was aware of Du Dainen's activities, thus elevating her regard for him once more. "Indeed, he has collaborated with higher-ups. He initially planned to distribute goods in my venue, but I firmly rejected that." Reclining against the sofa and gazing at the ceiling, Chen Bo fell into contemplation. suddenly devising a scheme to profit without investment. However, this plan bore certain risks, necessitating collaboration with Fan Tua, as long as he maintained a clean slate. He might secure a modest target. With this in mind, he pulled out his phone and messaged a Bing to monitor Du Dainen's movements starting tomorrow. If within 3 days Du Dainen visited Han Chen in prison, his scheme could be set in motion. Setting his phone down, Chen Bo crossed his legs and smiled at Tai Sin Yang, saying, "Sanjia, you summoned me here tonight for a drink, did you not? When shall we commence?" Tai Sin Yang smiled knowingly and called to Lao Li behind her. "Lao Li, please arrange for Mr. Chen." Before long, the door to the private room swung open, and a cascade of long-legged beauties entered in succession. The first group donned kipayos, their side slits revealing lace trims of various hues, their form-fitting attire accentuating their slender, statuesque figures to an alluring degree. Following them was another group of delicate beauties clad in hanfu and mamian skirts, enhancing the aesthetic with an ancient charm. The contrasting styles of the two groups offered a striking visual feast. Straightening her posture, Tai Sin Yang surveyed the array of beautiful women before her and smiled. "Mr. Chen, I have meticulously prepared these for you. Do any of them catch your fancy?" Chen Bo, however, held little interest in women who worked in nightlife. He recognized the potential for entrapment and, despite Han Chen's warnings to Tai Sin Yang, remained wary of her intentions. Thus, while the beauty was captivating, he was disinclined to pursue intimacy. "Sanjia, since we are all adults, may I indulge in all of them?" Upon hearing Chen Bo's request, Tai Sin Yang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Of course." She then encouraged the beauties. "Ladies, tonight, ensure Mr. Chen is entertained. Your tips will be doubled." The women gazed eagerly at Chen Bo, their curiosity piqued regarding his identity, wondering which affluent heir he might be, given that even Tai Sin Yang treated him with deference. They speculated that establishing a connection with him could yield future benefits. As the women prepared to showcase their talents, Chen Bo smilingly proposed, "Let us do this. Each of you select a song you excel at. Once you finish singing, you may conclude your evening. If you can dance, feel free to demonstrate. And you may also leave afterward." At this suggestion, the women froze, their expressions morphing into something peculiar as they regarded Chen Bo. Was this the behavior of a typical man trying to charm women? Tai San Yang's lips twitched, and she tentatively inquired, "Mr. Chen, do you not enjoy these offerings? I can certainly find others for you. Whether they be innocent and sweet or aloof and regal, I have them all." Chen Bo waved his hand, stating, "Tonight is for drinking. Pursuing women is secondary." Tai San Yang seized her attempts at persuasion, instructing the young women present, "Did you all hear that? Tonight is a cultural affair. Showcase all your learned talents." Soon after, the waitstaff returned with drinks, serving a fine French red wine. Tai San Yang personally poured for Chen Bo, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, from this day forth, we shall be true friends." Chen Bo lifted the grand wine glass, watching the liquid swirl against the dim light. "I apologize, Sanjia. I am not accustomed to red wine. Had I known you disliked it, I would have procured vodka or whiskey. What would you prefer, Mr. Chen?" A flicker of panic crossed Tai Sin Yang's eyes as she spoke, using the moment to mask her unease. Seated opposite her, Chen Bo smirked inwardly. Unusual behavior often signals ulterior motives. Even though Tai Sin Yang might fear Han Chen, her excessive deference seemed exaggerated. It was likely that she and Du Dainen were orchestrating a scheme to entrap him, aiming to manipulate him once intoxicated. Should any compromising evidence fall into their hands, not only could they control him, but it would also serve to shield against Han Chen's hidden machinations, an advantageous duality. Subsequently, Chen Bo casually selected a bottle of beer from the coffee table, popped the cap, and downed it in one go. Setting the bottle down, he turned to Tai Sin Yang with a bemused expression, saying, "Sanjia, I still prefer non-alcoholic beer. It doesn't intoxicate." As Chen Bo had swirled his wine glass, he had noticed traces of powder around the rim. It was evident that his drink had not been tampered with directly. Rather, the drug had been cunningly applied to the glass's edge. If one were not vigilant, the night could very well take a disastrous turn. Thus, he decisively opted for the beer, effectively thwarting Tai Sin Yang's plan. Should he falter this evening, he might find himself facing serious allegations. A mistake he had made a decade ago, and he would not allow himself to be ensnared again. Feigning surprise, Tai San Yang remarked, "Since Mr. Chen enjoys beer, let us resolve to drink until we are inebriated tonight." Chen Bo silently scoffed to himself. Even at this moment, she remained undeterred, seemingly intent on getting him intoxicated. Lighting a cigarette, he cast a teasing glance at Tai San Yang. "Sister San, let me be frank. Some actions, once taken, come with consequences. I have noted your attempt to drug me tonight." Tai Sin Yang was inwardly astonished. She had concealed her intentions so flawlessly, yet he had seen through them. Resorting to such underhanded methods was a last resort, as she dared not confront Chen Bo openly with Han Chen backing him. She was wary of Chen Bo's maturity despite his youth, hence her decision to use drugs and women to manipulate him. Unfazed by Chen Bo's revelation, Tai Sin-yang maintained her composure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Impressive. You truly are the successor to Master Chen, to have uncovered this. It is not my prowess, but rather your poor choice of targets. Did you not investigate the circumstances of my past? Chen Bo retorted. Tai Sin-yang was aware of his conviction for a serious crime, but overlooked the fact that he too had been ensnared by a trap after drinking. Very well. I apologize. This was indeed my misstep, she conceded. Truly worthy of the underworld's sister San, you speak without a hint of shame, Chen Bo mocked, then continued. I had initially considered a partnership with you for a project, but given your disgraceful conduct, all future collaborations are hereby null and void. Furthermore, if you wish for a swift demise, I would not hesitate to utilize Master Chen's other resources. Tai Sin-yang abruptly rose from the sofa, her demeanor shifting as she glared down at Chen Bo, enunciating each word. Eliminating me would yield you no benefit. Sensing her anger, the music in the private room ceased abruptly, and the gathered women turned their attention to the two. It would indeed be of no benefit. Which is why I shall keep a record of today's grievances to settle later, Chen Bo replied, then turned to the women and waved his hand. Why stop? Continue singing and dancing. Once calm, Tai Sin-yang resumed her seat, lifting her glass of red wine for a delicate sip. Chen Bo, I admit I underestimated you tonight. As Chen Bo prepared to leave, a man's furious voice unexpectedly erupted from outside the private room. Damn it, a filthy whore still pretending to be virtuous. Tonight, I will have my way with you. Please, I'm not selling myself. Can you find someone else? Not a chance. You've annoyed me tonight. So I'll just have to take my pleasure with you. Come with me, no one stop me. Chen Bo, please save me. I know you are here. A sharp slap echoed through the air, followed by the man's enraged outburst. You filthy woman. Are you a dog? Look what you've done to my arm. Tonight, you will pay dearly. Whoa. Chen Bo, help me. Through the glass door, Chen Bo witnessed a woman being dragged away by her hair. There was no doubt it was Tang Qingqing. Sister San, your establishment is quite lively. Chen Bo refrained from acting rashly, his gaze fixed intently on Tai Sin-yang. Some individuals, once they overstep their boundaries, have no boundaries left to uphold. In that moment, Chen Bo resolved that when the toxic powder factory case erupted, he would enlist Lin Yao's assistance to deal with both Tai Sin-yang and Du Danan. Tai Sin-yang was involved in extortion and forced prostitution, and now she was permitting clients to violate the women in her establishment. The term venomous woman fit her perfectly. The pivotal point was that the victim was Tang Qingqing. If it were anyone else, he might not have bothered, but she had called his name. To turn a blind eye would undermine his standing with Tai Sin-yang. Now, Chen Bo awaited Tai Sin-yang's response. She must provide an explanation. Meeting Chen Bo's piercing gaze, Tai Sin-yang turned to Lao Li and instructed, Lao Li, bring Liao Donghan and that girl here. Yes. Lao Li promptly exited the room, leaving a tense silence in the private chamber. Neither Chen Bo nor Tai Sin-yang spoke, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Within 3 minutes, Liao Donghan and the disheveled Tang Qingqing were brought into the room. At that moment, Tang Qingqing's face was swollen, her hair disarrayed, and fear filled her eyes. Seeing Chen Bo seated alongside her boss, her previously hopeless heart began to see a glimmer of hope. Liao Donghan, a spoiled heir, was intoxicated and exuded an air of aggression. He seemed accustomed to arrogance and was decidedly displeased with Tai Sin-yang's actions. He disregarded Chen Bo entirely, turning to Tai Sin-yang with a cold demeanor. Sister San, what is the meaning of this? Can't I, Liao Donghan, enjoy a woman in your establishment? Unaware of the relationship between Chen Bo and her subordinate, Tai Sin-yang cautiously introduced Liao Donghan's identity. Mr. Chen, this is Liao Donghan, the son of Liao Longting, chairman of the Liao Group. For my sake, why not let this matter go tonight? Chen Bo's expression remained impassive as he cast a glance at Liao Donghan, formulating a plan. In his previous life, he had heard of the Liao Group, which was involved in property, security, and demolition, closely collaborating with real estate companies. Particularly when dealing with stubborn demolition residents, real estate firms often hired Liao Group's security personnel. However, Liao's security staff were notorious thugs, even more brazen than local enforcement. Employing all manner of unscrupulous tactics, they would smear paint on doors or hang dead dogs. For particularly troublesome demolition cases, they would resort to violence and intimidation. Their infamy had long permeated Jiangqing. Typically, authorities turned a blind eye to the Liu family's misdeeds if a life was lost. The real estate company would cover the costs, and the government would suppress the news, allowing the demolition to proceed unimpeded. Chen Bo was well aware of this corrupt alliance between business and government. During his time in prison, he encountered several inmates who had been wronged in demolition cases, and he had dealt with them thoroughly. He assisted Tang Qingqing to his side, speaking in a calm tone. Tang Qingqing, I can help you resolve this issue. But we are not well acquainted. If you cannot provide me with satisfactory recompense, I regret that I must decline to assist. Chapter 51. A death threat. Tang Qingqing had expected Chen Bo to act like a hero from a film, rushing to save her in her time of need. However, Chen Bo's unconventional approach left her stunned. Meeting his cold gaze, she realized he was not jesting. He was genuinely negotiating terms. The atmosphere in the private room turned peculiar. Chen Bo's unexpected demeanor surprised everyone present. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Tang Qingqing's mind raced as she devised a strategy. She understood she needed to offer something of value to Chen Bo to secure her safety. Otherwise, she would inevitably fall prey to Liu Donghan. Having heard rumors of Liu Donghan's sadistic tendencies towards women, she would rather serve Chen Bo than endure such abuse. After a brief contemplation, Tang Qingqing met Chen Bo's eyes. Her voice resolute. Chen Bo, I can be your mistress. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo reclined back on the sofa, shaking his head. Tang Qingqing, do you truly believe I, Chen Bo, am in need of a mistress like you? Seeing Chen Bo's dismissal, Tang Qingqing suddenly crumpled to the ground, despair, helplessness, and fear flooding her heart. Understanding human nature is a skill. When drowning, one will grasp at any lifeline. Chen Bo did not immediately agree to protect Tang Qingqing. His true aim was to make her recognize her own worth. Relying solely on her beauty and a tenuous connection as classmates would not suffice. Just as Tang Qingqing succumbed to despair, Chen Bo's voice echoed once more in her ears. Tang Qingqing, I offer you a choice. Work under me for 5 years. And for those 5 years, you are not permitted to leave without my consent. I am protective of my own. Only by becoming my employee can I justify intervening on your behalf. Do you understand? Tang Qingqing's heart soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. Just as she seemed to descend into despair, Chen Bo pulled her back, eliciting joyful tears as she exclaimed, I am willing. I am willing. Chen Bo, with a smile, extended his hand, a gesture that signified his intent to protect this old classmate for the night. However, Tang Qingqing was riddled with anxiety. Her expression was tense. Fearing the abyss of despair once more, she hastily grasped Chen Bo's hand. He drew her closer to sit beside him and turned to Liu Donghan, his demeanor indifferent, stating, Young Master Liu, I have secured Tang Qingqing. This matter ends here. Is there any issue? The crowd discerned that Chen Bo's tone was less an inquiry and more a command that could not be defied. Liu Donghan could not accept being humiliated by a mere nobody. If word of tonight's events spread, it would tarnish his reputation. Thus, he straightened his posture. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Bo, seething with anger, in Jiangqing, no one dares to snatch women from me. If you leave here without shedding some blood, it would be a disgrace to the Liu family's name. He then turned to Tai Sanyang, threateningly asserting, Sister, do not interfere tonight. Others may fear you, but my family does not. If you truly wish to protect him, do not blame me for causing a scene. Tai Sanyang had been anticipating Liu Donghan's words. She aimed to leverage his aggression towards Chen Bo and thus feigned difficulty, stating, Young Master Liu, there are rules on the road. If you wish to cause trouble, please take it outside. Once we step out those doors, anything that occurs is beyond my concern. Liu Donghan sought a clear stance, unwilling to clash with Tai Sanyang over a woman. You must be Chen Bo, right? I'll remember you. Be cautious outside. The night is dark. And you wouldn't want to be run over by a car. And you, foul woman, I intend to make good on my threats. No one can guarantee your safety. With that, Liu Donghan issued his threats and called a few lackeys, turning to leave, his intentions clear. He wanted Chen Bo gone. Yet, Chen Bo remained unfazed. In Jiangqing, an encounter with the Liu family was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. He crossed his legs, lit another cigarette, and coldly observed Liu Donghan's retreating figure, remarking, Young Master Liu, do your actions reflect only yourself or the entire Liu family? As Liu Donghan reached the door of the private room, he paused. Turning back to Chen Bo with a grave tone, What do you mean? Do you intend to oppose my family? Chen Bo replied with a laugh. If you do not clarify, I will have no choice but to eliminate the threat entirely. Chen Bo still had an ace up his sleeve, from Han Shan. He acquired not just a suitcase, but also an encrypted email account. This account contained incriminating evidence against many individuals in Jiangqing, including business executives and local officials. as well as murder charges against several of his former subordinates. Han Chan had spent decades entangled in Jiangqing. How could he not possess some leverage over the Liao family? Until he was ready to confront the powerful clans, Chen Bo would have to rely on Han Chan's resources. Suddenly, Liao Donghan erupted into laughter. You think you can eradicate my family? Have you consumed too much cheap liquor? You should start preparing your coffin. Liao Donghan dismissed Chen Bo's threats as mere bravado and waved his hand, hastily exiting the private room. Upon reaching the parking lot, he instructed his driver, arrange for someone to deal with him. Do not let that boy see the light of day tomorrow. Understood, boss. But I believe that person is not simple. Should we investigate his identity? Liao Donghan's expression darkened. No matter who he is, even if he were the king of heaven, he must die. At this moment, a family sedan was parked across the street, with a Bing seated in the driver's position. An hour earlier, when Chen Bo arrived at the Nightshade Club, Wang Ting had sent a message relaying a Bing's whereabouts. A Bing had dropped Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu off downstairs before driving away alone, leading Chen Bo to suspect that a Bing had followed him to the club. Inside the private room, Chen Bo opened another bottle of beer and regarded Tai San Yang, saying, Sister, since Tang Qingqing works in your establishment and is now with me, do you have any objections? Tai San Yang's lips twitched as she forced a smile. Since she is a friend of Mr. Chen, I have no objections. I am merely curious about how you plan to deal with Liao Donghan's retaliation. Oh, you need not worry about that, Chen Bo replied, fully aware that Tai San Yang had not disclosed his relationship with Master Chen to Liao Donghan, clearly a deliberate choice. The relationship between the two had irreparably fractured, leading to an inevitable standoff. Standing up, Chen Bo smiled at Tai San Yang. Sister, I was quite satisfied with your hospitality tonight. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Let us call it a night. Very well, Mr. Chen. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Honestly, I have faith in you. I appreciate your kindness, but one Liao family is not enough to intimidate me. Let us watch the show unfold. With that, Chen Bo took Tang Qingqing's hand and strode out of the private room, feeling the warmth of his grip. Tang Qingqing could not help but steal glances at Chen Bo's profile, curious about the man he truly was. Chen Bo, maintaining a calm demeanor, called Jiang Hu before entering the elevator. Once the call connected, Chen Bo promptly instructed, Huzi, bring your 3 comrades to the west suburbs at the unfinished Dahan building immediately. Chapter 52. Preparing for rainy days. Sensing an anomaly, Jiang Hu inquired, Boss, have you encountered trouble? Chen Bo offered only a vague hint, sort of, but I also want to assess them. If they perform well, I will not treat them poorly. Understood, I will gather them right away. Jiang Hu wasted no time contacting his comrades. As the elevator doors opened, the two entered, and Chen Bo released Tang Qingqing's hand. Tang Qingqing, you still have a chance to turn back. The situation I am about to face is dire and may pose a threat to your life. Are you certain you wish to follow me? Tang Qingqing bit her lip, resolutely responding, I am certain. Even if it leads to death, it would be a release. Chen Bo was uninterested in the story behind Tang Qingqing. He only needed to ascertain her resolve. Any hint of hesitation would lead him to disregard her fate. No matter what happens, follow my lead. Tang Qingqing nodded earnestly. Okay, I trust you. I believed in your innocence back then. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Bo did not exit through the main entrance, but took a side corridor to the back of the club, where a running car awaited. He pulled Tang Qingqing swiftly into the vehicle, which sped off towards the west suburbs and the unfinished Dahan building. A Bing glanced at Tang Qingqing through the rearview mirror, her curiosity about Tang Qingqing's identity unspoken, as the fundamental virtue of a bodyguard was to remain silent. Buckle your seatbelt, Chen Bo reminded. However, Tang Qingqing, overwhelmed with anxiety, struggled to fasten it. Chen Bo leaned over to assist her, resulting in an inevitable physical closeness that sent Tang Qingqing's thoughts spiraling. A Bing, are the supplies ready? All set. Meanwhile, Tai San Yang remained in the private room when Lao Li reported, Sister, he left through the back door, and a Bing is accompanying him. Tai San Yang swirled her glass of red wine, seemingly indifferent to Chen Bo's fate. We only need to follow him. Unless he actively seeks help, we are not to intervene. Sister, won't this offend Master Chan? Lao Li cautiously asked. Tai San Yang's lips curled into a smirk. Master Chan has grown old. His survival hinges merely on the favor of those above him. Should he dare to act recklessly, I do not mind ensuring our mutual destruction. One who resides at a high station for an extended period may easily lose sight of themselves. It is evident that Tai San Yang no longer regards Han Chun with any esteem. Meanwhile, those stationed at the entrance have already noticed Chen Bo exiting through the rear door of the club and promptly reported this to Liao Donghan. While indulging in luxuries in his vehicle, Liao Donghan, upon receiving the news, could not help but curse. Damn it. This kid just put on a show and nearly deceived me. Send more people to pursue him. Do not let him escape. I intend to personally deal with him tonight. Our men have already followed, but the large vehicle we arranged earlier is no longer needed. No matter, there are numerous ways to deal with a rat. At this moment, the car has ascended the overpass, and a Bing, observing through the rearview mirror, noted 2 SUVs trailing closely behind. Boss, they are gaining on us. Delay them. Do not let them catch up. A Bing pressed the accelerator, increasing speed, knowing that breaking the law was now unavoidable. He could only hope to reimburse Liu Ruyan later. The vehicles in pursuit maintained their distance, unwilling to accelerate too rapidly on the overpass, for a crash could prove disastrous for them as well. Just then, Jiang Hu called. Bo Gu, we are en route and should reach your specified location in about 20 minutes. Considering Jiang Hu's identity as a police officer, Chen Bo advised. Tonight is not suitable for you to intervene. Just drop the men off and let them lie in wait. Jiang Hu seemed to sense Chen Bo's intentions and expressed concern. Bo Gu, who is targeting you? Some matters do not concern you. Do not inquire further. After hanging up, Jiang Hu turned to his comrades in the vehicle. Brothers, my Bo Gu is in trouble, and there may be bloodshed. Do not falter. Rest assured, Bo Ji's brothers are our brothers. Anyone who flinches is a coward. Ha ha. As long as you say that, I'm satisfied. Just follow Bo Ji's lead. A Bing maneuvered the car in circles on the overpass, and the pursuers reported back to Liao Donghan. Boss, that kid is just circling the overpass. Should we go after him? Liao Donghan pressed the woman's head down forcefully and growled into the phone. Stop wasting time. Send more vehicles to ram him. Upon receiving news that Jiang Hu had arrived at the designated location, Chen Bo instructed a Bing to exit the overpass at the upcoming junction. Li Xiaoyu's vehicle was a Japanese Nissan, which would not withstand a collision. To avoid an accident, a Bing ran several red lights in quick succession. Sitting in the back seat, Tang Qingqing appeared tense, glancing back frequently, and instinctively clutched Chen Bo's arm in search of comfort. Dressed in a cheapao, the softness of her figure pressed against Chen Bo's arm was undeniably captivating. The abandoned construction site of Dahong, touted for its mountain view residences, had been deemed illegal due to land issues and had remained dormant since being ordered to cease operations. It was clear that Boss Su had abandoned it. Now, the mountain view properties had become a haven for beasts, devoid of human presence during the day and desolate at night. A Bing made a sharp turn and slammed on the brakes in front of the large iron gate of the unfinished building. He then retrieved a dark, heavy object from the passenger seat. Boss, is this thing really effective? Heh, it's clear you've never been to prison. Chen Bo examined the object, ensuring it had sufficient charge, and smirked. Times are changing. It's time for you to broaden your horizons and learn about modern defensive tools. Following his experiences with Liu Hui and Yoshan, Chen Bo had sought ways to handle such emergencies. He had purchased an electric baton, tear gas, and protective goggles to ensure self-defense even in the face of overwhelming odds. As they conversed, 3 SUVs lined up in formation, halting with certainty ahead. Their headlights blazed to life, blindingly illuminating the scene and rendering it nearly impossible to see. In an instant, 12 burly men descended from the SUVs, each wielding a baseball bat. Their fierce expressions, adorned with tattoos on their arms, necks, and exposed skin, emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Any ordinary person confronted with such a sight would likely cower in fear. Chen Bo brushed aside the softness of Tang Qingqing's figure and, with a serious tone, instructed. No matter what happens outside, stay in the car and do not exit. Do you understand? Tang Qingqing, having never witnessed a gang confrontation, was visibly frightened. Her hands clenched as she looked at Chen Bo with concern. I won't go anywhere. Just be careful. Having reassured Tang Qingqing, the trunk of the car popped open with a click, revealing an orderly array of baseball bats prepared for Jiang Hu's 3 comrades. Meanwhile, Jiang Hu and his companions, concealed behind the wall, received the word and could clearly see the weapons stored in the trunk. Brothers, the weapons are ready for you. Await Bo Ji's command and do not falter. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 agile and well-trained youths leaped from the wall and swiftly approached the Nissan's door. Calling out in unison, Zhang Dalong, Wang Mingyang, Ma Jun reporting for duty. Chen Bo stepped out of the car just in time, and he couldn't help but appreciate their enthusiasm. The 3 veterans stood tall, still bearing the remnants of military demeanor, and he greeted them with a smile and a nod. If you wish to withdraw now, there's still time. You can stand aside and observe. Zhang Dalong stood proudly, declaring, Bo Gu, Hu Gu has informed us that we can earn money by following you. Since we are here, we will not back down. It appeared Jiang Hu had done an excellent job of persuading them. Chen Bo replied emphatically, excellent. The equipment is in the trunk. and your salaries will depend on your courage and resolve. However, what Chen Bo did not know was that Zhang Dalong and his companions had unwavering faith in him, because Jiang Hu had shared the story of how he saved the deputy mayor's daughter. With the deputy mayor's endorsement, they felt reassured. Understood. The three replied in unison, their spirited voices causing the opposing gangsters to momentarily falter, their presence not lacking in intimidation. After acquiring the weapons, Bing handed over 3 pairs of protective goggles and N95 masks, instructing, put on the goggles and masks. Without hesitation, Zhang Dalong and the others quickly donned the goggles, bats in hand, their appearance somewhat comical, provoking laughter from the opposing gangsters. At that moment, one of the gangsters brandished a machete and taunted, "Hey, are you guys brain dead? You look like idiots. Did you escape from a mental hospital?" Chen Bo ignored the taunts from the gangsters, instead gathering Zhang Dalong and the others for a final pre-battle briefing. "Remember, just target their limbs. It's fine to incapacitate them. I've got your backs." Closing the car door, Chen Bo suddenly produced 2 canisters of tear gas, easily obtainable. He stood before the car, facing the gangsters with a mysterious smile. In the next instant, he pulled the pin and hurled the tear gas canisters into the crowd, simultaneously shouting, "Fire in the hole." The leading gangster, seeing the 2 grenade-like objects land nearby, screamed in terror, "It's grenades, get down." The others, equally pale with fear, could not have anticipated that Chen Bo would resort to such unorthodox tactics. The 12 gangsters immediately dropped to the ground in unison, abandoning their machetes and shielding their heads with their hands. Yet, the thick smoke that ensued made them realize their grave miscalculation. These were not grenades, but tear gas. The smoke from the tear gas quickly enveloped them, and by the time they comprehended the situation, it was too late. Cough, cough. Zhang Dalong and his companions were astonished by Chen Bo's tactics. Using tear gas in a brawl was utterly unconventional. The rest is up to you. Then, Zhang Dalong and his 2 companions, like wolves among sheep, swung their baseball bats and beat anyone in sight, causing a chorus of screams. The tear gas smoke, capable of bringing tears to the eyes and being as painful as pepper spray, rendered the dozen or so thugs utterly helpless, coughing and tearing at the same time. Some tried to escape, but their legs were broken by the baseball bats, leaving them lying on the ground clutching their legs and screaming in agony. Chen Bo retreated to the wall, lit a cigarette, and took a few satisfying puffs. He didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with these scumbags. Even 3 ordinary people could handle the situation. The reason he assigned 3 veterans was primarily to test their resolve and courage. Some might cling to principles and hesitate to use force. Such indecisive individuals were unsuitable as his employees. The screams echoed throughout the room. Following Chen Bo's instructions, all 12 men had their limbs broken, with Zhang Dalong and his men finishing them off one by one to ensure no one escaped. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Dalong jogged up to Chen Bo, excitedly reporting, "Boss, all 12 enemies' limbs have been broken. Please give your instructions." Chen Bo tossed away his cigarette, and patted Zhang Dalong on the shoulder. "You did a great job. Now go and stand guard." "Roger." Zhang Dalong and his 2 companions executed the operation flawlessly. None of the 12 thugs escaped. Their limbs were brutally broken. The excruciating pain of broken bones was agonizing. Just one blow was enough to subdue the group. Tears welled in their eyes, and they could only lie on the ground, groaning helplessly, unable even to stand. Once the tear gas smoke dissipated, Chen Bo, hands in his pockets, strolled casually to the leader of the thugs. He had just heard someone call him Brother Hao. Brother Hao squinted, looking up at Chen Bo, his eyes filled with anger and fear. Chen Bo crouched down, grabbed Brother Hao's hair, and forced him to look him in the eye. "Your name is Brother Hao, right? Besides you guys, what other activities has Liao Donhan arranged for me tonight?" Hao opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He'd probably chewed too much betel nut. His breath reeked of stench. "Damn, you're cunning. We admit defeat tonight, but you won't be arrogant for long. Our big boss will definitely kill you when he finds out." The sound of a face slamming against the ground followed. Chen Bo didn't let him continue, grabbing Hao's hair and slamming his face against the concrete. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 6th slam, Hao finally couldn't take it anymore. Pleading in a tearful voice, "Please, please spare me." Hao's fat face was a bloody mess, his nose broken, blood streaming down, his head spinning. "Hao, you still don't seem to understand the situation. Now, call your boss and tell him I've been caught. Tell him to come over right now." I won't dare." The response from Hao was 3 more slams against the ground. "I think your brain isn't clear yet. Think it through before you answer." Hao Gu had lost several front teeth, making his speech somewhat slurred. He felt that if he was slapped a few more times, his brain might spew out mush. "I'll hit you." Chen Bo pulled a phone from the other man's body, and tossed it to Hao Ge. So, do you know what to say? Yes. Yes. Hao Ge, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, unlocked his phone and dialed a number. The other party answered almost instantly. Before Hao Ge could speak, the other party asked first, "Rat, have you caught that Chen Bo?" Chapter 54 Perfect Ambush. The person who answered the phone wasn't Liu Donghon himself, but his bodyguard and driver. Hao Ge had intended to use a coded signal, but meeting Chen Bo's sharp gaze, fear ultimately triumphed over loyalty. "Fifth Master, we caught him. We broke the arms and legs of this kid and several of his accomplices." "Good. Where exactly?" "The unfinished Dahing building." "Wait, don't let that kid hang up. The boss is going to do it himself. Behave yourself." Due to the pain from the fracture, Hao Ge started to stutter. To prevent the other party from noticing anything amiss, Chen Bo hung up the phone in time. On the other end of the line, the bodyguard called Fifth Master saw through the rearview mirror that Liu Donghon had finished and reported, "Boss, the guy's been caught. He's at the Dahing unfinished building in the western suburbs." Liu Donghon leaned back in the back seat, glanced at the woman beside him, and said coldly, "Get lost." The woman, clutching a thick wad of cash, hurriedly pushed open the car door and fled, not daring to look back to pick up her lost shoe. Liu Donghon lit a cigarette afterward, revealing a fierce look in his eyes. "Heh, tonight I'm going to see blood." The driver floored the accelerator, the 12-cylinder Maybach roaring to life, heading straight for the unfinished building in the western suburbs. At this moment, in front of the unfinished building's gate, 12 people lay sprawled out. Under Chen Bo's arrangement, all 12 men had their mouths taped shut and were thrown into the nearby bushes to be eaten by mosquitoes. Wang Mingyang and Ma Jun each drove an SUV and parked it by the roadside, intending to use it to block Liu Donghon when he arrived. Bing approached Chen Bo, expressing her concerns. The Liu family wielded considerable power in Jiangxing. Even Tai Sanyang had to give them face. If they attacked Liu Donghon tonight, Liu Longting would definitely not let it go. Chen Bo leaned against the car door, looking into the darkness, and said coldly, "Your concerns are not unfounded. But you must understand that those with nothing to lose are fearless. As long as he doesn't kill me, I can kill his entire family. These kinds of people value their lives." Bing suddenly understood. She and Chen Bo were both orphans, which was a major reason she trusted Chen Bo. No family ties. Although she currently had a dying grandfather, she knew his life was nearing its end, and when he closed his eyes, she would have no more ties. Some people, accustomed to a life of luxury, have lost the courage to face death. Chen Bo capitalized on this, possessing enough trump cards to fight to the bitter end. Just as the two were talking, Jiang Hu, hiding atop the unfinished building, called, "Brother Bo, a car is approaching." "Okay, keep hiding. Don't let anyone see your face." Jiang Hu had learned something new tonight. He realized how formidable his brother Bo was. If it were him, he would surely suffer greatly against a dozen armed men. Bing, that bodyguard called Fifth Master might be carrying a gun. You'd better be prepared. Bing nodded. "Okay, I know what to do." Faced with a handgun, Bing didn't dare to be careless. Following Chen Bo's instructions, she concealed a small stun gun on her person. No more than 30 seconds later, the Maybach stopped on the concrete road in front of the unfinished building's large iron gate. Liu Donghon was about to get out when Fifth Master suddenly stopped him. "Boss, don't get out yet. Something's wrong outside." As the bodyguard, Fifth Master immediately noticed the unusual situation outside. It was pitch black outside, and there wasn't a single person to meet them. Their men wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Liu Donghon looked out the car window. It was too dark, and with the tinted windows, he couldn't see the 12 thugs lying in the bushes. "Fifth Uncle, what do we do now?" "Retreat immediately. Housie and the others are probably under control." Just as he finished speaking, 2 SUVs suddenly sped out from the side of the road, crashing into the front and rear of the Maybach, one in front and one behind. 2 muffled thuds followed, and the Maybach was now sandwiched in the middle. Liu Donghon was startled. He finally felt fear and hurriedly urged, "Fifth Uncle, step on the gas and ram that car in front." The next moment, tires screeched against the pavement, and the engine roared as if it were about to explode. Ma Jun floored the accelerator in the SUV, but the Maybach still managed to swerve forward due to the power difference. Suddenly, Ma Jun turned on the headlights. The SUV's headlights were higher than the Maybach's, the blinding light shining close to their faces. Liu Donghon and Fifth Master instinctively closed their eyes. Bang! The rear window was violently smashed open from the outside. Zhang Dalong reached in, grabbed Liu Donghon by the neck, and dragged him out. Liu Donghon completely panicked. Fear forced him to cry out to Fifth Master for help. "Fifth Uncle, save me. Someone's trying to take me out." Master Wu's vision slightly returned when, suddenly, the driver's side window was violently shattered. It was only at this moment that he grasped the gravity of the situation. They had severely underestimated their adversary's strength that night. Faced with this urgent predicament, Master Wu's right hand swiftly reached for the cup holder, retrieving a menacing black handgun, and he fired directly through the shattered window. Bang! The shot missed its mark, and although he intended to fire again, he hesitated as his wrist extended out of the window, inadvertently giving Ah Bing the perfect opportunity to strike. From her concealed position beneath the car door, Ah Bing suddenly wielded a blade, slicing across Master Wu's wrist. Caught off guard by the ambush, Master Wu felt a sharp pain, causing him to lose grip on the weapon, which clattered to the ground. This time, Ah Bing showed no mercy. The blade had cut deep, reaching the bone, and blood streamed from his wounded hand. Before Master Wu could react, Ah Bing emerged, thrusting a short baton against his neck. In an instant, his body began to convulse violently, his rigid form rolling back his eyes, while low growls escaped his trembling lips. Ah Bing, obedient to Chen Bo's orders, had equipped herself with a stun baton, rendering Master Wu utterly defenseless. In the back seat, Liao Donghong was still struggling, panic-stricken as he shouted, "My father is Liao Longting. If you dare lay a finger on me, I swear I'll annihilate your entire family." At this juncture, the pride he once held for his uncle Wu had crumbled, leaving Liao Donghong to declare his identity in a desperate attempt to intimidate Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong, still clad in goggles and a mask, gripped Liao Donghong's neck like a vice, forcibly dragging him from the vehicle. Thrown to the ground, Liao Donghong cried out in agony, seething with rage, "Chen Bo, I will kill your entire family. I will destroy your mother." Zzz. Ah Bing thrust the stun baton into Liao Donghong's mouth, and the crackling sound of electricity filled the air as his body convulsed uncontrollably, nearly causing him to faint. Under the glare of the headlights, as he lay on the ground, Liao Donghong felt a heavy foot press down on his face, followed by Chen Bo's mocking voice. "Liao Xiao, if you intend to annihilate my family, shouldn't I strike first?" At that moment, Chen Bo's threat struck Liao Donghong like a thunderbolt, causing his body to tremble. His eyes bulged, his face flushed, and his features twisted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his hateful gaze seemingly capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon Chen Bo. Yet, when he caught sight of the murderous intent in Chen Bo's eyes, an overwhelming fear surged within him. He realized that this man was indeed capable of killing him. Simultaneously, Liao Donghong recognized a grave truth. He had been set up by Iron Third Sister. She had known Chen Bo's identity, but had chosen to remain silent, evidently intending for him to become the scapegoat. Had he been aware of Chen Bo's ruthlessness beforehand, he would never have acted so recklessly, and this predicament could have been avoided. The nature of a spoiled rich kid is to bully the weak. Now fully cognizant of reality, Liao Donghong conceded, "Chen Bo, tonight I admit defeat. What do you wish to do? Just say it." Chen Bo sneered and proceeded to issue orders to Zhang Dalong and the others. "Dalong, take him to the rooftop of the unfinished building. I want to have a chat with young Master Liao about life and ideals." "Understood." "Ah Bing, tend to Master Wu's wound. We can't let him die here." "Yes, boss." "Wang Mingyang, Ma Jun, keep an eye on those thugs." "Received." Kicking open the rusted iron door, Zhang Dalong led Liao Donghong into the derelict building. Chen Bo donned a pair of gloves, picked up a replica handgun from the ground, and ejected the magazine, discovering 5 bullets still remaining. Had they not caught the enemy off guard that night, this gun would have been quite ineffective. Subsequently, Chen Bo approached the Nissan, tapping on the rear window. "Tang Qingqing, get out." Tang Qingqing's legs felt weak. The scene she had witnessed had terrified her immensely. Especially when Master Wu had fired the gun, she nearly lost control of her bladder. At Chen Bo's urging, she timidly exited the vehicle, her legs trembling, unable to walk, and looked at Chen Bo with a conflicted expression. "If you desire revenge, follow me." Chen Bo tossed the statement over his shoulder and walked away, confident that Tang Qingqing would follow. Realizing Chen Bo's intentions, Tang Qingqing took a moment to regain her composure before hurriedly catching up to his pace. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhang Dalong kicked Liao Donghong, sending him sprawling on the concrete surface. Originally, it was supposed to be Chen Bo kneeling here tonight, yet the tables had turned, and now he found himself as the prey, his face a canvas of rage and resentment. Seeing Chen Bo approach with Tang Qingqing, Liao Donghong felt a surge of bravado. Lifting his head to bellow, "Chen Bo, you son of a bitch. I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." And addressing Tang Qingqing, he added, "And you whore, when I return, I'll round up dozens of beggars to ravage you, turning you into a dog for 1,000 men." Chen Bo stepped closer, striking Liao Donghong's head with the butt of the gun. "Ah!" he cried, clutching his head, blood oozing from his hands. Just as he had proclaimed Yupo after about 20 slaps, Tang Qingqing threw down her shoes, panting heavily and covered in sweat. She looked at Chen Bo dejectedly and said, "I'm done." Chen Bo was very satisfied. He patted Tang Qingqing's shoulder encouragingly. "You're stronger than I thought." Liao Donghan's cheeks were swollen and red. A trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and 2 back teeth protruded from his mouth. "Uft, Chen Bo, use whatever other tricks you have up your sleeve." Chen Bo chuckled, looking towards the center of Jiangxing City, and analyzed to himself, "Liao Donghan, a human life is only once. After death, everything is meaningless. And if you die, your father will definitely find a few more mistresses to have more younger brothers and sisters for you, and then inherit the family fortune that was originally yours." Based on Chen Bo's analysis, Liao Donghan preconceived the idea that his father would indeed do that. Although he would avenge him, what's the use of revenge when the person is already dead? What exactly are you trying to say? Chen Bo used the muzzle of his gun to lift Liao Donghan's chin and proposed, "Young Master Liao, how about we make a deal?" Liao Donghan's throat bobbed. The constant pointing of a gun at him made him incredibly nervous. He stammered, "What deal?" "First, you need to confess to all the crimes you've committed over the years, and then I'll report your father's crimes. If you cooperate, I can let you go back. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't lose some parts." As Chen Bo spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Liao Donghan's crotch, clearly targeting his manhood. Liao Donghan felt a chill run down his spine. If his manhood was destroyed, what was the point of living? "Chen Bo, you're so ruthless." Chapter 56. Video evidence. Hearing Liao Donghan's assessment, Chen Bo vehemently denied it. No, this is nothing. Compared to your Liao family's tendency to wipe out entire families at the drop of a hat, my methods are just small-time stuff, not even worth mentioning. Liao Donghan, I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. Now start counting. 12. 1. Chen Bo only counted 3 times, giving Liao Donghan no time to think. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately raised his gun and pointed it at Liao Donghan's crotch. Liao Donghan was terrified, his liver and gallbladder trembling violently. He started urinating again, and simultaneously raised his hands, begging for mercy. "Please don't shoot. I promise you." Despite his inner turmoil, he cowered before the dark muzzle of the gun. Chen Bo lowered the gun, his smile remaining calm. He took out his phone and turned on the camera. "Liao Donghan, now describe your crime according to the script I gave you, including the events involved. The time, the people involved, and the location. Explain everything clearly." Then, Chen Bo pointed the phone camera at Liao Donghan, maxing out the beauty filter so that the redness and swelling on his face could be concealed under the flash. Liao Donghan knew very well that confessing his crimes would be tantamount to handing Chen Bo leverage over him. So, he deliberately tried to appease Chen Bo with trivial matters. However, Chen Bo showed no mercy, kicking him in the groin. "Ah!" Liao Donghan screamed, clutching his groin and curling up, his body convulsing uncontrollably from the pain. "I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't cooperate, I'll have to dismantle your body parts and feed them to the dogs." Kneeling on the ground, Liao Donghan took a long time to recover, meeting Chen Bo's sharp gaze. Liao Donghan dared not try to evade responsibility any longer and obediently confessed his crimes as Chen Bo demanded. "My name is Liao Donghan. My ID number is XXX, and I live in Sky Number 1, Jiangxing City. My father is Liao Longting, chairman of the Liao Group. I repent for the crimes I committed. On June 1st, 2006. I accidentally killed a high school student, Liu Yu, on the rooftop of building number 3 at Jiangxing Middle School. For the next 20 minutes, Liao Donghan recounted his more serious crimes one by one. After entering university, he became even more arrogant. He raped a girl, who became pregnant, and committed suicide by jumping off a building. When her parents came to demand an explanation, they were beaten and had their legs broken. Finally, the girl's parents both committed suicide by crashing into the courthouse entrance. Each of these acts was utterly heinous. Chen Bo now truly wanted to shoot Liao Donghan. After finishing, Liao Donghan deflated like a punctured balloon, his head hanging low. The feeling of having one's fatal weakness held by someone was truly unbearable. Zhang Dalong had been standing guard behind Liao Donghan the whole time. He hadn't expected Liao Donghan to be so cruel. He was worse than an animal. The things he had done shattered his understanding of darkness. He even questioned what he was truly protecting when he joined the army to defend his country. Zhang Dalong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If Chen Bo hadn't been holding him back, he probably would have rushed forward and smashed Liao Donghan to pieces. Chen Bo's face was grim. These incriminating reports were likely just the tip of the iceberg of the crimes committed by the Liao father and son. The crimes committed by his father were the most devastating. "Liao Donghan, raise your head." At Chen Bo's request, Liao Donghan slowly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and the area around his eyeballs was filled with blood vessels. "Now begin to denounce Liao Longting." However, Liao Donghan seemed hesitant and unwilling to cooperate. It seemed even his son was afraid of Liao Longting. Bang! Chen Bo fired a shot without resistance, hitting Liao Donghan in the knee. A sudden gunshot echoed through the unfinished building, accompanied by Liao Donghan's heart-wrenching screams as he clutched his knee and wailed. Not only Liao Donghan, but Zhang Dalong and Tang Qingqing were also caught off guard by Chen Bo's unexpected act. Tang Qingqing gasped in fright and stumbled backward, thankfully catching up with Abing before falling. After firing the shot, Chen Bo felt a slight discomfort in his wrist. The pistol's recoil was quite strong. Sorry, this shot missed. There are 4 bullets left in this gun. I'm sure one of them will hit your bird egg, a slang term for a penis. Liao Donghan gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. His wound continued to bleed. At this rate, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. I don't want to die? Take me to the hospital. Don't worry, we'll definitely take you to the hospital, provided you cooperate. I like dealing with people who keep their promises, understand? Yes. I'll tell you everything. Under the threat of bullets, Liao Donghan chose to compromise. He couldn't accept being shot again. Afterwards, a Bing rushed forward and bandaged Liao Donghan's wound, causing him to scream in pain. While you're still clear-headed, tell me everything you know, Chen Bo continued, coaxing him. My name is Liao Donghan. My ID number is XXX. I live in Sky Number 1, Jiangqing City, and my father is Liao Longting, the chairman of the Liao Group. I want to report Liao Longting for organizing gangsters to violently demolish houses and imprison villagers. For the next 10 minutes or so, Liao Donghan confessed to all of his father's crimes. Perhaps Liao Longting had been too secretive. Liao Donghan only knew the surface of some things and wasn't aware of the details. This disappointed Chen Bo somewhat. This information alone wasn't enough to threaten Liao Longting. Chen Bo pressed the pause button and continued. You just mentioned that Liao Longting murdered the owner of Times Property and his family of 3 to seize the property management rights of several new developments in Xinxiang district. Where are their bodies buried? Liao Donghan carefully recalled the events, then shook his head. I heard it was burned directly. Back then, the funeral home in Xinxiang district was privately operated. My dad used his connections to get the person thrown into the crematorium, and then got the police to file a missing person report. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Think carefully if you've missed anything. If I find out you're hiding something, don't blame me for making trouble for you later. Liao Donghan was anxious. He knew Chen Bo wouldn't give him 10 seconds. In a flash, something occurred to him. My dad is currently partnering with a boss in Shanghai to invest in a pig butchering scam, attracting a large number of users to deposit money. Isn't that illegal? Chen Bo hadn't expected this unexpected discovery. At the same time, while loan apps were booming, there were also apps offering high interest rates and high returns, similarly attracting a large number of users to deposit money. You seek the interest of others, yet they covet your principal. When calamity strikes, the puppeteer behind the scenes will abscond with the funds, leaving those who invested their money to face inevitable ruin. Those who have been drained of their resources will likely find little hope of restitution, resigning themselves to misfortune. If we manage to dismantle Liao Longting's scheme, once the case is solidified, sentencing will undoubtedly be severe. With this thought in mind, Chen Bo continued recording, turning to Liao Donghan to remind him. Please repeat what you just said to the camera. We should be wrapping up for the night. Upon hearing Chen Bo mention the end of the shoot, Liao Donghan felt a glimmer of hope and quickly recounted his tale, revealing everything about his father. However, in Chen Bo's view, the criminal activities of Liao Longting were far more extensive, and Liao Donghan's account might merely scratch the surface. It was imperative to utilize the email that Han Chan had entrusted to him. To protect his injured knee, Liao Donghan pleaded in a sycophantic tone, I've complied. Can you take me to the hospital now? Chapter 57. Winning hearts according to Chen Bo's plan. Tonight's objective was primarily to punish Liao Donghan. Through him, Chen Bo aimed to make a statement, while simultaneously warning figures like Tai Sanyang and Du Danan that he was not to be trifled with. At times, it is essential to display one's power for adversaries to take heed and tread carefully. After tonight, he believed the people in Jiangcheng would come to recognize his name. Liao Donghan, go back and inform your father that if he wishes to descend into hell sooner, I would not mind facilitating his journey. Chen Bo spoke coldly. Liao Donghan nodded vigorously, assuring, I promise to deliver every word to my father. In the next moment, Chen Bo deviated from convention, stepping forcefully onto Liao Donghan's kneecap while seizing his hair. It hurts. This action felt like salt being rubbed into an open wound, eliciting a wretched scream from Liao Donghan, his face a mess of tears and mucus. Chen Bo's gaze was as piercing as a knife, locking onto Liao Donghan's eyes as he leaned in, whispering coldly, from now on, keep a low profile. Should I detect any signs of revenge from you, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Neither the Buddha nor Jesus will save you. With that, Chen Bo signaled to Zhang Dalong and the others to leave. The pitiful cries of Liao Donghan fading behind them. Zhang Dalong, a Bing, and the victim, Tang Qingqing, closely followed Chen Bo, having witnessed his true ruthlessness that night. This formidable leader embodied both cunning and valor, decisively unorthodox, earning the admiration of Zhang Daong and his peers. A Bing, too, felt a profound impact. She instinctively compared Tai Sanyang to Chen Bo, concluding that in terms of intellect, combat prowess, and ruthlessness, Chen Bo completely overshadowed Tai Sanyang. Most impressively, Chen Bo did not invoke the name of Master Chen. Instead, he triumphed solely through his own entourage. Having initially observed Chen Bo, she now resolved to wholeheartedly follow him. Tang Qingqing experienced a transformative night, her mindset irrevocably altered. Chen Bo not only rescued her from despair, but also taught her how to resist tyranny. Her steps grew more assured, her gaze toward Chen Bo filled with unwavering determination, even reflecting a willingness to die for her newfound ally. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Bo sent a message to Jiang Hu, who was concealed in the shadows, instructing him to prepare for departure. Just then, Jiang Hu noticed a car in the distance suddenly flash its headlights before swiftly turning onto the main road. He speculated that it likely belonged to someone pursuing the group of ruffians, as he had not spotted it from his position behind the gate. Upon receiving Jiang Hu's alert, Chen Bo remained calm. He had already deduced who had sent the individual. Tonight, apart from Tai Sanyang, there were no other suspects. Only she would be quick to follow. Huzi, go drive Zhang Dalong and the others home. I will make arrangements for tomorrow, he instructed. Understood, Jiang Hu replied, unable to resist asking, Bo Gu, do you truly believe tonight's affair will go smoothly? Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Such matters, which do not bear the light of day, do not require your exposure, Chen Bo assured him. With Chen Bo's explicit guarantee, Jiang Hu felt somewhat reassured, especially given the involvement of firearms. Should this leak, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. By the Maybach, Wu Yi leaned against the car door. Despite his wrist being bandaged from a Bing's earlier assault, it still bled profusely. Seeing Chen Bo approach, Wu Yi struggled to raise his head, looking at Chen Bo weakly. Chen Bo, do you have any idea whose wrath you have incurred tonight? Chen Bo scoffed dismissively. Liao Longting, merely an outdated rogue. Is he truly formidable? You have no inkling of the big boss's power. He thrives in both legitimate and illicit realms. My advice is to flee while you still can. No, you are mistaken. It is he who should be fleeing. Once I am done here, his turn will inevitably come. Wu Yi narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Chen Bo, sensing an air of absolute control emanating from him. Tonight's game is over. You may now seek assistance from Liao Longting, Chen Bo uttered, leading Tang Qingqing back to the car, where a Bing remained at the wheel. Meanwhile, Jiang Hu, donning a mask and a cap, picked up Zhang Dalong and the others, and the two vehicles exited the abandoned building in succession. A Bing glanced at Chen Bo through the rearview mirror, inquiring, Boss, where to now? At that moment, Chen Bo was meticulously cleaning his handgun with wet wipes left in the vehicle by Li Xiaoyu, erasing all traces of fingerprints. He intended to pass this weapon to a Bing. A Bing, this gun is now yours. Find a shooting range to hone your skills, he stated. A Bing was taken aback. She had assumed Chen Bo would keep the handgun for his own protection, not realizing it would be entrusted to her. A gesture that spoke volumes of his confidence in her. All right, I will give it a try. Subsequently, Chen Bo turned to Tang Qingqing, asking, where do you reside? Tang Qingqing felt as though she were in a dream, as if she had stepped into the plot of a gangster film, momentarily disoriented. Upon hearing Chen Bo's inquiry, she gasped, quickly responding, I live in a single apartment in the city center. A Bing, take her home, Chen Bo commanded. Understood. In the other vehicle heading towards the city center, Jiang Hu and the three remained silent, each smoking a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, only their blurred faces were discernible. The events of the night had far exceeded their comprehension, and they needed nicotine to calm their minds. After finishing their cigarettes, Jiang Hu spoke first. You all witnessed tonight's events. Bo Gu is a man of great ambition. He now requires manpower for his endeavors, and moving forward, we shall follow his lead without hesitation. Huzi, do not worry. I know what I am doing. Everything is voluntary on our part. Jiang Hu then recounted Chen Bo's backstory of being wrongfully imprisoned for a decade, emphasizing his integrity. I cannot fathom how Bo Gu endured 10 years of incarceration, but his character is beyond reproach. If we are to work under him, we must trust him unconditionally. Huzi, you need not elaborate. Bo Gu has already informed us to report to his company tomorrow to sign contracts, Zhang Dalong asserted with conviction. Very well. We are brothers. I will not lead you into peril. I, too, shall strive to ascend, if by year-end I remain stagnant. I will resign from my position as a police officer and work alongside Bo Go. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing Sky No. 1 villa area, within a luxurious estate, Liu Longting was engaged in a heated encounter with a woman clad in a lowly outfit. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted their passionate exchange, and Liu Longting's mood soured. With a darkened expression, he glanced at the screen and saw it was his bodyguard, Wu Yi. Old Wu, has Donghan stirred up trouble again? The boss's son has been shot and is currently awaiting an ambulance. Master Wu swiftly reported the situation at the scene and the events of the night. Upon hearing Wu's summary, Liu Longting's previously flushed face darkened, almost dripping with discontent. Instead of shouting and losing his temper, he calmly instructed, Old Wu, listen carefully. Do not let anyone know about tonight's incident. I will handle this matter with Chen Bo personally. Chapter 58. Analyzing Chen Bo. Noticing that the big boss did not blame him for his negligence, Jin Wu felt a slight relief. Yet he harbored concerns regarding Liu Longting's plans. He expressed his apprehensions over the phone. Boss, it seems likely that young Master Liu was used as a pawn by Iron Third Sister tonight. If my instincts are correct, she must have dispatched someone to follow us. Even if a gag order is issued, the news may still leak. So tonight, was Donghan set up by Iron Third Sister? Liu Longting asked, his tone grave. Indeed. Inside the private room, Iron Third Sister was exceedingly respectful towards Chen Bo. After the conflict erupted, she distanced herself immediately and failed to warn young Master Liu, which is evidently deliberate, aimed at instigating trouble for him. Upon hearing this, Liu Longting fell into a brief contemplation. Based on Jin Wu's report, this Chen Bo and his background were certainly not ordinary. Anyone whom Iron Third Sister regarded with caution could not be an insignificant figure. If he underestimated Chen Bo and rashly took action, would he not be falling into Iron Third Sister's trap once more? With this thought, Liu Longting commanded over the phone. Jin Wu, please inform the hospital to minimize the impact. I will come to the hospital for a face-to-face discussion shortly. Understood, boss. The ambulance has already arrived, and I will supervise personally. After hesitating, Jin Wu couldn't help but advise, boss, I believe you should reach out to Iron Third Sister. She must have insights into Chen Bo's background. Liu Longting hung up the phone, his gaze turning fierce. His beloved son had been set up and, after enduring a beating, had been shot. As a father, he could not remain idle. Hastily dressing, he made his way downstairs and began arranging for a vehicle to the hospital. Soon, a young bodyguard clad in a Zhongshan suit drove a Range Rover, which came to a steady halt outside the villa's entrance. Once in the car, Liu Longting ordered, Zhong, head straight to the First People's Hospital. Yes, boss. At the night entertainment club, in a lavish office, Iron Third Sister leaned back in her chair, smoking a cigarette while attentively listening to Old Li's report. Third Sister, according to our observations, Chen Bo was not unprepared tonight. He lured Liu Donghan's men to a dilapidated building in the western suburbs and executed an ambush using tear gas, achieving victory against the odds. Are his associates remnants left by Chen Yi? Uncertain, our men did not dare approach. 3 appeared in total, well-trained and resembling veterans, striking decisively and breaking all limbs of Liu Donghan's 12 subordinates. Intrigued, Iron Third Sister pressed for more details. Old Li recounted how Chen Bo had captured Liu Donghan. Additionally, Jin Wu used a firearm tonight, but it was ineffective. He missed and was subdued by a bang, resulting in Chen Bo gaining possession of Jin Wu's handgun. Later, Chen Bo brought Liu Donghan to the rooftop, where it appears Liu was shot. Whether he survived remains unknown. As our people noticed someone keeping watch on the rooftop and left early, Iron Third Sister took a deep drag of her cigarette, her sharp gaze clouding with contemplation. After a moment, she instructed Old Li, release the news that Liu Longting's son has fallen into Chen Bo's hands. Won't that offend Liu Longting? Doesn't matter. The one truly responsible for his son is Chen Bo, not me, right? Old Li refrained from commenting further, knowing that while he could offer suggestions, the decision-making still rested with the boss. Outside the operating room of the First People's Hospital, Jin Wu had just sat down after having his wounds stitched when he suddenly stood up again. Boss, I apologize. I failed to protect young Master Liu tonight. Liu Longting patted Jin Wu's shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right, Old Wu. I trust your abilities. This was due to Donghan underestimating the situation. You are not to blame. One could not deny Liu Longting's adeptness in understanding human emotions. His generosity and comprehension moved Jin Wu deeply, prompting him to express his loyalty. Boss, once I recover, I will personally eliminate that Chen Bo. There's no rush. The incident has already occurred. We must investigate thoroughly before considering retaliation. Now, recount the details of tonight's events once more. Jin Wu dared not withhold any information, recounting the events in greater detail than he had over the phone. Boss, this Chen Bo is undoubtedly a ruthless individual. You must remain vigilant. He is aware that you will seek revenge and, according to his words, he plans to act against you before you retaliate. Liao Longting, valuing his life, took the advice seriously and promptly instructed the bodyguards following him, Ajong, enhance security measures. Understood. Ajong responded, issuing commands to summon additional bodyguards for the security detail. 10 minutes later, the Archon Baoyuo pondered and asked, "Do you have a computer at home?" "Yes, I do." Tang Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Chen Bo intended to log into Han Shan's email to gather evidence against Liao Longting. Relying solely on Liao Donghan's testimony would not suffice. Only solid proof could compel Liao Longting to comply. "A Bing, please find a secure place to store this gun." "Understood," A Bing replied, carefully accepting the firearm. To prevent any accidental discharge, Chen Bo removed the magazine. They exited the vehicle, and A Bing pressed the accelerator, vanishing into the night. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Bo gestured for Tang Qingqing to lead the way. "All right," she agreed, stepping ahead in her high heels, her mind wandering as she sensed his gaze upon her. The apartment building was quite old, with one of the two elevators out of order. Standing side by side in the elevator, neither spoke a word. Tang Qingqing's room was located at the corner of the 8th floor. Upon opening the door and switching on the light, Chen Bo surveyed the small space. It resembled a dormitory from their school days, yet despite its modest size, it was adequately furnished with all necessary amenities. Tang Qingqing stepped aside, awkwardly saying, "I apologize for the poor conditions. You can sit on the bed." Inside, Chen Bo noticed a bed, a small tea table in one corner, and a simple storage cabinet on the other side, with a narrow passage leading to the balcony. There wasn't even a stool in the house. It seemed mealtime would necessitate sitting on the edge of the bed. After closing the door, Tang Qingqing changed into a pair of slippers and approached the bedside table, retrieving a laptop from within. It seemed to have been unused for quite some time. Covered in dust. After plugging it in and powering it on, she entered the password to access the desktop. Chen Bo's attention was abruptly captured by the wallpaper, a sultry photo of Tang Qingqing herself. In the image, she lay alluringly by the pool in a bikini, her captivating phoenix eyes mesmerizing. The photograph was likely taken years ago, revealing her youthful innocence. Perhaps that was the most authentic version of herself. Noticing Chen Bo's intense focus on her photo, Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed. "The laptop hasn't been used in ages. Could you check if it runs smoothly?" Coming back to reality, Chen Bo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. Go about your business." "All right, I'll take a quick shower then." In the confined space of the room, Tang Qingqing felt a sense of anticipation for something to unfold between her and Chen Bo. She yearned for a man to lean on, believing that would grant her a sense of security. Unfortunately, Chen Bo merely acknowledged her with a casual hum, his focus entirely on the computer screen. Grabbing a towel, Tang Qingqing entered the narrow bathroom, shedding her chi pao and undergarments. Gazing at her reflection, she felt confident about her looks and physique. After all, she wouldn't be working at a club otherwise. Sitting on the bed, Chen Bo heard the sound of running water from the shower and glanced towards the bathroom before returning to his tasks. No one could have anticipated that Han Chan, a man nearing his 60s, would conceal incriminating evidence in an overseas email account, utilizing his memories from a past life. Chen Bo downloaded a VPN tool to access the foreign email site. Soon, he discovered two folders within the inbox, one pertaining to local officials, the other to private citizens. Opening the latter, he found hundreds of files, each containing evidence against various individuals. The contents astonished him. He marveled at Han Shan's cunning. There were recordings, photographs, transaction records, and even video evidence, enough to ensure that all involved would face justice. Among the names he recognized were those of former criminals seeking redemption and affluent tycoons. Even the notorious scandals of Jiangcheng's wealthiest man, Sun Defa. It was clear that Han Chan had meticulously kept a record of everyone who had risen alongside him in past years, making it exceedingly simple to leverage this evidence against anyone. Understanding the principle of no crime without evidence, Chen Bo knew this email account must remain undisclosed to anyone else. He then connected his phone to the computer via a data cable, downloading evidence against Liao Longting, Tai Sanyang, and Du Danan directly to his phone's storage. With his past life's knowledge, these operations proved effortless for him. After completing the downloads, he meticulously erased the VPN tool and browser history. As the sounds of water from the bathroom subsided, Chen Bo concluded his tasks and closed the laptop. He sat at the edge of the bed, reviewing the photographic evidence against Liao Longting. One particular video caught his attention, recorded in a warehouse. It depicted a middle-aged couple and a young girl bound to chairs. Liu Ruyan brutally assaulted the middle-aged man, then, before his eyes, violated the man's daughter, followed by forcing his subordinates to assault the man's wife. Despite the man's pleas for mercy, Liu Ruyan remained relentless, ultimately issuing a command that led to the family's tragic demise. Connecting this narrative with Liu Donghan's testimony from earlier that evening, it became evident that the three victims were the owner of Sherdai property and his wife and daughter, disposed of in a crematorium after their murder. This video essay, I am not the kind of woman who casually sells her body. My employment at the club is a last resort. Each day spent there feels like walking on thin ice, and I dread the thought of being violated while intoxicated. Yet, I find myself unable to discover a more lucrative means of earning. In Chen Bo's recollection, Tang Qingqing is a remarkably obedient girl. In his previous life, their paths rarely crossed, and after his imprisonment, he never saw her again. What astonished Chen Bo was the surprise Tang Qingqing presented him. Afterward, sensing the uncertainty in Chen Bo's gaze, she softly explained, I have never married. After graduating from university, I entered the workforce. My family arranged a match for me, but I consistently refused to cohabit with him. Eventually, I discovered he was seeking companionship elsewhere, which led to our fallout. After a brief pause, she continued, however, my parents insisted I marry him without my consent, collecting a dowry of 360,000 yuan, which my brother squandered on gambling. Following our breakup, he came to demand the dowry, and my parents placed the entire burden on me, pressuring me for repayment. Lacking the means to comply, they disrupted my workplace, sabotaging multiple job opportunities. Ultimately, my parents remain intent on forcing me into marriage with someone I do not love, leaving me no choice but to work in the nightlife industry for money. Chen Bo listened in silence, offering no commentary. In his perspective, to avoid complications, it was far more efficient to eliminate the source of trouble. Tang Qingqing, you now work for me, and I can resolve your troubles in one fell swoop. But I have a condition. What condition? Tang Qingqing inquired, puzzled. The original contract was for 5 years. Now it extends to 6. During these 6 years, your labor value will wholly belong to me. Upon hearing Chen Bo's stipulation, Tang Qingqing immediately acquiesced, stating, no problem. As long as I can free myself from these shackles, I am willing to comply. This agreement effectively bound her to Chen Bo, and it was only upon signing the contract that she comprehended the extent of his controlling nature. Tang Qingqing lay against Chen Bo's chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, and she recalled the traumatic incident from a decade ago. Pondering how Chen Bo had endured his time in prison, Chen Bo, I wish to move closer to you. I can no longer remain here. When the topic of accommodation arose, Chen Bo planned to rent a villa for several women, while also needing to arrange housing and training facilities for Zhang Dalong and his companions, as keeping them together would facilitate management. Finding suitable rental properties required professional assistance, and it had been several days since he had heard from Xiao Kaiyun. Chen Bo retrieved his phone from the bedside and called her. After several rings, Xiao Kaiyun answered, sounding fatigued. Mr. Chen, I apologize. I've been handling matters back home, but I expect to return to Jiangxing tomorrow. Chen Bo had no interest in her divorce issues, so he directly stated, since you are unavailable, enlist your store manager's assistance to find 2 villas within 5 kilometers of Xiangjiang Garden. The rooms should be numerous and ideally adjacent. I intend to use them as dormitories. Although Xiao Kaiyun had reservations about introducing Chen Bo to her manager, she had no choice but to comply with his request. All right, I will contact the manager to search for suitable properties. Tang Qingqing felt a surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated Chen Bo would promptly arrange her request. To meet Chen Bo's needs, she resolved to make another attempt. If it doesn't work out, there's no need to force it, Chen Bo reminded her. However, Tang Qingqing shook her head, stating, I've heard it said that only the overworked oxen perish. While the fields remain unspoiled, it's of no concern. At 9 in the morning, Chen Bo left Tang Qingqing's apartment alone and returned to the villa at Xiangjiang Garden, where he took a shower and changed his clothes. Suddenly, he received a call from Li Xiaoyu, and he instinctively guessed the reason. He answered casually, Wah, I'm going to have my driver's license revoked. I just received a text notification that last night, my car not only exceeded the speed limit, but also ran 5 red lights. You called me for this trivial matter? Chen Bo replied, exasperated. Is that not allowed? Li Xiaoyu countered. Not wanting to engage in meaningless discussions, Chen Bo dismissed her, saying, hold on to it. We'll find an opportunity to address it later. You said so. I've noted it down. I have another call coming in, so I'll talk to you later. After ending the call with Li Xiaoyu, he answered a new number. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Dong Xuanjun, Xiao Caiyun's manager. I have located 2 rental villas. Would you like to come and view them? Send me the location. Very well. Do you need me to pick you up? Yes, I'm at Xiangjiangzun Garden. Please hold for 15 minutes. I'll be on my way. Dong Xuanzhen's demeanor was exceptionally courteous, as Chen Bo was a significant investor. Subsequently, Chen Bo notified Wang Ting to accompany him to the property locations, as he lacked the time to handle such trivial matters. Meanwhile, in the villa where Tai Senyang resided, Liao Longting's voice echoed with threats. Tai Senyang, we have always maintained a mutual non-interference policy. Yet you deliberately set my son up last night. Do you owe me an explanation? Chapter 61. Considerations for Retaliation. In response to Liao Longting's inquiry, Tai Senyang appeared remarkably composed. She offered no elaborate explanations, merely stating, he is the successor cultivated by Master Chen. Hearing this, Liao Longting abruptly rose from the sofa. Astonished, what? Master Chen has been incarcerated for over a decade. How could he possibly cultivate a successor? Tai Senyang lit a cigarette with a soft chuckle. I just visited Master Chen in prison. It is entirely reasonable for him to be cultivating a successor, given his limitations. Liao Longting resumed his seat, a dark expression clouding his face, as his fear of Han Chen ran deep. When he first rose to prominence, it was Han Chen he sought to ally with. And without Han Chen's approval, he could never have achieved his current status. Now, learning that Han Chen had cultivated a successor, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing retaliation from Han Chen, Tai Senyang, since you are aware that Chen Bo is Master Chen's successor, why didn't you inform my family Dong Han last night? Tai Senyang leaned forward, flicking off the ash from her cigarette as she looked up at Liao Longting, retorting, Mr. Liao, I am currently struggling for my own survival. To offend Master Chen's successor for your son, wouldn't that be foolish on either of our parts? The living room fell into silence. Before arriving, Liao Longting had already investigated Chen Bo's background and learned that he had spent 10 years in prison and had only recently been released. In Jiangqing, few dared to disregard Liao Longting, and now, in light of Tai Senyang's mention of a successor, many previously inexplicable matters suddenly made sense. It also indicated that Liao Donghan had indeed encountered a formidable opponent last night. If he had crossed Chen Bo, it would be tantamount to declaring war on Han Chen behind bars. Liao Longting understood Han Chen's influence well. Even from prison, he could control actions outside. He was not foolish enough to confront Han Chen for his son's sake. Tai Senyang, how much do you know about this Chen Bo? I don't know much. But from last night's performance, he displayed some capabilities. Young Master Liao had no means to counteract him, did he? Last night, Dong Han underestimated him. Had he known Chen Bo's identity beforehand, he would not have been so reckless. Tai Senyang scoffed, countering, No. I believe Chen Bo has a backup plan. Even if young Master Liao had not acted, you two would still face challenges. Liao Longting suddenly recognized a crucial point. Chen Bo, freshly released, would seek to establish his name and authority, and last night, Dong Han had seemingly stumbled into a trap. The Liao family might very well become the stepping stone for Chen Bo's rise. At this juncture, Liao Longting faced 2 choices. Either eliminate Chen Bo and irreparably sever ties with Han Chen, or swallow his pride and seek reconciliation with Chen Bo. Mr. Liao, it is clear that Chen Bo aims to assert his authority through your family. I am curious how you plan to navigate this predicament. Tai Senyang inquired with keen interest. Liao Longting's countenance darkened as he pondered whether to visit Han Chen in prison for clarity. If Han Chen were indeed the mastermind behind recent events, it would seem more prudent to approach him with humility. After a moment's reflection, Liao Longting rose, cast a glance at Tai Senyang, and departed the villa with purposeful strides. Tai Senyang, your little schemes are hardly concealed. Should you wish to take advantage of my misfortune, I would not hesitate to confront you. Regardless of Tai Senyang's excuses, she could not evade responsibility. The conflict from the previous night was preventable, yet she chose to remain aloof, even sending individuals to observe the chaos. This was a clear attempt to sit back and watch the turmoil unfold, aiming to shift her own risks onto others, perhaps even positioning herself as a mediator afterward, thus gaining favor with Liao Longting. Once Liao Longting had left, Tai Senyang lit another cigarette. Old Li, I suspect Liao Longting will seek out Lord Chen. What do you think? Old Li contemplated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Visiting Lord Chen would be futile, since he has chosen to support Chen Bo. He will undoubtedly stand by him. If Chen Bo does not relent, all efforts would be in vain. After getting into his vehicle, Liao Longting began making calls to arrange a visit to the prison, determined to clarify matters with Han Chen face to face. Meanwhile, Liao Donghan had already been flown to Kyoto for treatment, leaving Liao Longting to manage the aftermath of the situation. Concurrently, the manager of the intermediary company, Dong Xianzhen, drove to pick up Chen Bo, personally escorting him to view properties. The villa area, known as Overseas Chinese Town, was a mere 3 kilometers from Xiangjiangzun Yuan. Throughout the journey, Dong Xianjun incessantly detailed the villa's features. 10 minutes later, Chen Bo arrived at the entrance of Overseas Chinese Town, where he met Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu was the first to approach, playfully linking her arm with Chen Bo's and teasingly asking, "Boss, you're not thinking of hiding a beauty in a golden house, are you?" Chen Bo retorted, "And do you wish to be a canary in a cage?" Li Xiaoyu pouted skyward, indignantly asserting, "I certainly do not. I wish to be a little swallow, soaring freely in the sky." Dismissing the banter, Chen Bo beckoned Wang Ting to follow Dong Xianjun into the villa. The purpose of this evening's visit was merely to familiarize themselves with the properties. He inspected 2 villas, each boasting 8 rooms, ample for immediate occupancy. "Mr. Chen, how do you find these 2 villas? If they do not meet your satisfaction, I can seek alternatives," Dong Xianjun inquired. "They are acceptable for now. Let us proceed with both. You may discuss the contract and payment with Wang Ting." Chen Bo replied. He intended to house all management personnel together, while making separate arrangements for the regular employees. Once the contracts were signed and payment completed, Wang Ting approached Chen Bo with the keys to the 2 villas, asking, "Boss, are we moving in today?" Chen Bo nodded. "When the evening cools down, arrange for a moving company. For now, we must head to the office. I have matters to discuss with you." Understood. Dong Xianjun had hoped to treat Chen Bo to a meal, but was politely declined. To foster a closer relationship, he noted that neither Chen Bo nor Li Xiaoyu had driven, thus suggesting, "Mr. Chen, may I offer you a ride?" "Certainly." Yesterday, Chen Bo had sent a being to monitor Du Dainen's movements, leading to Li Xiaoyu's car being requisitioned. On their way to the office, Chen Bo notified Tang Qingqing and Zhang Dalong to join them at the company. Chen Bo himself was not adept at business dealings. He planned to cultivate Wang Ting, Li Xiaoyu, and Tang Qingqing into professional managers. There were numerous tasks requiring his direct involvement, but once the right talent was assembled, he could take a step back. "Wang Ting, please expedite the recruitment of an experienced legal consultant." Of course, Wang Ting noted Chen Bo's request in her planner. "How have you been finding the courses you enrolled in?" Chen Bo inquired. Wang Ting responded confidently, "I am managing well. I understand the theoretical aspects. And now I need practical experience to identify issues." Chen Bo nodded and turned to Li Xiaoyu. "And you?" Li Xiaoyu cleared her throat and replied earnestly, "I am doing all right as well, though I still need to explore many aspects of e-commerce." Observing her unease, Chen Bo gazed out at the towering buildings and mused, "Xiaoyu, I reiterate, deceiving me serves no purpose. If you cannot perform, I will not hesitate to replace you." "Understood, I will strive to improve," Li Xiaoyu responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I genuinely hope you can thrive in this field. The next 5 years will witness rapid advancements in the internet sector. This is a pivotal moment. If you seize the opportunity, achieving wealth and success will be far easier than your current marketing role at the hotel." At that moment, Chen Bo's phone rang. A Bing was calling. "Boss, Du Dainen has just arrived at the prison." A slight smile crept onto Chen Bo's lips. It appeared Du Dainen still feared Han Chun, which meant that their plan regarding him could now be set in motion. "I understand, return now." Just as Chen Bo was about to end the call, a Bing's voice came through again. "Wait, boss, I see Liao Longting has also arrived at the prison." Liao Longting's reaction was anticipated by Chen Bo. He had likely consulted Tai Sen Yang, who would surely invoke Han Chun to absolve herself. Even if Liao Longting were aware that Tai Sen Yang had deliberately allowed Liao Donghan to act, he found himself unable to confront her. Thus, his options were limited to seeking retribution for his son or approaching Han Chun to gauge his stance before deciding on a counteraction. "Let them be," Chen Bo instructed. "All right, I'm on my way back." After hanging up, he lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Chen Bo was in dire financial straits, unable to proceed with many plans. He needed to devise a way to generate funds. He had contemplated mortgaging 100 properties to secure a loan, but such an overt action would likely arouse suspicion. After much deliberation, he concluded that engaging in less conventional methods might prove more reliable. As he made his way to the visiting area, Liao Longting and Du Dainen exchanged opinions, both having suffered losses at Chen Bo's hands. "As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend," Liao Longting proposed. "Old Du, that fellow Chen Bo is far too arrogant. I believe we should join forces." Du Dainen, perceptive of Liao Longting's intentions, chuckled awkwardly. "Liao, it is premature to discuss such matters. Let us first meet with Lord Chun before contemplating collaboration." "Very well, since you are an old subordinate of Lord Chun. You may enter first while I wait outside." "It matters not." Du Dainen's purpose for visiting today was simply to ascertain Han Chen's health and his attitude towards Chen Bo. As noon approached, Chen Bo appeared at the base of an office building, his inaugural visit to his company's workspace. Wang Ting led the way, pressing the elevator button, and they all entered together. The company occupied the 10th floor, having rented a second-hand office. Upon entering, Chen Bo noted the office was fully equipped. As Wang Ting enthusiastically introduced, "Boss, our previous company dealt in precious metals futures, which unfortunately went bankrupt, allowing us to acquire this space." The office was spacious, exceeding 500 square meters. Wang Ting guided Chen Bo into his designated office. "This is your exclusive workspace." Chen Bo plopped down into the office chair and smiled at Wang Ting, saying, "You are mistaken. This office belongs to you." Wang Ting, clad in a professional outfit, white blouse, fitted skirt, and stylish shoes, with her hair pulled back in a ponytail, exuded the poise of a competent career woman. Over the days spent together, Wang Ting found herself unable to fully decipher Chen Bo. At times, when she observed Li Xiaoyu and Chen Bo closely interacting, her thoughts would wander. "All right, head to the conference room. A few new recruits will be arriving shortly." Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both unaware that Chen Bo had recruited additional staff. Soon, Tang Qingqing, Zhang Dalong, and a Bing arrived at the company. In the conference room, Chen Bo seated himself at the center, with a Bing habitually standing behind him. Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu were captivated by the enchanting figure of Tang Qingqing seated across from them, inevitably speculating about the nature of her relationship with Chen Bo. Upon receiving Chen Bo's notification, Tang Qingqing donned her long-neglected work attire. Her original vocation was that of a corporate white-collar worker, and she exuded an aura that rivaled that of Wang Ting and Li Xiaoyu. Zhang Dalong and his companions sat rigidly in their seats, uncertain of the connections between these beautiful women and Chen Bo, and dared not glance around indiscriminately. Chen Bo rapped his knuckles on the table, addressing the group with solemnity. "Wang Ting, please begin by introducing yourselves one by one." "Very well." Wang Ting commenced the introductions, and as each person shared their details, Chen Bo's gaze swept over their faces. "Everyone present today is a founding member of my team. Now, I will delineate your respective roles. Wang Ting, you will serve as the general manager for the 4 companies. In case of emergencies where I am unreachable, you have the authority to make decisions. Additionally, for minor tasks, you may hire specialized personnel to free up your time for management duties. Li Xiaoyu, your primary responsibility will be with Tianqi Media, focusing on e-commerce live streaming, influencer IP conversion operations, and advertising dissemination. Tang Qingqing, you will take charge of Tianqi Technology, which currently has no operational projects. Initially, assist Li Xiaoyu in establishing the live streaming business. I will provide you with specific operational guidance separately. Zhang Dalong, your role will be as head of Tianqi Security, with a focus on security services and property management. Your immediate priority is to recruit veterans, aiming to gather at least a platoon's worth of personnel. I understand that everyone lacks experience, but do not fear challenges. Internal discussions are encouraged for problem solving. If issues persist, I will seek external assistance. In summary, my expectation is to have the company on track within 3 months. Failure to achieve this will result in personnel changes. Lastly, regarding remuneration, your monthly salary will not be less than 10,000. I will also assist with your accommodation arrangements, which will be detailed during contract signing. Chen Bo was indifferent to the salary. The endeavors ahead would likely offend many, necessitating adequate compensation to inspire dedicated effort. After addressing personnel arrangements, it was time for lunch. Chen Bo instructed Wang Ting to order several takeout meals, and they proceeded to dine in the conference room. In the afternoon, Chen Bo remained in the meeting, elucidating to Li Xiaoyu and Tang Qingqing how to cultivate influencer traffic, emphasizing the importance of accumulating a fan base before transitioning to live shopping. Li Xiaoyu and Tang Qingqing's regard for Chen Bo elevated significantly. They had not anticipated that live streaming could facilitate sales. In an era when 4G networks were just becoming mainstream and various platforms were launching live streaming features, it was imperative to seize traffic promptly. Tang Qingqing raised a question. Will female streamers face penalties for suggestive performances? Rest assured, the platform's review processes are not stringent at present. As long as no critical areas are exposed, there should be no major issues. The initial focus is on attracting attention and securing fans. Li Xiaoyu concurrently expressed her concern. Recruiting such female streamers poses a challenge. Many are likely uncomfortable with showcasing their bodies on camera, making it difficult to find suitable candidates. Chen Bo had his own insights regarding potential recruits. Drawing inspiration from Wang Ting, he proposed 2 recruitment channels. The first targeted those working in nightclubs and bathhouses, particularly individuals with troubled pasts. Offering a competitive salary would entice them to seek redemption. The second avenue involved collaborating with online loan platforms, attracting female university students burdened by debt, with a preference for those skilled in dancing and singing, compared to facing relentless harassment from debt collectors. Assisting them in finding a viable path forward would be a compelling choice for any prudent individual. After listening to Chen Bo's narration, Tang Qingqing and Li Xiaoyu were astonished. They had never considered such unconventional recruitment methods before. Is this not a clever way to rescue others? Tang Qingqing mused, reflecting on her own circumstances. Just last night, she had been indirectly saved by Chen Bo, albeit not without cost. Similarly, Li Xiaoyu contemplated Wang Ting's experiences and, empathizing, believed that most individuals would seize the opportunity for a better life without hesitation. Tang Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she turned to Chen Bo, expressing her genuine thoughts. Both recruitment strategies are excellent. They remind me of a film titled Schindler's List. Boss, I believe you possess a compassionate heart akin to Schindler's. Please, refrain from bestowing me with accolades. In the realm of interests, value is paramount, Chen Bo chuckled. Li Xiaoyu chimed in. Boss, although you may appear somewhat unscrupulous, you are fundamentally a good person. If it weren't for your intervention on Wang Ting's behalf, she might not be alive today. Chen Bo rapped the table with a whiteboard marker, interjecting, let's stay on topic. Regarding recruitment, I will devise strategies for you. Additionally, you will need to seek out talent in photography and editing to create innovative short videos for traffic generation. How to proceed is up to your discussions, and any necessary expenses should be approved by Wang Ting. Understood. Xiaoyu and I will return to formulate an implementation plan. Tang Qingqing asserted, taking the initiative, as her university education and prior corporate experience gave her an edge over Li Xiaoyu in organization and execution. After sending Tang Qingqing and Li Xiaoyu on their way, Chen Bo called Zhang Dalong and his colleagues into the conference room to provide them with security training, focusing on the use of electronic devices and drones. The year 2016 marked a pivotal moment for the advancement of drones at Jian University, with several milestone models being released. Besides regular physical training, Chen Bo intended to procure a batch of drones for Zhang Dalong and his team to practice with. In complex environments, drones could be invaluable for reconnaissance and overall monitoring, representing the future of development. In just a few years, a conflict would arise between the Great Goose and the Little Crow, leading to extensive drone deployment on the battlefield. Chen Bo even contemplated establishing a drone factory in the far east of the Great Goose, where assembling low-end unmanned aerial vehicles was not overly complicated, poised to yield considerable profits once war broke out. The final person to enter for training was Wang Ting, who thoughtfully brought Chen Bo a glass of warm water. Boss, please have some water first. Wang Ting was a meticulous individual, demonstrating no faults in her work, making her ideally suited as his secretary. After taking a sip, Chen Bo looked at Wang Ting with a smile, saying, Wang Ting, I have high expectations of you. You are now one of the individuals I trust most, and I hope you can stand on your own in the future. Wang Ting nodded earnestly. I understand and will strive to meet your expectations. I won't elaborate further. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Wang Ting hesitated before voicing her curiosity. Boss, what is your relationship with Tang Qingqing? Just classmates. We will handle matters as they arise, with no special treatment involved. Very well. Exiting the conference room, Chen Bo allowed Wang Ting and the others to return early to pack their belongings for the move to the newly rented villa. Only Chen Bo and a Bing remained in the office. Chen Bo printed a photograph and placed it in a document sleeve. A Bing. Find someone to deliver this photo to Liao Longting. You need not show your face, just keep watch nearby. Understood. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Chen Bo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, his posture tall yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. The cigarette between his fingers had burned halfway down, wisps of smoke rising as his gaze grew more profound and resolute. A Bing's efficiency was impressive. The document containing the photo reached Liao Longting before darkness enveloped the city. At that moment, Liao Longting was entertaining Du Danan at a hotel, the two clinking glasses and engaging in conversation, not only about business collaborations, but also plotting revenge against Chen Bo. Earlier that day, they had visited Han Chan in prison, yet his response left them baffled. Han Chan had explicitly stated that he had no connections to Chen Bo's affairs. Unable to decipher Han Chan's intentions, Liao Longting arranged to share drinks with Du Danan that evening. Lao Du, people on the streets refer to you as Du Daring, but why has your courage diminished? Through the incident involving Liao Donghan, Du Danan has realized a crucial matter. He might have been outmaneuvered by Tai Sanf. Had he clashed with Chen Bo at that moment, it could very well be he, Du Danan, lying in a hospital bed now, which has led him to harbor resentment towards Tai Sanf. When faced with Liao Longting's rebuke, Du Danan chuckled awkwardly, offering himself a flimsy excuse. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be afraid, but Chen Bo is backed by Master Chen. How could I dare act rashly? What is there to fear? Master Chen has been inside for over a decade. His influence must be waning. Unable to stir up much trouble. Liao, you fundamentally misunderstand Master Chen's methods. When he strikes, he is merciless. We merely escaped by sheer luck back then. Is that so? I beg to differ. We have plenty of money. If necessary, we can hire some people from overseas to eliminate both of them. Upon hearing this, Du Danan set down his wine glass, fixing a dark gaze on Liao Longting. Liao, if you seek vengeance against Master Chen, do not involve me. I cannot afford to play your game. Liao Longting was taken aback by Du Danan's vehement reaction, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to enlist Du Danan's help, but it seemed that hope was now dashed. At this moment, Ah Zhong, stationed outside the private room, intercepted a waiter delivering a message. What do you have there? The waiter explained, someone just asked me to deliver this document to Liao, saying it should be opened by him personally. Fine, hand it over to me. I will pass it on to Liao. After dismissing the waiter, Ah Zhong entered the private room, swiftly approaching Liao Longting to whisper a few words. Upon hearing this, Liao Longting's expression shifted to one of surprise. Driven by curiosity, he personally opened the document. When he saw the photographs inside, his face fell, and he immediately stuffed them back. Ah Zhong, find out who delivered this immediately. Understood. Soon, Ah Zhong returned to the private room. It was a short-haired woman who brought it. If I am not mistaken, she should be Ah Bing, who is close to Chen Bo. Liao Longting felt a surge of panic. The slight intoxication from the wine faded instantly, and he could no longer sit still. He turned to Du Danan and excused himself. Lao Du, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll have to take my leave tonight. Let's reschedule. Du Danan vaguely sensed something amiss and feigned curiosity. What happened? Did Chen Bo threaten you? Liao Longting quickly denied it. No, I must leave first. With that, Liao Longting hurriedly exited the private room. Back in his car, he lit a cigarette, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped it. He could not fathom how Chen Bo had acquired such evidence. The only possibility lay with Han Chen. Only then did he grasp why Du Danan feared retribution from Han Chen so profoundly. The fact that such a covert murder scene could be captured was chilling. It suggested that Han Chen had already embedded spies around him, sending shivers down his spine. Liao Longting had no idea how much incriminating evidence Han Chen possessed against him. And now that evidence had fallen into Chen Bo's hands. With that thought, Liao Longting could no longer hold himself together and instructed Ah Zhong, call Chen Bo immediately. In Chapter 64, The Discovery of Surveillance, Chen Bo had already received the message from Ah Bing confirming the completion of her task. And now he awaited Liao Longting's call. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Liao Longting's call came through. Upon pressing the answer button, Liao Longting's heavy voice resonated from the phone. Chen Bo, let's find a time to talk. Chen Bo chuckled mockingly. Liao, I hear you are currently having drinks with Du Danan. Have you devised a plan to eliminate me? Liao Longting instinctively glanced around, suspecting he might be under surveillance, his wariness of Chen Bo escalating. Chen Bo, there's no need to push me. The moment you acquired that evidence, I lost. Let's discuss your terms face to face. Leaning back in his office chair, Chen Bo casually propped his feet on the desk, smiling nonchalantly. I'm sorry, Liao, but I'm not in the best mood right now. I will contact you when I'm feeling better. With that, Chen Bo abruptly ended the call, now holding the reins of power. He decided to leave Liao Longting hanging for a few days. Most likely, Liao Longting would spend the next few days restless, filled with anxiety, precisely the effect Chen Bo desired. The atmosphere within the car was stifling. Liao Longting had surmised that Chen Bo was deliberately toying with him, akin to a sword hanging over his neck, ready to drop at any moment. As a competent subordinate, Ah Zhong felt compelled to offer, Boss, why not let me take care of him? Liao Longting waved his hand dismissively. No need. Eliminating him would not save me. We need to go to Tai Sanv. Subsequently, Liao Longting dialed Tai Sanv's number, intending to enlist her as a mediator. Although he was reluctant to engage with her, at this juncture, there seemed to be no better alternative. Tai Sanv was the only one who could still communicate with Chen Bo. She readily agreed. Yet Liao Longting suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap, suspecting a collusion between Tai Sanv and Chen Bo. After leaving the company, Chen Bo stopped at a roadside eatery for a hasty dinner. The sweltering summer heat made him restless as he strolled along the sidewalk alone. Beep beep beep. A taxi honked a few times, followed by the driver's inquiry. Hey there. Need a ride? Chen Bo's thoughts were interrupted. He paused and opened the door to get in. At 9 o'clock that evening, Chen Bo returned to his villa at Xiangjiangzun Garden. After a quick shower, He lay on the bed and received a document from Ah Bing via WeChat. This document detailed the asset operations of the Liao Group, including not only the previously mentioned property company, but also various sectors such as municipal projects, renovations, demolitions, and transportation. These assets were merely what could be readily uncovered. Undoubtedly, there were many more clandestine operations, such as illegal fundraising schemes disguised as investment opportunities. Reviewing the information, Chen Bo felt he had a solid grasp of the situation. He set down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. For Liao Longting, that night would be sleepless. He had received only a vague response from Tai Sanv, far from what he had hoped for. Relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. He needed to devise his own plan. If the route through Tai Sanv proved unfruitful, he would have to confront Chen Bo directly. Yet, doing so would signify complete capitulation. And Chen Bo's demands might escalate, a scenario he wished to avoid. The following morning at 5:30 a.m., Chen Bo rose on schedule and headed to the basement to exercise before washing up and departing for a nearby bun shop to purchase breakfast. After eating, he finally received a call from Ho Chi-shan, followed by the latter's hearty laughter. "Mr. Chen, I have fulfilled my promise. I have secured 4 buyers." To avoid any delays, Chen Bo intended to swiftly liquidate Han Chen's collection of antiquities. "Excellent work, Master Ho. How about this? I'll organize a gathering at noon today, and you can coordinate everyone's availability." Ho Chi-shan readily agreed. "No problem. Send me the address, and I will reach out to the buyers." After ending the call, Chen Bo contemplated briefly before sending the villa's address at Xianjiang Garden to Ho Chi-shan. A distant transaction would increase risks. It was far safer to conduct it at his own villa. On his way back to the villa, Chen Bo called Wang Ting, just as she arrived at the company. Receiving Chen Bo's sudden call left her bewildered, unsure of his intentions. When Wang Ting reached the villa, Chen Bo pulled her outside. "Chen Gu, where are we going now?" "To the place where you used to live." "Huh, why are we going back?" "Just follow my lead." Seeing Chen Bo's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Ting wisely chose to remain silent. They hailed a taxi on the roadside, arriving at Xingfu Community half an hour later. Chen Bo took the initiative to grasp Wang Ting's hand, presenting themselves as a couple in the eyes of onlookers. His elaborate ruse of holding Wang Ting's hand was a mere facade, as Chen Bo suspected he was being followed and needed to conceal his true intentions. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Wang Ting instinctively glanced at Chen Bo, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Upon reaching the doorway of room 302 in Building 5, Chen Bo quietly advised her, "Find an empty suitcase or gift box at home. I have a use for it." "All right," Wang Ting replied, retrieving her keys to enter the house. After a brief search, she located a box in her bedroom. Chen Bo took the box and instructed, "Stay home and don't leave. I'll fetch something and we'll need you to open the door in 10 minutes. "Okay." With that, he closed the door behind him and ascended to room 402, where he carefully checked if the marks he had made before leaving were undisturbed. Fortunately, the slip of paper wedged in the door crack remained in its original position, indicating that no one had visited during his absence. Once inside, Chen Bo skillfully found the leather suitcase. Aside from several counterfeit passports, he packed everything into the suitcase, including a replica of a Type 54 pistol. While keeping such a weapon at home carried certain risks, it could prove vital in an emergency. 10 minutes later, Chen Bo descended with the suitcase and arrived at the door of room 302. Wang Ting, open the door. Upon hearing Chen Bo's voice, Wang Ting promptly opened the door and, upon seeing him return with the suitcase, inquired, "Chen Gu, is there anything else you need me to do?" "Check if there's anything else worth taking and bring it along," he replied. Wang Ting approached the television cabinet and picked up a photo of her and her mother, exclaiming, "I forgot to take this last time. All right, let us head back." With the door locked, the two exited the community and hailed a taxi. Inside the vehicle, Wang Ting clutched the photo, her expression melancholic, likely missing her mother, as tears brimmed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Bo was observing the surrounding cars when a seemingly ordinary Volkswagen Jetta caught his attention. He recognized it as the same vehicle he had seen when leaving the villa, leading him to conclude that he might be persistently followed. Uncertain of the identity of his pursuers, Chen Bo resolved to catch them in the act and contacted A Bing. "A Bing, bring Zhang Dalong and wait near the Xianjiang villa. A car will pass by, intercept it, and detain the driver. I wish to interrogate them personally." Chapter 65, Private Auction. Receiving the order, A Bing promptly set out towards Xianjiang Garden. 20 minutes later, the taxi carrying Chen Bo arrived outside the villa's gates. The driver presented the payment code, stating, "Sir, the meter reads 25 yuan. Please settle the fare." As Chen Bo prepared to pay, he received a message from A Bing on WeChat, informing him that the person trailing him had been apprehended. The photograph depicted an unremarkable middle-aged man whom he had never seen before. After paying the fare, Chen Bo patted Wang Ting on the shoulder and asked, "Can you brew tea?" Wang Ting, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I just learned a bit. My skills might not be great." "That's all right. Just act as my server during lunch." After hearing Chen Bo's request, Wang Ting nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, I've worked as a server and hostess during previous summer and winter breaks, so I understand the basic etiquette." Wang Ting then discovered some of Chen Bo's secrets, realizing that the key to her mother's house was also located in the same community. Moreover, the house concealed many treasures, which was astonishing to contemplate. Noticing the curiosity and surprise in Wang Ting's eyes, Chen Bo embraced her shoulders, met her gaze earnestly, and said gravely, "Wang Ting, I know you are curious, but the less you know about certain matters, the safer you will be. Do you understand?" Wang Ting nodded vigorously. "Chen Go, I understand. Don't worry, I won't pry or speak carelessly. From the moment you saved me from the brink of death, I knew you were a good person." Chen Bo felt a sense of relief and quickly countered, "Good people don't live long. Please refrain from calling me a good person in the future." Upon returning to the villa, Chen Bo laid out all the artifacts and treasures from the suitcase on the long dining table, intending to auction them off directly once everyone had arrived, thus saving time. The villa was equipped with tea sets that could be utilized without delay, and Wang Ting began preparing the tea. Once everything was ready, Bing and Zhang Dalong arrived at the villa to report back. "Boss, the person tracking you has been sent to a secure location." Chen Bo nodded. "Did he say anything?" "Nothing. He seemed completely unafraid, as if he had anticipated being caught." Chen Bo scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't let him escape. I'll deal with my matters first before extracting information from him." Subsequently, Chen Bo assigned the two to oversee security outside the villa, ensuring no one would intrude during the transaction. By 10:30 a.m., 6 luxury cars began to arrive sequentially at the asphalt road leading to the villa. The lead vehicle was a Bentley, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a gray suit. The second car was a Maybach, with a refined elderly gentleman sporting a white beard stepping out, dressed in a long gown and leaning on a purple sandalwood cane for support. The third vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, from which a portly man with a round face emerged. The final car was a pink Porsche, from which a striking woman in a burgundy long dress alighted, her voluminous waves cascading over her shoulders, making her stand out among the older men. As the intermediary, Ho Chi-shan arrived 5 minutes early to the villa, introducing several buyers and their credentials to Chen Bo. Wang Ting led the guests to the tea room on the first floor, commencing to brew tea for everyone. As the parties met for the first time, they exchanged pleasantries, with Ho Chi-shan starting the introductions, saying, "Everyone, let me introduce Mr. Chen Bo." Upon hearing Chen Bo's name, the portly man suddenly straightened up, exclaiming, "What? You are Chen Bo?" Chen Bo exhaled a puff of smoke, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looked at the man. "Do you know me, sir?" The other three turned their attention, casting perplexed glances at the portly man, who evidently remained unaware of Chen Bo's remarkable achievements. Recognizing his gaffe, the man chuckled awkwardly. "I happened to hear Mr. Chen's name while drinking last night. I never expected to meet you today. It is my honor, Zhou Shi." Even Ho Chi-shan, the organizer, was taken aback, along with the other three, as they were ignorant of Chen Bo's conflict with Liu Longting and his son. Zhou Shi continued to explain, "You probably don't know Mr. Chen's capabilities. It is said that Liu Donghan, the son of Liu Longting, was incapacitated by Mr. Chen, likely to suffer lifelong disabilities. Liu Donghan had a notorious reputation in the upper circles of Jiang City. While none of those present feared the Liu family, they were reluctant to provoke such a volatile individual. The sudden revelation of Liu Donghan's downfall at the hands of Chen Bo caused everyone to cast their gazes toward him. Their skepticism evident, for Liu Longting was known for his vengeful nature, and harming his son would surely invite deadly retribution. The curly-haired woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she re-evaluated Chen Bo before her. She sensed that his aura matched that of renowned magnates, especially the calm and composed demeanor reflected in his eyes, igniting her curiosity. Chen Bo surmised that the rumors had been disseminated by Tyson Yang, who was skillfully exacerbating the conflict between him and Liu Longting, seemingly eager to reap the benefits from their rivalry. "Mr. Zhou, their essay's saying, hearing is deceiving. Seeing is believing. What you have heard may have been intentionally conveyed to you by certain individuals. Passing along such hearsay serves no real purpose." Zhou Shi chuckled dismissively, "Huh? Mr. Chen is absolutely right. Let us not dwell on trivial matters." Ho Chi-shan savored a sip of hot tea and continued to introduce Chen Bo. "Mr. Chen, this lovely lady is Chu Yaowei, the president of Gaowang Technology and the heir of the Chu family in Jiangqing. Chu Yaowei gently pressed her red lips together, stood up from her seat, and extended her delicate hand, gazing into Chen Bo's eyes with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chen." It was evident to all that Chu Yaowei was eager to befriend Chen Bo, as she took the initiative to shake his hand. Chen Bo rose, clasping her hand across the tea table, meeting her gaze with poise. "President Chu is stunning. Let us keep in touch, for there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future." "Thank you for your compliment," she replied gracefully. Subsequently, Ho Chi-shan introduced the remaining two individuals. "This is Mr. Chao Chuan, a leader in the catering industry. Lastly, we have Mr. Fu Xiang, a renowned collector in Jiangqing." After hearing the introductions of the four buyers, Wang Ting, who was pouring tea, felt a wave of nervousness and her hands trembled slightly. This was her first encounter with so many prominent business figures. Chen Bo noticed her anxiety and took the teacup from her hands to prevent any potential mishaps. "Dear friends, let us finish this cup of tea before we begin. Afterward, we can enjoy a couple of drinks together at lunch." The four had no objections, as they were all present for the exquisite Changhua Doucai chicken cup. They hastily finished their tea and proceeded to the dining area. Under the lights, the surface glaze of the Changhua Doucai chicken cup shimmered. Mr. Fu adjusted his reading glasses and leaned in for a closer inspection. The subsequent bidding phase required no input from Chen Bo, he observed as Ho Chi-shan explained. A similar Changhua Doucai chicken cup sold for an astounding 280 million Hong Kong dollars at auction 2 years ago. Mr. Chen's current reserve price cannot be lower than that. If anyone is interested, please feel free to bid based on that figure. Chapter 66. Liquidation. Ho Chi-shan held a prestigious reputation in the realm of antique appraisal in Jiangqing, and Chu Yaowei and the others were drawn to him for that reason. Of course, mere reputation was insufficient. Ho Chi-shan had also disclosed some details regarding the transaction between Chen Bo and Yubao Pavilion, which led to today's private auction. Among the four, only Chu Yaowei remained seated, while Chao Chuan, Zhou Shi, and Mr. Fu all crowded closer to observe. Chen Bo discerned their barely concealed excitement and surmised their keen interest in the Doucai chicken cup. Regrettably, the price had already been set, and there was no possibility of acquiring it at a bargain. The reserve price mirrored that of the previous transaction, leaving the three in a quandary. Exchanging glances, Chao Chuan was the first to speak up. "Mr. Chen, you must understand the principle of scarcity. The Changhua Doucai chicken cup that appeared at auction 2 years ago was a unique piece, hence its high price. Now that a second piece has surfaced, the price is likely to diminish." Chen Bo scoffed lightly, dismissing his concerns. "Whether it diminishes or not is of no concern to me. My asking price stands. If Mr. Chao finds it unsuitable, that is perfectly fine. I have never been one to force a sale." Besides Chao Chuan, the other two harbored similar sentiments, fearing that an abundance of quality items would lead to depreciation. Zhou Shi and Mr. Fu also displayed expressions of discomfort, apprehensive that an exorbitant purchase might leave them at a loss when trying to resell. At that moment, Ho Chi-shan found it prudent to remain silent, as over-explaining might incite suspicion. Suddenly, Chu Yaowei broke the tension, stating, "Everyone, since you are worried about a poor investment, why not allow me to take it? In 3 days, it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday, and I intend to purchase it as a gift for him." By invoking her grandfather's milestone, Chu Yaowei provided the others with a convenient excuse to withdraw, thus saving face. Mr. Fu stroked his beard and feigned nonchalance. "Since it's for the elder's birthday, we shall not stand in your way. Please, President Chu, take it." "Thank you," Chu Yaowei replied sincerely, then turned to Chen Bo with a gentle smile. "Mr. Chen, I shall not haggle. Let us proceed with the transaction at your reserve price. How shall I make the payment?" Chen Bo produced a pre-prepared slip of paper and slid it across the table towards Chu Yaowei. "President Chu, I only accept Bitcoin. Here is my account." The others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Chen Bo would accept cryptocurrency, a form of currency unregulated by the Chinese government, thus avoiding numerous scrutiny risks. Chu Yaowei did not refuse. Though it was somewhat troublesome, it was manageable for her. "Mr. Chen, please give me some time to process this." "No problem. As long as it arrives before midnight tonight, our transaction remains valid." "All right, please wait a moment while I make arrangements." Chu Yaowei began calling her personal assistant, undoubtedly using her own funds for the antique purchase. Meanwhile, Ho Chi-shan had prepared a transaction contract for the antique deal, and both parties signed to confirm it, marking the completion of the transaction once the payment was received. During the waiting period, Ho Chi-shan continued to introduce the next 3 items, which included a painting and 2 jade artifacts. Han Shan had somehow procured a peony painting by Zhao Ziqian from the Qing dynasty, which could fetch at least 5 million. Mr. Fu expressed interest in the painting and purchased it for 6 million. while the two jade pieces were acquired by Chao Chuan and Zhou Shi for 100,000 and 3 million, respectively. The total of 10 million was not processed through the Bitcoin account, as Bitcoin was still not widely favored within China at that time. To avoid complications, this small sum was transferred through a bank account. Half an hour later, the transactions were completed, and Chen Bo received notifications of the incoming payments. Chu Yaowei's Bitcoin was the last to arrive. At this moment, Bitcoin was valued at over $650, and based on the exchange rate, too. 4 billion Chinese yuan could be exchanged for approximately 340 Bitcoins. With the transaction finalized, Chen Bo invited everyone to dine together, but all declined politely. Besides Chu Yaowei, the other three seemed wary of associating too closely with Chen Bo, leaving without even exchanging phone numbers, presumably fearing the ire of Liao Longting should they become too familiar. After bidding farewell to Zhou Shi and the others, Chen Bo turned to Chu Yaowei, who stood beside him, and smiled. President Chu, are you not afraid of attracting unwanted attention? Chu Yaowei did not provide an explanation but extended an invitation. Mr. Chen, may I inquire if you are available to attend my grandfather's birthday celebration in 3 days? Chen Bo found no reason to decline, especially since she had just spent over 2 billion on his antique, and thus agreed, no problem, I will be there on time. Great. I will send you the details of the hotel later. As she spoke, Chu Yaowei settled into her Porsche sports car, lowered the window, and flashed Chen Bo a captivating glance. Young brother Chen, I have high hopes for you. Before Chen Bo could respond, the Porsche's engine roared to life, and Chu Yaowei pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing the villa. Once the 4 wealthy patrons had left, Chen Bo joined Ho Qishan in the tea room, where Wang Ting was seated, preparing tea for the two. Master Ho, please accept this as your tea fee. Ho Qishan beamed with delight. He had earned a commission of 2.5 million this time, his excitement palpable. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. The two exchanged polite remarks, and after finishing their tea, Ho Qishan excused himself from the villa. Chen Bo reclined on the living room sofa, gazing up at the chandelier, contemplating his upcoming plans. With Han Chan's collection now disposed of, his next target was set on Du Danan. Over the years, Du Danan had amassed considerable wealth, some of which was illicit and could not be directly accessed without laundering. Chen Bo intended to secure a loan from him using 100 properties in the southern district as collateral. Borrowing for 2 minor objectives should not pose a problem. Du Danan would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to launder money, turning his gray income from flour trading into clean funds, allowing him to spend freely without attracting scrutiny. When the toxic coffee factory collapses, the mastermind behind it will surely resort to desperate measures, and Du Danan will inevitably become a pawn. Subsequently, he could conveniently vanish without a trace. This plan requires Lin Yao's collaboration, so he picked up his phone and dialed her number. At that moment, it was mealtime, and Lin Yao was consuming instant noodles, having grown weary of the cafeteria food. With no option for takeout near the factory, she was left with only instant noodles to quell her hunger. Upon receiving Chen Bo's call, Lin Yao lowered her voice, saying, "Speak quickly. I must enter the workshop soon." Chen Bo frowned slightly, inquiring, "Until when do you plan to remain undercover?" "Not long now. I just need a few more key pieces of evidence. I assure you, we will act by the end of July. I shall await your good news." With little more to discuss, Chen Bo hung up after acquiring the information he sought. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Bo appeared in an abandoned container on the outskirts of the city. Guarding the site were Ma Jun and Wang Mingyang, who immediately approached him upon his arrival, greeting him enthusiastically. The heat was oppressive within the container, and Chen Bo noticed a middle-aged man slumped in a corner, resembling a discarded rag doll. Chapter 67. Coercive Interrogation. Chen Bo patted Ma Jun and Wang Mingyang on the shoulder as he stepped toward the middle-aged man. Ma Jun explained, "Boss, this man hasn't uttered a word since we captured him. He even refused to drink when we offered him water." Chen Bo, expressionless, looked down at the man's face, recalling that this individual had appeared multiple times in his vicinity, each time using a different vehicle for surveillance. The container felt like a massive steam room, and the man was severely dehydrated, looking increasingly feeble. If this continued, he might very well succumb to the heat. The man defiantly raised his head, casting a sideways glance at Chen Bo, his face betraying disdain. "You need not waste your time here. I am merely a pair of eyes. Even if you kill me now, it would be futile." Chen Bo, harboring a suspicion, knelt down, tugging at the man's hair, and smiled benignly. "Murder is a crime. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I act unlawfully? To elicit a confession from someone unafraid of death, ordinary physical torture would undoubtedly prove ineffective." Chen Bo contemplated an alternative approach, aiming to mentally torment the individual, perhaps by confining him in a soundproof chamber until he reached a breaking point. Now, he had devised a method that promised more effective results. He instructed a Bing, "Fetch the supplies I prepared." Noticing the smile on Chen Bo's face, the middle-aged man felt a surge of anxiety, sensing impending misfortune. Soon, a Bing emerged from the trunk of a car, carrying a bottle of water and several large sheets of paper. Zhang Dalong and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to discern Chen Bo's intentions. As a descendant of the wrongman, a Bing seemed to grasp the situation, his expression altering, revealing that when provoked, one could indeed resort to ruthless measures. Zhang Dalong, hold his head firmly, ensure he doesn't move. Wang Mingyang, restrain his legs. Ma Jun, maintain watch outside. A Bing, lay the paper over his face. With everything in place, the man finally realized Chen Bo's intentions. This was the infamous paper torture devised by Zhu Yuanzhang. The peasant-born Zhu Yuanzhang despised corrupt officials and created various punishments to chastise them, with the paper torture being one of the milder forms. The procedure was straightforward. Bind the individual to prevent movement, apply a durable sheet of paper to their face, and then douse it with water, causing the paper to cling tightly. Humans require air to breathe, and as the soaked paper shrinks with each breath, it obstructs oxygen intake, leading to a violent struggle until suffocation ensues, ultimately resulting in death without visible marks. Brother, your resolve is commendable, and I admire your loyalty and courage. However, I believe everyone fears death. If you possess the courage, just kill me. There is no need for this bravado. Simply reveal who sent you to monitor me, and I will release you immediately. I will not speak. Very well. If you remain obstinate, I shall not hold back. With that, Chen Bo began pouring water onto the man's face, quickly soaking the initial sheet of paper, which adhered like a mask. The middle-aged man's nostrils flared. His mouth moved desperately as he tried to draw a breath through the paper. A Bing, apply another sheet. In no time, the second sheet was placed atop the first, and Chen Bo continued to pour water over the man's face. As the second sheet became drenched, the man's eyes bulged, his mouth agape. Yet he could only emit muffled sounds due to the lack of air. His head thrashed about, his chest heaving violently, but Zhang Dalong and Wang Mingyang held him firmly, rendering him incapable of breaking free. As breathing grew increasingly arduous, the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed the man with dread. The true horror lies not in death itself, but in the agonizing moments leading up to it, dominated by fear. Each passing second was shrouded in despair. As he witnessed his life drawing to a close, yearning to resist, yet utterly powerless, Chen Bo silently counted the seconds. And just as the man was on the brink of unconsciousness, he swiftly removed the paper from his face. Gasping for air, the man's eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide, greedily inhaling. Once he regained his breath, Chen Bo instructed, "A Bing, repeat the process." A Bing complied without hesitation, applying another sheet of paper to the man's face. Zhang Dalong and Wang Mingyang, experiencing this for the first time, felt an initial discomfort. Armed with previous experience, Chen Bo took his time with the water this time. "Brother, how does it feel to dance on the edge of death? Is it exhilarating?" The middle-aged man's lips trembled, as if pleading, while his limbs began to convulse from exertion, veins bulging in his neck, drowning in the terror of suffocation and impending demise. This cycle continued until, during the fourth iteration, the man finally broke down, pleading with Chen Bo, "I will talk. Please, stop torturing me. Can you grant me a swift end?" Chen Bo smiled faintly, his demeanor calm. "A Bing, you three may leave." "Understood." Once A Bing and Zhang Dalong exited, Chen Bo lit a cigarette for himself. "Speak. Who sent you?" The man, eyes wide with fear, replied, "It was Gao Tongwei, Secretary Gao." Chen Bo sighed, realizing that the inevitable had come to pass. The very superior of Han Chan had finally sought him out. Gao Tongwei, the former secretary of the provincial governor, had been the one to facilitate all of Han Chan's dubious dealings. Less than a month post-release, the other party had already dispatched someone to keep tabs on him. The situation ahead would likely become more challenging. Now that he had been unwittingly pulled into this affair, extricating himself and disassociating was no longer feasible. Chen Bo pondered. Enveloped in brief contemplation, he was now alone, without any incriminating evidence against his adversary. As the saying goes, those unshackled by shoes fear not those who wear them, granting him the opportunity to turn the tables. Meanwhile, Han Chan, while possessing incriminating evidence, was stymied by the control over his daughter, leaving both parties in a stalemate. Chen Bo's presence unexpectedly disrupted this equilibrium. Thus, the key to breaking the deadlock lay with Han Chan. If he could obtain evidence of the provincial governor's malfeasance, The initiative would rest firmly in his hands. The day would inevitably arrive, albeit sooner than anticipated. Chen Bo remained composed, discarding his cigarette and turning to the middle-aged man, promptly dialing Gao Tongwei. Chapter 68. The act of subversion in response to Chen Bo's request. The middle-aged man vehemently refused, exclaiming, "No. If I contact Secretary Gao now, he will undoubtedly think I have betrayed him, and my family would face dire consequences." Those in power often become arrogant, wielding their authority and wealth to manipulate the fates of ordinary people. "When did you begin following me?" Chen Bo inquired. "A week ago." The man replied. Chen Bo recalled that a week prior, he had been recuperating in the hospital. Perhaps Gao Tongwei had not regarded him as a threat until he invested in real estate, drawing attention to himself. "Besides you, has Gao Tongwei assigned anyone else to surveil me?" "None that I am aware of. I haven't noticed anyone else tailing you," the man responded. Chen Bo remained skeptical, sensing another pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, likely belonging to Han Chan, who resided in prison. "How much information have you reported to Gao Tongwei about me?" Having experienced Chen Bo's tormenting methods, the middle-aged man dared not withhold the truth. "Secretary Gao specifically instructed me to monitor your interactions. Recently, I reported your rescue of Guan Sanghai's daughter and your altercation with Liao Donghan. Those were the only significant events. I did not report any minor matters." Chen Bo extracted another cigarette, contemplating the uncertain situation before him. The provincial official had originated from Jiangxing and undoubtedly had many protégés. Revealing his hand now could invite retaliation, hindering his aspirations. The optimal choice was to maintain the status quo, discreetly aligning himself with Lin Yao, ensuring his self-preservation even if he shed the label of Han Chan. There is a saying, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. In the face of a powerful provincial figure, lacking official backing makes it challenging to withstand oppression. Having clarified his thoughts, Chen Bo reignited a cigarette and placed it in the middle-aged man's mouth. "Smoke slowly. Once your mind clears, we shall discuss collaboration." Although the man was unaware of Chen Bo's intentions, he complied, inhaling a few puffs, his pallor gradually returning. After finishing the cigarette, Chen Bo untied the man. "What is your name?" Once freed, the man remained cautious, aware that escaping was a fantasy. "My name is Park Gorin." Chen Bo couldn't help but smirk at the name, wondering how many had been ensnared by it. "Park Gorin, we can collaborate. You will continue to monitor me. But I will dictate what information you report, what can be conveyed, and what must remain undisclosed. This way, we can all prosper. What do you say?" Park Gorin was taken aback by Chen Bo's proposal to subvert him. As a mere pawn, he felt trapped, unable to offend either side. "Of course, you may refuse. Now that I know Gao Tongwei is orchestrating events from behind the scenes, I can reach out to him through other channels. When that happens, I will have no choice but to sacrifice you. Consider the fate that awaits your family." Faced with Chen Bo's threat, Park Gorin had no alternative but to concede. "All right, I agree. Before reporting any information, I will present it to you first." Chen Bo helped Park Gorin to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. "Oh, those who understand the times are wise. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with me. I can just as easily harm your family as Gao Tongwei can." Park Gorin was filled with despair. He had intended to end it all today, believing it would spare his family, but he never anticipated Chen Bo would employ torture to extract information. "Mr. Chen, rest assured, I know how to proceed. Now, tell me what you know about Gao Tongwei." Chen Bo activated a recording device in Park Gorin's presence, clearly intending to document their conversation. Should he deliver the recording to Gao Tongwei, both he and his family would be doomed. Park Gorin's eyelids trembled. Chen Bo's menace seemed to surpass even that of Gao Tongwei. In dire circumstances, one must bow their head. Park Gorin began recounting how Gao Tongwei had threatened him and his family. Ultimately, he revealed a shocking revelation. Gao Tongwei had assaulted his wife, and he had been powerless to resist, as their son was under threat. The couple had endured the degradation and humiliation of their dignity. "Ah, old Park, do not lose heart. Once I rise to power, I may be able to help you bring him down. Perhaps you could even have your revenge on his wife." Sometimes, people require a bit of encouragement to rekindle their spirit. Chen Bo's casual remarks struck a chord with Park Gorin, who indeed desired vengeance against Gao Tongwei. "Mr. Chen, if that day truly comes, I will risk everything to eliminate him." 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the container, sharing laughter and camaraderie. This scene left Zhang Dalong and his companions bewildered. Moments ago, they had been fierce adversaries, yet now they appeared reconciled. What on earth was happening? Under the shade of a tree, Chen Bo summoned Zhang Dalong and the others. "Dalong, if you see him nearby in the future, treat him as if he were invisible. Understood? Understood. Return him home, then continue your studies and security at the company. Received. Chen Bo intended to cultivate Zhang Dalong and his companions as internal security personnel, as their responsibilities would be higher than those of external security. In critical moments, they would be willing to shield their employer with their lives. On the way back to the city, Chen Bo received a call from Guan Muxue. Brother Chen, do you have time tonight? My father would like to invite you to our home for dinner. Chen Bo chuckled, finding Guan Songhai's sudden invitation amusing. Just days ago, there had been no communication. And now, following his conflict with Liao Longting, he was eager to host a meal, clearly with ulterior motives. Muxue, please inform Uncle Guan that I will arrive punctually this evening. Hearing Chen Bo's swift agreement brought joy to Guan Muxue. Great. 7 o'clock. I will send the address to you on WeChat. Though he was Guan Muxue's savior, he understood that proper etiquette must be observed during a first visit to meet a superior. Thus, he planned to bring some Mao Tai and tea as gifts. After ending the call, Chen Bo promptly contacted Wang Ting, realizing such trivial matters did not require his attention. Suddenly recalling Du Dainen's illicit funds, he inquired of a Bing. A Bing, what is the progress with Fan Tua? Fan Tua and that fellow named Mu Ge have already made contact. They visited a casino yesterday. Inform him to await further notice in the coming days. I may have a task for him to handle. If successful, he can pass the assessment. Understood. Upon returning to the Xiangjiangzun Garden Villa, Chen Bo dismissed a Bing after exiting the vehicle. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the sound of high heels approaching from behind. Turning, he was greeted by a familiar woman. She wore a long black dress, a wide-brimmed sun hat, and her face was concealed by a mask and sunglasses, leaving her figure tightly wrapped. As she approached, a familiar scent of perfume wafted toward him. Mr. Chen, I have returned. Chapter 69. Embracing Xiao Kaiyun. The woman before him was none other than the long-absent Xiao Kaiyun. Chen Bo opened the door and gestured, please, come in. Once in the living room, Chen Bo settled onto the sofa, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. Help yourself to water if you wish. Xiao Kaiyun did not hesitate. Slowly sitting beside Chen Bo. I apologize, Mr. Chen. I may need to rest for a while longer. Xiao Kaiyun removed her sunglasses, revealing a slight swelling and bruising on her right eyelid, with visible blood vessels, clearly indicating she had been struck. Upon taking off her mask, Chen Bo noticed 3 scratches at the corner of her mouth, likely inflicted by fingernails. Her cheeks were red and swollen, transforming her once stunning visage into a rather unrecognizable state, devoid of her former luster. As he drew closer, he detected the medicinal scent of ointment she had applied, suggesting that her divorce process had not been smooth. Sensing Chen Bo's gaze upon her, Xiao Kaiyun felt a wave of anxiety. She wished to continue her explanation, but he halted her. Mr. Chen, have your issues been resolved? Yes, I have obtained the certificate. Chen Bo's interest piqued, and he inquired with a hint of curiosity. How did you manage to obtain it in just a week? Do you remember Liu Meili, whom we met at the Weiya New City sales office? Chen Bo exhaled a puff of smoke, chuckling. Let me guess, that Liu Meili was covertly seducing your husband, urging him to ask you for money? Indeed, you are correct. She was after the commission from my property sale, deliberately enticing my husband. At this point, Xiao Kaiyun seemed to regain her spirit, continuing. I caught Liu Meili in the act of having an affair with my husband at a hotel, and I brought along some of his relatives and the police. The injuries on my face were a result of the struggle with Liu Meili. I knocked out several of her teeth, and even pulled out a handful of her hair. After listening to Xiao Caiyun's vivid recount, Chen Bo shook his head and extinguished his cigarette. You are in no condition to go out. It would be best to stay home for now. I have no immediate use for you. I came here to personally express my apologies and to request a few days off. I will make up for the time lost once I recover. Those matters are trivial. Xiao Kaiyun discreetly observed Chen Bo, realizing that he did not disdain her disheveled appearance, allowing her heart to finally ease. She did not wish to lose such a significant client, nor the man who excelled in the bedroom. Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding. If needed, I can return. After saying this, Xiao Kaiyun stood to leave. At that moment, Wang Ting entered the living room, carrying 2 gift boxes. Upon seeing Xiao Caiyun's condition, she hurriedly set down the boxes and approached her with concern. Sister Kaiyun, what happened to your face? Xiao Kaiyun offered an awkward smile, feeling too embarrassed to disclose the details of her confrontation, and replied dismissively, It's nothing, just some superficial injuries that will heal in a few days. Seeing Xiao Caiyun's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Ting wisely refrained from pressing her further. She then turned to Chen Bo and suggested, Brother Chen, why not bring Sister Kaiyun on board to handle the real estate business? The properties you invested in require a professional to manage them, and I believe Sister Kaiyun is quite suitable. Xiao Kaiyun was taken aback by Wang Ting's recommendation, feeling a surge of gratitude while glancing at Chen Bo. Anxious he might decline, Chen Bo, who had previously considered recruiting Xiao Kaiyun, found this a fortuitous opportunity to agree, saying, "Since you have proposed it, Wang Ting, I have no objections. You may proceed with the arrangements." Tears welled in Xiao Kaiyun's eyes. Having just gone through a divorce, she was in dire need of support. Wang Ting's suggestion felt like a lifeline, providing her with a safe haven. "Thank you." Xiao Kaiyun finally broke down, embracing Wang Ting and weeping uncontrollably. Despite years in sales, she had never cried even in the face of great adversity, yet now she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Chen Bo rose from the sofa and headed straight to the bathroom. Having worked up a sweat interrogating Park Warren in the container earlier, he needed a refreshing shower. The living room was left with only Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyun. Xiao Kaiyun expressed her gratitude. "Wang Ting, thank you for giving me hope in my moment of helplessness." Wang Ting, based on her assumptions, advised, "Sister Kaiyun, if it's due to domestic violence, I urge you to divorce as soon as possible." Xiao Kaiyun let out a bitter laugh. "I just finalized the divorce yesterday. I rushed here this morning from my hometown." She then briefly recounted her situation, and Wang Ting realized that Xiao Kaiyun had the courage to confront her husband's infidelity, a feat she herself would not have been able to manage. 10 minutes later, after showering, Chen Bo emerged wrapped in a towel and found the two women engaged in hushed conversation. Upon seeing Chen Bo casually seated across from them, Wang Ting's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Brother Chen, Sister Tsayun's apartment is already listed with the agency for sale. Perhaps we should let her stay with us? Make the arrangements. Did you find the lawyer I asked you to contact yesterday? I secured one this morning, and I intended to schedule a meeting for you. They can come for a face-to-face discussion." Chen Bo reclined on the sofa, gazing up at the chandelier above, and spoke solemnly. "Wang Ting, I leave this matter in your hands. Please convey my requirements to the lawyer and ensure they draft the contract with risk mitigation in mind." "Understood." Wang Ting then fetched pen and paper, meticulously recording Chen Bo's requests. "Wang Ting, have 2 contracts prepared for my review. If everything is satisfactory, proceed with signing the labor contracts." "All right, I will expedite this." Chen Bo prepared 2 types of contracts, one for regular employees, such as Zhang Dalong and the like, and another specifically for Tang Qingqing, which involved transactional elements. This was akin to entertainment companies that specify the duration of contracts with artists, imposing hefty penalties for premature departures. Wang Ting and Xiao Kaiyun did not linger, and after they left the villa, a call came in from a Bing. "Boss, Xiao Yu's car has been tampered with. Park Warren secretly installed a GPS tracker under it." Chen Bo contemplated briefly and decided, "Let the GPS remain intact for now. Return the car to Xiao Yu. Tomorrow, I will take you to purchase a few spare vehicles." He had long intended to buy a car, but had postponed it due to not having a driver's license. After hanging up with a Bing, an unfamiliar number called, registered to Jiangqing. Pressing the answer button, a man's laughter echoed through the phone. "Ha ha, Brother Chen. This is Du Danon. Are you surprised I'm calling you?" Chen Bo was somewhat taken aback. It was a fortunate coincidence, as he had been planning to contact Du Danon. Quite surprised indeed. "Brother Chen, do you have time tonight?" Instead of answering, Chen Bo retorted, "Big Brother Du. I hear you have been getting rather close to Liao Longting. Are you planning to stand up for him?" Chapter 70. A family dinner conversation in the face of Chen Bo's sardonic remarks. Du Danon felt a surge of irritation, but maintained a facade of cordiality. "Brother Chen, you jest. What is Liao Longting to me? How could I possibly support him?" Du Danon swiftly changed the subject, adding, "However, Liao Longting is also a player in this field, both of us scraping by in Jiangqing. Why not extend a brotherly hand and sit down to discuss things? Collaborating for profit sounds beneficial, doesn't it?" Chen Bo curled his lips in a sardonic smile. It appeared that Liao Longting was growing restless. After his visit to Han Shun in prison yesterday, he must have faced a setback, or he wouldn't have sought out Du Danon. Initially, Chen Bo suspected Liao Longting would approach Tai San Yang as an intermediary, but surprisingly, he turned to Du Danon, whom he barely knew. "Big Brother Du, I'm curious. What benefits has Liao Longting promised you?" This question caught Du Danon off guard. To act as an intermediary, he had secured a municipal project from Liao Longting, which could yield a profit of 3 to 4 million at completion. "Honestly, it's not much, just a small project. If Brother Chen is interested, I could transfer it to you. That won't be necessary. Since you're playing the middleman, I'll give you face." Upon hearing Chen Bo's agreement, Du Danon exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. Chen, my dear brother, whenever it is convenient for you, I will have Liao Longting prepare some gifts to personally apologize. In this day and age, as long as the money is right, there is no conflict that cannot be resolved." Chen Bo smiled knowingly and replied, "What you say makes perfect sense. Du, however, In my eyes, Liao Longting is merely a minor player. Let us set that aside for now. I actually have a small collaboration proposal to discuss with you. Oh, what kind of collaboration? Du inquired. Let us arrange a time to meet. I am confident you will find it intriguing. Ha ha ha, you certainly know how to pique one's curiosity, Chen. How about you set a time? Tomorrow evening at Xinyuan Shaozhu. Excellent, it's settled then. Don't leave me in the lurch. After confirming their plans, the two ended the call. Chen Bo then contacted A Bing, instructing him to inform Fan Tua to return to Jiangxing tomorrow evening. It was essential for Fan Tua to be involved in the upcoming arrangements. Chen Bo remained curious about the theft techniques employed by wrongmen, particularly how seasoned practitioners could evade surveillance cameras. Moreover, his revenge plan against Liu Ruyan was relentless. He kept a close watch on the movements of her and Qin Wei, waiting for the opportune moment to gradually ensnare them. Overwhelmed by thoughts, Chen Bo reclined on the sofa and gradually drifted into slumber. Each time memories of his past life surfaced, he found himself mentally fatigued. When he awoke, the sky was nearly dark. He glanced at his phone and noticed several messages from Guan Mushiwa, inquiring whether he had set off. Swiftly, he returned to his room, changed into a clean outfit, and took the gift box sent by Wang Ting before heading out. Half an hour later, Chen Bo arrived at the entrance of the municipal official's residential complex. Just then, his phone rang, and he knew without looking that it was Guan Mushiwa calling. Hello, Chen. Where are you? I am at the entrance of the community. I'm heading in now. The dishes are ready, just waiting for you. Chen Bo acknowledged her and, after registering at the security desk, was granted entry. He followed the location sent by Guan Mushiwa to find the appropriate building. Upon reaching her door, he knocked gently. To his surprise, it was Ruan Xia who opened the door. They exchanged smiles, and Ruan Xia kindly offered him a pair of slippers, saying, Chen Bo, please change your shoes. Entering the living room, Chen Bo saw Guan Songhai sitting on the sofa sipping tea, while Feng Mei and Guan Mushiwa busily prepared dishes in the dining area. Noticing the 2 bottles of Maotai and a box of tea in Chen Bo's hands, Guan Songhai rose with a smile and greeted him. Xiao Chun, it's enough that you came, why bring gifts? Chen Bo placed down the gift box and replied with a smile. It's no trouble, I only brought 1 bottle for you. I'll drink the other one myself. That should keep things in moderation, right? Guan Songhai chuckled in response, casting a look of approval at him. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chun, it seems you came well prepared. Tonight, I shall see how well you can hold your liquor. As Guan Mushiwa emerged from the kitchen and overheard their conversation, she could not help but chime in. Chun, please don't try to outdrink my dad. He has a nickname for his incredible capacity. Guan Mushiwa, dressed in casual home attire, appeared like a lively neighbor, much more vivacious than when they first met. Feng Mei, having removed her apron, personally arranged for the 2 of them to take a seat at the dining table. Xiao Chun, you and Ruan Xia are esteemed guests of our family. You both should sit here. Guan Songhai took the host's seat, with Chen Bo and Ruan Xia on his right, and Feng Mei and Guan Mushiwa on his left. As they settled down, Guan Songhai opened one of the bottles of Maotai that Chen Bo had brought and poured a drink for him. Uncle Guan, you're the elder. Perhaps I should pour instead? Not at all. You are a valued friend of my Mushiwa. You deserve this. Guan Songhai waved his hand dismissively. Tonight is a family gathering. Let us set aside formalities. Come, Xiao Chun, let us drink to our health. In jest, Chen Bo refrained from taking his accomplishments too seriously, maintaining the necessary decorum. The significance of Guan Songhai's position as a powerful deputy mayor was acknowledged as they clinked glasses low, showing ample respect. The men engaged in drinking while the women attended to the dishes and listened. After several rounds, Guan Songhai began to inquire about Chen Bo's recent developments. Xiao Chun, I see you've started a few companies. Is there any way I might assist you? Chen Bo chuckled inwardly, realizing that Guan Songhai was quite persistent, eager to repay his kindness. Uncle Guan, I'm merely getting started, and many matters require gradual exploration. I wouldn't want to trouble you just yet. As long as it doesn't contravene any principles, I can help you resolve what you need. As they exchanged more toasts, the 2 bottles of Maotai were nearly emptied. Guan Songhai intended to fetch another 2 bottles of Wulianya, but Feng Mei interjected, Old Guan, a little drinking is pleasant, but getting drunk is pointless. Besides, if you intoxicate Xiao Chun, what will Ruan Xia do on the way back? Hearing this, Guan Songhai turned to Chen Bo and Ruan Xia with a smile. That's true, let us not drink any more. How about we retire to the study for tea? Ruan Xia's cheeks flushed, and as she glanced at Chen Bo, she noticed his lack of denial regarding their relationship, causing her mind to wander. In contrast, Guan Mushiwa appeared despondent, biting her lip and tightly gripping her chopsticks, clearly feeling a pang of jealousy. Subsequently, Chen Bo followed Guan Songhai to the study. where Feng Mei brought in the pre-prepared tea and closed the door behind her as she exited. Guan Songhai took a seat at the desk, sipped his tea, and with a pointed tone remarked, "I've heard you've been quite close to Tai Sen Yang. Is that true?" Meeting Guan Songhai's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Bo realized that his secrets might have been laid bare. If it were an ordinary individual, the pressure from Guan Songhai's authoritative presence would have unsettled them. However, Chen Bo remained composed, sipping his tea leisurely, and said, "Uncle Guan, you must have looked into my situation. I have indeed had contact with individuals from the underworld during this time, but it has all been legitimate business interactions, nothing alarming." Guan Songhai noted that his authoritative demeanor was ineffective against Chen Bo, and while surprised, he found a newfound respect for Chen Bo's calmness. "Xiao Chen, dealing with these seasoned players can be risky. You might not grasp the nuances. For instance, Liao Longting's son, Liao Donghan, was severely injured by you. How do you plan to resolve this?" Hearing Guan Songhai's inquiry, Chen Bo was nearly certain that the elder did not possess comprehensive knowledge. The conflict with Liao Longting and his son had escalated beyond mere physical harm to a life-and-death struggle. On the surface, one might assume Chen Bo would face retaliation from Liao Longting, yet in reality, he had not afforded Liao Longting any opportunity for counterattack. A single photograph had subdued Liao Longting utterly. "Uncle Guan, I trust you understand that those with nothing to lose fear nothing, right?" Chen Bo replied nonchalantly. While that may be true, Liao Longting was notorious for his vengefulness. Many had perished at his hands, and he would not let this go easily. Chen Bo smiled calmly, unfazed, and stated, "He is just an old rogue. It's nothing of great significance. I believe in striking back with overwhelming force, should Liao Longting dare to retaliate. I have the means to ensure he spends his days in confinement." Seeing Chen Bo's confident demeanor, Guan Songhai suddenly thought of Han Chan in prison, and his worries deepened. "Xiao Chen, I think it's best if you come clean with me. Are you really Han Chan's agent out here?" Chen Bo furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was veering towards an uncontrollable direction. If even Guan Songhai could uncover his ties to Han Chan, it indicated that someone was deliberately stirring the pot and spreading rumors. Tai Sen Yang was among the suspects, but in Chen Bo's view, the true puppet master behind the scenes was Han Chan. Given Han Chan's desire for control, it was improbable that he would allow Chen Bo to operate independently in the outside world. Thus, confronting Han Chan was inevitable. "Uncle Guan, I assure you, I am my own person and do not represent anyone else's will." Chen Bo shifted the topic, stating, "However, in the world of intrigue, one often finds oneself compelled to take risks. In the realm of politics, we might refer to this as leveraging influence, right, Uncle Guan?" Guan Songhai fixed his piercing gaze on Chen Bo, finding it somewhat challenging to decipher the young man before him. "You are not mistaken. Yet the influence you seek to leverage is ill-advised. Han Chen's situation is quite unique. You should be more aware than I of why he survived the execution back then." Chen Bo shook his head, refuting, "These details are not the crux of the matter. The key lies in whether I choose to tread the same path he did. Since he ventured down a road leading to his demise, why should I follow suit?" Guan Songhai slightly nodded, fully acknowledging Chen Bo's perspective. "The waters of Jiangcheng run deep. You must gauge your actions wisely, discerning what is permissible and what is not. Only by remaining true to your initial intentions can you advance further. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Guan. I have a query that piques my curiosity. I wonder if you might enlighten me." "Oh, what is it?" Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bo voiced his concerns. The recent car accident was not a mere coincidence. It was a premeditated murder. Yet, I noticed that the authorities hastily concluded it as a traffic incident. Is that not rather rash? Hearing Chen Bo's inquiry, Guan Songhai couldn't help but smile wryly. "Xiao Chen, as a party affected, you are legally entitled to know the details. However, the individuals involved in this case employ exceptionally nefarious tactics, and I fear for your safety. Which is why I refrained from disclosing information. Does that mean you have identified the person behind this?" Guan Songhai did not withhold the truth. "Indeed, ultimately, it is my involvement that has implicated Mu Shui. You and Ruan Xia merely found yourselves ensnared in this unfortunate circumstance." Subsequently, Guan Songhai summarized the situation concerning the contaminated land reported by Qiqiang Real Estate. The mastermind behind Qiqiang Real Estate is Su Chong, whose methods are more unscrupulous than Liao Longting. To compel me to greenlight approvals, he deliberately targeted Mu Shui. If I concede this time, I too shall bear the burden of responsibility when the situation inevitably escalates. Chen Bo recognized that Guan Songhai held principles, at least more so than most officials. "Uncle Guan, how was this matter ultimately resolved? As you mentioned regarding leveraging influence, while I am powerless against him, there are those above me who can hold him accountable, albeit at a certain cost. Although Chen Bo was unaware of the price Guan Songhai paid to quell this issue, it was undeniable that his connections were formidable. Prolonging this will inevitably lead to complications. Indeed, Su Chong has been actively searching for my vulnerabilities. If he could dislodge me from my position, he would have the opportunity to exploit that land. Chen Bo contemplated and remarked, Uncle Guan, given that Su Chong dares to hire assassins, I suspect he will resort to all manner of unscrupulous tactics against you. Precisely, he has already been making clandestine overtures to my secretary. Uncle Guan, would you like to know how Han Chen dealt with incorruptible officials? Guan Songhai became intrigued and asked. It seems you learned quite a bit from Han Chen during your time in prison. Well, one must learn something to survive out there. So what is your insight? To deal with incorruptible officials who resist both bribery and intimidation, aside from physically eliminating them, the most straightforward approach is to incessantly offer bribes. While you certainly would not accept money, your relatives and friends might be less scrupulous. If they receive money bearing your name and subsequently report it to the disciplinary committee. Even if you are innocent, the sheer number of relatives involved complicates explanations. At that point, they could easily summon you for a meeting with the committee, allowing your successor to approve projects without you, and by the time you are exonerated, their objectives will have already been achieved. Moreover, being taken away for investigation by the committee could tarnish your reputation and impede your career advancement. Upon hearing Chen Bo's analysis, Guan Songhai's expression revealed resignation. I indeed did not foresee such a maneuver. Never underestimate human greed. People often prioritize profit over relationships, sometimes forsaking even their closest ties. Indeed, individuals are driven by self-interest, willing to betray anyone for gain. Thus, Uncle Guan, your current predicament is quite precarious. It would be prudent to secure an exit strategy soon. Chen Bo had already placed Su Chong on his blacklist. Although the recent accident was not aimed at him, he had narrowly escaped death a second time. Thus, this grudge must be attributed to Su Chong. Guan Songhai inhaled deeply, looking at Chen Bo, and cautioned, Xiao Chun, I appreciate your advice tonight. It would be best for you to avoid any contact with Su Chong, as it could pose a threat to your life. The two had conversed for over half an hour in the study, and by the time they emerged, it was nearly 10 o'clock. In the living room, 3 women sat on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing Chen Bo and Guan Songhai come out, Feng Mei rose with a smile and inquired, Have you finished your discussion? We'll conclude for tonight, Xiao Chun. Let's share another drink next time, Guan Songhai remarked, indicating Chen Bo had earned his approval, as otherwise, he wouldn't have been granted another opportunity. Uncle Guan, Aunt Feng, it's getting late. Ruan Xia and I shall take our leave. Very well, I shan't keep you. Feng Mei replied, glancing at Ruan Xia, deliberately reminding her, Ruan Xia, Xiao Chun has had quite a bit to drink tonight. Please look after him when you get home. Ruan Xia could easily perceive Feng Mei's intentions and responded accordingly. Rest assured, Aunt Feng, I will ensure he is well taken care of. Guan Mushui observed the two with a twinge of discomfort and suggested, Mom, I'll see Chen Ge and Ruan Jia off. They descended the stairs together. And upon reaching the community entrance, silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 72. A night together the trio stood by the roadside awaiting a taxi. And Ruan Xia broke the silence first. Mushui, you should head back and get some rest. I will look after your Chen Ge. He will be fine. Guan Mushui could already envision the two of them sharing an intimate moment that night. It was unrealistic to think that a man and woman could sleep peacefully together. However, she had no choice but to force a smile, saying, All right, please be careful on your way back. I'll head off now. Once Guan Mushui's figure disappeared into the community, Ruan Xia moved closer to Chen Bo, linking her arm with his, her voice soft yet tinged with excitement. Chen Bo, why don't you come stay at my place tonight? Meeting Chen Bo's fervent gaze, Ruan Xia felt her heart racing. She cast a furtive glance at the entrance to the family compound, then rose on her toes, offering a tender kiss. At that moment, Guan Mushui leaned against the shadow of the community fence, witnessing the scene of Chen Bo and Ruan Xia kissing under the streetlight in vivid detail. Upon seeing that moment, Guan Mushui felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, instinctively pursing her lips, her teeth whitening from the pressure. A wave of bitterness surged from her heart to her throat, and her eyes involuntarily moistened. She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Ultimately, Guan Mushui returned home in a daze, passing by the living room without acknowledging Guan Songhai and his wife. She locked herself in her room and lay on the bed, quietly weeping. Guan Songhai and his wife exchanged glances. Feng Mei sighed as she looked at Guan Mushui's bedroom door. Girls can't be kept forever. Your daughter's rebellious phase has arrived. As a father, Guan Songhai felt powerless and could only advise his wife to pay more attention to their daughter, not allowing things to drift. Under the streetlight, while the two were lost in each other's embrace, an untimely taxi pulled over, and the driver, eager for business, honked the horn. Honk honk. Good-looking couple need a ride? Their sweet kiss was interrupted as Chen Bo opened the back door for Ruan Xia to enter first. Once inside, Ruan Xia continued to link her arm through Chen Bo's, pressing her flushed cheek against his chest. They nestled closely together, and Ruan Xia looked up at Chen Bo. Confessing, Chen Bo, Mu Shui's mother approached me previously, urging me to pursue you actively. This way, it would help quell Mu Shui's feelings. Chen Bo rolled down the car window and replied nonchalantly, I am aware. Feng Mei had visited him at the hospital before. With her intelligence, she would surely devise other means to deter Guan Mu Shui, since altering the rebellious nature of Guan Mu Shui during her youth is an impossibility. The most straightforward solution is to find a girlfriend for Chen Bo. Ruan Xia, sensing the gravity of the situation, couldn't help but lament, just now. At the entrance of the family compound, Mu Shui must have been hiding in the corner, secretly observing us. I can imagine she is now curled up in her blanket, weeping. Don't you think we have been rather heartless towards her? Having experienced similar emotions herself, Ruan Xia deeply empathized with Guan Mu Shui's current plight. The feeling of unrequited love while witnessing the boy she admires with another girl is undoubtedly excruciating. It is futile to overthink such matters. Half an hour later, Chen Bo arrived at the apartment rented by Ruan Xia. As the door closed behind him, Ruan Xia turned, wrapping her arms around his neck. Meanwhile, in a nearby hot spring club, Liao Longting and Du Danan lay on massage tables, indulged in a Thai-style back massage by two skilled female therapists dressed in split uniforms. Liao Longting's expression darkened as he asked, Old Du, are you certain he has agreed? Du Danan replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, this kid wouldn't go back on his word. You should prepare some gifts in advance. If you can't silence him, he will undoubtedly expose you. Money is not the issue. The problem lies in my inability to read his pulse. He is an orphan, with no family, leaving me completely unprepared and uncertain, Liao Longting lamented. Do not doubt Chen Ye's judgment. If he weren't of clean background, Chen Ye would not have so readily chosen him as his successor. He sighed. The barefoot are not afraid of the shod. Have we grown old? Liao Longting felt a deep sense of helplessness wash over him, realizing that unless he could eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop, he would surely be the one to perish. Whether we've aged or not, we shall find out shortly. I have some potent imported medicine. If you're struggling, take 2 pills later. Haha. At that moment, Liao Longting's mind was elsewhere, plagued by the fear that Chen Bo might release incriminating videos. In today's world, information spreads rapidly online, and should the situation escalate, even the highest authorities would hesitate to protect him. To aid Chen Bo in regaining his vitality, Ruan Xia took him to the most luxurious seafood buffet in Jiangqing. After his release from prison, Chen Bo relished the freedom of indulging in seafood, consuming abalone and oysters to the point of nausea. At that moment, Ruan Xia brought another plate of oysters to him, her eyes glinting with mischief. Brother Chen Bo, once you finish this plate of seafood, we shall make our exit. In the end, under Ruan Xia's watchful gaze, Chen Bo tearfully finished a plate of honey-glazed abalone and let out a satisfied burp. Ruan Xia offered him a napkin, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. Are you full now? Chen Bo accepted the napkin, wiping the grease from his mouth, and pondered, I suppose I'm about 90% full. The couples at the neighboring table exchanged glances upon hearing Chen Bo's response, their expressions suggesting disbelief. You must be joking. After devouring countless plates of abalone and oysters, are you trying to replenish the universe or restore your kidneys? Ignoring the curious stares of the other diners, Chen Bo declared, All right, let us leave. Ruan Xia took this opportunity to loop her arm through his as they departed the buffet amidst envious gazes from onlookers. In the parking lot, Ruan Xia opened the car door and inquired, Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Yesterday, a Bing reported that Li Xiaoyu's car had been fitted with a GPS tracker, which he intended to keep, as it could mislead Park Gorin. Hence, the car purchasing plan needed to be expedited. He intended to procure 2 public vehicles for a Bing and Zhang Dahu for their work. Take me to the car dealership. As they drove, Ruan Xia cast a curious glance at Chen Bo. Are you planning to buy a car? Indeed. Do you have experience, you seasoned driver? Ruan Xia, who herself drove a Mercedes Smart, suggested after a moment's thought. I believe a larger Mercedes would be preferable, elegant, sophisticated, and suitable for both personal and business use. Very well. Let us go see the Mercedes. Half an hour later, Ruan Xia drove Chen Bo to the nearest car dealership. Initially, she intended to accompany him while car shopping, but then received a sudden call from the driving school, summoning her back for an urgent matter. The situation was rather peculiar. One of her students was particularly slow-witted, having failed the first subject 7 or 8 times, and now demanded a full refund, creating quite a stir at the driving school. After ending the call, Ruan Xia shared the details of her predicament with Chen Bo, her tone tinged with disappointment. How unfortunate. I must return to the driving school and cannot accompany you. That's all right. Tend to your matters, Chen Bo reassured her. Reluctantly, Ruan Xia returned to her own vehicle, harboring resentment towards the student for disrupting their time alone. After bidding her farewell, Chen Bo strolled toward the Mercedes display area. It was 2 in the afternoon, the weather sweltering, and there were few customers browsing at this hour. A stunning female sales representative noticed Chen Bo entering the showroom and approached him with a smile. Hello, sir. I am Tian 11, the sales manager at this 4S store. Is there a particular model that has caught your eye? I can show you around. Chen Bo, wishing to avoid wasting time on the car purchase, pointed towards the vehicle at the center of the showroom. Is that Maybach in stock? When can I pick it up if I pay now? Tian 11 led Chen Bo to the car, explaining, You have arrived at an opportune moment. A new car just arrived last week. If you place your order now, you can take it home soon. All right, arrange for a test drive. Surprised by Chen Bo's immediate request for a test drive, Tian 11 inquired, May I have your name? Do you have an appointment? My surname is Chen. I do not have an appointment. I will schedule one for you now. If no other customers interfere, we can arrange the test drive shortly. Tian 11 had already begun to view Chen Bo as a prospective client, guiding him into the VIP reception area. Sir, do you enjoy coffee? Casual. While Tian 11 prepared the coffee, Chen Bo lit a cigarette, examining the saleswoman's figure with a discerning eye. Clad in professional attire, she appeared to be in her early 20s, petite with an oval face reminiscent of young women from Sichuan. It was widely known that female sales representatives of luxury cars often earned substantial incomes. Observing her figure and beauty, Chen Bo recognized that she indeed possessed the attributes to thrive in this line of work. Perhaps sensing Chen Bo's gaze, Tian 11 glanced back, only to meet his smiling eyes. She quickly averted her gaze, feigning nonchalance as she presented the brewed coffee to him. Mr. Chen, please hold on for a moment while I verify the appointment records. Thank you, Chen Bo replied graciously, naturally retracting his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tian 11 delicately bit her red lips, exiting the reception area, forming an impression of Chen Bo as a potential client. Within 3 minutes, she re-entered, breathlessly pushing open the frosted glass door. Mr. Chen, I have confirmed the appointment records. We currently have availability for your test drive. Additionally, we will need your driver's license and ID for registration. Chen Bo shook his head. I do not possess a driver's license. You shall drive while I experience the ride. Huh. This was Tian 11's first encounter with someone wishing to test drive a car without a driver's license, leaving her in a predicament. Dear lady, if I can afford a 2 million yuan car, do you truly believe I cannot hire a driver? Chen Bo had his sights set on a Maybach S500, priced around 2.3 million yuan. To avoid unnecessary complications, he promptly opened his mobile banking app and presented it to Tian 11. This is my savings. If you wish to verify my funds, feel free to do so now. Do not waste my time. Tian 11 gazed at the screen, noting the 7-digit balance totaling over 8 million. When she looked up, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. The handsome man before her, appearing to be under 30, possessed over 8 million in cash savings, indicating an even greater wealth behind him. As she contemplated, Tian 11's thoughts became animated, and her smile was more impeccable than that of a server at the lakeside. Mr. Chen, I will soon drive you to experience the exhilarating sensation of the Maybach S500. Having said this, Tian 11 promptly completed the test drive appointment process and led Chen Bo to the driving area. The staff had already positioned the test vehicle in the designated area. Tian 11 graciously opened the passenger door for Chen Bo, saying, Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Once inside, she began to introduce the vehicle. This model you are interested in boasts powerful performance and luxurious interiors, perfectly befitting your extraordinary taste. Chen Bo reclined the passenger seat and half lay down, casually stating, Let us take a quick trip around Donglin Mountain. I'll rest for a bit. Certainly. During their journey to Donglin Mountain, Tian 11 frequently stole glances at Chen Bo from the corner of her eye. There are numerous scenic parks near Donglin Mountain. After parking, she smiled at Chen Bo, who met her gaze and asked, Manager Tian, why do you keep looking at me? Chapter 74. Client harassment. The workplace is akin to a vast divat, where women must navigate not only the unspoken rules imposed by male superiors, but also the harassment from male clients. Some women, after enduring the trials of the workplace, may abandon their principles, sacrificing their bodies in pursuit of personal gain. Chen Bo lifted her chin with his finger, questioning, "What is your current situation?" Fearing Chen Bo might disdain her, Tian Wenwen hastily clarified, "I am still single." Chen Bo wrapped his arms around her slender waist, smiling nonchalantly, "Very well. I shall order a few more company vehicles for you." Outside, the sun blazed, while inside the car, the atmosphere was fervent. Time flew by, and Tian Wenwen retrieved the bottled water she had prepared, offering it to Chen Bo. "Mr. Chen, would you like some water?" After taking a few sips, Chen Bo glanced at the console screen, noting that it was already 4 in the afternoon. "All right, let us return to sign the contract." Upon hearing this, Tian Wenwen excitedly embraced Chen Bo, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Chen, thank you for your support." After tidying up, she touched up her makeup. Checking her reflection in the mirror and noticing her cheeks were flushed, she muttered to herself, "Oh no, they will definitely notice when I get back to the store." Chen Bo lit a cigarette and teased, "Then you should apply a few more layers of powder." With a pout, Tian Wenwen replied, "Oh dear. It's too red to cover up. Never mind, let us leave it as is." When they returned to the 4S dealership, it was nearly 4:30. Tian Wenwen approached Chen Bo with the contract and tentatively asked, "Mr. Chen, may I arrange for a loan?" The dealership typically encourages clients to take out loans, which would significantly increase their commission. However, Chen Bo waved his hand, rejecting the loan. "Loans are too troublesome. Besides the test-driven Maybach S500, let us select 2 black GCLs. If your manager deducts your commission, I will compensate you separately." Tian Wenwen was taken aback by Chen Bo's generosity. He was willing to ensure she was not at a loss. She also realized that she had been overly proactive throughout their interaction. Chen Bo had never requested anything inappropriate from her. Perhaps he would have still purchased the car without her compromising herself. Such clients were rare finds. Resolute, Tian Wenwen assured him, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding. I will handle it properly. I have another request. Could you inquire with your headquarters if they have any finished bulletproof cars? If so, I can place an order." Tian Wenwen felt an overwhelming rush of happiness. The value of a Maybach and 2 GCLs already exceeded 3.4 million. And with the addition of a bulletproof vehicle, the total would exceed 10 million. "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will confirm everything for you." With excitement, Tian Wenwen exited the reception room, and just as she was about to seek out the manager, she encountered a man and a woman approaching her. The woman was a customer service representative from the dealership, who, while walking, was apologizing with a smile. "President Chui, I sincerely apologize. Manager Tian was accompanying a client for a test drive this afternoon. She just returned to the company, so it was likely inconvenient for her to answer your call." The man, Chui Tai, dressed in ostentatious attire, complete with a flashy gold chain around his neck, embodied the stereotype of a nouveau riche. "Damn it. She must think she is better than me. I'll file a complaint against her. If you don't provide me with an explanation, I'll take this to your headquarters." Upon seeing Chui Tai, Tian Wenwen could not help but reveal her disgust. She checked her phone and discovered that he had called her multiple times just 5 minutes prior, inundating her with messages on WeChat. Earlier, while with Chen Bo in the car, she had silenced her phone to avoid disturbance. Upon returning to the dealership, she had been too preoccupied with preparing the contract to check her messages, consequently missing his attempts to reach her. As they crossed paths in the hallway, the customer service representative feigned annoyance, saying, "Manager Tian, please explain the situation to the client." Tian Wenwen remained silent, her demeanor cold. "I apologize, President Chui, but I am currently attending to a client. Please find a place to sit." Chui Tai felt ignored, his irritation growing as he pointed at Tian Wenwen, angrily exclaiming, "Damn it, I called and messaged you repeatedly, and you didn't respond. Do you even want to sell cars anymore?" Previously, Chui Tai had harassed her under the pretense of purchasing a vehicle, wasting her time, and sending inappropriate messages. In an effort to avoid offending him, she had tolerated his behavior, but now, with Chen Bo as a significant client, she felt emboldened to confront Chui Tai. "President Chui, please watch your language. If you have a grievance, you may file a complaint, but do not disrupt other clients' car purchases." Chui Tai, feeling humiliated, retorted, "You're a hypocrite, pretending to be virtuous while acting as a prostitute. Only a fool would buy a car from you." His words not only insulted Tian Wenwen, but also dragged Chen Bo into the fray, causing her previously uplifting mood to plummet. Being insulted was one thing, but involving Chen Bo was intolerable. "President Chui, if you continue to speak like that, I will call the police." Chui Tai arrogantly raised his chin, declaring, "Go ahead and report me. If you call the police, I'll ensure you lose your job today and that you can never work in Jiangxing again." Faced with Chui Tai's aggression, Tian Wenwen fought back tears. Just as she was about to call the police, the manager rushed in after receiving a notification. Upon arriving at the scene, the manager, without assessing the situation, immediately demanded Tian Wenwen apologize. Xiao Tian, what is going on? Quickly apologized to the client. Chapter 75. The 4S dealership turmoil. Tian Wenwen looked at the male manager, confusion and disappointment filling her eyes, and tears of grievance flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. This time, she refused to remain silent. She firmly retorted, "Manager, he was clearly harassing me. Why should I apologize?" The manager's expression darkened as he stood beside Chui Tai, apologizing. "I'm very sorry, President Chui. Please calm down. There's no need to argue with a young lady. I'll have her apologize to you." Chui Tai, feeling triumphant, smirked, "An apology won't suffice. She must be fired, or I will escalate my complaint to your headquarters." The manager, wishing to avoid escalating the situation and mindful of Chui Tai's influence, opted to sacrifice his employee rather than offend him. "Tian Wenwen, you are hereby terminated. Immediately hand over your clients to Xiao Hui." Tian Wenwen could hardly believe her ears. Just one sentence had resulted in her dismissal, leaving her heartbroken. "Manager Zhang, have you investigated the circumstances? On what grounds are you firing me? On the grounds that you disrespected a client. On the grounds that you have harmed our brand's reputation." In a fit of anger, Tian Wenwen scrolled through her chat history on her phone. "Kai Chuangguang, open your eyes and see this. He started contacting me about buying a car 2 months ago, but every time he approached me, it was either for a meal or to invite me to a hotel. And look at what he sent me, vulgarities and obscene language. Tell me, is this the behavior of a client?" At that moment, a crowd of employees had gathered in the corridor, with several onlookers eager to snap photos for social media, only to be dissuaded by a few male sales representatives. Fearing the situation would spiral out of control, Kai Chuangguang stepped forward, intent on snatching the phone from Tian Wenwen. "Tian Wenwen, delete those chat records immediately and stop this nonsense." Sensing danger, Tian instinctively took a step back, only to collide with a solid chest. Turning around, she saw Chen Bo standing outside the glass door of the reception area. With a bitter expression, she said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I fear I can no longer assist you." Chen Bo gently patted Tian Wenwen's shoulder, his tone calm. "Do not worry, someone will handle these two fools shortly." Kai Chuangguang looked at Chen Bo, suspicion evident in his eyes. "Tian Wenwen, is this the client you took for a test drive this afternoon?" "Indeed, Mr. Chen intends to purchase an S502 GLCs. Now, due to your ignorance, I have been dismissed, and I cannot assure you that Mr. Chen will still buy from this dealership." Kai Chuangguang's anxiety escalated. Losing 3 orders over this incident could jeopardize his position. He questioned, "Are you sure he can afford it?" "Tian Wenwen, does it even matter what you're asking now? I've already been fired." As she spoke, Tian Wenwen bowed deeply to Chen Bo. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chen. If you are dissatisfied, please seek another dealership. This one has become utterly corrupt." Chen Bo nodded in agreement with her suggestion. "That is a wise proposal. Let us find another dealership, and you will handle the arrangements for me. Additionally, my company is currently seeking personnel. I believe your business acumen is commendable. Come work for me. I can assure you that your salary will exceed what you earn here selling cars, with meals and accommodations included." Chui Tai, noticing a novice daring to defend Tian Wenwen, scowled and straightened up, shouting, "Who the hell are you to meddle in this?" In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as Chen Bo retaliated, knocking Chui Tai to the ground. "With that foul mouth of yours, I wonder if your father birthed you in a latrine." Dazed from the blow, Chui Tai's ears rang as he pointed at Chen Bo, about to retort, only to be struck down again by Chen Bo's hand. "If you cannot speak respectfully, then remain silent." At that moment, Jiang Hu arrived with 2 police officers, parting the crowd and stepping forward to confront Chen Bo. Given the location of the 4S shop, which fell under Jiang Hu's jurisdiction, Chen Bo had contacted him to handle the situation after capturing evidence of Chui Tai's aggressive behavior. The two exchanged few words. Jiang Hu quickly addressed Chui Tai. "This Mr. Chen has reported you for disorderly conduct. Please cooperate with the investigation." Finally regaining his composure, Chui Tai sneered, baring his teeth. "You little brat, you dare to call the cops? Let us see if I can eliminate you." Jiang Hu waved his hand, and the 2 accompanying officers promptly placed Chui Tai in handcuffs, escorting him away amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers. Simultaneously, Kai Chuangguang received a call from his superior. Upon hearing the contents of the conversation, he was left dumbfounded, staring at Chen Bo with a look of terror. After hanging up, Kai Chuangguang abruptly stepped in front of Chen Bo, pleading, "I am sorry, Mr. Chen. It was all my fault. Could you speak to my boss and ask him not to fire me?" Chen Bo had just reached out to a person named Tan Wenqi, leveraging this contact to pressure the owner of the 4S shop. Tan Wenqi was a liaison for Han Chan, discreet yet well-connected in Jiang City, having previously laundered substantial sums for him and now living in the shadows. After returning from Guanshanghai, Chen Bo had contemplated many aspects regarding Han Chan. Since his release from prison, he had attempted to distance himself from Han Chan, which had evidently displeased him, leading to the dissemination of rumors about their relationship. Rather than waiting passively for Han Chan's next move, it would be prudent to take the initiative. This might alleviate some of Han Chan's suspicions. Kai Chuangguang nearly prostrated himself before Chen Bo, realizing that his background was more formidable than that of his own boss, capable of instilling fear with just one phone call. However, Chen Bo ignored Kai Chuangguang, guiding Tian Wanwen through the crowd and out of the showroom. Once in Jiang Hu's police car, Jiang Hu glanced at Chen Bo through the rearview mirror, smiling. Brother Bo, even if that guy is thrown into a holding cell, he won't be there long. To deal with a petty boss like Chui Tai, we must take targeted action. I've arranged for a Bing to wait near the police station. Evil must be met with force. After a brief procedure, they would release him. Upon arriving at the police station, Chen Bo and Tian Wanwen completed a simple statement. While Chui Tai was released shortly after Chen Bo departed, Chui Tai stormed out of the police station, cursing as he plotted revenge against Chen Bo and Tian Wanwen. Just as he reached for his phone, a Santana pulled up in front of him. Mr. Chui, get in quickly. I'm a friend of Manager Kai. He sent me to take you back. Without suspicion, Chui Tai opened the door and sat down, only to find a knife suddenly pressed against his throat. Turning his head, he saw a short-haired woman and, dropping his phone, he stammered, "Beauty, please be merciful. We can talk this out. Who are you?" Feeling the sharpness of the blade against his neck, he gulped, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. At that moment, he realized he had been released on purpose. This was a setup, and his enemies were quicker in their retribution than he anticipated. Faced with the fear of being throat-slit, Chui Tai cautiously implored, "Miss, could you please lower the knife a bit?" Chapter 76. A meeting at the cottage. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, and the atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly tense. The Santana quickly drove out of the city, eventually stopping Xiao Tian. "I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired this afternoon, which have caused you distress. On behalf of the company, I extend my regrets." Tian Wanwen has grown numb to the tardy apologies, her demeanor clouded with disappointment. "There's nothing more to say. You need not resign, as I have dismissed Kai Chuangguang, and you shall assume the role of store manager." Upon hearing the compensation offered by the assistant to the boss, Tian Wanwen harbored a subtle suspicion that this promotion was likely a concession due to Chen Bo's background. Rather than endure the disdainful whispers of colleagues, it would be better to depart from this contentious environment. She shook her head gently, declining, "Thank you for your kindness, Assistant Zheng, but I have decided to join Mr. Chen's company." Zheng Yi had anticipated her refusal and cautiously inquired, "Did Mr. Chen accompany you?" "Yes, he is waiting downstairs. I will come by tomorrow to complete my resignation procedures." "All right, I will accompany you to personally apologize to Mr. Chen." Subsequently, they arrived at the parking lot, where Chen Bo stood beside a green belt, smoking. Zheng Yi jogged over, his demeanor tense, and said, "Mr. Chen, I am the boss's assistant, Zheng Yi. The boss is unable to return from a business trip today and has sent me to convey our sincere apologies." Chen Bo exhaled a puff of smoke and scoffed. "How amusing. An apology is the least effective gesture. Do I need your apology?" Zheng Yi dared not retort, aware that even his boss held Chen Bo in high regard. He forced a smile. "To express our remorse, the company has decided to offer you a GLC as a token of goodwill." "Oh, so you are at a significant loss." "Then, not at all. Mr. Chen has helped us identify a disruptive element within our ranks, for which we are extremely grateful. Kai Guangming has been dismissed. The dealership's revenue primarily derives from insurance and value-added services, with vehicle profit margins being modest. Nevertheless, the top-of-the-line GLC costs between 5 to 600,000. It must be said that the dealership owner's calculations are astute. Gifting a car effectively strengthens his network of connections, thus presenting no real loss." Chen Bo discarded his extinguished cigarette and approached Zheng Yi, patting him on the shoulder. "Since your sincerity is evident, let us consider this afternoon's unpleasantness resolved." "Thank you, Mr. Chen. You may collect the car at your convenience tomorrow. Dedicated personnel will assist you." Chen Bo then turned to Tian Wanwen, instructing, "Tomorrow morning, report to my company and contact the person in charge, Wang Ting. Bring her along to finalize the car purchase procedures." Tian Wanwen felt a surge of trust from Chen Bo, her previously somber mood lifting considerably. "Understood." With the car issue resolved, Chen Bo settled into Tian Wanwen's vehicle and waved to Zheng Yi, saying, "That's all for today. Inform your boss that if he cannot manage his employees, I may come to recruit talent myself." Zheng Yi's lips twitched, and he bowed slightly, smiling, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen. We will certainly enhance our employee training moving forward. As Tian Wenwen drove slowly out of the parking lot, she glanced at Chen Bo and remarked, Mr. Chen? No, I should now address you as boss. Where to now? Take me to Qin Yuan Tea House, and then you may return. Suddenly, Tian Wenwen's face clouded with concern. Will that Chui Tai seek revenge? I've heard he deals with property and has many thugs under his command. No worries, he is merely a clown. Since I let him go, I have my ways to ensure there are no lingering concerns. Just then, Chen Bo received a call from a Bing, stating, Boss, the matter has been handled, and we are on our way back. We expect to reach Qin Yuan Tea House in about 20 minutes. Proceed as planned. After hanging up, Chen Bo reassured her. That fellow Chui Tai will no longer trouble you. You can focus on your work here. Wang Ting will explain your responsibilities. Tian Wenwen responded with a smile. Thank you, boss. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Chen Bo exited the vehicle at the entrance of Qin Yuan Tea House. He looked up at the sky, sensing the damp air, foretelling an impending storm. Guided by a server, Chen Bo approached the private room and found 2 muscular bodyguards stationed at the entrance, evidently having arrived early. Upon seeing Chen Bo, Du Danon set aside his phone and rose to greet him. Ah, Chen, you arrived right on time. I thought you might cancel. I was about to call to check in. The beautiful tea artist was preparing hot water, and Chen Bo smiled as he sat across from the tea table, bantering, I am a man of my word. I always keep my promises. Haha, exactly. Here, have a smoke. Du Danon tossed a cigarette to Chen Bo before lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Before delving into serious matters, Du Danon casually shifted the topic, leaning back in his chair, and asked, What do you think of this Tai Sen Yang woman? At that moment, the alluring tea artist recognized Chen Bo, recalling her previous service during his meeting with Ho Chi-shan. To avoid any complications, Chen Bo cautioned, Miss, once this pot of tea is ready, you may leave. Understood. Chen Bo then turned to Du Danon, shrugging, Boss Du, I cannot provide you with an answer to that question. I am not well acquainted with her. You, having worked together, should know her better. Du Danon snorted disdainfully, cursing. Damn it. Last time at the Night Color Club, she played me for a fool and nearly used me as a pawn. Chen, are you interested in taking over her business? We can split it 70-30, with you getting the larger share. Oh, with your strength, Boss Du. Wouldn't it be easy to take down a Tai Sen Yang? No. Tai Sen Yang has many supporters in Jiangqing. If we cannot bring her down in one go, I will be at a disadvantage. Du Danon straightened up, looking at Chen Bo with intent. If you join in, it would be different. We could leverage Chun Ye's resources to alleviate the pressure from above, increasing our success rate by at least 30%. Chen Bo secretly scoffed at this. Du Danon merely sought to gauge how much of Han Chen's resources he could utilize. Boss Du, the feasibility of this plan is quite low, and the entertainment industry is not my focus. Is that so? Then what industry does Chen plan to pursue? Chen Bo straightened in his seat, flicking off the ash from his cigarette, and scoffed. Of course, I aim to engage in capital. Look at those Wall Street tycoons in their leather shoes. Aren't they all apex predators at the top of the food chain? Boss Du, your vision is limited. Do not confine yourself to your small plot of land. The latter part of his statement left Du Danon speechless, his expression darkening as he forced a dry smile. Yes, we are getting old and cannot keep up with the younger generation. Wrong. It is not that you are old, but rather that you are positioned too low to see the heights of capital. This remark was particularly cutting, as if mocking Du Danon's short-sightedness. The room fell into an eerie silence, during which the tea artist finished brewing the tea and bowed to the 2 men, saying, Gentlemen, please enjoy your tea. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. The tea artist discreetly exited, leaving only the 2 to exchange smoke and banter. Unhappy with Chen Bo's jibe, Du Danon pivoted the conversation, bluntly asking, Chen, let us get down to business. What kind of cooperation are you proposing? Chen Bo's goal was to secure funds. The more he borrowed, the more he profited. Boss Du, I believe you must have investigated my recent activities. I recently invested 70 million in over 100 new properties in the Southern District. Du Danon sipped his tea and looked at Chen Bo with suspicion. You're not suggesting that I accompany you in investing in real estate, are you? Real estate development demands substantial capital, a venture that typically eludes the average individual. Moreover, the opportune moment has long passed. Investing in property now could very well be tantamount to digging one's own grave. So, what business does Brother Chen intend to pursue? Haha, I plan to borrow a bit of money from you. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Du Danon was taken aback, choking on his tea in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Han Chen's successor might be short of funds. Who would believe such a thing? Brother Chen, are you jesting with me? Master Chen is hardly a miser. Although his visible assets have been confiscated, the funds he operates discreetly are undoubtedly substantial. How could he possibly lack the means to support your endeavors? Chen Bo shook his head and replied, Boss Du, your mindset is still rooted in the past. If Master Chen were to hand me cash directly, I would become an easy target. Du Danan, momentarily perplexed, soon grasped the implication. I see. The higher-ups have been keeping a close watch on Master Chen. So, Brother Chen, by openly aligning yourself with him, you will indeed attract their attention? Haha. And what of it? Even your old subordinates continue to thrive. What danger could possibly befall someone newly emerged like myself? This reasoning seemed sound. Had the authorities intended to take action, they would have done so long ago. As the saying goes, new rulers bring new subjects. The officials who had initially incarcerated Master Chen had since risen to prominence. There was little reason for anyone to obsess over a man teetering on the brink of obscurity. To alleviate Du Danan's concerns, Chen Bo felt compelled to spin some platitudes, knowing that Du Danan's intellect was unlikely to penetrate the heart of the matter. Savoring his tea, Du Danan found Chen Bo's analysis quite agreeable, convincing himself in the process. You are right, Brother Chen, those individuals have indeed ascended. Currently, several influential figures within Jiangqing's political arena are collaborating with us, so we should not encounter significant issues in the near term. Feeling the moment was ripe, Chen Bo retrieved a pack of cigarettes, tossing one to Du Danan. Boss Du, I have invested in a property in Nanxing valued at 70 million. If I were to use those assets as collateral, how much could you lend me? Du Danan caught the cigarette and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Chen, are you truly in such dire need of money? Isn't that obvious? I am curious why you don't pursue a bank loan. Too cumbersome. The various approval processes could take a month or two. Capital is about quick returns, and I cannot afford to wait. Are you aware that the interest rate for borrowing from me will be quite steep? Chen Bo was well aware of the predatory nature of high-interest loans, so he countered. Ha, is it higher than Mount Everest? Ha. Brother Chen, how much do you intend to borrow? That depends on how much you are willing to lend. In any case, I will take whatever amount I can get. Du Danan, however, harbored doubts about Chen Bo's intentions, uncertain of what he planned to invest in. If the investment were to fail and he borrowed excessively, collecting the debt would become problematic. He could not possibly turn to Han Chen for assistance. Thus, he sought further clarity. Brother Chen, may I inquire what you plan to invest in? I'm investing in stocks. There are several that are poised to surge in the near future, guaranteeing no losses. So, Boss Du, rest assured, repayment will not be an issue. Of course, if you find this difficult, I may have to turn to Tai Sen Yang, and I believe she would be quite willing to lend. Furthermore, regarding Liao Longting, let us cease the discussion here. Given Liao Longting's nature, he would undoubtedly seek out Tai Sen Yang as an intermediary. Whoever lends me money, I will collaborate with. Chen Bo made his stance clear. Should he not receive the loan, it would mark the end of their relationship. Additionally, he used Tai Sen Yang and Liao Longting as leverage, knowing Du Danan would not want to find himself in the same boat as Tai Sen Yang. The private room fell into silence once more as both men smoked in contemplation. After finishing a cigarette, Du Danan extinguished the butt and began to lay his cards on the table. Brother Chen, given your connection with Master Chen, I will lend you the money. However, my interest is quite high, 200 million, with a monthly interest of 10 million. If repayment is not made within 3 months, the property will belong to me. How does that sound? In the realm of private lending, the highest interest rate protected by law is 124, based on Du Danan's terms. The annual interest rate would reach a staggering 60, surpassing even the most unscrupulous online lending practices. The most egregious aspect was the 3-month repayment period. Failure to settle the debt would result in the confiscation of the mortgage property. Such stringent conditions would typically dissuade most borrowers, clearly indicating a reluctance on Du Danan's part to lend to Chen Bo. Yet, contrary to expectations, Chen Bo responded without the slightest hesitation, eyes unwavering. Boss Du, your terms are acceptable and can be formalized in a contract. Du Danan felt a twinge of unease, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Brother Chen, let us make one thing clear. Money is money. Relationships are relationships. They are separate matters. Should you fail to repay, do not blame me for being unyielding or for severing ties. I understand the rules. Boss Du, when can we proceed with the transaction? When would you like to proceed? The sooner, the better. If you can facilitate the funds now, I can sign the contract immediately. Chen Bo responded calmly. Du Danan, observing Chen Bo's demeanor, detected no signs of distress. After a moment's contemplation, he said, I will make a call to confirm. With that, Du Danan rose and stepped into the hallway to make the call. At that moment, Chen Bo received a call from Lao Li, Tai San Yang's confidant. Upon answering, Tai Sen-yang's voice came through first. Mr. Chen, do you have time to meet? Without a purpose, I have no intention of engaging with you, Sister San. Your last encounter left me wary. Who knows if you might attempt to drug me again? Chen Bo's mention of being drugged was a deliberate jab at Tai Sen-yang, as he had placed her on his list of individuals to deal with. Tai Sen-yang chuckled lightly and proposed, last time was a misunderstanding. Why don't you choose the venue? Sister San, my time is incredibly valuable. It would be best if you spoke plainly. Mr. Chun, Liu Longting has approached me, claiming there was a misunderstanding and wishing for me to act as a mediator. Is there any room for negotiation? Anticipating that Liu Longting would seek out Tai Sen-yang, Chen Bo now saw an opportunity for mutual benefit. Sister San, your call comes too late. Liu Longting has already contacted Boss Du about me. Surprised, Tai Sen-yang had planned to leave Liu Longting hanging for a couple of days, knowing that his urgency would yield greater benefits for her. Now that Liu Longting had turned to Du Dainin as an intermediary, it was evident he had never intended to rely on her from the outset. Mr. Chun, have you already accepted Du Dainin as the intermediary? Indeed. To further sow discord between them, Chen Bo deliberately added, Sister San, Boss Du harbors significant discontent towards you. Be cautious when using others as pawns. Such actions can lead to the loss of friends. Without waiting for Tai Sen-yang's response, Chen Bo abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Tai Sen-yang's expression darkened. Each interaction with Chen Bo left her feeling outmaneuvered, igniting a growing animosity towards him. She tossed the phone to Lao Li and coldly instructed, Lao Li, investigate whether Chen Bo and Du Dainin have been in cahoots lately. Understood, Sister San. Chen Bo's emergence had triggered a sense of urgency within Tai Sen-yang. Should Liu Longting and Du Dainin fall under his influence, she would likely be his next target. In the tea house's private room, Du Dainin returned after his call. Brother Chun, the property mortgage is acceptable, but you must hand over the property certificate for safekeeping. Chen Bo remained entirely composed, readily agreeing to the terms. No problem at all. I trust Big Brother Do the transaction between the two parties was illicit, rendering it impossible to register the mortgage officially. It relied solely on the integrity and capability of both individuals, each willing to engage in this risky venture. Chen Bo possessed the means to stealthily retrieve the property certificate and obliterate the contract, while Du Dainin was confident in his ability to reclaim the loan, thus facilitating this deal. 200 million is no trifling sum. The operation of funds necessitates a process, and shortly, I will require Brother Chun to accompany me to a certain location. Of course, I will cooperate fully. Then let us proceed. Subsequently, Chen Bo boarded Du Dainin's vehicle, and the pair navigated through the city, ultimately arriving at a desolate street. The car halted by the roadside, and Du Dainin reminded him, Brother Chun, our time is limited. You may call someone to bring the property certificate over. We can conduct the transaction on site once the process is complete. Certainly, allow me to make a call. Wang Ting had long been prepared with the property certificate and rushed over upon receiving Chen Bo's call, accompanied by Zhang Dalong for added security. Upon exiting the vehicle, they noticed a pawn shop nearby, its lights still aglow, with a sign indicating its scope of business included art auctions. Recognizing the auction business, Chen Bo deduced how Du Dainin was operating the funds. Typically, the laundering of money is achieved through a pawn shop orchestrating fictitious high-value transactions. For instance, a piece of art that retails for merely $9.99 could fetch 90 million at an auction. This way, illicit funds could circulate within the market under the guise of antique transactions, with both parties in actuality being part of the same group. Upon entering the shop, Du Dainin retrieved a diamond the size of a pigeon egg, introducing it with a flourish. Brother Chun, do you see this? It is a genuine diamond now. You will present it for auction tonight. Chen Bo chuckled knowingly. I found this by the roadside. That is of no concern to me. The diamond is yours. They ascended to the second floor, which had been decorated as a miniature version of a Christie's auction house. The auction hall was filled with people, creating a convincing atmosphere. Most of these individuals were mere pawns, with only one person set to play a pivotal role, prepared to purchase the $9.99 artificial diamond for the exorbitant sum of 200 million. A uniformed hostess presented the diamond at the podium, as the host began to extol the diamond's qualities and the fabricated appraisal certificate. As bidding commenced, attendees raised their paddles in sequence, and after approximately 10 minutes, a middle-aged man speaking Cantonese secured the diamond at the price of 200 million. Chen Bo stood beside the camera, witnessing the farcical auction unfold, and had to admit that the event was convincingly staged, with the actors exhibiting remarkable coordination. Mr. Chun, once the contract is signed, the funds will be transferred from the Hong Kong region, arriving within an hour. Please be prepared to receive them. No problem. My people have already arrived. Let us proceed downstairs to sign the contract. In the conference room on the first floor, Wang Ting brought forth a thick stack of property certificates and Du Dainen's associates. Displaying professionalism, meticulously verified the authenticity of each document. Boss, the property certificate is in order. Du Dainen then pushed the contract towards Chen Bo with a smile, saying, Brother Chen, please review the contract. If all is satisfactory, kindly sign it. This loan agreement bore no legal weight. Whether it was scrutinized or not, it made little difference. Chen Bo picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name. Big Brother Du, I have signed the contract, and the property certificate is now in your possession. Please expedite the arrangement of funds. Du Dainen, now quite pleased, anticipated the laundering of the 200 million, which would enable him to accomplish much domestically. Rest assured. I would dare not deceive you. Chapter 79. 5 million incentive. Chen Bo refused to leave without the funds having been transferred. Leaning back in his chair, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, tossing one to Du Dainen. Zhang Dalong, standing behind, appeared to grasp the situation and promptly produced a lighter. Bending down to light Chen Bo's cigarette, exuding an air of authority. Chen Bo cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Dalong before turning to Du Dainen, asking, Big Brother Du, I have yet to dine. Is there any takeout nearby? Feigning surprise, Du Dainen suggested, My apologies. I did not realize Brother Chen was so busy. How about we go out for a late-night snack together? There is no need for such trouble. Ordering takeout will suffice. Upon Chen Bo's refusal, Du Dainen quickly summoned a subordinate, instructing, Go arrange for it. There is a restaurant nearby known for its signature dishes. Have it delivered promptly. The conference room fell into a brief silence until Du Dainen initiated conversation. Brother Chen, you possess greater courage than I. You are young and full of vigor. And I have high hopes for you. Once you achieve wealth, do remember to look after your elder brother. Absolutely. When there is money to be made, we shall all share in it. Do you have any promising projects currently, Big Brother Du? I am not well educated, lacking in other skills, and have been living off past glories. It is rather uninspiring. The two engaged in casual banter, both awaiting updates on the funds. Half an hour later, the money had yet to arrive, but the takeout did. Wang Ting attentively unwrapped the food for Chen Bo, even washing the disposable chopsticks with mineral water, showcasing her meticulous nature. In the conference room, aside from Chen Bo's trio, 4 bodyguards stood behind Du Dainen. Under the watchful eyes of those present, Chen Bo, as if at home, nonchalantly picked up the chopsticks to eat, displaying an air of calmness that left Du Dainen feeling overshadowed. Wang Ting gazed at Chen Bo with unabashed admiration, her face betraying her feelings, her eyes almost sparkling. Zhang Dalong, having undergone training over the past few days, had begun to grasp the essence of being a bodyguard, standing erect and alert, ready to respond to any emergencies. In stark contrast, the bodyguards behind Du Dainen appeared lackadaisical, clearly fatigued. It was evident that Zhang Dalong's performance far surpassed that of the others. The difference between a trained professional and a mere thug was glaringly apparent. Du Dainen felt a surge of dissatisfaction, chain-smoking cigarettes until the ashtray overflowed with butts. As Chen Bo finished his meal, Wang Ting retrieved wet wipes from her bag and offered them to him. Du Dainen couldn't help but exclaim, TSK, 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 Brother Chen truly knows how to manage people. Those under you are quite adept. Accepting the wet wipe, Chen Bo wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and replied with a calm smile. Better to have quality than quantity. I do not associate with the inept. The remark was a sharp rebuke to Du Dainen, who regretted his choice of words, clearly suggesting that his bodyguards were of little worth. The 4 bodyguards behind Du Dainen exchanged glances filled with hostility towards Chen Bo. In an attempt to regain some dignity, Du Dainen proposed, Brother Chen, the bank processes are slow at night and require some time. Waiting idly is unproductive. How about I select someone to spar with your subordinates? Chen Bo replied with a smile, Is there a reward? There can be. What does Brother Chen have in mind? My men are all well compensated. How about this? 5 million on the line, paid immediately upon winning. Du Dainen hesitated to wager such a substantial amount, lacking confidence in his subordinates. He regretted having suggested the sparring match. After all, his pride was worth more than 5 million. In Chen Bo's eyes, Du Dainen was akin to a fat sheep, ripe for the shearing while he still had breath. What's the matter? Is Big Brother Du afraid to play? If so, let us forget it. Consider my suggestion as never made. Du Dainen found himself trapped, realizing that if he backed down now, how could he maintain respect among his subordinates in the future? There is a saying that money can be lost and pride can be sacrificed, but one's authority must never be undermined. Resolutely, Du Dainen clenched his teeth and declared, All right, what is 5 million? I, Du Dainen, can handle that. Chen Bo secretly rejoiced. 5 million was as good as secured. Big Brother Du, Let us find a suitable place. Du Danon turned to a subordinate, instructing, clear out the auction hall on the second floor. Understood, boss. Subsequently, both parties returned to the second floor, where the chairs were folded and stacked aside, creating a spacious area. On the platform, 2 chairs were set up, and Du Danon and Chen Bo sat closely together. Chen Bo turned his head to glance at Zhang Dalong, who stood behind him. Dalong, the only ones facing you are your adversaries. Do not harbor any psychological burdens towards them. Understood? Go forth, and let me witness your true prowess. Rest assured, boss, I shall not be defeated. Zhang Dalong pledged, stepping confidently into the center of the arena. Du Danon designated a robust young man, known as Liu, standing at 6 feet tall with a muscular build, exuding an aura of explosive power. Liu, do not let me down today, the young man responded with unwavering confidence. No problem, boss, he is no match for me, Liu declared, striding directly in front of Zhang Dalong. There was a noticeable difference in their physiques. Liu, bare-chested, revealed his remarkable muscles, while Zhang Dalong maintained a straight posture, his face reflecting the resolute demeanor typical of a seasoned veteran. Zhang Dalong subtly spread his feet apart, knees slightly bent, adopting a standard combat stance. Without warning, Liu launched an aggressive attack, charging forward with a swift punch aimed directly at Zhang Dalong's face. The speed of his strike indicated years of rigorous training. Zhang Dalong, however, remained composed in the face of this assault. He sidestepped while extending his right hand, expertly targeting Liu's carotid artery. This maneuver, a deadly technique employed on the battlefield, could incapacitate an opponent in a matter of moments if executed correctly. Liu's expression shifted as he hastily evaded, quickly regaining his stance to retaliate. He pivoted, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Zhang Dalong's lower body. Zhang Dalong, leveraging his footwork, retreated a few steps before gathering his strength to kick Liu squarely in the chest. Liu raised his arms to block, yet the force of the blow sent him staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. Before Liu could recover, Zhang Dalong pressed the attack, employing close-quarters combat techniques. He seized Liu by the neck with ferocious strength. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Dalong lifted Liu off the ground. The impact echoed as Liu was slammed onto the floor. Zhang Dalong's speed was overwhelming. He offered Liu no respite, swiftly dislocating one of his arms while simultaneously applying pressure to Liu's knee. Liu screamed in agony, feeling as though his kneecap had been shattered, the pain seeping deep into his bones. Within 3 minutes, Liu lay defeated on the ground, clutching his knee and wailing in despair. The outcome was clear. Zhang Dalong returned to stand beside Chen Bo. Boss, I have won. Chen Bo's lips curled into a victorious smile as he turned to regard the disgruntled Du Danon, remarking, Old Du, your man appeared quite formidable. Yet his explosive power fell short. Perhaps he has indulged too much in sea cucumbers? Chapter 80. 250 million arrived if glares could kill. Du Danon would have mercilessly slain Chen Bo. However, constrained by Han Chan's presence, he could only bow his head in submission. Brother Chen, your insight is commendable. Recently, you brought in a talent, a being, and now you've added another formidable warrior to your ranks. I am impressed. Talented horses are common, but discerning trainers are rare. It ultimately boils down to human factors. Chen Bo's remarks were laden with double entendres, further mocking Du Danon without a hint of mercy. Had it been anyone else who dared to taunt him repeatedly, Du Danon would have surely dispatched them on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he self-deprecatingly stated, Indeed. Brother Chen, your vision is sharp. I am growing old. Chen Bo's smile widened, his demeanor unrestrained. Enough of this trivial banter. Let us focus on making money, old Du. Why not settle the wager first? Du Danon felt a pang of regret as he realized he had lost 5 million in such a brief moment of time. His pride had taken a hit, and with his reputation diminished before his subordinates, he recognized that Chen Bo was the source of his misfortune. Fear not, I, Du Danon, can take a loss. By the way, boss, I have a small request. I want the 5 million in cash. Du Danon clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, Very well, I shall prepare it. He then arranged for a trusted aide to bring a large suitcase, measuring 28 inches, from his residence. Upon opening the case, it was filled to the brim with vibrant red bills. Chen Bo picked up a stack and examined it, nodding in satisfaction. The money is in order. Old Du, could you please expedite the remaining funds? Du Danon, feeling despondent, had no choice but to call the contact in the harbor district at Chen Bo's behest. After waiting for about half an hour, the 200 million in collateral finally arrived. Du Danon accompanied Chen Bo downstairs, his smile strained as he said, Brother Chen, hurry back and earn some money. I eagerly await the surprises you will bring. Rest assured, Repaying debts is a matter of principle. I pride myself on my integrity. By the way, what is the status regarding Liao Longting? With the most crucial payment secured, Chen Bo lost interest in idle chatter with Du Danan. He entered the car driven by Zhang Dalong, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "There is no rush to address Liao Longting. Our immediate priority is to secure funds. Wait for my notification." Du Danan stood by the roadside, watching Chen Bo disappear from view, a sense of unease creeping in. He instructed, "Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. Should he attempt to leave Jiangcheng, report to me immediately." "Understood, boss." At this moment, Du Danan's confidant inquired quietly, "Boss, should we teach him a lesson?" "Not yet. Inform Liuzi to focus on his recovery. He shall receive full compensation for his medical expenses. As the saying goes, those who owe money are indeed the masters." Chen Bo was least concerned about Du Danan's retaliation. Should anything happen to him, a significant portion of the money lent could be lost. Thus, until the principal was recovered, Du Danan would treat him with utmost reverence. Du Danan did not linger for long. After issuing a few instructions, he departed in his vehicle. After waiting for about 10 minutes, two of Du Danan's subordinates emerged from the shop carrying a bag and drove away in a BMW. The bag contained property certificates, and contracts might also be included. Concealed in the shadows, Fan Tua spotted the target and immediately relayed the information to a Bing in the car via earpiece. A Bing started the vehicle and followed suit. Ensuring absolute discretion, Fan Tua planned to enter the shop and confirm the details once the others had left. In the following 3 days, Fan Tua needed to stealthily retrieve the property certificates and contracts, a task assigned to him by Chen Bo, with successful completion granting him equal status with a Bing. On the way back to Xiangjiangzun Garden, Zhang Dalong occasionally glanced at Chen Bo in the rearview mirror. Tonight had broadened his horizons. Earning 5 million from a brawl revealed how effortlessly his boss could generate wealth. The key factor was Chen Bo's audacity, striking blows while simultaneously amassing riches. Leaving Zhang Dalong in a state of profound admiration, Wang Ting hesitated. Her curiosity piqued regarding Chen Bo's decision to mortgage the house. At 1 o'clock in the morning, as the car entered Xiangjiangzun Garden, Zhang Dalong, bearing a 120-pound suitcase, entered the living room. "Boss, is it safe to keep so much money at home?" Wang Ting poured a cup of warm water and gently placed it on the coffee table before Chen Bo. "Brother Chen, would you like me to deposit it in the bank?" Chen Bo took a sip of water, waving his hand dismissively. "Remove 3 million from the stack for tomorrow's car purchase. The remaining funds should be kept as company reserves. Next, procure 4 sets of bulletproof vests, explosive gear, and the previously mentioned Jiangda drones. Let us acquire all of these at once." Zhang Dalong felt a surge of emotion. The bulletproof vests were undoubtedly for their protection. Such loyalty and generosity from his boss was worthy of his allegiance. "Wang Ting, I have hired a female employee named Tian Wenwen, who used to work in a car dealership. She will handle the car purchase tomorrow and will come to the company to discuss the details with you." Chen Bo briefly discussed the training matters before sending Wang Ting and Zhang Dalong on their way. The villa was left in solitude, with him as its only occupant. Upon checking his phone, he noticed several messages on WeChat, one of which was from Wan Xia. She had forwarded the chat history between her and Feng Mei, confirming her speculation that Guan Muxue had locked herself in her room and cried for a long time after returning home last night. Feng Mei's intentions were clear. She urged Wan Xia to continue cooperating, suggesting that the two should appear together at an opportune moment, preferably living under the same roof. To thoroughly dispel Guan Muxue's naive feelings, Chen Bo chose not to respond. He had little interest in matters of the heart, having no need for love in his second chance at life. Another message was from Lin Yao, who had been undercover at the coffee factory for half a month and finally obtained crucial evidence. Combined with the previously discovered toxic coffee, the chain of evidence had been strengthened, and they could proceed with the arrest once the timing was right. They agreed to meet the following day to discuss the arrest plan face-to-face. At 2 in the morning, a Bing and Fan Tua arrived at Xiangjiangzun Garden, bringing news about the property deed and contract. "Boss, the documents have been transferred to Du Danan's company and stored in a safe." Chen Bo turned to Fan Tua and asked, "Are you confident?" Fan Tua patted his chest, assuring him, "It's a small matter. 3 days will be more than enough." Chen Bo emphasized, "There are cameras everywhere now. Don't leave any traces. I will be observing nearby during the operation." "No problem." Subsequently, Chen Bo lifted the canvas covering a coffee table, revealing neatly stacked piles of cash. "A Bing, this is your advance salary, 1 million. "Thank you, boss." A slight smile graced a Bing's face, the first she had shown since following Chen Bo. Fan Tuo's eyes sparkled as he stared at another pile of cash, asking, "Boss, is this pile for me?" As the orchestrator, Chen Bo preferred subordinates with ambition and capability. Those devoid of desire were often harder to control. As long as one harbored a flicker of greed, they could be manipulated, becoming pawns on the strategist's chessboard. Chen Bo understood this principle well, in Han Chan's eyes. He too was a controllable piece, albeit one that had awakened a sense of self-awareness. Observing Fan Tuo's eagerness for money, Chen Bo scoffed inwardly at the art of manipulation. One must know what their subordinates desire. Fan Tuo, this 1 million is indeed set aside for you. You can collect it any time upon completion of the task. Rest assured. Boss, a regular safe is child's play for me. Just watch. Don't boast too much. One must learn to be discreet, understand? Yes, you're absolutely right, boss. Now, you may leave. Inform me before you act. After sending a Bing and Fan Tuo away, Chen Bo lay back on the large bed. Unable to sleep despite his restless tossing and turning, not out of desire for a woman. Slipping into slippers. He brewed a cup of red tea and brought a chair to the courtyard. Leaning back, he lit a cigarette. The tranquility of the late night evoking memories of his past life. As the smoke curled, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him from the shadows. It was 3 in the morning, and the night was still. He discreetly picked up his water cup, using his peripheral vision to scan the surroundings. Glancing around, he noticed something unusual about Villa number 5 to his left. A room on the second floor facing north had its curtains half drawn. Having spent ample time in solitary confinement, his vision had sharpened. Even in the dark, he could vaguely make out a figure dressed in white, standing by the window. If he was not mistaken, it was a woman observing him. Since moving to Shangjiangzun Garden, Chen Bo had never interacted with his neighbors, who were mostly middle-class families, and he doubted any would be perverse. Feeling disinterested, he shrugged it off, thinking to investigate who this woman was the next day. He took a few sips from his water cup, leaning back in the chair to rest his eyes. At 4 in the morning, Chen Bo returned to his room and managed to sleep for 2 hours. He woke at 6 and went to the basement to hit the sandbag for half an hour. Physical training had become a habit during his time in prison, and after an hour of exercise, drenched in sweat, he was about to take a shower when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Looking towards the sound, he saw several women at the entrance: Wang Ting, Li Xiaoyu, Tang Qingqing, and Xiao Kaiyun. Chen Bo frowned slightly. The 4 beauties were dressed in white shirts, body-hugging skirts, and high heels, the epitome of urban elegance. Upon opening the gate, the women entered the living room, each carrying a breakfast. As they stepped into the living room, Li Xiaoyu playfully struck a pose in front of Chen Bo, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Boss, who do you think among us has the best legs? Are you testing the cadres here? Chen Bo replied. Li Xiaoyu pouted, saying, we're here to bring warmth to our boss. Can't you see we brought breakfast? Wang Ting, already accustomed to Li Xiaoyu's boldness, rolled her eyes and walked over to the dining table to unpack the breakfast. Xiao Caiyun's injuries had not fully healed, and she still wore a mask and sunglasses, sitting neatly on the sofa beside Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing appeared somewhat shy. Having spent the last few days working closely with Li Xiaoyu, she was inevitably questioned about Chen Bo's past. Yet, she remained tight-lipped, knowing the reason behind Chen Bo's reluctance to allow women to stay at his home. At this moment, Wang Ting interrupted the banter, calling out to Chen Bo, "Brother Chen, you should shower first, then come join us for breakfast." Chen Bo, clad only in shorts, turned decisively toward the bathroom to spare the women any awkwardness. Li Xiaoyu had intended to sneak into the bathroom after him, but found the doorknob stuck, evidently locked from the inside. Humph, locking out thieves so early in the morning. She huffed, returning to the living room, where Wang Ting and the others were watching her, making her feel a bit embarrassed despite her thick skin. "I just wanted to wash some clothes for him. Do you believe me?" she blurted. Even she found it hard to believe her own words. "Xiaoyu, next time you should come alone. Don't drag us along," Wang Ting protested, as the idea to come this morning had originated from Li Xiaoyu, who was too shy to come alone. After a quick shower, Chen Bo chose not to acknowledge the 4 women and headed to the dining room to eat. With his limited energy, he could not attend to every woman, so he took a laissez-faire approach to romantic endeavors. While Chen Bo had breakfast, Wang Ting changed into a pair of slippers and proactively went to the bathroom to wash his clothes. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyu lamented, "Oh no, Ting, why did you do my work?" The living room was filled with laughter and chatter when suddenly, Chen Bo's phone on the coffee table rang. "Boss, your phone," Li Xiaoyu said, bringing it over. Upon seeing the number on the screen, Chen Bo casually pressed the answer button. Lin Yao's voice came through first. "Chen Bo, let's arrange a time for dinner tonight. 8 o'clock at Juxian Restaurant. It's not cheap, so bring plenty of money." "Huh? After working in the factory for half a month, you didn't earn enough to cover a meal?" he teased. "I have no money," Lin Yao replied curtly before hanging up, offering no regard for Chen Bo. After ending the call, Li Xiaoyu glanced over, smirking. Boss, can we bring family to dinner tonight? Chen Bo turned to give her a knowing look, then returned to his meal in silence. Half an hour later, Wang Ting hung the freshly washed clothes. Brother Chen, the work hour is approaching. We should head back to the office. Call me if anything comes up. Wait, I'll accompany you to the company. I need to announce a plan shortly. All right. As they departed the villa, Chen Bo took note of villa number 5, observing a brand new Maserati parked at the entrance. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Bo pulled out his phone and sent a message to a Bing, advising caution and suggesting that a check would be prudent. The workday began at 9 in the morning, and Zhang Dalong typically arrived at the office early. He, along with Ma Jun and Wang Mingyang, usually spent their time at the company studying security management when no tasks were assigned. Chen Bo certainly lacked the time to lead the team. The real labor would be carried out by his subordinates. Upon arriving at the company, they were greeted by Tian Wenwen, who stood at the entrance in professional attire. Her eyes widened as she glanced at Wang Ting and the others behind Chen Bo. Li Xiaoyu and her companions curiously appraised Tian Wenwen, silently scoring her figure and looks. Petite and charming, she embodied qualities that had never led them to question Chen Bo's taste and judgment, regardless of whether they were mature women or glamorous young ladies. The ensemble was complete. What are you doing standing here? Come inside. It was only when Chen Bo approached that Tian Wenwen snapped back to reality and hurriedly greeted him. Good morning, boss. I've been here for a while. There are only 3 male colleagues inside. Her voice lacked confidence, clearly intimidated by the presence of Zhang Dalong and the other 2 men. All right, let us head inside. Upon entering the office, Chen Bo made a beeline for the conference room. As he passed by Zhang Dalong and his companions, they instantly rose from their seats. Good morning, boss. Okay, everyone. Let us convene for a meeting. In the conference room, all eyes were fixed on Chen Bo, who stood at the front. Tian Wenwen, please introduce yourself. Tian Wenwen stood up, glanced around, and with a shy smile said, Hello everyone. I am Tian Wenwen from Sichuan province. I'm new here, and I hope to receive your guidance. Wang Ting led the applause, rising to introduce each current member of the company to her. After the introductions, attention shifted back to Chen Bo. Currently, Chen Bo possessed 200 million in borrowed funds, planning to establish an influencer incubation park. In this era, what money is easy to earn? Besides the money from women, the most lucrative comes from those who flatter. I am about to announce a plan called Apocalypse MCN, with an initial investment of 100 million, and I will increase the investment later. Everyone was taken aback, their mouths agape. Aside from Wang Ting, the others were unaware of Chen Bo's financial clout. You may not be familiar with this organization. Allow me to explain what an MCN is. Tang Qingqing, as the head, pay close attention and feel free to ask questions as we go. Chen Bo meticulously elaborated on the operational model of MCN organizations, covering aspects from influencer selection and training, contract guidance, platform traffic management, to fan group operation and the core elements of commercial monetization, including the rise of live streaming sales and short films. He cited examples of several successful MCN organizations from his past life, emphasizing that they were all at the same starting line. As the chairman would say, regardless of the situation, possessing memories from a previous life allows him to avoid many pitfalls, providing him with a distinct advantage. Throughout the morning, Chen Bo educated everyone about the influencer economy and monetization strategies. While others navigated the waters cautiously, Chen Bo was building bridges and launching rockets. Tang Qingqing, your previous project proposal was excellent. We will proceed according to your plan. There are plenty of professionals in the market. We can hire them as needed, ensuring a merit-based selection process while dismissing those who do not meet the standards. Tang Qingqing, entrusted with significant responsibilities, was now filled with vigor and assuredly proclaimed, Boss, I will implement the plans you mentioned as soon as possible. Li Xiaoyu, Tian Wenwen, you both have sales experience. Your first task is to assist Tang Qingqing in executing the plan. If adjustments are necessary later, Wang Ting will coordinate with you. Xiao Kaiyun, during this period, contact your former agency boss to help find suitable idle industrial parks. My requirement is to rent the entire building, supporting renovations. I intend to create a live streaming base. Zhang Dalong, in the future, I may offend many powers. You will be responsible for the safety of the core members of the company. Currently, we are short-staffed. I will provide you with recruitment directions. Please get in touch with your team leader. If there are any veterans available, I would like to interview them, both male and female. This initiative would effectively address employment issues for veterans without connections, as trained veterans are easier to manage. If he could reach out to the leadership of the Veterans Affairs Office, they could potentially recruit veterans in bulk, creating a win-win situation. To be honest, We are still a makeshift team, but I hope to elevate the best among you. To become my entrepreneurial partner, one must be absolutely loyal to me and the company. Personal ability comes second. Do not fear difficulties. Promptly report issues to Wang Ting, and I will personally handle any challenging matters. After an inspiring session of motivational discourse, Chen Bo noticed a spark in everyone's eyes. Having a goal breeds motivation, and initial investments must be made without hesitation. Naturally, some might suggest investing elsewhere. But given his current circumstances, even if he invested in other organizations, he would eventually be squeezed out by larger companies. It is far better to invest in his own venture. Once successful, he would attract investments from major companies, allowing him to dictate terms. As noon approached, Wang Ting ordered lunch from a nearby restaurant. During the startup phase, everyone eschewed formality, especially while dining with a prominent figure like Chen Bo. The admiration for him reached new heights. With a clear goal and direction, the team felt invigorated. After lunch, everyone returned to their duties. Although the office was sparsely populated, each individual was diligently engaged in their tasks, and even Li Xiaoyu felt the pressure. Failing to enhance her skills could lead to her being left behind. Time was of the essence, and tasks were demanding, so it was likely that everyone would need to work overtime in the coming days. At that moment, the glass door of the office was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A portly, furious middle-aged woman stormed in. This woman was none other than Tang Qingqing's mother, Wu Guilon. Since the company currently lacked a receptionist, Wu Guilon barged in, making her way to the office area. Scanning the room, Wu Guilon quickly spotted Tang Qingqing, who was focused on her work. She approached, raising her voice and accusing Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing, I've finally found you. You ungrateful wretch, after all I've done for you. Is this how you repay me? Have you forgotten your mother? At that moment, Tang Qingqing was engrossed in handling a project proposal. Hearing her mother's voice, she felt a jolt of shock, her face turning pale. Tang Qingqing steadied herself against the desk, incredulously staring at Wu Guilon, having blocked all means of communication. She was baffled by how this woman could find her so quickly. Wang Ting and the others had heard Tang Qingqing mention that she had a mother more despicable than a beggar, along with a brother who was hopeless. Faced with this unexpected situation, Wang Ting moved to Tang Qingqing's side, signaling Zhang Dalong with her eyes. Zhang Dalong understood and immediately stepped forward, along with the others, to stand in front of Wu Guilon. Confronted by the trio's imposing presence, Wu Guilon took a few steps back and then erupted. Tang Qingqing, you heartless creature. Do you think hiding here will allow you to enjoy a life of luxury? Let me tell you, if you don't return the bride price, you will face dire consequences. Chapter 83. The Reverse Heartbreak. Tang Qingqing lightly bit her thin lip, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothing as she met the concerned gazes of Wang Ting and the others, feeling a warmth bloom within her heart. Recalling the past, each time Wu Guilon found her at work, she would be met with cold ridicule from her colleagues, subsequently facing reprimands from her superiors, leading to either dismissal or voluntary resignation. Today, however, not only did she have the steadfast support of Chen Bo, but also the unwavering backing of several good friends, which bestowed upon her immense confidence. No longer timid, Tang Qingqing took a deep breath and stepped forward to confront Zhang Dalong and his companions. Meeting Wu Guilon's gaze with resolve, she raised her voice and stated firmly, Mother, you have already sabotaged several of my job opportunities. Please refrain from causing further disruptions that affect our work. So Tang Qingqing, you've grown wings, have you? You dare defy me? Let us see if I dare to mar your face. Wu Guilon shrieked, charging forward with the intent to slap Tang Qingqing. Before Zhang Dalong could intervene, Tang Qingqing retaliated with a swift slap of her own. A sharp sound echoed as Wu Guilon clutched her face, disbelief etched across her features. Subsequently, she disregarded her dignity entirely, flopping onto the carpet and throwing a tantrum. You ungrateful daughter, how dare you strike your mother? Is there no sense of justice left? I should have suffocated you at birth. At that moment, a carefree young man burst through the door, none other than Tang Qingqing's brother, Tang San. He had been lingering in the corridor, too embarrassed to show himself, instead inciting his mother to take the lead. Now, confronted by the imposing presence of Zhang Dalong and his companions, he dared not confront Tang Qingqing and resorted to a facade of filial piety, attempting to morally manipulate her. Tang Qingqing, are you even human? How can you lay a hand on your own mother? You're worse than a beast. The others present were appalled by the exchange between this mother and son. Li Xiaoyu stepped forward, indignant. Even a tiger doesn't eat its young. Your mother is practically inciting murder. Is a slap too much to bear? Wu Guilon, lying on the carpet, raised her head defiantly, baring her teeth. Who are you? Mind your own business. This is our family matter. Li Xiaoyu was about to retort when Wang Ting held her back. Sister Xiaoyu, engaging in a verbal battle with her only lowers us to her level. You are right, Ting. I am a lady. How could I stoop to the level of a shrew? This matter requires resolution from those directly involved, Li Xiaoyu huffed, turning her back on Wu Guilin. Wu Guilin, like a victorious rooster, redirected her wrath at Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing, I am your mother. You were born of me, and you must obey. Your brother is drowning in debt, on the verge of losing a hand. As his sister, shouldn't you assist in repaying it? What you say holds some truth. Regardless of your acknowledgement, you are my biological sister. Blood is thicker than water. Until you marry, you have the obligation to help bear the burden of the debts. In a bid to coerce Tang Qingqing into offering financial assistance, the mother and son duo once again attempted to morally bind her. Tang Qingqing noticed Chen Bo leaning back in his chair, observing her, and to avoid disappointing him, she seized the opportunity to completely sever ties with Wu Guilin and her brother. Her mother's unrestrained favoritism towards this brother was unbearable. With righteous indignation, she replied, Wu Guilin, you are unworthy of being my mother, and even less so, a woman. Do you not realize how much you have drained from me over the years? To repay your debts, I have degraded myself to working in a nightclub, enduring untold humiliation and insult. And you, Tang San, without my consent, incited Wu Guilin to squander the bride price on gambling. What audacity do you have to demand I repay your debts? How much of my youth have you squandered? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Exhausted, Tang Qingqing declared coldly, we have no ties anymore. Whether Tang San loses a hand is irrelevant to me. We are adults and must take responsibility for our own mistakes. If you continue this nonsense, I will call the police and pursue legal action. Wu Guilin, enraged by Tang Qingqing's words, threw a fit, cursing, you heartless wretch. Do you want to see your brother driven to death by his creditors? You ungrateful wolf. I can't go on living. Tang Qingqing threatened, pulling out her phone. Throwing a tantrum here is futile. If you do not leave, I will report you for disturbing the peace, and you could face at least 10 days of detention. Wu Guilin's eyes widened in panic, and she defiantly raised her chin, saying, fine. If you dare call the police, I will throw myself in front of you and die. Let us see how you handle that. Tang Qingqing felt trapped. She genuinely feared Wu Guilin dying here. It would be a terrible omen for the newly established company. Just then, Chen Bo emerged from the office and approached Tang Qingqing, patting her shoulder. Meeting his gaze, she realized her recent actions had garnered his approval, and her anxiety began to dissipate. Boss, I apologize for the trouble, she said. Leave the rest to me, Chen Bo replied, glancing at Wu Guilin and her son with mockery. Madam, we can speak plainly. If you wish to call the police, I assure you, it would be no problem for you to meet a tragic end. At worst, I would compensate your son with a small funeral fee. What do you think? Care to give it a try? Expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of those present. It became apparent that the most effective way to deal with scoundrels was to out-scoundrel them. Chen Bo's unconventional approach caught Wu Guilin and Tang San off guard. The two exchanged glances, and Wu Guilin noticed a flicker of conflicted desire in her son's eyes, sending a chill through her heart. Tang San, I am your mother. Do you really wish to trade my life for money? Tang San's eyes darted away, feigning sorrow as he replied, Mother, how could I possibly trade your life for money? That would make me less than a beast. Good boy. My dear son, I knew you couldn't bear it. Chen Bo scoffed, huh? One less mother could mean a hefty compensation, Tang San. This transaction would be quite lucrative for you. Think of your gambling debts. You're on the verge of losing a hand. Which would you prefer, to be a cripple or to lose your mother? Tang San was swayed by Chen Bo's words, his hesitation apparent. At that moment, Wu Guilin felt a wave of terror. This man was utterly terrifying, willing to barter her life for money. Son, I will not die. Please, do not listen to his deceitful words. Chen Bo lit a cigarette, noting the desperation of a gambler who would do anything for money, even commit murder. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he continued to manipulate Tang San. I have plenty of money. A small compensation is insignificant to me. Your mother is nearing 60, right? If she were to die here today, I'd compensate you with 600,000. What do you say? Perhaps convince your mother to leave early for a better reincarnation. Chapter 84. Digging a pit for money. Human nature is inherently selfish, and at this moment, Chen Bo seized upon this weakness. He believed that if the price were high enough, it wouldn't be beyond the pale to eliminate his own mother. Even exhuming his father's corpse would be feasible. Tang San's eyes shifted, and under the allure of wealth, he ultimately knelt. 600,000 is insufficient. I need at least 1 million. Otherwise, my mother's death would be worthless. Upon hearing Tang San's outrageous demand, everyone present felt their scalps prickle. To suggest his mother commits suicide for money was to forsake any semblance of humanity. With a sharp crack, Wu Guilan slapped Tang San, shouting, "Tang San, are you even human? I am your mother." Tang San's eyes burned with a crimson hue, his anger unfurling as he retorted to Wu Guilan, "What of a biological mother? Have you ever regarded Tang Qingqing as a person?" Wu Guilan, stung by his words, flushed with humiliation and struck Tang San's face again, her expression a mix of fury and disappointment. "You fool. She is but a bastard child, not my flesh and blood." To his astonishment, the revelation spilled forth from Wu Guilan's lips, casting a pall of silence over the office. Tang San was left in a state of bewilderment, as were the others present. It became clear that Tang Qingqing's tragic fate was a consequence of her lineage. Being a non-biological child rendered her subject to discrimination. The most grievously affected was Tang Qingqing herself, who suddenly felt lightheaded and stumbled, only to be caught in time by Chen Bo, who steadied her with a firm grip around her waist. In that moment, Tang Qingqing grasped the reason behind Wu Guilan's relentless harshness throughout her upbringing. She fought back tears, determined not to succumb to despair. Wu Guilan, still unrepentant, confronted Tang Qingqing with a self-righteous tone. "You are merely a bastard. I took you in, fed you, clothed you. Now is it wrong to expect a little filial piety in return?" Overcome with grief, Tang Qingqing collapsed into Chen Bo's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Her inner torment a private agony only she could comprehend, once harboring a flicker of hope for familial affection. The harsh truth now forced her to confront the stark reality of her orphaned existence. "Why the tears? As long as you provide the money, I shall leave at once," Wu Guilan declared, her fixation on monetary gain leaving the onlookers speechless. However, the earnings Tang Qingqing had accumulated over her years of work had been entirely siphoned off by Wu Guilan, leaving her devoid of funds. Perhaps sensing no further profit from Tang Qingqing, Wu Guilan's gaze shifted, eyeing Chen Bo with a predatory glint. "You are Tang Qingqing's boyfriend, correct? Since you have wealth, I shall relinquish Tang Qingqing to you for the sum of 500,000. We will depart immediately and never darken your doorstep again." Furious at being treated like cattle, Tang Qingqing pointed an accusing finger at Wu Guilan, exclaiming, "What do you take me for? A dog you keep? Isn't that so? I provided for your education, be grateful." Wu Guilan retorted, her maternal instincts twisted beyond recognition. Chen Bo, intending to rid them both from their shackles, gently patted Tang Qingqing's back and reassured her, "Enough. Engaging with such scum is an insult to your dignity." With that, he turned to Wang Ting, commanding, "Wang Ting, bring forth 500,000 in cash." "Yes, boss." The audacity of Chen Bo's gesture earned him the admiration of all present, as he effortlessly pledged the sum without a flicker of hesitation, inspiring a surge of exhilaration among the onlookers. Soon, Wang Ting emerged from the safe with the cash, presenting it to Chen Bo, who then poured the crisp bills onto the floor, the sound of money cascading before Wu Guilan and her son. Seeing such a fortune laid out, Wu Guilan's greed flared anew. The saying goes, a glutton's appetite is insatiable, and the mother and son exchanged furtive glances, clearly contemplating a greater gain. Wu Guilan, with a disingenuous smile, addressed Chen Bo, "Dear sir, I raised her from infancy. 500,000 seems rather insufficient. Could you perhaps offer a bit more?" Chen Bo internally scoffed at her audacity, maintaining a facade of composure. "Oh, how much do you desire?" After conferring with her son, Wu Guilan raised a finger, 1 million. Would that suffice? Chen Bo erupted into laughter, a mirthful sound that suggested he found their demands utterly absurd. "Of course, but do you dare to ask for it?" With a defiant tilt of her chin, Wu Guilan replied, "If you dare to give, I shall dare to take. Is that so? Yet I believe 500,000 is ample for you to indulge in for the time being. Why not return once this sum is exhausted? Such a proposition. You cannot be serious. Believe it or not, this 500,000 is up for grabs. Should you refuse it, I will reclaim it." Wu Guilan, akin to a wild dog guarding its meal, draped herself over the pile of money. "No way. This money is mine now. Then take it and depart. But be frugal in your spending. How I spend is none of your concern." Wu Guilan had masterfully honed her shamelessness, hurriedly urging her son to gather the money. Ever since Wu Guilan revealed that Tang Qingqing was not her biological child, Tang San recognized the gravity of his actions. Realizing he had severed all ties of kinship in a most egregious manner, mother and son hastily stuffed the money into bags, retreating from the company in shame. Fearing a sudden change of heart from Chen Bo, they nearly collided with a professionally attired woman at the entrance. Once in the elevator, Tang San felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. "Mother, let us not touch this money just yet. We should assess the situation first." "What situation?" Tang-san, your behavior today has deeply disappointed me. I will safeguard this money for you, using part of it to settle your gambling debts and saving the rest for your future wife. Instigated by Chen Bo's manipulation, Tang-san realized his mother was wary of him, igniting a mix of resentment and feigned obedience within him. Very well, mother, I will abide by your wishes. Wu Guilin, unsatisfied, remarked, did not Qingqing's boss say we could return for more money once this is spent? In a few days, we shall make another visit. Any additional amount we acquire is a profit for us. Tang-san remained silent, recalling Chen Bo's subtle shifts in demeanor, his gaze now tinged with pity. A grave realization dawned upon him. If Chen Bo were to report their extortion to the authorities, their fate would be sealed. Mother, perhaps we should return this money. I feel uneasy holding on to it. What nonsense. How can we let a golden opportunity slip away? If you continue with this attitude, I shall be quite displeased. Once Wu Guilin and Tang-san departed, Tang Qingqing wiped away her tears, wishing to express her gratitude, but Chen Bo forestalled her. There is no need for thanks. Remember our agreement. This is a promise I made to assist you, he stated, producing a recording device from his pocket and handing it to Wang Ting. Issuing a directive in front of everyone. Wang Ting, contact the authorities immediately, reporting an attempted extortion of 50,000 from the company. Ensure this recording is submitted to the police. The crowd gasped, a chill racing down their spines as they recognized the cunning of their boss.